What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4DK079. Redheads are celestial dragons, and Doflamingo returns to the Holy Land. Seek full order, seek more updates. 079. Is this hockey? Ararataki said with a twinkle in his eyes. He just came to this world, and he hasn't had time to learn hockey yet. The strength at this time is all relying on his own strength from the world of Tibet. If Ichido Ararataki learns hockey, his overall strength will increase a lot. It's so handsome, I've decided, I also want to learn this Conqueror's Winding. Ararataki said with a big laugh, and Quinn in front of him was furious. Damn kid, do you think anyone can awaken conquerors? Hearing what Quinn said, Ararataki Ichido grinned, but when he looked at Quinn in front of him, his eyes were full of killing intent. Are you Quinn? Seeing Yidu Araki who showed killing intent, Quinn was puzzled at the moment. He was sure he didn't know the guy in front of him. How could he show killing intent to himself? Unexpectedly, Ararataki said calmly. Daozuma's children who are seriously ill and even become inhuman, are all related to you. Hearing Ichido Ararataki's words, Quinn burst out laughing. Yes, so what? In fact, this is the real world. Beasts' pirates are not worthy of cleansing and tolerance. Just this Quinn, he will conduct human experiments, and many experiments will use children. In those years of ruling Wanokuni, I don't know how many pirates died because of Quinn's experiment. Even if they survived, they would be missing arms and legs, or even become monsters that are neither human nor ghost. Although Shuangyue Kongying asked Granu to come to Dao's wife with the establishment of Dao's wife, even if it can be cured, there is nothing to do with the psychological shadow of these children. Although Araki Ichido is a gangster, he is a very gentle guy, and his favorite is children. So when he went to sea, he remembered the word, looking at Quinn, but he didn't expect to meet it here today. Facing the arrogant Quinn, he did not speak, but slowly carried his red horns. Ghost King, come! Ararataki roared loudly, and in an instant, a gigantic phantom of the Ghost King figure appeared behind him, and the red horn in his hand also turned into a Ghost King's broken gold rod. Die to me! Araki roared loudly, and the power of the whole human rock element exploded. Like a god of war emitting golden light, he rushed directly in front of Quinn, smashing non-stop. His moves and attacks are not in the slightest, but each strike is full of the power of the rock element. Boom boom boom. Although Quinn was huge, his body was quite nimble. The moment he dodged, the attack landed on the mountain in front of him. Boom. A horrifying scene happened. That mountain was forcibly demolished by Yidu who was insane 013, and a mountain peak soaring into the clouds was directly turned into ruins. Seeing this scene, Quinn was completely terrified. He seemed to have provoked an incredible guy. On the contrary, Juki shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were full of smiles. This is his boss. Although he is usually a street guy, he is very reliable and gentle at the critical moment. Ichido Ararataki, you are so handsome. Yamato was stunned. It seemed that when he fought against Ararataki, this guy restrained his strength. Ararataki Ichido, who entered the posture of the angry-eyed Ghost King at this time, is simply like a real demon god descending into the world. The scene that followed was horrifying. Quinn, who had transformed into a beast, was directly thrown into the air by Ararataki. Then Araki Yidu immediately cast Ararataki's inverse cassock. Terrifying attacks kept hitting Quinn in the air. As a result, Quinn let out a scream. The flesh and blood all over his body began to be twisted, and the bones were directly crushed into powder. Die to me. With a loud roar, Arataki Naixiang's last stick was thrown down, and it must be well known how painful Arataki Ichido's tail knife was. Under this stick, Quinn's whole body exploded, turning into a puddle of meat, and everyone in the Beast's Pirates was frightened. Quinn, who was a big kanban, actually disappeared like this? Was he killed by others? Quinn. Jin and Jag both exclaimed, and even more in astonishment, they never imagined that Araki Ichido could be so powerful. Quinn. Kaido was even more furious, but just when he was about to make a move, Luffy blasted him away with a punch, making a twisted punch directly on his chest. Puff. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror. It's the internal sabotage of the emission armor color, you brat. Luffy grinned. After this battle, he has learned top-level armed colors and top-level conquerors. At this time, even if he has not awakened Nika form, he can still be called the world's top powerhouse. In the fourth gear, with emission and tyranny, God's Eye, Holy Relic, and 4-star Yuanshan weapon, Luffy at this time is really not weaker than when he defeated Kaido in the original book. Advertisement: if Luffy awakens into the form of Nika at this time, I am afraid that his strength will reach a new level, and maybe he will become the real sun god Nika. Luffy managed to equalize with Kaido, and even Luffy has already started thinking about defeating Kaido. And the words from the ant's side are also uncomfortable. Whether it's Zoro, Sanji or Lazy, even if they face Admiral alone, they can contend against one or two and last for a while. And with the three of them working together, even the ant felt a lot of pressure. Is it going to fail? The ant thought in her heart that she even had the intention of retreating. She never expected that the 2 4 emperors would not be able to wipe out the Straw Hats if they fought together, and even fought against them. And she looked at the battlefield. Walnut, Yamato and others were harvesting. These evil guys, they didn't hold back. Especially Walnut, as the 77th generation Hall Master of the Hall of Rebirth, she has her own special means. When she sees the leaders of Beast's Pirates and BIGMOM Pirates, he was also shocked by the sins on them. You must know that the crime that Hu Dao sees is not the kind of killing a lot. After all, killing an opponent is not necessarily a crime, but an honorable military exploit. The so-called crimes are the killing of innocent people, like Quinn, who was killed by Araki just now. Because of experimenting, he tortured and killed too many people, and the crimes on children are almost like demons. Although other people are not as good as Quinn, but more or less, they have the blood of many innocent people in their hands. This is the real pirate. Unlike everyone in the Straw Hats, they say they are pirates, but they are not only free of sins, but even have a lot of merit. Therefore, in the face of these guys, Hu Dao would not hold back at all, and sent them all to the blissful rebirth. Kaido. Let's withdraw. The ant said to Kaido in a deep voice, and the two of them simultaneously challenged Sha Fei, their opponent, in front of them. At this time, Kaido also hesitated. After Quinn died, he was very angry. After all, he lost a big sign, but he also clearly realized that they could no longer wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates. If there is no intervention of Arataki faction in Kaido today, they might succeed. After all, no matter how powerful the Straw Hats are at this time, it is impossible to face 4 emperors at the same time, but unfortunately there is no if. With the addition of the 3 advanced combat powers of Walnut, Arataki Ichito, and Yamato, the balance is directly tilted. Maybe the 4 emperors are still strong, but they have more things to consider as 4 emperors. Even if this battle continues, they can win, and eventually lose a lot of cadres. This made the two of them very distressed, so they already had the idea of retreating. But just retreat like this, lousy, is not reconciled. Kaido said with anger in his eyes. He died a big sign. The ant said calmly, there is still a chance, we still have a chance. Hearing what the ant said, Kaido was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized that what the ant was talking about was world government. Although this was seeking skin from a tiger, his hatred for Dao wife and the Straw Hats made him forget about it. Looking at Luffy in front of him, who was boiling with fighting spirit, Kaido said in a deep voice, Straw Hat boy, the next time we meet is the day when your head will be taken. After speaking, Kaido directly transformed into Qinglong, and then ascended into Kongshin. Then Big Mom also flew to the Queen Mother. Withdraw. Following Big Mom's order, the powerhouses of the 4 emperors' regiments all began to retreat, leaving behind a lot of corpses on the battlefield, and even those cadres were injured or even seriously injured. On the other hand, in the lineup of the Straw Hats, everyone was unscathed. Although there was a big gap in numbers, they couldn't stand up to the high-end combat power here, so no matter how many miscellaneous fish there were, they couldn't pose a threat to them. Just like the pirate group of the red-haired Shanks, there are not many people, but they can make all the 4 emperors afraid, because they, like the Straw Hats, follow the meritocracy. Everyone can stand alone when pulled out. This kind of pirate group is actually the scariest. AGFF, like the crew of One Piece Roger, they are all elite crew. When Kaido and Big Mom retreated, Doflamingo's face changed drastically. 2 vile and shameless fellows, they gave me up. Brother Ming cursed loudly. Luo's strength was beyond his imagination. He deserved to be the mysterious op fruit. With the addition of God's Eye and Holy Relic, he couldn't stand it anymore. And at this time, the 4 emperors retreated. In front of so many strong men, he would definitely die today. Just when Doflamingo was desperate, 2 white figures suddenly appeared, and Robin exclaimed directly, it's a guy from the CP0 organization. Everyone's face changed drastically. The CP0 guys I saw during the Summit War had admiral-level combat power. These 2 people who appeared quietly were obviously also at this level. Seeing the 2 CP0s, Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, and Shiji burst out laughing. He knew that those fellows from the world government would not watch him die. The world says celestial dragons are trash, don't 5 elders know? But since celestial dragons can appear like 5 elders, it means that the celestial dragons that have ruled the world for 800 years are definitely not that simple. These days, Shuangyue Kongying has been investigating the information of the Valley of Gods back then. With the establishment of the Fools, he has indeed investigated a lot. Advertisement Redhead has a daughter named Uda, and Uda actually has another identity, that is, a member of the celestial dragons Figalen family. As for the red hair, if there is no accident, it is the blood of the Figalen family. The Fools are still investigating the specific matter, and it may not take long to know the truth. So celestial dragons may not be all waste. After all, whether it is red hair or Uda, whether it is people or strength, it is nothing to say. Although it may be the reason why they didn't grow up in the Holy Land, it also shows that the bloodline of celestial dragons is likely to give birth to the favored son of heaven. As for Doflamingo, the owner of Conqueror's Hockey, strictly speaking, apart from being far inferior to the redhead in terms of strength, he is just as good as the redhead in terms of this qualification alone. If 8 the 20 kings 100 years ago were also the top powerhouses of Conqueror's Hockey, and the red hair and Doflamingo are the ones who have the qualifications of kings among the celestial dragons. So redhead can talk directly to celestial dragons, even if he snatched the Nika fruit and gave it to Luffy, even if the world government is an enemy, 5 elders still gave him mercy. Allow. Maybe they have been working hard all this time to make Hongfa return to the Holy Land. After all, judging by Honghair's strength, if he really returns to the Celestial Dragon's Holy Land, he might become the new Celestial Dragons. The 5 Elders. Doflamingo is also in a similar situation. He has done so many great things, but he is alive and well. There must be reasons for world government. As for saying that they know the secrets of the world government, they are conniving because they are worried that they will reveal the secrets. That is even more ridiculous. Leaving aside the powerful redhead, just talking about Doflamingo, if the world government wanted to kill him quietly, it would have been able to do any admiral-level combat power. It can be killed. So there is only one possibility, that is, the direct government has determined that Red Hair and Brother Ming will return to the Holy Land, will become celestial dragons again, and train them as successors. As for the two people's current resistance, for 5 elders, it can be understood as a child's rebellion. Just like the current Brother Ming, when his life was dying, he was abandoned by the 4 emperors Kaido, and was chased and killed by powerful new pirates such as the Straw Hats. There is no place for him in this sea. So the 5 elders made a move at this time, and Doflamingo, who has no way out, will return to the Holy Land naturally and become the real celestial dragons from then on. Doflamingo Saint Sama, 5 elders led me 2 strong men from the CP0 organization said so, these 2 are existences comparable to Admiral. But at this time, he respected Doflamingo so much that Doflamingo couldn't hold back and opened his arms and laughed. Fufurfur, he didn't expect that the goal he had worked so hard for so many years would be realized in this way. The former Doflamingo always wanted to return to the Holy Land, but was rejected by the Holy Land, so he turned to take revenge on the Holy Land. But now everything is easy, he became a bereaved dog, but he returned to the Holy Land at this time. He will use the power of the world government, the power of the celestial dragons, to make these guys pay. Cost. This is what the 5 elders wanted to see, and made Brother Ming realize that he had lost everything in the sea, and from now on he would be the noble celestial dragons, whose will could dominate. Piece of sea. No, can't you? Doflamingo or celestial dragons? Damn it, stop him. Everyone in the Straw Hats exclaimed, and Luffy rushed forward, but at this moment, the figures of the 2 strong men from the CPO organization and Doflamingo slowly disappeared. This should be some kind of fruit ability. The celestial dragons have ruled the world for 800 years. During these 800 years, how many fruits they have collected is simply unimaginable. As long as no one eats it, the fruit will always exist, and even if it is eaten, the eyes and ears all over the sea can quickly retrieve it. To be honest, a fruit with its own consciousness, can make it difficult for the world government to find it. So the background of the world government is unimaginable, at least 90% of the devil fruit in this sea is under their control. The so-called devil fruit illustrated book is just the tip of the iceberg. Damn it, let him escape, Luffy said regretfully. Luo was even more disappointed, only one step away, he could take revenge. No, everything is gone. Doflamingo is a celestial dragons, he will not be able to be killed when he returns to the Holy Land. Luo knelt on the ground, and said with a look of despair, has he worked so hard for so many years, is it all in vain? But at this moment, Luffy came over, followed Luo's shoulder and said with a big smile. Then let's go to the Holy Land. This guy should die, absolutely. Listening to Luffy's words and seeing the big smile on his face, Luo felt as if he was touched. He held back his tears and nodded fiercely at Luffy. At the same time, everything that happened here was seen by Xuangyue Kongying and everyone in the sea. Let Ms. Rosalind hurry up, I'm more curious about the redhead's life experience. Xuangyue Kongying was talking to himself, and at the same time, Red Hair Pirates of New World. The Red Hair crushed the wine bottle, his eyes were full of confusion. 5 elders, he said in a deep voice, but more powerless, Doflamingo has returned to the Holy Land, what about him? 080. When the legend of Tivat comes, will the gods not cry? Seek full order, seek more updates. 080 Bankman looked at the Red Hair, not knowing what he was thinking in his eyes, he stepped forward and patted the Red Hair on the shoulder. No matter what choice you make, we will support you. Hearing Bankman's words, the redhead laughed out loud, turned around and saw his partners, all looking at him with smiles on their faces, his heart was filled with emotion. Although so far, they don't know their real identities, but in fact, everyone is not an idiot, and after so many years of getting along, they have already figured it out a little bit. No matter what choice the redhead makes in the future, they will support the redhead. Let's go to Elegia. The redhead said that since he broke with Uda, he has never been to Elegia again, but now it seems that he must go. Because Luffy has acquired a combat power comparable to that of the 4 emperors, I am afraid that he is not far away from becoming the real Joey Boy. And if Joey Boye awakens, the world will change drastically, and the Red Hair at that time will no longer be the 4 emperors' Red Hair. Before that, he wants to complete the deal with the world government, so that he can feel nothing. Let's go. The Red Hair raised his arms and shouted, and everyone in the Red Hair Pirates also laughed, but for some reason, when they turned to board the boat, there was a look of a brave man going to die. At the same time, after Doflamingo was taken away, the Straw Hats also returned to the Grand Line. Although they didn't kill Doflamingo this time, they killed Doflamingo's Devil Fruit Factory in Gaisei. After all, what this guy said is really too dangerous, and there is no redemption for his crime. For his own research, he can even use children as test subjects. What this guy says is simply a devil. So everyone didn't let it go. In fact, scientists are like this. Even Vegapunk, which is protected by the world government, is a complete lunatic. When Luffy and others returned to the Grand Line, Xuangyue Kongying also came to the Kingdom of Winter, which used to be the Kingdom of Sakura Flowers. Now under the ice and snow, this country is full of sakura flowers, and it is an extremely beautiful country. It has directly become a very famous tourist destination on the sea, and there are so many fools here that no pirate dares to mess around. There was once a pirate who offered a bounty of more than 800 million. He was beheaded and killed by the fools immediately after eating a king's meal in the Winter Kingdom, so everyone knows that the fools in the Winter Kingdom are very powerful. Such a place is of course very safe, so many people are willing to travel. See Master Tianli. Fools currently have 3 executive officers, all standing respectfully in front of Xuangyue Kongying. The last son Dadalia, the 8th Lady Rosalind, and the 6th straggler Gubeng. At present, fools are in charge of intelligence, and today Shuangyue Kongying came here just to hear the information they detected. The fools are loyal to the Queen of Zedong Kingdom and Shuangyue Kongying, so they are not too interested in Zhongli and Wendy who are with Shuangyue Kongying. Especially the Lady Rosalind, who gave Wendy a hard look. Although everyone is her own now, Rosalind still remembers that the problem is beyond help. Wendy rubbed her nose in embarrassment. It wasn't that she didn't want to save her, it was really the situation at that time, even she couldn't do anything about it. But looking at it now, it's not a big problem, because with the development of the 7 kingdoms, Rosalind's fiancé will eventually be resurrected one day. Tell me about the information about the red hair. Shuangyue Kongying sat in the upper seat and asked Wang. Relying on the plot he knew, he gave some information to the lady and asked her to investigate everything about the red hair. Fools can sweep the entire continent in the Tivat world, and their abilities are naturally terrifying, not to mention the help of several other countries. Therefore, the current means of exploring information is not weaker than the CP organization of the world government. Lord Tianli, according to our investigation, we finally found out the details of this red-haired man. We even lost several spies inside the world government because of this. Ms. Rosalind said so. After seeing Shuangyue Kongying nodded, she continued to tell. Red-haired Shanks, should be Faranga Shanks. After the battle in the Valley of the Gods, Roger gave birth to 2 children from the Valley of the Gods, and one of them was the red-haired Shanks. As for the red-haired Shanks, it is the blood of Figalen, one of the 19 royal families of celestial dragons. Before the Valley of the Gods war broke out, the head of the celestial dragons Figalen set out from the Holy Land, preparing to go to the Valley of the Gods to perform a special ceremony. We didn't know what this ceremony was before. At that time, the Figalans were targeted by rocks, and after following them into the Valley of the Gods, rocks wreaked havoc in the Valley of the Gods, and even killed a large number of celestial dragons, including Shank's parents. What happened next was that Roger and Garp came and rescued the young redhead Shanks. Advertisement Shuangyue Kongying suddenly realized that the red-haired identity was celestial dragons. After all, the children who will appear on the battlefield must be related to both sides. Either it's something to do with the Rock's pirate, or it's something to do with the celestial dragons. After all, there were only so many forces on the Valley of the Gods battlefield at that time: Rock's pirate, Roger pirates, celestial dragons and Marine. Marine and the Roger pirates would never take their children to the battlefield. After all, the Roger pirates are a bunch of old bachelors. And what about Buggy the Clown? Shuangyue Kongying asked the lady. The lady was silent for a while. I don't know about that, but I'm sure he's not celestial dragons. Shuangyue Kongying came up with an unbelievable guess. This clown Buggy could not be the child of rocks, right? This possibility is still very high, because if it was just an ordinary child, Roger would never be with him. He can find someone to raise him, but why must he take it with him and teach him personally? So the red hair is celestial dragons, and the identity of the clown Buggy is definitely not simple. The most likely is the child of rocks. But these are not important. Shuangyue Kongying continued to signal the lady to continue. The lady continued talking to Shuangyue Kongying. At first we thought it was that simple, but the news we got from inside the Holy Land allowed us to analyze a lot of things. First of all, the Figalen family, like the Don Quixote family, belonged to the peace faction in the Celestial Dragons. At least the 2 patriarchs at that time were such people, and the patriarch of the Don Quixote family was Doflamingo's father. So in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods at that time, rather than saying that the Figalen family was accidentally injured, it would be better to say that they were betrayed by the rocks. Perhaps the original rocks deceived the trust of the Figalen family, thinking that he would negotiate with the Celestial Dragons, but he didn't expect that guy to kill in the Valley of the Gods, and even killed his own allies. Shuangyue Kongying's pupils contracted, so wouldn't the redhead and Buggy be life and death enemies? After the Valley of the Gods war ended, the rocks still failed, but the Figalen family, the Shanks, and their lineage were purged by the 5 elders because they betrayed the Holy Land. The Figalen family that advocated peace was completely destroyed, and the Celestial Dragons were questioned and even executed one by one. In the process, some Celestial Dragons escaped, and Shanks searched in many ways, and finally found a bloodline. That is Uda, Shanks' adopted daughter. She is the blood of the Figalen family. After being found by Shanks, she was adopted as an adopted daughter, and she has been with her for protection. 12 years ago, Uda's singing fruit ability exploded unexpectedly, directly destroying the entire kingdom of Elegia. The red-haired Shanks was not 4 emperors at the time. In order not to let his daughter be swept away by self-blame, he put the crime of destroying the country on himself. Since then, Hongfa officially broke up with her adopted daughter Uda, and because of this national annihilation incident, Hongfa's reputation has been greatly improved, and finally became the 4 emperors of New World. Shuangyue Kongying suddenly realized that the truth turned out to be like this. In other words, the Shanks family was considered the main family of the Figalen family back then, but the current Figalen family in the Holy Land is only a later riser. Now Shuangyue Kongying couldn't figure out what the red hair was thinking. First of all, he has an absolute hatred with pirates. Even his biggest enemy may be his best brother Buggy. After all, if the analysis of the fools is correct, the original Figalen family advocated peace, no longer ruled the world with fear, and wanted to bring real peace to the people of the world. So I believe the deception of rocks and took rocks to the Valley of Gods of Celestial Dragons. Who knew that in the end, rocks actually backtracked? Not only did he fail to keep his promise, he even killed Shank's parents and relatives backhandedly. This is simply a monstrous hatred. Maybe Buggy doesn't know anything, but the redhead definitely does. Because he remembered that in the original book, before the red hair pirates disbanded, Roger seemed to say something to the red hair, causing the red hair to cry continuously. Maybe Roger told the redhead about his life experience and the relationship between Buggy and him. But the redhead, who has a deep hatred for pirates, has become a pirate, and even single-handedly led the birth of a new generation of Joey Boy. What is his purpose? Said he was from the world government, and he also disobeyed the world government, snatched the Nika fruit, and even found the most suitable Luffy to eat. He even blocked his own arm, and guided Luffy firmly to the sea journey with the grace of saving his life and fetters. After all, with the strength of the red hair, if his arm would be bitten off by the king of the sea, there is no possibility except intentional. It's okay to say that Hanfa is a capable person who enters the sea and loses strength, but Hanfa is obviously not a capable person. So everything Hongren did to Luffy at the beginning was intentional. To save Luffy, she broke an arm. With Luffy's character, she couldn't be moved to death, and then she firmly followed the character of chasing red hair. In order to fulfill the agreement with Hanfa, one day he will personally come to Hanfa and return the straw hat to him. 0. Seeking flowers. So just by creating a new generation of Joy Boy, it is impossible for a redhead to really be a member of the world government. Advertisement, but the redhead can freely enter and leave the Holy Land, and may even cooperate with the world government, but he obviously doesn't look like an enemy. So what the redhead is thinking and why she did this, Xuangyue Kongying doesn't know at the moment. It seems that if this matter is concerned, it will not be known until the redhead is asked in person. My Lord Tianli, according to the news from the Holy Land, 5 elders and others already know Uda's identity, and at the same time, because of Uda's singing fruit ability is too incomprehensible. They were worried that Uda would retaliate against the celestial dragons after knowing his life experience, so they have dispatched the strong members of the CPO organization to prepare to kill Uda. When the lady said so, Xuangyue Kongying's eyes lit up. The plot of the world has changed drastically. Wanokuni and others have all been turned into rice wives by herself. From then on, the entire plot of One Piece world will start from a new chapter, and I am the writer. At that moment, Xuangyue Kongying stood up and said directly to the lady. Call the powerful, let's go to Elegia. Xuangyue Kongying knew that the war might be about to start, and returning to the tower might be the fuse that started the world war. Because she is a celestial dragons, and may even be a celestial dragons who know the truth. Even if she didn't know the truth, Red Hair must know, and he had too many questions, so he wanted to ask Red Hair. Madam and the others immediately went down to prepare. The 7 kingdoms are now very powerful, but there are still some strong people left to garrison, so Xuangyue Kongying will only bring some people there. For example, in the case of Zedong Kingdom, he can just take Gubeng there. As the 6th seed of the fools, the scattered soldiers Gubeng can be said to be a demigod-level existence. Even with full firepower, after the mecha is summoned, he can even shout the slogan, I have become a god. Of course, that might just be Gubeng's own self-indulgence. In fact, he should still be some distance away from the real god. But even so, the strength of the skirmishers who go all out can definitely be called the strongest under the gods. If Shu Mi said, there is no need to dispatch strong people to participate. After all, the safety of the little auspicious grass king is important. How could this young grass god Xuangyue Kongying have the heart to let her go to the battlefield? Mond is Eula, Diluc and Guya. Liyue is Liu Kixing Ketching, and Hu Dao, Zhongli and others who are active outside. Inazuma is Arataki Aikido, Hisaki Shinobi who are away, and Guro who was sent over. Fontaine is Mona. Although Mona's lineup in the game belongs to Mond, she is actually a Fontaine. It's just that after she came to Mond, she knew the secret of her master, so she was so frightened that she dared not go back to Fontaine. So after the establishment of Fontaine, Xuangyue Kongying asked Mona to host. As for Nada's words, there was really no one, but at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host, the development of the 7 kingdoms of Tibat is complete, and you have successfully won the reward, close black lens bracket. Listening to the sound of the system, Xuangyue Kongying immediately began to check the rewards, and then was overjoyed, because there were many original gods who were not in the card pool. Mond's Guardian of the 4 Winds, Liyue's Yashis, Inazuma Shadow Warrior, Sumeru's Red King and so on. Even Vanessa, the head of the first generation of the Zephyr Knights, appeared. As for the words of Vanessa, she was born in Nada. She used to be a slave girl, and together with Wendy overthrew the old nobles, and then established Mond City. Even this Vanessa is the first human being to ascend to the Sky Island. In terms of her combat power, she is definitely comparable to a god with a mortal body. Well now, with so many extra characters, Xuangyue Kongying discovered that it is not impossible to go to war with the world government. At the same time, under the tree of Sakura, the god of Inazuma Naruto Shrine, Lei Mubi suddenly opened his eyes, and so did Hujai Palace beside him. I saw 2 figures slowly appearing. One was a ghost girl in a pink kimono with a face like the moon. Her face was so beautiful that even Hujai Palace once wished to cover it with a mask when facing her. This girl is Yu Chio, one of Rai Mubi's beloved generals, and can also be called Tiger Chio. Strictly counting seniority, the beautiful girl in front of her is the ancestor of Yido. The second one is Sasayuri. It sounds like a feminine name, but it's actually a man. It's just that he has a good face, but he is the shadow of the Tengu clan, and he can be regarded as the ancestor of Kujo Sala. Adding the words of Hujai Palace, the 3 of them are the shadow fighters under Lei Yingying, and it was the 3 of them who followed Lei Yingying to end the Daozu's war of demon gods and established Daokyu. After all, Lei Yingying's sister Lei Dianjun, although she is the god of thunder in name, is not proficient in fighting. Because they are twin demon gods, no one can tell the two of them apart, so in the long run, it is Lei Yingying who uses the image of his sister to conquer the world. Chio, Lily, weeping with joy, Hu Jiagong rushed forward and immediately hugged the two of them in his arms. Lei Ying also stood up with a trembling voice. The strong Lei Shen burst into tears at this time. Gods don't cry, do they? 081. The concert of the world singer, Shuangyu and the red hair confront each other. Seek full order, seek more updates. 081. Lei Yingying was really excited at this time. Although he knew that this day would come, he didn't expect it to be so soon. Since even Chio and Lily have come, then his sister Leiden should not be far away. At the same time, the same is presumably the case elsewhere. The return of so many people made everyone excited, and at the same time, the red-haired Shanks was also heading to Elegia. However, the correction power of fate is powerful. When Luffy returned to Grand Line, he suddenly heard that Yuta was about to hold a concert, and immediately Luffy became excited. Yuta, it's actually Yuta. Listening to Luffy's words, everyone looked at Luffy curiously. This is a famous singer in the world. I saw Luffy touching his head and saying, "Hey, Yuta is Shank's daughter, my sister." Listening to Luffy's words, everyone in the straw hats was stunned for a moment, and then they all exhaled. What did you say? Sanji even grabbed Luffy's neck and said loudly. "UB**************, D, why don't you ever say that you have such a sister?" It was the same with Ace back then, and so is Yuta now. How deep this guy's background must be. Luffy said a little aggrieved. You didn't even ask me. And I haven't seen Yuta for a long time. Listening to Luffy's words, everyone's faces were full of displeasure, and then they became excited again. Wouldn't it be possible for them to get their autographs? Everyone is looking at Luffy at the moment. They want to go to the concert of the world singer. Luffy looked at the crowd and grinned, and said loudly. Let's go. Elegia. Listening to Luffy's words, the whole boat was full of cheers. Unknowingly, both Luffy and Redhead went to Elegia at the same time, and this music kingdom has begun to gather forces from all sides. In addition to the Straw Hats and the 537 by Red Hair Pirates, there are also World Government, Marine, and people in charge of the World 7, which are gathering towards this music kingdom. In the World Line at this time, although Yuta is still working on his own plan, it has not yet reached the final step, and Luffy and others will come here ahead of schedule. After all, because of Shuangyu Kongdying, the World Government has become much more impatient about many things. For example, at this time, they will not let Yuta go. Gerger Guo's ability is too terrifying. If Yuta becomes the enemy of the world government, it will do too much harm to the world government. So the goal of the world government is to kill Yuta, the world singer. At the same time, Elegia, Yuta stood on a cliff, her slender figure facing the breeze at this time. It's strange to say that the celestial dragons are ugly, but those with red hair and Yuta are handsome men and women. So it's really not a joke that this appearance is born from the heart. If the inside is extremely ugly, the appearance will naturally not look good either. Master Yuta, the concert is about to begin. Yuta's Gerger fruit may actually be called Mengmeng fruit. She has an extremely beautiful singing voice, otherwise she would not become a world singer. And this fruit is actually very pervert, it can immerse people in dreams through singing, so as to kill all people silently. When Yuta was young, he went berserk because of the fruit ability, and finally destroyed the whole of Elegia, and countless people lost their lives. The number of people is simply millions. Moreover, the fruit of Yuta can also summon a guy called the Demon King of Songs, whose strength is so terrifying that it needs red hair and level 5 Luffy to deal with it together. So Shuangyu guessed that this fruit of Yuta might be the same as Luffy's Nika fruit. Luffy's Nika fruit is the sun god Nika, which is the devil fruit that Joey Boy turned into after his death. And Yuta's singing fruit may be the fruit that turned into after the death of the so-called Demon King of Songs. Therefore, it is very possible that the words of the Demon King of Songs and Joey Boy may be people of the same era. It's just that I don't know specifically whether the two are in opposition or partners. After all, Paramesha devil fruit may be the most powerful devil fruit. Whether it's Yuta's Paramesha Gerger fruit or Luffy's Paramesha rubber fruit, their true bodies may be the human fruit Phantom Beast. One is the form of human fruit, Phantasmal Beast, and Yuta no Demon King. One is the form of human fruit, Phantom Beast, and Sun God Nika. Perhaps it is because of this that the 5 elders are very afraid of Yuta, and now they have to face the existence of Shuangyu Kongdying. No matter whether it is Yuta or Luffy who cannot be grasped, they can't let it become an accident that interferes with the world government. Looking at the people in Elegia with fanatical smiles on their faces, Yuta thought to himself. This world is about to end. Because of Elegia, millions of people were killed by red hair pirates, which made Yuta realize that no matter what kind of pirates they raise, they are all vicious children after all. Advertisement. Even if this pirate is his most respected adoptive father, Shanks, he is a demon who has killed millions of people after all. And the celestial dragons of the world government are the dregs of this world, so this world is too corrupt and too dark. If this is the case, he should create a beautiful world. May everyone live happily ever after. In fact, Yuta's idea is like that of Infinite Tsukuyomi. She wants to use her awakened fruit ability to let everyone who hears her singing enter the dreamland she created. In it, everyone can live a happy and healthy life, without being ruled by celestial dragons, and without worrying about the slaughter of pirates. But Yuta didn't know that the truth of the matter might break her down. She was the Demon King who killed millions of people in Elegia back then. And the celestial dragons that she hates the most, she is one of them. This is why the red hair has never explained, he doesn't want his daughter to live in pain all the time. At the same time, when the Yuta concert was about to start, various forces finally came to Elegia. The whole country is waiting for the debut of the world diva. Even the Straw Hat crew is amazed by such a grand scene. Is this the charm of a world singer? Sanji was stunned. This crowd of people looked like Jane is heavy and terrifying. That's not all. I heard that this concert will be broadcast live all over the world. Nami on the side said so. Maybe it was because of the correction of the world. At this time Yuta already wanted to start his own actions. She wants to spread her songs all over the world, and then bring everyone into the dreams she prepared, so as to create a world without wars and killings. The only weakness of this ability is that Yuta sleeps. As long as Yuta falls asleep, this ability will be released. But for this weakness, Yuta ate a thing called insomnia mushroom. She will never sleep, so as long as she does not sleep, this dream will always exist. In fact, these plans of hers, let alone redheads, even the world government don't know about them. Although the world government knows what Yuta is planning, they don't know exactly what to do. The only thing the world government knows is that Yuta's devil fruit ability is very powerful after awakening. After all, he can summon the legendary king of songs. Perhaps the only person in this world who knows what Yuta wants to do at this moment is Xuan Yukonggying. Suddenly Luffy frowned and looked around. What's the matter, Luffy? Nami asked curiously, but Luffy frowned for a long time, then smiled and shook his head at Nami. He just told himself that there are strong people around, but then Luffy forgot about it. Because this is the concert of the world's singers, there are not a few people like them who come, and it seems that it is not difficult to understand the words of some strong people occasionally. Among these countless people, the Red Hair Pirates, the powerful members of the World Government CP organization, Admiral of Headquarters Fujitora, Alternate Admiral Momosuke, T-Dolphins, etc. are all among them. Marine was ordered by the World Government. Although Fujitora couldn't understand why he wanted to do something to a world singer, he still obeyed the order. Of course, whether Fujitora will make a move depends entirely on his own ideas. At the same time, Xuan Yukonggying and his party also came here. At this time, Xuan Yukonggying changed into her own purple kimono, followed by the sons from the Winter Kingdom, Eula of Mond, D-Luke, Guya, Inazuma's Arataki Aikido, Guro, Hisaki Shinobu, and Yamato. There are enough people like them, with several admiral-level combat powers, they should be able to deal with many troubles. The most important thing is that with pocket anchors, the strong under Xuan Yu's shadow can be teleported over at any time. Under the dim light, countless people who came to the concert around did not discover the identities of these people. No one is surprised even if it is Marine. After all, this is the concert of the World Diva, and there are not a few Marines in this crowd. After all, the fans of the World Diva are all over the world. Yuta, Yuta. At this moment, countless cheers sounded, and a tall figure with red and white hair and slender legs slowly appeared on the stage in the distance. Wow, Miss Yuta. Sanji's nose bleeds, looking at Luffy with envious eyes. Luffy, how could he have such a beautiful older sister? In fact, if the person worshipped by the Empress hadn't become Xuan Yukonggying, Sanji would probably have the heart to kill Luffy. I saw Yuta walking out step by step, looking at the crowds of fans in front of her, with a smile on her face. Elegia's millions of deaths made her realize that the world was seriously ill. She doesn't want people to die anymore, because even if it is to change the world, it is to start a war. In that case, even if the war changes the world in the end, everyone can live a good life, but how many people will be sacrificed in the process? So Yuta thought of this method, that is to use his own ability to create a beautiful world, so that everyone can live the life of their dreams in the dream world, so that the world can be changed without war. With the phone bug connecting the whole world turned on, Yuta came to the stage, holding the microphone in her hand. She looked at everyone present and shouted loudly. Good evening, everybody. With the sound of Yuta's voice, the whole world became a sensation in an instant. Whether it is marine, pirate or any profession, there are fans of Yuta. The charm of the world singer can be seen in Madara. Yuta at this time is simply the center of the world, and countless eyes are focused on her. Advertisement. Inside the holy place of Mariajoy, a celestial dragons looked at Yuta and said excitedly. Father, I want her to be my slave, sing for me alone. So said the celestial dragons. But the moment the words fell, he was slapped away by his father. Shut up. A handful of celestial dragons have been removed from. The five elders know Yuta's identity, it is the blood of the Figolon family. You must know that the current Fei Jolin family is just a branch. If the original direct line is all buried in the Valley of Gods. The only ones left are probably the red-haired Shanks and Yuta. And that Figolon Shanks is so powerful, it is said that five elders selected him as the new five elders candidate. If this guy returns, then Yuta, as his daughter, can immediately become the princess of celestial dragons. It is true that celestial dragons are arrogant, but they also know that within celestial dragons, they are also divided into ranks. The first is the mixed race celestial dragons. These are generally the offspring of celestial dragons and ordinary people. After all, celestial dragons also like to play with slaves. It is not normal to be selfish if you are not careful. Pass. This category of celestial dragons is the lowest in status. Followed by pure-blood celestial dragons, but celestial dragons also pay attention to the inheritance system. The one who inherited the main house is the direct line, while the branch house is the offspring. The blood of Shanks is the direct line of the Figolon family. Although that line was wiped out due to betrayal, but if Shanks really returns, then all this will no longer be a problem, and the main line is Shanks. There is also an existence above the Celestial Dragon's 19th royal family, that is, the Celestial Dragon's family that came out of the 5 elders. The Celestial Dragon's family at this level is uncertain. After all, the 5 elders are all chosen by IM, and excellent people can become them. The funniest thing about this generation is that the 2 people selected by IM are both Celestial Dragon's traitors. A Doflamingo, a redhead Shanks. It's just because they are so good. In the group of waste Celestial Dragons, 2 Conquerors hockey owners were born, which are much better than the current 5 elders. So if the redhead can really be the 5 elders, isn't his daughter the real Celestial Dragon's princess? Even if there was only this possibility, the Celestial Dragons who knew the truth could not allow accidents to happen, so they slapped their son directly to tell him to shut up, otherwise he would. Redhead really became the 5 elders candidate, and their family will be unlucky. In fact, although 5 elders ordered to kill Yuta, but this order is not certain. The order Marine received was to obey the words of the CP organization. The CP organization received an order that, on the premise of Yuta's truth, it would be best if it could return to Celestial Dragons. It would be a different matter if Yuta knew that her family and parents were killed by the world government and had hatred. Yuta started to sing, but she didn't activate the fruit ability directly at the beginning, maybe she was waiting for the last song of 3.4. Worthy of being a world diva. Xuangyu Kongying sighed and said, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people at the scene. So many people are all intoxicated by Yuta's singing. Whether it is the fruit ability or Yuta's own ability, it is amazing. But when the concert came to the last moment, Yuta was surrounded by a strange aura, and Xuangyu Kongying realized it instantly, and then the figure disappeared directly in place. But when Xuangyu Kongying disappeared, the hidden red-haired Shanks also showed the same action. Yuta stood in front of the microphone, and the moment she opened her hands, 2 figures appeared behind her. Xuangyu Kongying and the red hair appeared in an instant, and the 2 punched each other, forming a terrifying airflow and rushing in all directions. Red hair. Xuangyu Kongying. In an instant, the whole world was a sensation. The concert of the world diva, even big figures such as 4 emperors paid attention to it. It was not because they liked the world diva, but because they all had their own concerts. I learned about the transfer of some world government and marine. Sure enough, they didn't disappoint. Both of them actually showed up. It seems that a big event is going to happen this time. Yuta turned around tremblingly, and then saw the red hair. At this time, the red hair already had stubble, not as young as he remembered. Xuangyu Kongying and Hongfa still maintained the posture of fisting each other, the fists of the 2 were punching through the air, which is obviously the entanglement of conquerors. But the control of the 2 is extremely terrifying, so that Yuta is not affected at such a close distance. The red hair stared at Xuangyu Kongying, and said angrily. Xuangyu Kongying, what do you want to do to my daughter? Xuangyu Kongying was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized that the emotional redhead had misunderstood. He thought he knew the identity of Yuta Celestial Dragons, and that he, who was hostile to Celestial Dragons, was here to kill Yuta, so he came out instantly. 082. Shanks reveals his identity and reveals his 800-year-old secret. Seek full order, seek more updates. 082. People all over the world were shocked by this moment. One side is the 4 emperors of the new world, and the other side is the heavenly principles governing the world. In fact, strictly speaking, Xuangyu Kongying's status is higher than that of the 4 emperors, because even if the world is not clear about the background of the ruling of the 7 gods, what is certain is that the 7 gods are all strong at the 4 emperors level. It might even be stronger than the 4 emperors. In that case, Xuangyu Kongying's subordinates alone would have at least 4 emperors. Sent. Gux. When Yuta saw Shanks, she shouted in surprise, but her face was dark with anger. Obviously she didn't know the truth at this time, and thought that Shanks was the one who destroyed the entire kingdom. Swipe. Swipe. At this moment, another figure came to the field, and the first ones were the members of the Straw Hats. Next is Marine Admiral Fujitora, and 2 alternate admirals. As for the members of the CP organization, they are still hidden in the dark. However, with the appearance of so many strong men, the people present were also terrified. 4 emperors Shanks. Run away. Everyone run away. Shanks, are you trying to destroy Elegia for the second time? The scene fell into chaos, but at this time, no one paid attention to these things. After all, the conflict between Xuangyu Kongying and the red-haired Shanks, if not handled properly, would cause world turmoil. Fujitora's expression is very serious, just these 2 alone, he dare not say that he can defeat any one of them alone. You misunderstood, I didn't want to shoot Yuta, I just wanted to stop him from doing some crazy things. Xuangyu Kongying said to the red hair, although Yuta's means may not affect the top powerhouses, but Xuangyu Kongying guessed that if Yuta made too many people intoxicated in the dream, it might wake up the demon king of songs. Although Xuangyu is not afraid of that kind of existence like the sun god Nika, if it is really awakened, it will pose a huge threat to this world. The redhead froze for a moment, then looked at Yuta, and finally realized suddenly. I see, Yuta, is this your plan? His expression is a bit complicated, because he knows Yuta's fruit ability. Fujitora at the side looked at the 2 curiously, and Xuangyu Kongying explained. Yuta, the world singer, did you just want to activate the fruit power 06? Through the live broadcast all over the world, your singing voice will be conveyed to the whole world. Then activate the awakened fruit ability, and you can pull everyone who hears your singing into the Yuta world you created. From then on, the so-called perfect world can be realized, and there will be no more wars and disputes. Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, Fujitora and the others' faces changed drastically, and they immediately knew why the five elders asked them to obey orders. Because if Yuta does this, although the top powerhouses may be fine, as long as their strength is not qualified, as long as they hear this song, they will enter the illusory world. Unless you are deaf, you cannot resist this power. After all, you must know that Luffy in the original book came to Yuta after defeating Kaido. But even at that level of Luffy, he was still tricked. Of course, it can only be said that Luffy has no vigilance against Yuta, otherwise any devil fruit has a limit, as long as Haki is strong enough, he can be immune to the power of devil fruit. Otherwise, wouldn't the fruit of the law of causality like Ains be really invincible? If that's the case, this fruit would have been collected by the world government long ago. So as long as Haki reaches a certain level, it can be immune to fruit effects. Of course, if the Haki level of the fruit-capable user is not weaker than yours, then there is still a certain danger. I see, Miss Yuta, your ability is too dangerous, and you actually want to attack the whole world. Lao Jing must not just sit idly by. Fujitora said solemnly. The breath erupted all over his body at the moment, and it seemed that he was about to make a move. Fujitora's justice is the purest, he has no malice towards Yuta, but Yuta really wants to harm the whole world, and for this reason alone, he will attack Yuta. But at this moment, Luffy stood in front of Yuta, looked at Fujitora seriously and said, Yuta, you can't move. Hearing Luffy's words, Yuta was stunned for a moment, and then moved. Luffy, we meet again. Luffy smiled and said to Yuta. Don't worry Yuta, as long as I'm here, no one in this world can hurt you. Although it was a bit exaggerated, Luffy at this time did barely have the strength to say such things. Advertisement. Although he has not really awakened yet, at this time Luffy has gained a combat power comparable to that of the four emperors in advance. Especially after learning Conqueror's Winding and Armed Color emission from Kaido, Luffy's strength has skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Mariajoy, the shrine of the world government, the five elders ordered the phone bug. The CP organization listened to the order. The world singer Yuta has the evil power that threatens the whole world, and ordered to kill her on the spot. Listening to five elders' orders, white figures appeared around them. All of them are strong members of the CP organization, and each of them is comparable to Admiral. After all, the world government has existed for 800 years, and this background is simply unimaginable. To put it bluntly, if they are willing to cultivate strong people, they can cultivate all kinds of strong people comparable to Admiral at any time. For example, after taking a Phantom Beast or Logia, all kinds of strong people above the Admiral level will personally teach them. As long as they are not really stupid, they can become strong in a very short time. Not to mention geniuses who can be selected by the CP organization, they will not be stupid people. So at this time, it is not surprising that world government has brought out so many guys comparable to Admiral, Shuang Yukongying and others. A total of 9. This is the foundation of world government. Fujitora thought to himself, although these strong members of the CP organization are like robots, and even lost their emotions and hearts, so their strength is not as good as that of ordinary Admiral-level strongmen. But there are too many. At this time, the 9 Admiral-level powerhouses organized by CP0, plus Marine Admiral Fujitora and 2 alternate admirals, their combat power is simply terrifying. The red hair looked at Yuta, then at the strong man of the CP organization, he suddenly stood up and said. Let me speak to the 5 elders. He has escaped for so many years, but today he finally has to make a choice, because he knows that as celestial dragons, although he can achieve supremacy, he will never be truly free. Just because the celestial dragons have a supreme existence, as long as they have this blood, they have no chance to resist. Hearing Honka's words, a strong man from the CP organization whispered a few words to the phone worm. Not long after, a strong man from the CP organization came to Honka with the phone worm. At this time, the live broadcast of the concert was still going on around the world, but Honka knew that this was what 5 elders wanted. Shanks. Luffy and Yuta exclaimed, their intuition told them that something big was about to happen. And Shuang Yukongying also raised her eyebrows, and nodded secretly at the moment. It really fits the words guess, the world government has a great tolerance for red hair. But the premise of this kind of tolerance is that they absolutely have the means to make the red hair surrender. 5 elders. I saw the red hair talking to the phone bug, and the whole sea fell into a commotion. The 4 emperors of New World gathered. Whitebeard saw this scene, his eyes lit up, although he always guessed that this redhead was not simple, but he didn't expect that, he can actually talk to 5 elders directly. Although it sounds a bit detrimental to morale, the reality is that in front of the world government, the 4 emperors are actually clowns. If the world government really wanted to eradicate the 4 emperors, it would have done so long ago. Just like now, with Fujitora plus 9 admiral-level powerhouses organized by CP, it is really not difficult to destroy a 4 emperors group. Except for the 4 emperors themselves, no one can stop this force, and after the subordinates died, these 10 admiral-level powerhouses besieged the 4 emperors. No matter how perverted the 4 emperors were, the final result would be in only one. HMPH, the red-haired guy really betrayed the pirates. Kaido said so while drinking, but the ant glanced at him and said nothing, because the 2 of them betrayed the pirates, and at this time they also reached a cooperative relationship with the world government. Redhead, have you finally made a choice? When 5 elders said so, there was actually happiness in his words. At this moment, the whole world fell into silence. After the red hair glanced at Yuta, he finally took a deep breath and said. I agree to your terms. Hearing the redhead's words, the 5 elders laughed out loud. This is the day they were waiting for. As long as the redhead agrees to this condition, the most talented celestial dragons of all time will return to their clan from now on. With the red hair and the 800-year heritage of the world government, this sea is still under their control. Since that's the case, then we will keep our promise. 5 elders said so, and then a shocking scene happened, and there were bursts of strange light on the red-haired body. Xuangyu raised his eyebrows when he saw this ray of light, because this ray of light was exactly the same as the attack touched by the world government last time. It was Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons. The world government at that time directly killed millions of lives in a country in order to obtain the qualification to negotiate with Xuangyu Kongying. The aura of power at that time was very similar to that emanating from the red-haired body at this time. It seems that this so-called Uranus should have a great relationship with celestial dragons. Yuta. At this moment, Luffy exclaimed, and everyone looked around, only to see this kind of light emitting from Yuta's body as well. Luffy wanted to go forward, but under this force, he couldn't touch Yuta, and he didn't even dare to make a move, because he was afraid of hurting Yuta. Advertisement. At the same time, the place where the world government 5 elders is located, the 5 elders at this time are a little excited. The bloodline of the flying dragon is about to be activated. From now on, there will be no red-haired Shanks, only celestial dragons Figulon Shanks Saint. But 5 elders didn't know that after so many years of planning, the red hair had already known that this day would come. At this time, the eyes of the whole world gathered here because of Yuta's live broadcast. I saw the red hair who was flying in the air like Yuta, suddenly broke out his conqueror's haki, and then shouted loudly. My red-haired Shanks. My real name is Figulon Shanks. I have the blood of one of the royal family of celestial dragons, a baby taken in by Captain Roger after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The red-haired voice spread throughout the whole world, and countless people were shocked by it, but Xuangyu Kongying understood that the red-haired man knew that this day would come, and he wanted to reveal the truth of the world with his own hands. 5 elders' complexion also changed drastically, and they roared loudly. Damn guy, hurry up. Let the CPO stop him from talking. The CP organization powerhouses on the scene are just about to make a move. But at this moment, Marine Admiral Fujitora, everyone in the straw hats, and Xuangyu Kongying and the others stood in front of the red hair. Everyone, do you still want to do it? Seeing this scene, the powerful members of the CP organization fell silent, and so did the 5 elders, because they knew that, under the obstruction of these people, the CP organization had no way to stop Shanks. Spoke. But what makes 5 elders even more angry is that Fujitora wants to stop him. This guy can't stay. Not only that, the red hair pirates also stood up and protected their boss in the middle. The boss is the celestial dragons. Ha ha ha, I guessed it a long time ago, this guy really thinks we are stupid. Yes, he is the most stupid person on the whole ship. Everyone laughed loudly, without any sense of tension, even knowing that their boss is celestial dragons, they didn't back down at all, perhaps they already knew that today would happen. There was some emotion in the red-haired eyes, and then he looked at the live phone bug in front of him with a serious expression, as if he was looking at the whole world. When the red hair spoke, the whole sea was in shock, especially the top powerhouses in the sea were even more astonished. They all stood up involuntarily and looked at the red hair with nervous eyes. Perhaps a historic moment will be born on this 017th. The celestial dragons have an inheritance place called the Valley of the Gods. That place is the holy place of the celestial dragons, and it is also the location of Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Since 800 years ago, with the help of the sun god Nika, that is, Joyboy, the ancestors of 20 royal families obtained Uranus, relying on the help of Uranus and the sun god Nika. 20 royal families overthrew the chaotic age of gods, and finally founded 20 kingdoms, such as the former Alabasta is one of them. As soon as this remark came out, the whole world was shocked, even Princess Vivi Cobra and others did not know such secrets. And 5 elders' face is ugly, will the secret truth of the world be revealed? The red-haired guy has already put life and death aside, but they can't control it, because it's a pity to kill the red-haired, and the red-haired who will immediately awaken the blood of the dragon will be controlled by I am. My lord, then was the best 5 elders heir. And Nika, the sun god, built a huge kingdom on the red line, a kingdom full of laughter and powerful technology, and even created a Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Quote. And the royal family of the huge kingdom is the Lunaria family. 800 years ago, they were called the Protoss by people all over the world. Inside the beast's pirates, Jin's face was shocked. He only knew that his race had been hunted down since he spoke out, but he didn't expect such an outrageous background. Although they always claimed to be gods. However, the reason for claiming to be a Protoss has never been found. It turned out that the ancestor was the sun god Nika. But as the world settled down, looking at the huge kingdom above the entire world, the first-generation kings of the 20 royal families couldn't help it. Power has corrupted their hearts. Forgot that I was once a slave too. Quote. Under the call of one person, they formed a huge coalition army and jointly launched a rebellion against their former partner, the sun god Nika. It even described the huge kingdom where it is located as a new kingdom of God, a country that enslaves the entire world. But the real purpose of Nika, the sun god, is to make people in the whole world laugh, and everyone can have enough food. Because of being betrayed, the huge kingdom was destroyed, and the sun god Nika fell. From then on, 20 royal families established the world government on the red line, and they called themselves celestial dragons, and became For the person I hated the most, I enslaved the whole world. Listening to the passionate voice of the red hair, the whole world was shocked, and countless people were shocked. Is this the truth of the world? Only Xuangyu is indifferent, because he is a time traveler, and through the plot of the previous life and some information, he finally guessed a similar plot. Five Elders' face was gloomy, so it seems that there is no other way, the world will resist after knowing the truth, it seems that a big cleansing will be carried out. Such a thing has not happened in 800 years, which is also the reason why the world government is secretive. After all, every time the world knows the truth, it will set off resistance. But without the leadership of the sun god Nika, they would fail every time. Originally, they guessed that it was the revolutionary army that set off resistance in this era. 083. Redhead and Luffy's agreement, Joey Boy is Luffy. Seek full order, seek more updates. 083. The entire sea was shocked, because the biggest secret in the world was directly disclosed by the red hair. It also made many people in the sea realize that celestial dragons are not real gods. 800 years ago, they may also have been born as slaves, but because of the leadership of the sun god Nika, they overthrew the old gods who ruled the sea, or the old nobles. But the dragon slayer eventually became a dragon. The ancestors of the 20 royal families overthrew the sun god Nika who gave them freedom, and finally established the world government, which became the current celestial dragons. After knowing the truth, they discovered that the so-called celestial dragons were not the real creators, and the rebellion in their hearts was buried like this. This is the reason why the world government does not allow the truth of a blank century to be exposed, just because if this matter is exposed, many rebels will emerge from the sea. Although in the long history of 800 years, rebels like the Revolutionary Army have not never appeared, but every time they are cleaned up, there is a price to be paid. And it will take a long time for the sea to recover. Shanks, what the hell is going on here? Yuta looked at Shanks with disbelief in her eyes, because she seemed to have sensed something. But the redhead didn't speak, but at this moment, a tall figure appeared beside Xuangyu Konggying. When seeing this figure, the whole sea was shocked. Lady Rosalind, the 8th seat of the fools. The reputation of the fools in this sea is terrifying, because the fools are divided into seats according to their strength, and this belongs to the youngest son Dodalia, whose strength can even be compared to the admiral-level existence. They don't know that the young master who just went to sea was not at his peak, and the young master now is completely different from before. But even so, no one doubts the strength of a lady who is so much higher than the young master. This is definitely a strong man standing on the top of the sea. Even the world government and 4 emperors, etc., see the lady when it was Rosalind's time, she didn't dare to be careless. The Big Mother used to be called the most powerful woman in the whole sea, but now there are several monsters, so this title has long since disappeared. Master Tianli. Rosalind saluted Xuangyu Konggying first, and then looked at the red-haired Shanks and Yuta in front of her. Maybe I can tell you something about this. Hearing the lady's words, the red-haired face changed. That is the biggest secret of celestial dragons. Is the intelligence of the fools so terrifying? I saw Rosalind looking at Shanks and Yuta and said. Just now Shanks said that 800 years ago, there was a guy named Nika, the sun god, who led the ancestors of the celestial dragons to overthrow the old age of gods. In that era, the sun god Nika was called Joyboy, but the sun god Nika was not a ruler, on the contrary he was not interested in power, so the person in charge of command and management at that time was a man named Yeboy. Tom's guy. She is second only to the sun god Nika in the coalition army, but no one thought that when the old god's regime was overthrown, she would actually betray the sun god Nika, relying on the sun god Nika's trust, that the huge kingdoms on the red line were all destroyed, and even the Luria tribe was wiped out. Became the king of the world, she found the op fruit, and finally obtained the ability of immortality through performing the immortal surgery. The so-called throne of the world government that no one sits on has actually always had its own master, that is I am, who has ruled the world for 800 years, and is also the supreme controller of all celestial dragons. Listening to the words of Ms. Rosalind, the whole sea was shocked, even the marines, 4 emperors, etc., were all stunned. Maybe people will know something about Joy Boy, but they definitely won't know about I am. After all, I am is a long-lived person who has ruled the world for 800 years. She can indeed call herself a god. It's unbelievable that there are immortals in this world. Wait, op fruit, isn't that Trafalgar Law's fruit ability? Ha ha ha, can you get eternal life if you get Luo? The sea became chaotic, and countless people were attracted by the word, eternal life, even the 4 emperors group. Marco looked at his father excitedly. If his father gained eternal life, wouldn't the Whitebeard pirates be able to exist forever? But Whitebeard smiled slightly and said to everyone. Gu la 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 la, my stupid children. The reason why a person's life is wonderful is because it is short. W. Listening to what Whitebeard said, everyone smiled, but Aunt Kaido and the others were really excited. Can those who get the op fruit ability gain eternal life? Although they never considered whether Luo, who is an op fruit capable user, would be willing to consume his own life to perform immortal surgery for others, but they didn't mind if they snatched Luo into their hands first. Advertisement. In fact, although Luo has been growing, he is always under the monitoring of the world government. If Luo's fruit ability really awakens, the world government will catch him at all costs. They don't need the next eternal. This kind of fruit is best to be in reincarnation forever. The reason why they don't find some kill Luo is because if they kill too often, it will be a bit troublesome to find new op fruit, so they keep monitor Luo, as long as he is not awakened, just ignore him. The world government is also shocked. The crowd of fools is so terrifying, you can get this information from the world government. In fact, it is because they don't know the power of Tivat. In the world of Tivat, although all the elements are used, the elemental power can do many novel things. Like immortal Liyue spells, those are about the advanced use of elemental power, and Zhejiang Kingdom's technology is very high. Maybe every plant and tree on the ground will transmit information to them, so it costs some money. The core secret place of the world government has obtained a lot of information about IM. In addition to the truth obtained through various analysis, although this kind of information is generally to be destroyed, but the celestial dragons all know the existence of IM. Although these guys are unable to share information about Lord IM because of some restrictions, they can't help keeping records about Lord IM at home. After all, they worship Lord IM as a real god, and it is normal to have some legends about him of. Looking at everyone in shock, the lady continued. Uranus is the most mysterious of the three ancient weapons, although fools don't know what that thing is. But what is certain at the moment is that Uranus has the power to destroy a country in an instant, and this power is related to celestial dragons. I wasn't sure before, but after seeing the energy on the red hair and Yuta, the intelligence of our group is now in line. The 20 kings of the celestial dragons of the first generation are not stupid. After receiving the Uranus bestowed by the sun god Nika, they should have made a contract or some kind of certification process. The bloodline of celestial dragons is necessary to activate Uranus. On the contrary, it is precisely because of this contract that celestial dragons must exist in the world. Even IM wants to support this group of celestial dragons, just because the bloodline of celestial dragons is missing. Unable to drive Uranus. And this is also a contract at the same time. It should be the celestial dragons that are in contact with Uranus, and they should not be able to defy the guy in charge of Uranus, which is IM. Hearing this, countless people are suddenly enlightened, but most of them have ugly faces. Is this the power that destroyed a country in an instant during the Summit War and forced the world's 7 rulers to negotiate peace with it? 5 elders' face was even more ugly, and they were more frightened. Isn't this fool's intelligence organization too powerful? Even these things can be analyzed. At this time, Shuangyu Kongding took over the topic and said to Yuta. Yuta, your identity should also be celestial dragons, and you and the redhead should be from the same family. Although Hongfa is your adoptive father, he does have the same blood as you, so he can be regarded as your uncle. The Valley of the Gods should be the place where celestial dragons and Uranus sign the contract. It should be that all newly born celestial dragons will be sent to the Valley of the Gods to sign the contract. From then on, they will be the real nobles of the world. In the days of Rocks, the red-haired family took Rocks to the Valley of the Gods by sending red-haired to sign a contract with Uranus. Then the famous battle of the Valley of the Gods broke out. But it was because of this war that the young red-haired became the most special celestial dragons. He did not sign a contract with Uranus and belonged to the celestial dragons that were not under the jurisdiction of IM. As for Yuta, you are also from the Figilon family, even from the red-haired family, so after the red-haired family betrayed the Holy Land, your family has been persecuted. Finally, when you were a child, your parents should have been killed, and that's when the red hair rescued you, but you had already signed a contract with Uranus. So if I'm not mistaken, red hair has actually been dealing with 5 elders all these years, such as helping 5 elders maintain the balance of the sea. Its ultimate purpose is to exchange myself with you, and transfer the contract that belongs to Uranus on you to yourself. Shuangyu Kongding's voice fell, causing a sensation in the audience. Luffy even cried out with tears streaming down his face. Shanks. At this time, Yuta was also sluggish. In her eyes, the big devil with red hair had done so much for herself. And she was celestial dragons. At this time, the red hair also burst into a bitter smile. He wanted to finish everything in such a silent manner. Anyway, the seeds he had planted were about to germinate. He had already seen the day when he would fight to the death with Luffy. But unexpectedly, all this was actually told by Shuangyu Kongding. The information of the fools is really terrifying. Ha ha ha, Shuangyu Kongding, you've made me a little embarrassed by saying everything like that. Hearing what the redhead said, Shuangyu Kongding didn't laugh out loud, because this guy is a real man. He is also a good father. Seeing the golden light gradually pervade the red hair all over her body, Shuangyu knew that she should not leave any stains on the red hair. He was never a bad person. So Shuangyu Kongding looked at Yuta and said, you have always hated the redhead, but you didn't know that 18 years ago, it was your devil fruit ability time and space that summoned the demon king of songs and destroyed the entire Elegia. But the red hair at that time stopped you, but he didn't want you to feel guilty because of it and live in the shadows for the rest of his life, so he took the best of everything on himself. Since then, the red-haired Shanks' name has been resounding all over the world, and then he became the 4 emperors of the new world, but in the hands of the red-haired Shanks, there have never been innocent lives. Listening to Shuangyu Kongding's words, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in Yuta's mind. She looked at the redhead in disbelief. Advertisement. At this time, the red-haired man smiled wryly, and he concealed 18. Shuangyu Kongding just said everything about the past year, which made him somewhat embarrassed. But forget it, Yuta has grown up at this time, and she is not a child anymore. With Luffy by her side, she should soon come out of the shadows. At this time, people all over the world were shocked, and no one thought that the truth turned out to be like this. You must know that even if red hair is mentioned now, the most talked about is the former Elegia. Millions of people were killed by red hair in the former Elegia. It was such a heinous crime that gave Hongfa the capital to become the four emperors. Of course, his own strength was also terrifying. But I didn't expect that the truth turned out to be like this. Everything was to protect my daughter. Yuta didn't do it on purpose either. After all, it wasn't her idea that Devil Fruit's ability was out of control. If there was no red hair to stop it, more people would have died. How could this be? Yuta collapsed. Did he wrong Shanks all these years? The red-haired man laughed, and his figure slowly floated in front of Yuta, touched her head, and said with a smile. Yuta, I have to change to take care of my hunger in the future. And you too, Luffy, take good care of Yuta in the future, and when we meet next time, don't forget what you promised me. Hearing what the red hair said, Yuta and Luffy were all shocked. Countless people looked at the red hair with complicated eyes, because if Shuang Yukongdiang is right, when the contract on Yuta turns. After moving to the redhead, he will be subject to IM, which is the world government. At that time, the four emperors redhead will no longer be around, and there will be only one world government lackey redhead left. So one day, Luffy will stand against the person he admires the most in his life, and he may even die forever. Of course, Luffy can also choose not to participate. After all, no one knows at this time that he is the Joey Bobian of this era. But Shuang Yukongdiang said that since all the truths are revealed, the war will start one day, and if this is the case, there is no need to hide some things. So Shuang Yukongdiang looked at Luffy and said, Li Jiaohao. Nika, the sun god who overthrew the age of the old gods 800 years ago, is called Joyboy by all races in the entire sea. After his death, his strong belief and will finally turned into a devil fruit. Hearing this, 5 elders was shocked, but they couldn't stop it. The name of this devil fruit is Paramesha rubber fruit. And its real name is human fruit phantom beast sun god Nika form. Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, the whole world was shocked, and the sea was shocked. Naval headquarters, Sengoku and Garp stood up with a swipe, looking at Luffy in the picture in horror. Although Garp always believed that his grandson would not be a simple person, he never thought that his grandson would be the Joey boy of this generation. The four emperors are the most shocked, because the pirates, especially the big pirates, all have the idea of wanting to be Joey boy, especially Kaido. Joy boy. This kid is Joey boy. Kaido roared furiously, but Jin's eyes twinkled beside him, because he was from the Lunaria tribe. Strictly speaking, he was a descendant of Joy boy. Inheriting Joey boy's straw hat, Luffy, isn't he the voice I've been waiting for? He has always firmly believed that Kaido is Joey boy, but now it seems that he is not. After all, no one dares to refute what Shuangyu said. Well, so to speak, Luffy will have a fight with Hong in the future. Nami covered her mouth and said, looking at the silent Luffy, her eyes were full of distress. On this ship, Zoro and Nami were the first to contact Luffy. They knew how much Luffy admired the red-haired Shanks. Kill the person you admire the most with your own hands. If you look at the camps of the two, this seems to be the most unsolvable choice. The redhead pressed the straw hat on Luffy's head, and suddenly smiled and said yes. Luffy, remember what I told you. Listening to the redhead's words, Luffy raised her head, her face was already full of tears. 084. The Great Era begins, Luffy, waiting for you to kill me. Seek full order, seek more updates. 084. Luffy thought back to the conversation he had with the redhead. Waiting for him at the end of the new world, when he has the strength and qualifications to stand in front of him, return the straw hat to him with his own hands. Now that I think about it, perhaps the redhead already knew what would happen in the future. He will stand on the opposite side with Luffy after all, because he will not let his daughter Yuta be controlled by IM and the Celestial Dragons. He wants to make Yuta the person he likes, a real world singer, and bring joy to the whole world laughing language. So he chose to succumb to the world government, exchanging his own freedom for Yuta's freedom. But at the same time, before agreeing to the world government, the red hair also made a foreshadowing, that is, snatching the fruit of the sun god Nika, and then finding Luffy, and sacrificing an arm to set a bond with Luffy. The purpose is to let Luffy enter the sea, and thus continue to become stronger under the guidance of fate. Eventually reach the level of 4 emperors or even surpass 4 emperors, and personally terminate oneself during the final battle, then one's destiny will be considered fulfilled. In fact, it's fate, but it's better to say that everything has been in preparation since Roger's time. Otherwise, why did the crew of One Piece start from the 4 seas and arrange them in different places on the Grand Line? They're all waiting for Roger's Joey boy, especially after finding Luffy from the redhead. Why Rayleigh would take on Luffy's words is obvious. Also, since the apprentices are accepted, why Conqueror's winding and armed color emission teaching? Rayleigh is not like the kind of person who can hide. After all, they have all accepted apprentices. There is only one possibility, that is, Rayleigh believes that Luffy needs to experience, if he has not experienced all kinds of hardships and battles, and has fetters with the national races of this world, how can he become a joy boy representing all species? Looking at Shanks in front of him, although Luffy couldn't stop crying, his gaze gradually became firm. Shanks, I will definitely beat you, you wait for me. Listening to Luffy's words, looking at his firm eyes, the red hair showed a gratified smile. He betrayed this sea, but he also ended himself, maybe this is his fate. At this moment, the golden light on the red hair finally enveloped him completely. When the red hair was completely covered by this golden light, his temperament also changed greatly. If the red hair before was haughty and free and easy, then now it is haughty with a supreme dignity. The 5 elders were very excited when they saw this scene. Although the controller of Uranus is I am, if the celestial dragons, 773, who signed a contract with him are recognized, they will gain a powerful force area. Otherwise, why celestial dragons can become world nobles and rule the world for 800 years is not only because of I am, but also because of this factor. It's just that celestial dragons are really useless. With the gift from Uranus, as long as they work a little harder, they can become the strongest in the sea, but most of the celestial dragons are pot-bellied, which means that they have wasted all the good opportunities. But among the 10,000 rubbish, there will be a day when luck breaks out and someone with self-motivation will appear. That's how 5 elders came about. But even for 5 elders, they are far inferior to Red Hair and Doflamingo's aptitude. After all, it has to be admitted that even if they grow up in the Holy Land, no matter how self-motivated they are, if they are placed below, they are at the trash level. At most, they can walk on their own without wearing a glass cover, etc., and that's all there is to it. Unlike Redhead and Doflamingo, who grew up on the sea full of dangers and awakened conquerors' hockey, among the celestial dragons, they are the ones who are as talented as the 20 kings of the first generation. So no matter what method they use, celestial dragons wants to make the red hair return. For example, now, the red hair who has obtained the Tianlong contract is so powerful that it has improved a lot compared to before. On the red-haired body, Shuang Yukongdiang even sensed the desire to vent beyond Garp, which made Shuang Yukongdiang sigh, is this the essence of world government? Sure enough, he was right in not rashly attacking the world government. Who knows how many world governments have such a powerful force? The red-haired man slowly opened his eyes, his appearance remained unchanged, but his whole temperament was different. But Shuang Yu could tell that his thinking and will hadn't changed at all, but he couldn't disobey the order of I am, the controller of Uranus. It's just that I am didn't give him an order at this time. He looked at his daughter Yuta and Luffy complicatedly, and said in a low voice. The next time we meet, we will be enemies of life and death. Luffy, my current strength is very strong, and it is estimated that there will be great changes after I return to the Holy Land. By then, you must defeat me, please. Listening to what the redhead said, everyone sighed. Obviously they have their own consciousness, but they can't help themselves in the future. How painful is this? And Luffy nodded firmly. He will definitely defeat the red hair, he will take back the freedom of the red hair, and then return the straw hat that Red sent to him with his own hands. Finally, the redhead looked at Yuta, hugged her in his arms, and whispered. Yuta, take care of AGDD yourself from now on, and from today onwards you are not celestial dragons. Because no one who bears the contract of Uranus is not a true celestial dragons. Advertisement. This is true, like those hybrids in the Holy Land of celestial dragons, that is, celestial dragons children born to celestial dragons and female slaves, they did not obtain the contract of masterlessness. Of course, if they show enough outstanding aptitude, these semi-celestial dragons will one day become real celestial dragons. Many 5 elders now are actually like this. After all, those so-called pure-blooded celestial dragons are getting more and more depraved one by one. On the contrary, those with bad bloodlines will work harder to change their fate. As for red-haired and pure-blooded celestial dragons like Doflamingo, and guys from Conqueror's Hockey, this is simply the first time in 800 years. After returning to Pangu City, the Holy Land, and receiving the teachings of I am and the gift of Uranus, who knows how powerful these two people will be. Father! Yuta cried unceasingly, hugged the red hair, and called his father for the first time, which made the red hair tremble, pushed Yuta away tremblingly, and then looked at his crew. Everyone, I will no longer be 4 emperors Shanks, but a lackey of the world government, a dirty celestial dragon's Shanks, are you still willing to follow me? Hearing what the redhead said, Benkman stood up and said with a smile. Boss, without you having a banquet, it wouldn't be lively. The others were also laughing, and the red-haired eyes were full of tears. They were lucky to know them, but at the same time, they were also very guilty. They followed me on the road of 4 emperors, and now I have to follow me on a road of no return. Everyone was ready to set sail, but at this moment, Usopp on the red-haired boat suddenly yelled at Usopp. Son. Usopp was shocked. In fact, neither side is an idiot. If Luffy is Joey Boy, there will be a battle with the world government sooner or later. At this time, the red hair pirates have become the side of the world government, so there will be a confrontation between father and son in the future. Usopp looked at his tearful son and grinned. I'm not a good father, I'm even a beast, so next time we meet, hit here. When Usopp spoke, he pointed to the center of his brow, but his eyes were full of firmness and encouragement. Hearing Usopp's words, Usopp knelt directly on the ground, screaming, and the whole person was on the verge of collapse. Luffy on the side is also in a similar state, without Ace's death, now when Luffy collapses the most, it has become the present. Everyone in the Straw Hat group stuck to the two of them, comforting their shoulders. When the red hair pirates set sail, he turned around suddenly, opened his hands and looked at the live phone bug in front of him, and a voice resounding through the sea rang out. Come on. A new era has come. Let's chase after it. Raftel buries the power to overthrow the world government. Whoever can get everything there can become the new king of the world. At this moment, the figure of Roger appeared behind the red hair. Back then, Roger created the era of great pirates. Although the purpose was to create countless strong men, he did cause countless deaths. After all, pirates burned and looted too much. Perhaps this is the reason why Roger's life is not long. Even if there is no terminal illness, Roger probably doesn't want to live anymore after making such a decision, because he is the biggest villain in the whole world. Because of his words, countless people on the sea lost their lives, so Roger Kong died. And today's Shanks is the same. Even he directly disclosed the truth. Raftel buried the secret of defeating the world government, and at the same time called on the strong in the entire sea to stand on the opposite side of the world government. Whether they are for selfishness or justice, as long as they compete for the secrets of Raftel, they will become enemies with the world government. Under such circumstances, the world government will be against the whole world. Damn redhead. Forget it. This guy's aptitude is too strong. He may even become the most powerful 5 elders in history, even surpassing the 20 masters of first generation. That's right. Master I Am said that after he received the gift from Uranus, his strength might directly match that of the sun god Nika. In the face of such absolute strength, what if the world is in chaos? At worst, it will be cleaned up, and then it will take decades to re-establish a new order. 5 elders said so. Obviously the return of the red hair and Doflamingo gave them a lot of confidence. After all, they are self-aware, and they and others were similar to the celestial dragons now. It's just a little bit better than them. Biri is willing to eat devil fruit to become stronger, not a real waste and brain damage. But they are barely normal people, and even so, with the help of Uranus's gift over the years, they have obtained the top strength of this sea. It is conceivable that the red hair and Doflamingo, who are originally dragons among men, will have a terrifying future. Even the current redhead, initially received a gift from Uranus. It is estimated that with the strength of one person, 5 of them can be defeated. Even if Doflamingo's foundation is not as good as red hair, but among the celestial dragons group, he is still a monster that has never appeared in 800 years. After all, this guy is conqueror's hockey. If he hadn't been focusing on intrigue in the devil fruit factory, his strength would have reached the admiral level. Advertisement. After all, if the ability of devil fruit can be awakened, it is generally not weak, at least it is close to admiral's strength, unless it is a pure auxiliary fruit, and Doflamingo's string fruit is obviously not a pure auxiliary fruit. So the reason why Doflamingo has always been Shichibukai is completely his own fault. His mind is full of returning to the Holy Land or taking revenge on the celestial dragons, so he doesn't concentrate on cultivation. Otherwise, with his conqueror's hockey aptitude, even if he doesn't become a 4 emperors level existence, at least he is a true legendary pirate in New World. The red hair left, took his red hair pirates, and went to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. But what was exposed this time caused a sensation. In the whole sea, the news is simply exploding. Unbelievable, unbelievable, is a new era coming. The secret that has been hidden for 800 years has been exposed all at once. Mozgan said excitedly, and even because of the excitement, he was trembling all over. At this moment, he doesn't care about the so-called money anymore, he only cares about whether the news can spread across the sea. After all, only a small number of areas can watch the live broadcast. In some remote or impoverished areas, this kind of live broadcast cannot be seen. A new era. Really looking forward to it. He looked at the scenery outside the window, as if he was looking in the direction of the red line, and he didn't know whether this world government could really be overthrown. Big news. World government's 800-year-old secret is exposed. 4 emperors Shanks, world singer Yuta is actually a father and daughter, and they are also celestial dragons. Open black lens bracket. This is the real 4 emperors. They know that they will lose their freedom and become lackeys of the world government, but they insist on doing so, just to give their daughter real freedom. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Who is I am behind the scenes of world government. The so-called equality, the so-called void throne, has always had its own master, and the lies of world government have been revealed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Joey boy. The sun god Nika who was betrayed by the world government, this generation is actually a straw hat Luffy. Close black lens bracket. The news one by one shook the sea. No matter people who already knew or didn't know, they were still involuntarily shocked when they saw these news again at this time. In the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Long trembled with excitement. So his son is the Joey boy of this generation. This is the arrangement of fate. As a father, he created a revolutionary army determined to overthrow the world government, and his son's generation, Joey boy, is destiny. At this time, the commanders of the Revolutionary Army looked at the dragon excitedly. They saw the hope of overthrowing the world government. The father and son would lead them to overthrow the world government. Dragon is not interested in power. Overthrowing the world government is just trying to change this G world, otherwise he will stay in naval headquarters with his talent. Maybe he will be the new marshal now. Up. So Long said to everyone. Secretly contact Shuang Yukongying, we are going to talk about a deeper cooperation. Listening to the words of the dragon, Sabo immediately nodded and accepted the task, and at the same time wanted to take this opportunity to visit Luffy. After all, what happened to the red hair was a huge blow to Luffy. How can Luffy bear it if he wants to kill the red hair with his own hands in the future? At the same time, Ace from New World bid farewell to Whitebeard and went to look for Luffy as well. At this time, these two brothers were indeed the ones who cared about Luffy the most. Meanwhile, inside naval headquarters, everyone above Marine Vice Admiral is here at this time. Except for a very small number of vice admirals who were on the move, almost everyone came, and everyone's faces were full of dignity. However, the eyes of the people quietly looking at Garp are somewhat inexplicable. The son is a revolutionary soldier, and the grandson is actually the Joey boy of this generation. This family is born to be at odds with the world government. However, there were some different lights in the eyes of some marine generals. Obviously, the truth that Shuang Yukongdiang told and everything Honghair said shocked them greatly. There is no need to doubt the justice of those who can become the vice admiral of the headquarters. Although some of them may be a little bit extreme, they are indeed righteous in their hearts. After all, the headquarters is not those branches in a place within 4 seas marine. They look down on celestial dragons too much, they are the only ones who dare to speak out, only Garp. At this time these vice admirals are secretly thinking, celestial dragons are not ordinary people, world government. They are nothing but stealers, do we really have to follow their orders all the time? Of course, I thought so, but no one dared to say it or show it. Marine has been under the control of the world government for so many years, they have long been obedient, if no one stood up to call, or based on the spiritual support of all Marine. If not, no one would dare to resist the world government. Sengoku sighed. Of course he discovered the changes inside Marine, the altar of celestial dragons was completely pulled down by Shuang Yukongdiang and Red Hair. Let's talk about how to deal with such a big event. Quote. Sengoku said in a deep voice, and started the meeting. 085. 2-4 emperors, Fujitora, are publicly executed. Seek full order, seek more updates. 085. Listening to Sengoku's words, everyone was silent, and they didn't know what to do. Because Marine's mission has always been to fight against pirates and maintain peace in this sea, but looking at the development of things at this time, a war will follow. At that time, Marine will continue to uphold his justice and protect the peace of this sea, or participate in the war to fight for the dominance of this world. Sengoku, Marine will no longer be able to stay out of the matter. According to the relationship between superiors and subordinates, we belong to the army of the world government. If there is a war between countries, we must obey the orders of the world government. Crane Vice Admiral said so. Listening to her words, all the generals nodded. Although Marine has always said that it is fighting pirates since its establishment, in fact, what Marine does is not to obey the orders of the world government. It's like protecting celestial dragons, and destroying Ohara at the beginning, etc. These have nothing to do with fighting pirates, but they Marine can't refuse. But, is such a guy really worthy of our protection? Garp said while holding his nose, his eyes full of disdain, especially when he knew the truth 800 years ago. Originally, the ancestors of the celestial dragons were also oppressed slaves. Under the leadership of Nika, they established their own Zhuang kingdoms. As a result, when they stood up and became the masters, they were actually eaten away by their rights, and they backstabbed Nika, the sun god at that time. It can be said that celestial dragons claiming to be so-called gods is simply a joke, and they are simply despicable people. Listening to Garp's words, the marine generals present were all silent, and even the extremists who followed Akainu before had different ideas. Although their justice is extreme, after seeing the truth about celestial dragons, they also have a rebellious heart. In fact, this is what the redhead wants. At the last moment, he made everything public, just to stir up the world's resistance to celestial dragons. So the next war that will sweep the world is bound to start. The only thing celestial dragons can do is to win the war and clean up this era. In this way, celestial dragons can continue to maintain their noble image, so that no one dares to against yourself. As time goes by, people in this world will gradually treat celestial dragons as gods. Just like in the age of the old gods 800 years ago, those nobles who ruled the sea enslaved the entire sea and claimed to be the gods of the sea. No one dared to resist, even from the biological instinct. But the appearance of Nika with a smile, as if fearless, made the people of that era gain the heart of resistance. What celestial dragons want to do is the original old god. The difference is that they absolutely do not allow the new Nika to appear. While Naval Headquarters was discussing, the world government summoned suddenly. Order Marine Admiral Fujitora to go to the Holy Land of Mariajoy to explain why the CP organization was blocked this time. Looking at the officials of the world government, the expressions of the Marine generals present all changed drastically. But Fujitora seems to have expected it a long time ago. Since the time when he blocked the strong CP organization in Elegia, the world government will not let him go. Maybe even today, Fujitora did it on purpose. He has always had an unspoken idea in his heart. Now that the red hair has opened a new era, he can finally be a pioneer. Let's go. Fujitora stood up, and slowly turned around while holding his sword. Fujitora Admiral. The Marine Vice Admirals exclaimed, but they were organized by Fujitora waving their hands. Fujitora followed the world government staff away and said loudly. My colleagues, I still hope to uphold the justice in my heart. When speaking, the cloak of justice behind his back fluttered in the wind, and those two words seemed very conspicuous. After watching Fujitora leave, both Sengoku and Garp looked ugly. Sengoku, that Fujitora guy is voluntary. Garp said that although the world government has come to summon him, if Fujitora is unwilling to go, the world government has nothing to do. After all, it is an admiral-level fighter, unless the world government really wants to turn against Marine, otherwise it is impossible to openly send a strong person to arrest Fujitora. So at this time, Fujitora's going to the Holy Land is entirely for resources, and he must want to do something big. Sengoku also nodded. How could he not see what even Garp could see? Fujitora, what on earth are you trying to do? Sengoku was talking to himself, and at the same time, the Straw Hats and others on the other side also left Elegia. Yuta joined the Straw Hats. They remembered Shank's words and continued to New World, preparing to collect all the red history texts, and then went to the final island. Because the red hair said, over there is a way to defeat the world government. The 4 red historical texts are in the hands of Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, the Fishman Island, and Zhou Dao. Advertisement. When Xuangyu occupied Wanokuni, Kaido took the red history text away. In fact, not many people know that the red history text is the way to the final island. Otherwise, with the strength of Kaido and the others, they would have obtained all the historical texts long ago. After all, Kaido and Big Mom are in the same group, and the historical texts of Zhou Island and the Fishman Island cannot stop the 4 emperors from robbing them. The most important thing is that they don't know that people who can decipher ancient characters are the key. In fact, none of these 4 emperors and the great pirates know that the people who went to the final island. Positive method. But now Luffy knows, because it was the red hair who told him. After all, he is a member of Roger's pirate group. Before Roger left, he must have told the red hair a lot. The Fishman Island and Zhou Island were not difficult, and Luffy and others got them easily. Although the Fishman Island was Xuangyu Kongying's territory at this time, Xuangyu Kongying would not stop them. Raftel's secret may be helpful for the war, but Xuangyu thinks that no one should be able to enter it except Luffy. Otherwise, why didn't the world government send heavy troops to blockade Raftel for so many years, or even destroy it? The historical text is definitely not a hindrance, so there is only one explanation, that is, only certain people can reach Raftel. Comparing Luffy with Roger, the common ground that the two can be sure of is very simple, both have the ability to listen to the voice of all things. Perhaps only those who are born with this ability can reach Raftel, which is why the world government has been unable to find this place, and even destroyed it. Luffy, I know where the remaining 2 historical texts are. Xuangyu Kongying looked at Luffy and said, when leaving Elegia, Xuangyu Kongying chose to be with Luffy and the others. As for Ms. Eula and others, they went back to prepare first. After all, the war is really not far away. After Luffy arrives at Raftel, it may be the clarion call to start the war. Really? Before Luffy could speak, Robin became excited. After all, as long as they found the remaining 2 pieces of red history text, they could reach the final place, Raftel. Looking at Luffy, Xuangyu Kongying said, the remaining 2 red historical texts are in the hands of Kaido and Damam respectively. That is to say, if you want to reach the final place, you must defeat these 4 emperors, to obtain the red historical texts in their hands. Xuangyu Kongying said this, it seems to be the arrangement of fate, if you want to become One Piece, you really can't take advantage of it. Because the red historical text is in the hands of the 4 emperors, the prerequisite for becoming One Piece is to defeat the 4 emperors. In fact, according to the beginning of this world, the 4 red historical texts should be in the hands of 3-4 emperors, or even 4 emperors. Apart from Kaido and Big Mom, the Fishman Island used to be under Whitebeard's possession. If Whitebeard is a normal pirate, maybe the red history text is in his hands. The second is Zhou Island, the 2 fur tribes in the Red Sheath 9, Inulin and Momoshiro, who have been members of the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates together with Kazuki Oden. Therefore, if the red hair is willing, after the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, he can go to Zhou Island to obtain this red history text. In the hands of 4 emperors. It's just that Whitebeard and Redhead don't want it, because their goal is not to become One Piece, so even if Redbeard knows the truth of the red history text, he puts it where it is, waiting for Luffy to go to sea. So if you want to become One Piece, you really need to defeat 4 emperors, but now there are only 2 left, but it is also very difficult. Because these 2 emperors have formed an alliance, and they are even stationed within a 10,000 kingdoms at this time, the next thing for the Straw Hats to do is to defeat the 2 emperors and obtain 2 pieces of red history text at the same time. Kaido and Bigmom hands. Let's go, everyone, let's beat the 4 emperors. Luffy said loudly. Xuangyu smiled slightly, but he didn't say to help. Because Xuangyu Kongying believes that the sun god Nika can be turned into a fruit, and the generation after generation is looking for successors. If Raftel intervenes too much rashly, it may change. So for the next step, let Luffy go by himself, let Luffy use his own strength to defeat the 2 emperors and reach Raftel himself. After all, he promised Shanks that in the final battle, he would personally defeat Shanks and return the Straw Hat to him. If even the current Kaido and Big Mom can't be defeated, how can they deal with Shanks who have become celestial dragons? You must know that when Shanks first obtained the Uranus contract, Shanks' unleashed strength had increased several times compared to his previous self. If the previous Shanks were unfathomable, but still weaker than Whitebeard in the 4 emperors, then the current Shanks have completely surpassed Whitebeard and Garp. This is the foundation of the world government ruling the world for 800 years, otherwise, how could the world government have always been on top by relying on those trash-like celestial dragons? For such a long time, is there really no one who wants to resist? There must be, but the power of the world government is far beyond imagination. Even if IM doesn't take action, even the 4 emperors, strictly speaking, are not taken seriously by the world government. The reason why the 7 rulers of the world are treated solemnly is because the strength mastered by the 7 gods surpasses the level of the 4 emperors in the eyes of the world government, which makes the world government extremely afraid. In this way, the Straw Hats headed towards the New World, and their goals were 4 emperors Kaido and 4 emperors Ant. And when everyone was sailing to the New World, Marine Admiral Fujitora also went to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Advertisement. In the huge hall, 5 elders sat on the sofa exuding a powerful aura, looking at Marine Admiral Fujitora in front of him. Fujitora, are you convicted? Curly-haired 5 elders asked in a deep voice. The final battle is about to start, after that. Before that, some internal unstable factors should be cleaned up first. Fujitora in front of him is a warning. Fujitora is the first, followed by Garp. Of course, the world government never thought of killing Fujitora directly. After all, doing so would undoubtedly force Marine to resist. They called Fujitora here to suppress Fujitora and make him. He knows that it's good to be a dog obediently, and don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. But what five elders didn't expect was that Fujitora said in a deep voice. Dare to ask five elders, is the fairness that the world government said, really implemented? Is there really no one sitting on the void throne? Hearing Fujitora's words, five elders' complexion changed drastically, and they roared angrily. Fujitora, recognize your own position, you are Marine Admiral, your status is given to you by us. If you still don't admit your crime, the consequences are beyond your imagination. Listening to five elders' words, Fujitora smiled. This blind man has always had his own justice. As Marine Admiral, he is the world's top powerhouse, but because of the guilt in his heart and the responsibility of Marine Admiral, he can kneel down to the citizens of Dressrosa, which is enough. To prove that Fujitora is the real justice. If this kind of justice is being guarded, please forgive me, I will no longer obey the orders of the world government. Hearing Fujitora's words, five elders' eyes burst out with murderous intent. If they can't be obedient dogs, then they must not stay. After all, they are aware of Fujitora's combat power. If they can't obediently serve them with such top-level combat power, then they must not let it go, otherwise, if they become. Where's the enemy? Boom. Five elders burst out with all their breath, suppressing Fujitora. Any one of them can fight Fujitora alone, let alone five people coercing Fujitora at the same time. But what they didn't expect was that Fujitora didn't resist at all. He seemed to have expected this result before coming. Keep Fujitora down, it's time for Marine to shock, make Fujitora's charges public, and hold a public execution. The five elders with swords said so. Originally they didn't want to kill Fujitora, because it might cause Marine's dissatisfaction. But judging from Fujitora's attitude, they seem to have also seen Marine's instability, and they are now ready to change their thinking, that is, to make an example of others. The dignified Admiral World Government said that execution is execution, and he doesn't believe those ordinary Marines, who really dare to resist the world government. So this time not only to kill, but also to kill in a fair manner. But they don't know, this is what Fujitora wants, he has been waiting for this day. After the Elegia incident on the sea, another big news shook the entire sea, countless people were shocked by it. That was the life of Marine Admiral Fujitora, who was detained by the world government because he helped the pirates block the powerful CP organization when he was in Elegia. And after 7 days, there will be a public execution. When this news came out, it directly caused a sensation in the entire sea, and at the same time, it also allowed the world government to get what it wanted. That is the information that came from the Marine soldiers were terrified, and the high-ranking Marine Admiral actually said that the execution was executed immediately. Just because of the truth 800 years ago, the embarrassing thoughts about the world government were instantly extinguished. After all, this person is afraid. In their eyes, Admiral, who is ruining the world, can be crushed to death in the hands of the world government. This makes Marine's resistance to the world government dissipates directly into the invisible. It seems that the idea of the world government has succeeded, and it seems to be effective to use a Supreme Admiral to make an example of others. But Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral think that Fujitora is not such a simple person, he should be planning something. As for the execution day, it will be on the red line, because the world government is not at ease with Marine, so this time the execution will be carried out by CP0 on the red line. Not only to frighten the Marine, but also to frighten the whole sea, to make the sea realize that the world government is still the world government after all. Don't think that knowing so much truth can really compete with the world government, otherwise Fujitora's fate will be their fate. 086. Fujitora died voluntarily, and he has conquerors. Seek full order, seek more updates. 086. What? That uncle is going to be publicly executed. On the Straw Hats, Luffy exclaimed. Everyone who followed them back to New World also had a change of expression. Among them are Hutao Yito and others. When they knew that Luffy and the others were going to New World to defeat Kaido, how could they miss Yamato? No, that uncle is a good man. Luffy said seriously, he has played with Fujitora several times, and in Luffy's eyes, there is never a lineup division, there are only good guys and bad guys. After all, his grandfather is Marine, and his father is a revolutionary soldier. No matter what lineup he is in, it is actually the same for Luffy. So Luffy, who thinks Fujitora is a good person, will never sit idly by. But just when Luffy was about to move, he was stopped by Xuang Yukonggying. No need, because the tiger begged to die by himself. Listening to Xuang Yukonggying's words, everyone was stunned. Xuang Yukonggying continued to speak. Fujitora is also Marine Admiral anyway, and Marine has Sengoku and Garp, two of the world's top fighters, and they are not bad even in the face of 4 emperors. Secondly, there is Kong Kong, the previous Marshal of Marine. Although he is directly under the Commander-in-Chief of the world government at this time, he still has a heart for Marine. If Fujitora is willing, as long as he speaks to them, they will deal with it. It is impossible for Fujitora to be directly and publicly executed like this. Listening to Xuang Yukonggying's words, Robin suddenly realized. So, he was arrested by resources. Also, if an admiral wants to leave, he can leave even if it is a dragon's lake or a tiger's den. And Fujitora's devil fruit, if you want to escape, it's really not difficult. After all, Fujitora's many fruits can control gravity, which is simply not weaker than Whitebeard's devil fruit. Fujitora's strength has always been a mystery, because he has never really played history. September 43 inches Admiral-level powerhouses, devil fruits are generally awakened, and the heavy fruit of Fujitora should be the same. As we all know, Paramesha is the most perverted, and if Paramesha's devil fruit is awakened, it is simply a monster. Isn't Golden Lion's lion fruit amazing? It can make islands float into the air, and Fujitora's heavy fruits can do the same. After Fujitora's fruit ability awakened, Xuangyu Kongying even suspected that he also had the same ability to destroy the world as Whitebeard. For example, if he directly disturbs the gravity of a continent, it will cause a terrible natural disaster. Earthquakes, flash floods, tsunamis, etc. will all be formed due to the chaos of gravity. So Fujitora's method of summoning meteorites from space is the opposite of his normal attack. It should not be difficult for Fujitora to directly change the gravity of the Earth, thereby causing the scene of the Earth shaking and the mountains shaking and destroying the world. Therefore, with the ability of many fruits, Fujitora can even fly directly into the universe if he wants to, so if he wants to escape, the world government will definitely not be able to keep him, unless IM takes action. But even so, Fujitora was caught by the world government, so it cannot be said that he did it on purpose. Listening to the analysis of Xuangyu Kongying and Robin, everyone suddenly realized. But why would he do that? Nobody wants to die, does they? Nami asked suspiciously, not knowing exactly what Fujitora was thinking. Everyone was silent, only Xuangyu Kongying vaguely guessed something. Fujitora probably wants to do a big event, and Lei Kongying can guess part of this big event. But the part that Xuangyu Kongying guessed should not require Fujitora to die. At this moment, Walnut's voice suddenly sounded. Lord Tianli, I'm going to the red line. Hearing Hu Dao's words, Xuangyu Kongying looked at her immediately. At this time, Zhongli and Wendy were not there. Of course, Xuangyu Kongying could sense that these two guys were hiding nearby. The distance is neither far nor near, even the boundless sea cannot affect these two people. After all, neither Wendy nor Zhongli are afraid of seawater, and they can fly at the same time. Xuangyu Kongying felt that when Hu Dao said that he was going to the red line, Zhongli's breath changed. It seems that this old man Zhong is really worried about his little girl, Hu Dao. Fujitora Admiral is my customer. When he was in Sumeru, he placed an order for the supreme package of my Gusido. Hu Dao said seriously. Everyone's hearts sank when they heard Hu Dao's words. Did they already know this day in advance? What exactly is Fujitora going to do? Okay, let's go then. Xuangyu Kongying nodded. He can't go, because he is in the Straw Hats right now. If he goes to the red line, if the world government finds out, it may affect Fujitora's plan. Although I don't know what Fujitora is going to do, but this real Justice Admiral is definitely going to do something meaningful. Advertisement. It will be fine if Hu Dao goes there. Although she has good strength, in the eyes of the world government, she is just a little girl after all. And this time the public execution, not to mention the walnuts, even many strong people will go, so as long as people who are not too sensitive go to the world government, they will not have any doubts. Anyway, with Zhongli and Wendy's secret protection, even if Hu Dao broke into the Holy Land, Xuangyu Kongying can be sure that she can escape unscathed. In this way, Walnut took Xiangling to the red line, and as for the Straw Hats and the Araki faction, they continued to go to the New World. Although everyone also wants to go to the red line, since it is Fujitora's own choice to die generously, no one will stop it, because this is the romance of a real man. We can't stop what Fujitora is going to do because it's his choice. But what we should do, we must never fail, so Kaido and BIGMOM, wait for me to defeat you. Luffy said so. At this moment there was a special aura surrounding him faintly. Xuangyu narrowed his eyes, knowing that Luffy was on the verge of awakening at this time. Maybe this time to deal with the two four emperors, Luffy will really wake up. When Luffy awakens as the sun god Nika, he doesn't know whether he is still himself, or what the purpose of this fruit is, and what role Luffy will play in this big event that changes the world. Xuangyu Kongying sighed. Even he couldn't do anything about it, because through the intelligence analysis of the fools, Im's strength is definitely not weak, and he might even control some means similar to the law of heaven. To put it simply, IM is indeed the god of this world, and she should be invincible in this world. If you want to defeat IM, you should not only have the requirement of strength, but also achieve some goals. Time passed day by day, and every once in a while these days, big news would break out from the sea. Finally, 7 days passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the execution of the former Marine Admiral Fujitora. On the red line, on the endless plain, a tall execution platform stands here. At this time, the pirates from the entire sea, as well as the powerful people from all sides are watching from a distance. Many people also came to Marine, but at this time, facing the pirates present, Marine just let them go, because now is not the time to do these things. Countless people in Marine, looking at Fujitora kneeling on the execution platform, clenched their hands tightly, and even dripped blood. At this time, Fujitora was still wearing the Marine Admiral's cloak of justice, and he still had a peaceful smile on his face. He was not afraid of dying at all, as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Father, Marine Admiral. I have never killed Marine Admiral, let me execute it myself in a moment. A celestial dragon laughed and said, the snot running down the nose made many people frown, just such a guy, has he always claimed to be a god. But he just said that, but the celestial dragons have already started to attack. I saw a fat celestial dragons, took out a gun and shot at Fujitora. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, the shot directly pierced through Fujitora's body, but Fujitora remained silent and let the blood drip. Fujitora was restrained by Seastone at this time, so he was directly blocked by the gun. Damn it. The marine soldiers were furious. Although Fujitora has not been admiral for a long time, his reputation is the best in marine. He treats the soldiers like his own children, and treats the common people with gentleness. Even in the event of a disaster, he will use his fruit ability to personally help those common people rebuild their houses. It can be said that countless civilians who saw this scene at this time were all very angry, but no one dared to speak except for crying. Today on Red Line, countless people came to give Fujitora away. This is the accumulation of Fujitora becoming admiral. He is really a righteous admiral. These bastards, Garp said angrily. Meanwhile, Sengoku's hands were trembling, but he held Garp tightly, and said in a deep voice. Fujitora definitely has a purpose. Although he is restrained by Seastone, I don't think an admiral-level powerhouse will be hurt by ordinary firearms. Listening to Sengoku's words, Garp was stunned. For example, Kaido was caught by Marine many times, and he was bound by Seastone every time. But Kaido was able to escape in the end, so after being strong to a certain level, he can use his physique and willpower to fight against Seastone. And what Seastone can limit is Devil Fruit ability, but never Haki. If Haki reaches a certain level, even the Seastone can't restrain the ability user. The reason why those powerful pirates in Impel Down are completely controlled by Seastone is definitely not just the pair of handcuffs. For example, the amount of daily drinking food is scarce, and the pirates in Impel Down are always in a state of extreme hunger. They can remain immortal, but they are definitely weak all the time. The second is to treat powerful pirates, especially capable ones, who may even have sea water. And Seastone powder. It can be said that the way to limit the power of demon fruit is naturally impossible to be so simple as roasting with both hands. Otherwise, a powerful Haki user can directly destroy the Seastone handcuffs. Fujitora's strength has always been a mystery, but Sengoku absolutely doesn't believe it. He can't stop a bullet, even when bound by a Seastone. Listening to Sengoku's words, Garp was also silent, because he thought so too. Ha ha ha. Fun. Fun. The celestial dragon said excitedly, and then an angry scene happened. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. I saw those celestial dragons kept shooting at Fujitora. The marksmanship was really bad, but with so many shots, they still hit Fujitora several times. Admiral. A marine soldier almost couldn't hold back, but was instantly pushed to the ground by the general at the side, and the vice admiral screamed in his ear. Don't act rashly. You will die if you go up now. Fujitora admiral will never want to see you go to die. When vice admiral said so, he burst into tears. This is their marine protection. Beast. As for the pirates, various forces and even the kings who came to observe at this time, they all showed disdainful smiles. Because this is marine. Although it is very powerful, the pirates chasing the sea are fleeing everywhere, but in front of the world government, they are dogs. What the world government has to do at this time is to trample on Marine's dignity and let the whole world know who is raising Marine. In this way, the people will not rely on Marine, but will recognize that their world government is the master of this sea. Da da da. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and 5 elders came out slowly. When they saw 5 elders, the celestial dragons stopped. Although they would not bow down in front of the 5 elders, they did not dare to be presumptuous. After all, the 5 elders themselves were also celestial dragons, and they were also the most distinguished celestial dragons. Seeing the humiliation and numbness on the faces of the marine soldiers, the 5 elders smiled with satisfaction. This is why they deliberately indulged the celestial dragons to bully Fujitora. But enough is enough. After all, if the oppression is too ruthless, it is too late. Walking to the execution platform, the curly-haired 5 elders said in a deep voice. Punishment. Start. With the attention of the whole world, 2 strong men from the CP organization came to Fujitora's side, raised the beheading knife made of seastone in their hands, and were about to complete the execution of Fujitora. As for the countless soldiers in Marine, they were all in tears, they were trembling all over, but no one dared to step forward. Garp was held tightly by Sengoku's shoulders, and now the only person who can control Garp is Sengoku. Boom. But at this moment, Fujitora, who had kept his head down all the time, suddenly raised his head, and an incomparably powerful breath erupted from his body. Wait, it's conquerors. Countless people were terrified. 5 elders' complexion changed drastically. We all know that conquerors doesn't exist in Marine. The only conquerors is Sengoku, but Sengoku has been smoothed over the years, and his conquerors have become a direct joke. But I didn't expect that Fujitora was pregnant with conqueror's Haki. You must know that he was never exposed when he was recruited in the world and became a marine admiral. And this conqueror's Haki is actually so powerful, even reaching the level comparable to 4 emperors. 4 emperors and admiral are at the same level, but why 4 emperors can compete with 2 admirals is the existence of conquerors. Conquerors is the noblest and most powerful Haki in conqueror's Haki. When it reaches the top-level winding stage, the increase in combat power is simply terrifying. That's why Kaido said that this is a power that only a very small number of top powerhouses 1.2 can master. The reason why Marine has been controlled by the world government is because the world government knows that as long as Marine Admiral is not entangled with conquerors, it will never be able to become a threat to the world government. The strong man of the government. As long as there is no conquerors, its strength will definitely have an upper limit. There are only a handful of monsters like Garp, and it is limited to Garp. Even Garp will never be able to break the 4 emperors. Upper limit. At the same time, Fujitora's arm became pitch black, and the armed color began to flow, shattering the sea stone in an instant. Sure enough, this guy is hiding his strength. Sea stone can't restrain him, at least this kind of simple restraint is impossible. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Take him down. Five Elders' complexion changed drastically, and immediately he gave an order, and when Sengoku and others were about to make a move, they were stopped by Five Elders' eyes. Obviously the Five Elders didn't trust Marine, and it was a strong member of the CP organization who made the move at this time. Sengoku and Garp didn't care, they didn't want to make a move. Fujitora, who broke free from the shackles, slowly floated to Kongomi under the heavy fruit ability. The surrounding gravity began to change. One step weighs as much as 10,000 caddies, or the next second is as light as a feather. Those strong CP organizations can't even control the balance of their bodies. On the Straw Hat group, Xuangyu Kongying stood up immediately after seeing this scene. He knew that Fujitora was about to start. I saw Fujitora in the air, with the cloak of justice fluttering on his back, he said in a faint voice. I saw countless darkness, but I never stopped it. Instead, I used my perception of people's good and evil to record them all. Celestial dragons, the darkness of the world government, I recorded them all, but the torment in my heart made me poke my eyes blind. The time for redemption has come, Marine. Find your justice. Fujitora's voice resounded through the sky. In an instant, countless live broadcasts appeared in the sky of the whole world. 087. The meaning of red line, the true purpose of Fujitora. Seek full order, seek more updates. 087. As this, a projection floating in the sky. The people in the whole sea were stunned, and then many strong people realized that this should have been prepared by Fujitora long ago. His numerous fruits, if used well, can also make objects lose gravity and float in the air just like the golden lion. So he prepared so many projection phone pests in advance, floating them above the sky, and what he was waiting for was this time. Even if the world government takes action, it cannot be stopped. I saw that in the projection screen, there were all kinds of black materials from the world government. The slaves under the moving walkway in the Holy Land, and the evidence that the celestial dragons tortured and killed ordinary people and robbed other people's wives. As well as the various human experiments conducted within the world government, people who saw these pictures, let alone ordinary people, even pirates who did all kinds of evil, were shocked. This is a world government that claims to manage the world and represents justice. Although everyone knows that celestial dragons are garbage, there are not many people who have actually seen celestial dragons dirty. Because anyone who can see the filth of the celestial dragons has either been warned by the co-organization or killed by the celestial dragons. External dissemination. Is this the so-called world nobility? Garbage, how can there be such garbage in this world? Are they actually in charge of this world? Is there any way to save 06 in this world? Seeing this scene, Five Elders' faces were ugly, especially when they saw the anger rising in Marine's eyes. Killing intent was born in Five Elders' hearts. What Fujitora did today may bring huge troubles to the world government, just because Marine has become more and more dissatisfied with the world government, especially after the truth of the world was exposed and the darkness of celestial dragons was exposed. So at this time Five Elders has already made a decision, and that is to clean up the Marine. But now everyone is still looking at Fujitora, because if it is just to expose the darkness of the world government, Fujitora does not need to come to die at all. Since Fujitora showed such a powerful force at this time, it means that Fujitora can leave naval headquarters completely. Even if the world government wants to capture him, it will have great difficulties. So there must be a reason why Fujitora is willing to come to Red Line obediently. Sure enough, Bihu said at this time. On this sea, there are three most terrifying ancient weapons. Poseidon Poseidon, Pluton Pluto, Uranus Uranus. After a pause, Fujitora continued. Poseidon comes from the Fishman Island. It has the ability to communicate with the sea kings of the entire sea, thus driving the power of the entire sea to fight for itself. Advertisement. In a world where the ocean occupies a vast area, Poseidon's power is undeniable. Listening to Fujitora's words, the audience burst into exclamation, but Xuangyu Kongying's expression was flat, and he was always hiding around. Now that Shirahoshi has joined Inazuma, under the protection of Inazuma, even if his identity is exposed, it doesn't matter. Perhaps it is because he knows this that Fujitora directly exposed Shirahoshi's identity. Otherwise, his will should be to protect Shirahoshi, and naturally he will not let Shirahoshi get into danger. The Five Elders were astonished. They really didn't know that this generation of Poseidon had already been born, but if they looked carefully, there was no fear in their eyes, as if they were not afraid of Poseidon's ability at all. And Fujitora continued floating in the air. Pluton is a super battleship, which has gathered the most cutting-edge technology from 800 years ago, but because the world government is worried that too advanced technology will pose a threat to its rule. So over the past 800 years, we have mastered the cutting-edge technology and used various methods to restrict the development of the entire sea country. As a result, the level of technology at this time is actually much worse than it was 800 years ago. And Pluton can destroy an island with one shot, and its powerful power, combined with Poseidon, is enough to traverse the world. Listening to what Fujitora said, everyone exclaimed, is this the second of the three ancient weapons? But then everyone looked forward to Fujitora, Uranus. Will Kuohu know what Uranus is? But unfortunately, Fujitora said with a sigh. I have traveled all over the sea, but I haven't found any detailed information about Uranus, but what is certain is that Uranus's attack came from the sky, and Uranus can strike anywhere on this sea at will. After a pause, Fujitora's eyes flashed. More than 10 years ago, I went to Inazuma, which was the original Wanokuni. At that time, I was very puzzled, how the landform of Wanokuni is so similar to Red Line. The whole country is surrounded by towering cliffs, as if it was purposely built for protection. It wasn't until I knew the abilities of Poseidon and Pluton that I was sure that this was done on purpose, because whether it is the Red Line where the world government is located or the special landform of Wanokuni, they are all designed to block Pluton and Poseidon. With such a landform, it is impossible for the huge sea kings to go up there. Even if Poseidon sets off a monstrous tsunami, the Red Line can still be unafraid. But Pluton's warships can't go up. No matter how powerful the cannon is, it will be blocked under the cliff, and the only air weapon, Uranus, is in the hands of the Shirjaji government. Hearing this, countless people were shocked, and the faces of 5 elders changed drastically. They did not expect that one of the biggest secrets of the world government was actually discovered by Fujitora. Shuangyu Kongdiang also suddenly realized that the landforms of the Red Ten Continent and Wanokuni were intentionally made by someone. Maybe 800 years ago, before the establishment of the world government, maybe there was no Pluton, but the old gods were afraid of Poseidon, so they built the Red Line. On this Red Line, even if Poseidon launches a tsunami, it is impossible to threaten the entire Holy Land. As for Wanokuni, perhaps 800 years ago, it was also ruled by a powerful ethnic group, and it may even be the ancestor of the Kazuki family. After all, Tianyu Shi came from 800 years ago, and the Tianyu family is one of the daimyo families who served General Wanokuni's family. Since the Tianyu family existed 800 years ago, it proves that the Kazuki family was the name of Wanokuni 800 years ago. Advertisement. Shuangyu Kongdiang has a guess that the Kazuki clan, or the old nobles of Wanokuni, are the old gods from 800 years ago. Because Wanokuni's region is special, when the old god era was overthrown, only Wanokuni chose to close the country and escape the catastrophe. Fujitora life, what on earth do you guys want to do? It is directly called a lifetime of weirdness, so it is called Fujitora's lifetime. 5 elders said angrily, is it useful to say this? Anyway, as long as the Red Line is stationed, even Poseidon and Pluton's position in the world government cannot be shaken. Listening to 5 elders' words, I saw Fujitora smiling. Whether exposing the filth of celestial dragons or the truth of the world, it was just one of his goals. And his biggest goal is actually this Red Line. I saw Fujitora continue to rise into the air, and then his voice resounded throughout the audience. Because of the existence of the Red Line, the status of the world government cannot be shaken. If a war breaks out, as long as a defense line is set up on the Red Line, it will be regarded as an enemy of the world, and the world government will not be afraid at all. And my purpose today is to silence this Red Line. The moment the voice fell, Fujitora's body erupted with bright purple light, and then both Shuangyu Kongdiang and Marine's generals were shocked. Big, the Earth 580 is shaking. At this moment, the 5 elders were surprised at first, and then their faces changed drastically. They knew Fujitora's purpose. He is here today to beg for death. And his purpose is to rely on his many fruits to sink the entire Red Line into the sea, so that the Red Line, the heavenly cushion that can isolate the entire world, will disappear. In this case, Uranus will lose a lot of advantages. After all, when the Red Line is there, even if Shuangyu Kongdiang has Pluton and Poseidon on their side, if they cannot board the Red Line, they cannot pose a threat to the world government. But if the Red Line collapsed directly and became like a normal island, the result would be completely different. The Sea King's beast tide and monstrous tsunami launched by Poseidon, or the technological weapon that can destroy the country with Pluton's cannon, can all pose a threat to the Red Line and the Holy Land. But even if the fruit ability is awakened, the weapon Fujitora itself is extremely powerful, but this Red Line is so huge, if it wants to collapse the entire continent, Fujitora may have to pay an unimaginable price. Ha! Sure enough, Fujitora let out a roar, and the terrifying fruit ability erupted, and the entire Red Line began to tremble non-stop. As for Fujitora, sweat dripped down his body like rain, and his whole body was trembling non-stop. Luffy's 5th gear is too expensive to use, and may even consume life. And Devil Fruit has been used all the time, it consumes stamina, but this overload use may consume lifespan. This was the case with Fujitora at this time, he exploded with Devil Fruit energy that far exceeded his physical limit. Stop him! Stop him! 5 elders roared, if the Red Line really sinks, then things will be troublesome, the entire Red Line will be exposed to the threat of Poseidon. 088. Fujitora's death, blowing the clarion call against the world government. Seek full order, seek more updates. 088. Right now, the CP powerhouses of the world government are all going to make a move, even the 5 elders have decided to make a move. But Sengoku and the others looked at each other, and they didn't move for a while, their faces were full of entanglements. It stands to reason that they are also going to make a move at this time, but looking at Fujitora in the air, for some reason, their bodies just don't obey their commands at this time. Damn Sengoku, damn Marine. 5 elders saw this scene, and the holy will in their hearts boiled even more. But regardless of these at this time, the biggest task is to kill Fujitora first, so that he can't really collapse the Red Line, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable, and even they will be questioned by Lord I Am. But at this critical moment, the strong members of the CP organization did not touch Fujitora, only because Fujitora's figure flew into the sky. Although the strong members of the CP organization have the moonwalk skill, they cannot stand up to the terrifying gravity, which makes their bodies weigh like 10,000 pounds, so they cannot reach high altitudes and touch Fujitora at all. Damn it! 5 elders' face was ugly. At this moment, it was too late to contact Master IM to use Uranus, and the attack range of Uranus was too large. If it was aimed at Red Line, it might even affect it. Fujitora above the sky, the purple light all over his body is inflated more and more, his closed eyes, ears, nose and mouth, etc. all started to ooze blood. It is obvious that the whole body is already at the limit state. Ah! Fujitora roared. Terrible gravity instantly pressed on the red line, and then a shocking scene happened. The towering red line actually began to sink slowly. When seeing this scene, countless people were stunned. Is this the awakening of many fruits? Sure enough, all the perverts are Paramesha, and there are too many devil fruits in Paramesha. Even Buggy's chop fruit, in the eyes of Shuang Yukongying, is an extremely perverted devil fruit. When he is not awakened, he can only split his body, so that he is basically immune to attacks such as slashing. But as we all know, when this devil fruit is awakened, it can affect the surrounding environment other than itself. If Buggy's chop fruit is awakened, wouldn't it be able to split everything? For example, if the enemy's attack splits and dissipates it instantly, everything in the sea, the earth, and the sky can be split. Of course, how powerful the devil fruit can exert is related to him. Whether it is hockey or physical strength, etc., it can increase the power of devil fruit, but what is certain is that after many awakenings, Paramesha is really powerful. This is the case with Fujitora at this time. His current strength can even affect the gravity of this planet within a certain range. Of course, you can do it, but whether you can do it or not is another matter. Simply affecting the gravity of the red line could have killed Fujitora. Advertisement. Fujitora concentrated all its power on the red line, and the entire red line began to sink slowly, at a speed visible to the naked eye, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, even 1. Pick. The 5 elders are utterly terrified. The red line has existed for eons and was originally built to fight Poseidon. After all, no one knows what happened in the era earlier than 800 years ago, but unlike the Pluton built by manpower, Poseidon should have existed since ancient times. So the former Poseidon must have had a war with the original world ruler. In this world where the sea occupies most of the territory, the power of Poseidon is really terrifying. Therefore, it can be inferred that the original ruler of the world should have a Logia devil fruit similar to Tutu fruit, or the corresponding Paramesha devil fruit awakener, and thus spent an extremely huge price to build the red line. Today's Inazuma and the former Wanokuni are probably born in this way. After all, if you want to create such a great building out of thin air, there are corresponding types of devil fruit awakeners who can do it. Not just to awaken, but even for a long time, and with the help of some other demon fruit power. But now everything is in the past. Fujitora relied on the many fruits of his own awakening, forcefully pressed the entire red line to the sea and stretched out. 10 minutes later, the earthquake-like shaking on the red line finally ended. At this moment, everyone in the sea was shocked by the scene in front of them. The red line, which used to only be able to look up but could not see the big peak, is now parallel to the sea, looking like an ordinary island. It's just because of the vastness of the red line, the endless coastline still looks very bluffing. But because the red line is so endless, I didn't feel it when it was above 10,000 meters, but now that it is parallel to the sea, there is no way to defend against such a flat terrain. Damn it, Fujitora's life, we're going to kill you. The 5 elders were furious, and they could have expected Lord Im's anger. Speaking of which, after Doflamingo and the red-haired Shanks returned to the celestial dragons, Im took them to the Valley of the Gods. It was isolated from the outside world, and was even hidden by the world government in a special way, so Im didn't know anything about this side at this time. Therefore, as long as the 5 elders thought of Lord Im's fury during the report, they would break out in cold sweat. At this time, Fujitora in the void has changed a lot. His hair has become gray, his face has become old, and the originally strong person has become skinny at this time. Obviously, sinking the 10,000-meter high red line was originally impossible for Fujitora. But he consumed all his vitality, and finally accomplished such a great feat with his own life. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fujitora showed a smile, he slowly opened his hands, and at the same time the sound of laughter sounded. Ha ha ha. Today, the old man Fujitora has dedicated his life to defeating Tianj for the righteous warriors. Justice never corrupts. With Fujitora's roar, his figure also slowly fell, and then the whole person fell to the ground. But when he landed from the sky, Fujitora was still in a half-squatting state. He prepared all his life, worked hard while strengthening, and even awakened the fruit ability, for today. Advertisement. First, the darkness of celestial dragons was announced, stirring up people in this world and Marine's dissatisfaction with the world government. Then with his own fruit ability, he will sink the biggest obstacle against the world government in the future, the Red 10 continent, which is like a substitute for heaven. Pluton is in Daozu, and the future belongs to Shuang Yukongying and the others. Princess Poseidon Shirahoshi is also in the rice wife, holding these 2 ancient weapons. At the same time, without the red line of Tianj, the might of these 2 ancient weapons can finally be unleashed to the fullest. Overthrowing the world government has become impossible. Hopeful. So Fujitora was smiling the moment before he died. When watching him fall to the ground, countless people in Marine wept unceasingly. When Fujitora entered Marine, he showed true justice. He travels around and is active in various Marine bases, in order to spread the idea of justice, which has caused many Marines to respect him. And what he did today was to use his own death to give the world a hope of defeating the world government, and to give Marine a spark of resistance. Sengoku looked at the cloak of justice behind Fujitora, feeling how cowardly he was at this moment. Conqueror's haki obviously has the king, but he has become a lackey of the celestial dragons, and he can't even follow the justice in his heart. Compared with a righteous person like Fujitora, he is simply a waste. Garp and Crane Vice Admiral on the side were also silent, but their eyes sparkled, and it was obvious that they had already made a decision. At this time, the 5 elders also became angry, because they roared. To pieces. Give us back Fujitora's pieces. As the voice of 5 elders sounded, the powerhouse of the CP organization was about to make a move, but at this moment, a figure slowly appeared in the field. When they saw this figure, countless people's faces changed drastically, because this figure was actually Xuangyu Kongying. As the heavenly rule of the 7th world government, in charge of forces that can rival the world government, Xuangyu Kongying is too famous in the sea. It is still a monster that is not weaker than the 4 emperors, and may even be stronger than the 4 emperors, so when seeing him, the faces of the 5 elders changed drastically. Xuangyu Kongying, what do you want to do? The 5 elders couldn't help but panic. The celestial dragons from the red line are gone, and Lord Yim is still here. If Xuangyu Kongying directly attacks the world government, the celestial dragons in this holy land may suffer heavy casualties. But 5 elders thought too much. Today's Xuangyu Kongying didn't come for this. Behind Xuangyu Kongying, the figure of Hu Dao walked out slowly, and she looked at Fujitora complicatedly. It turns out that when I first promoted the business, Fujitora had anticipated today, so I spent 10 million Baileys to handle the business of reincarnation from myself. I still remember that Fujitora said that if he died one day, he still hoped that Walnut could collect his body. In the end, I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Although I was not familiar with this uncle, Hu Dao was deeply shocked at this time. He was worthy of the justice cloak behind him. His death was like a clarion call, setting off the entire sea to rebel against the world government. 089. Live as a hero, die as a ghost. Xuangyu Kongying, do you want to start a war with the world government? The curly-haired 5 elders stood on the high mountain, staring at Xuangyu Kongying indifferently. Xuangyu Kongying looked back indifferently. At that moment, the curly-haired 5 elders felt the ultimate icy coldness. There seemed to be endless chill in those deep and calm eyes. A murderous aura seemed to condense in them like ice, making him tremble all over. Is this the strength of Xuangyu Kongying? Super strong beyond the admiral class. He has only felt such a strong sense of oppression from Mr. IM. Go to war. Why not? The corner of Xuangyu Kongying's mouth twitched into a sneer. Hearing these words, the curly-haired 5 elders suddenly stiffened. He just subconsciously wanted to threaten Xuangyu Kongying, and completely ignored the power gap between the world government and the 7th world government. In the absence of Lord IM, their world government is completely incapable of dealing with the 7th world government. What's more, the entire marine is now in a state of disarray. What about starting a war? Seeing the curly hair 5 elders was aggrieved and silent, Xuangyu Kongying just snorted coldly. Walnut. Xuangyu glanced at Hu Dao behind him. Walnut was sad at this time. Although she didn't know what Fujitora's 207 justice was for, she didn't know how much vicissitudes he had seen in the world, how much suffering he grieved for. But today, she really felt the justice in the heart of this uncle at the scene. The weight is as heavy as a mountain. Walnut remained silent and flew to Fujitora's body. She conjured a white cotton cloth and gently covered Fujitora's body. Immediately, she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes tightly, and began to chant softly. Da Chocho is sick. Look at Air Chocho. Sancho gathers herbs. Si Chocho boil. Wuk Chocho is dead. 6 hills lifting. Hu Dao's singing was very ethereal, like a gentle wave, which quickly drifted away everyone's thoughts. When Hu Dao opened her eyes again, there was a little joy in her eyes. She gently swiped her hands forward, and a large dark coffin appeared in everyone's sight. Immediately, under the power of Walnut's elements, the coffin began to be divided, and Fujitora's body was gradually placed in it. Be a hero in life, and be a hero in death. Uncle, after going to another world, you have to do what you want to do, no matter what the price is. Advertisement. Walnut said with a smile. Seeing this scene, the heaviness in Xuangyu Kongying's heart also relaxed a lot. Death is not the opposite of life, but a part of life forever. However, at this time, a celestial dragons became angry. It's unreasonable. It's unreasonable. These damned slaves should dare to stick to us like this. The original celestial dragons who shot Fujitora were full of rage. The moment Fujitora made a shot just now, he was so scared that he couldn't help incontinence, and now his pants are still wet. He knew Fujitora couldn't handle it by himself. But how can this little girl stop her own shot? Hey hey, celestial dragons sneered strangely while sneezing. Is it live broadcasting? It's just right. Let these untouchables have a good experience of the power of God. After saying that, the celestial dragons raised their guns and shot towards Hu Dao's back. Not good. Xuangyu Kongying immediately noticed this change. 5 elders and the others also suddenly changed their expressions. Damn it. These bloody bastards. Even the 5 elders would want to hang that celestial dragons at this point. However, the shot on Hu Dao's back was just a painless opening note for her. Ah, what's the matter? Hu Dao glanced back, and then glanced at the warhead on the ground again, with a puzzled expression on his face. How can this be? The celestial dragons watched in horror. Exclamation mark. My own gun was made by Seastone High Tech. It is said that even a strong man with fruit will be seriously injured, AGFJ, by this gun. But that little girl who looks harmless to humans and animals is unscathed. Damn you. Although Hu Dao was not injured, Shuangyu Kongying's anger has already erupted. He slashed his sword angrily, and slashed directly at the stand where the celestial dragons were. Same moment. Five elders are out at the same time. 3 of the 5 elders immediately dodged in front of the celestial dragon's stands, trying to block the blow. Advertisement. They want that celestial dragons dead too. But in this stand, there are dozens of celestial dragons. There are even direct descendants of nobles. As for the other 5 elders, they floated into the void and immediately shut down all the viewers who were broadcasting live. There can be no more ugliness of the world government. HMPH. He must die today. Shuangyu's figure flashed in the sky. That indifferent face, like a god, appeared in front of 5 elders. Your Lord I am can't keep it either. At that moment, 5 elders suddenly lost his expression. And in the blink of an eye, Shuangyu Kongying appeared directly in front of the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons looked terrified. He picked up the gun in his hand, closed his eyes, and fired many shots at Shuangyu Kongying until the magazines were all used up. He just opened his eyes a little, but he was pinched by Shuangyu Kongying's neck with one hand, and then he got off the ground out of control. In a blink of an eye, several celestial dragons present scattered like a flock of sheep meeting wolves. Shuangyu Kongying. 5 elders gritted their teeth and stared at Shuangyu Kongying. Now that things have come to this, they can only hope that Shuangyu Kongying will not go on a killing spree. In just one breath, the celestial dragons completely lost their breath, and then fell to the ground lifelessly. Shuangyu Kongying did not have the 5 elders who were staring at him, but the marine soldiers. World government. Justice in the heart. Hee, it's just a bunch of hypocritical and cowardly people. If you still have a sliver of conscience in your heart, quickly take off the coats on your backs. Don't tarnish the name of justice. Immediately, Shuangyu Kongying's cold tone became firm. Life is always mortal, some are as light as a feather, and some are heavier than Mount Tai. After saying this, Shuangyu Kongying looked at the 5 elders with an ugly face. In the face of the rolling historical trend, you cannot stop it. Immediately, Shuangyu Kongying and Hu Dao left red line together. And 5 elders looked at the direction of Shuangyu Kongying's departure with a frosty face, a row of teeth that were about to be crushed. Shuangyu Kongying. After Lord I Am wakes up, I will tear you to pieces. At this time, the numerous marine officers and soldiers also lowered their heads one after another. The words that Shuangyu Kongying said just now kept circling in their minds. It is inevitable to die in life. Some people are as light as a feather, while others are as heavy as Mount Tai. Single quote. Although there is no Mount Tai in this world, they definitely don't want to be that feather. 090. Rest in peace. Master Tianli, where should we place him? Hu Dao's big eyes looked at Shuangyu Kongying curiously. Shuangyu Kongying fell into deep thought. When a person dies, he pays attention to one's burrow into the soil, and the fallen leaves return to their roots. But he doesn't know where Fujitora came from, but judging by his behavior and clothing, it seems a bit like he came from the past Wanokuni, which is the current Inazuma. But that's just the speculation of netizens. Let him, in our rice wife, be buried in peace. Shuangyu Kongying said with a heavy tone. Walnut nodded heavily. Good. Walnut jumped up joyfully, and then turned around in the void. Dachocho is sick. Airchocho look. While singing, Walnut used the power of elements to steadily drag Fujitora's body across the ocean and slowly flew towards Inazuma. However, in the world, countless people were caught in a crazy shock. Fujitora Admiral, to be so humiliated by celestial dragons. And in the end, he collapsed the entire red line. And compared to these already numbing scandals from the world government, what drives Hai into madness is that 3 world-destroying weapons were handed down 800 years ago. Ability to share. If you can get them, you will undoubtedly control the sea and become the top figure in the world. Although the scope of Fujitora's live broadcast this time is relatively small, mainly concentrated in big cities, there is Mozgen. Mozgen wrote the complete headline very intimately, and ordered his publishing house to print the newspaper crazily, and dispatched liaison officers from all corners of the world in advance. This is no less than the fact that the red hair is celestial dragons, and celestial dragons are in control. Great news for the world. The 2 peerless weapons have been revealed. Where is the last Pluton? Shocked. The Fishman Island still has such a legendary story. Fujitora's death, what did it bring to the world? The new world pattern intensifies the changes. Mozgen looked at the printed newspaper in his hand, and the imprint of money could not help showing in his eyes. This world is really getting more and more interesting. At the same time around the world. Has this news been announced? Crocodile had a big cigarette in his mouth, and disdain lingered behind the smoke. Advertisement. Immediately, the smoke in his mouth quickly turned into sand and dissipated. Hateful. Crocodile clenched his fists. He spent his whole life chasing and hiding the news. Did it just get announced? After a while, he regained his composure a little. Anger is anger, but he has to think about what to do next. The current Alabasta has become Sumeru, and has been included in the sphere of influence of Shuangyu Kongying. Although the world government seems to be in a weak position, the power they can mobilize cannot be underestimated. Although the world is in turmoil now, the pattern has been clearly divided. It is nothing more than the confrontation between Shuangyu Kongying's 7th world government and Celestial Dragon's world government. Although it seems at present, the world government seems to be devoid of conscience. But there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. But it's just that the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Crocodile finally stood up from his seat from the night until the early morning, and he already had his own answer. On the other side, forces around the world are also in anxiety and anxiety. At this time, there was also news that the Straw Hat Luffy had appeared near the Fishman Island, and not long after that, someone discovered that the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates seemed to have appeared in the Fishman Island. Near the Fishman Island, a smell of gunpowder permeated the air. Rice wife. The news that Xuan Yukongying buried Fujitora in Daozuma attracted countless people from Daozuma to watch. They were all on TV and saw the great hero's feat. The place Xuan Yukongying chose was on top of the highest mountain in Daozuma. Standing here, you can see the entire Inazuma at a glance, and even see the coastline ahead. Fujitora should like this place very much. Walnut didn't use the power of elements, but dug a big hole with a shovel with one hand. Hey, uncle, I dug such a big hole for you, you can find your best friends to come and play with you. Hu Dao laughed. At this time, Xuan Yukongying took a piece of dice from nowhere, and put it into Fujitora's coffin. Speaking of playing, how could you miss this dice for uncle? Xuan Yukongying smiled. 0. Walnut suddenly realized. Afterwards, Xuan Yukongying also picked up a shovel and began to bury Fujitora's coffin with soil. Immediately, Lei Movie suddenly appeared, and silently took out a shovel to bury Fujitora. Advertisement. Obviously, she also admires this hero. Finally, Xuan Yukongying poured a glass of wine at Fujitora's tombstone, took a deep look, and left with a sigh. And on the tombstone it says, "Live up to the world, life, born on August 10th. The Fishman Island. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** the group in front of him panting. Kaido held a sledgehammer in his hand, and a sneer of indifference appeared on the corner of his mouth. Straw Hat Boy, there is absolutely no way you will leave the Fishman Island alive today. Behind him, in addition to the many monsters of Beast's pirates, there is a tall robot. His pupils are shining with the light of technology. The behavior is full of the taste of losing wisdom. That's it. A pacifist from the world government. Robin's pupils constricted. Unexpectedly, Kaido and Big Mom were able to bring pacifists to deal with them. And does this also mean that they have reached some kind of cooperation with the world government? Say it. Where is your Poseidon? Big Mom pinched Neptune's neck with one hand, and said fiercely. However, at this time, Neptune, with bloodline Madara all over his body, has fallen into a coma. He could only half-consciously show his blood-stained teeth to Charlotte Linlin, and smiled sarcastically. You will never get her. You guys can't win. Neptune exhausted all his strength before he uttered such a sentence. Auntie couldn't help but twitched her face. You bloody stinky fish. As she spoke, she slammed Neptune to the ground with one hand, like a fish on a cutting board. However, Neptune didn't let out a wail, but sneered wantonly. Now, Shirahoshi has been picked up by Inazuma, and the main people of the Fishman Island have also gone to Inazuma to enjoy the days in the sun. He has died without regret. Uncle King. Luffy yelled angrily. 091. Ace and Sabo. Damn it. Luffy's face was full of anger. He gritted his teeth, resisting the pain in his body and stood up. That is a good uncle who gave him barbecue when he first met. And the uncle is also very interesting. He can sing to them, and told them a lot of interesting stories about murlocs. But why? Why did Kaido and Big Mom is going to deal with him like this? Although Luffy is exhausted, there is still determination in his eyes. Luffy. Luffy. Many of the Straw Hats looked at Luffy with concern. However, Luffy's expression remained the same. Fourth gear. Luffy yelled angrily. Immediately, he was surrounded by red-black armament hockey, and his whole body became hard. Then a terrifying coercion rose from the momentum around him, standing up all his fallen hair, and a powerful, 300, air pressure was released immediately. At the same time, Emission and Conqueror's hockey entangled and appeared beside him. Kaido. Big Mom. Luffy stared at the two men with eyes full of fighting intent. The people behind the Straw Hats are also ready to go. The captain is like this, what are they afraid of? And behind them, Trafalgar Law watched this scene calmly. He and the Straw Hat Boy were originally just a cooperative relationship, and he just wanted to use his strength to defeat Kaido. As for what kind of partner? Is it false? Does he really need to treat the Straw Hat Boy as his partner? Trafalgar was lost in thought. Under Luffy's hoarse roar. His legs instantly turned into springs, and then, like a meteor lightning, he bombarded Kaido's body. Kaido. Luffy gritted his teeth. Seeing the menacing power, Kaido couldn't help constricting his pupils. What a powerful force. It's been a few days since you last fought against the Straw Hat Boy, right? It's only been a few days. He has grown a lot compared to before. Is this kid really Joey Boy? Kaido thought to himself, and then he couldn't help falling into madness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he ate the fruit of Joey Boy, so what? Lousy it is the contemporary Joey. Lousy is the contemporary savior. Kaido swung the hammer at Luffy. Advertisement. Luffy dodged consciously, but the attack was interrupted. Kaido soon found a new opportunity, stretched out his other hand, and grabbed Luffy like a fly. Luffy struggled desperately. Kaido also held him firmly in the palm of his hand. Although Luffy grows very fast, and under the advent of the adventurer system, he has also achieved rapid development in an accelerator. However, whether it is his combat awareness or combat ability, he is still inferior compared to others. Hey, Joey, I'll crush you, Kaido sneered. Luffy. Luffy. Zoro directly slashed Charlotte Katakuri, and then flew towards Luffy. Nami also ignored the bombardment of the pacifists in front of him, and ran towards Luffy. And at this moment, suddenly a fire fell from the sky. Ah, Kaido let go of Luffy in a panic. Immediately, Hito's mace was thrown towards the top of Kaido's head. The villain Kaido, catch him quickly. Kaido squinted his eyes to see who was coming. Immediately, his face was full of disdain and sneer. So it's you again, my stupid son. How many times do you have to fight against me before you can obediently listen to me? Yamato immediately picked up Luffy in his hands and flew towards a safe place in the distance. Shut up, I'm not your son, I'm Kazuki Oden. Yamato said sternly. Charlotte Linlin suddenly screamed. Her curly hair suddenly ignited a flame, and immediately after, a slight trembling began to appear at the position below where their big mother pirate group was. Before they could react, a group of flames shot up into the sky in an instant, directly enveloping them all. Kaido. Big Mom. Only I can bully my Odudo. The ant narrowed her eyes and said angrily, Ace. Did Whitebeard ask you to come? The next moment, Ace with a hat appeared next to Luffy with a smile. He glanced at Luffy's injury, and then turned to look at Ant. Dad doesn't want to get involved with you two disgusting guys, I wanted to come and see me, Odudu, and I happened to meet you two trash. Ace. 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 Katakuri. Kill Ace. Ant hates her teeth itching. Katakuri remained silent, turning into an afterimage and heading towards Ace. Advertisement. And before he got close to Ace, a sharp claw directly blocked his way. Katakuri's figure retreated suddenly. He stared at the man in astonishment. Who are you? The young man was wearing a black aristocratic hat, and there was a deep scar on his left eye. When he looked up at Katakuri, he just showed a relaxed smile. Me. I'm just an ordinary Luffy Cheese brother. Luffy opened his eyes, looking happily at the two tall figures in front of him. Ace. Sabo. Luffy looked at Sabo in surprise. Sabo. He opened his eyes again in disbelief, then rubbed them vigorously to make sure it wasn't a hallucination. It's really Sabo. Sabo. Luffy bounced, and regardless of his current fourth gear form, he directly hugged Sabo's head tightly. Sabo. You are still alive, I always thought you, ah. Sabo's face was soaked by Luffy's tears, but he just smiled wryly. Okay, let's talk about the old things later, the enemy is now. Luffy immediately stood up and waited. Kaido saw this scene of the reunion of relatives after a long absence, scene 2.5, but couldn't help but his face stiffened. There is no reason for this. These guys really don't take him seriously. You bastards. Go to hell with me. Kaido's angry hammer, like a huge mountain, turned into a heavy shadow and fell directly. Luffy and the others moved away in an instant. Kaido. Today, I must ask you to give Uncle Yuang an explanation. Luffy said angrily. Immediately, the haki around him lingered again. At this moment, the terrifying power rushed up again. Come on, brat, show me your strength, Joey boy. Kaido also directly transformed into a phantom beast form. The battle is about to start. And at this moment, a blonde figure appeared not far away. Gia ha 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 ha, the sea is so lively now. 092. Golden Lion Shiki. Oh, is that Garp's grandson? Golden Lion narrowed his eyes and stared at Luffy with a cold gaze. At this time, Luffy was in the fourth gear, and he fought back and forth with Kaido. Such a mighty aura is indeed a bit like Garp back then. But thinking of this, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help recalling it started the war of that year. Garp, although I don't have any big hatred with you, this is a deal between the world government and me, so you can't blame me. There was a fierce gleam in Golden Lion Shiki's eyes. After escaping from Impel Down, he has been wandering on the edge of the Grand Line, trying to form his brand new pirate group. But the world government quickly found him. And the person who came here is the commander-in-chief of the entire army of the world government, Kong. There are also two admirals including Kizaru and Akainu, and several vice-admirals. Facing such encirclement and suppression, Golden Lion has no room to escape. Are you trying to catch me back to Impel Down? Golden Lion asked with narrowed eyes. Sora stood up calmly. The huge muscles of 06 were bigger than the head of the Golden Lion. Shiki, the world is in turmoil. A strange figure appeared on the sea. He is disturbing the peace of this world. We need your help. By the time Golden Lion finished his flashbacks, Luffy and Kaido had already fought hard. Under Kaido's full firepower, he still couldn't suppress Luffy. And this kid seemed to have unlocked the blood lock. No matter how much damage Kaido took to his body, he just took a breath, and then stood up like a normal person and continued to fight. Golden Lion turned his gaze to the other side. That Roger's kid, Ace, was fighting Katakuri. And the other Sabo is in a stalemate with Plague Quinn. Even if the entire Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates teamed up, they couldn't do anything to them. Suddenly a gust of wind blew up under Golden Lion's feet, and he flew quietly towards Luffy's direction. New World, Marine G5 branch. A burst of smoke continuously lingered out, obscuring the space. Oh yeah, can you smoke less, kid? Even if you eat smoke fruit, it should be bad for your lungs, right? Aokiji looked at the people beside him with contempt. However, Smoker was intoxicated by the mist, and his eyes couldn't help but appear blurred. Did you really just leave Marine? Then what are you going to do next? Are you going to join that 7 secular world? Smoker watched Aokiji sharply. Aokiji didn't hesitate, but turned his eyes away from Smoker, and then said slowly, "Are the World 7 in power? They appear too strange. Although they are performing very well now, they look like a free and beautiful country, but who knows, will that Shuangyu Kongying be the next celestial dragons?" Advertisement. Smoker took a sharp drag on his cigarette. I didn't expect. The truth of the world turned out to be like this. Smoker's eyes were full of disgust. He was not present when Fujitora was executed. But he always pays attention to this admiral. He once had a relationship with Fujitora in the G5 branch. Although it was only one time, he felt a deep feeling from Fujitora. This is the justice he is after. But such justice. But it was wiped out by the world government. How is the headquarters? Smoker looked at Aokiji with a dazed gaze. To be honest, he feels a little lost now. Aokiji stood up. At this moment, Smoker noticed Aokiji's legs. One was broken. Smoker looked at the leg in amazement. There were still some scorched marks on the broken leg. You know, Aokiji is Marine Admiral, there are only a handful of people in the world who can match him. Not to mention the one who can cause him such a serious injury. And looking at the scorched marks, Smoker can't help but think of that person's swift and decisive actions. Is that Sakazuki? Smoker asked in disbelief. Aokiji didn't answer. Just the day before yesterday. Headquarters riot. Marshal Marine, Sengoku announced his retirement immediately. Although the commander-in-chief tried to persuade him to stay several times, Sengoku still insisted on his ideas. The position of marshal was immediately vacated. Kizaru didn't want to fight, because the qualifications of the Green Bull were not enough. Aokiji thought for a long time, and finally chose to compete for the position of marshal. He felt that the troubled times were coming, and he also knew that the general trend of history was irreversible, but if he could become the marshal of Marine, would it be possible? In this era, saving what about more innocent people? So he was restless to fight for the position of marshal. The two finally chose an island and stayed together for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, he lost. Advertisement. Of course, this news will cause Marine, who is already unstable in the army, to be even more turbulent. So the news was closed to the outside world. Even Smoker, who was Rear Admiral, didn't know about the news. After Sakazuki came to power, I'm afraid it will make Marine more divided. Smoker frowned. Even if Smoker is not in the headquarters, there are still a lot of atmosphere and debates, which have been passed from Marineford. Obviously, Marineford is now in a state of confusion, that is, what kind of justice are they looking for? Program lost. This is true for any organization that requires discipline. All fatal blows. Sengoku, who was originally gentle, can achieve stability and peace in many ways. But what about the extreme Sakazuki 580? He will only further divide the Marines. You said, will the world full of laughter really come? Smoker looked at Aokiji. Aokiji was already facing the distance at this time. He turned his head, glanced at Smoker, and said calmly, Smoker, the wheel of fortune has turned, and none of us can reverse it. What is the future of the world? What is the future of you and me? It's all about asking yourself. Ask your heart. Smoker was lost in thought. And when he recovered, Aokiji was no longer in sight. The Fishmen Island. Damn it, why is this kid so resistant? Kaido gasped, staring at Luffy with sweat on his face. At this moment, Luffy, ignoring the hoarseness of his voice, was still screaming like an ape, and as if his body was unconscious, he launched the next attack towards Kaido. At this moment, a huge mountain suddenly floated out from nowhere, and hit Luffy without warning. Holding Luffy down heavily, it took him a while before it exploded, slightly break the mountain and break away from it. Ha 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 ha. Kaido, are you doing well now? Kaido looked at the person who came, and immediately fixed his eyes. Golden Lion Shiki. 093. Nika's power. Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki. Compared to the astonishment of Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates, Luffy seemed a little confused. At their age, most people grew up listening to Roger's legendary stories. But few people know that in Roger's era, there was a Golden Lion who was as famous as him. Because Golden Lion was captured by Marine and entered Impel Down very early, his reputation has not spread among this generation. Smelly Lion, what are you doing here? The ant was on top, looking even worse with a grumpy temper. Golden Lion glanced at the ant with contempt, and then replied indifferently, Charlotte Linlin. Why are you so fat now? You are like a fat pig, but you have completely lost the elegance of the past. Ant glanced at her face disdainfully. But Golden Lion looked at Kaido at this time. Kaido, just beating such a brat, are you almost unable to hold on anymore? Kaido glanced at his face indifferently. The Luffy group stopped and stared at the Golden Lion angrily. Hey! This blonde uncle, what are you doing here? Are you also here to help Kaido and the others? If so, then we will fight, come on. If you lose, get out of the way, and don't stop me from taking care of Kaido, a big fish. Kaido's face turned frosty when he heard about the big fish. Golden Lion just laughed out loud. You boy, you really look like Garp. Grandpa. Luffy looked at Golden Lion in confusion, and then looked at him kindly. Do you know my grandpa? Are you my grandpa's friend? When hearing the word, friend, Golden Lion turned cold instantly. Are you kidding me? How could I possibly become friends with Garp? After all, Golden Lion raised his hands towards the void, and countless stones around him also floated up, and closed together along his palms, and those stones also gradually gathered together, and turned into a ball heavier than Kaido's body. To a huge pile of stones. As the Golden Lion's fist moved forward, the huge stone pile floated towards Luffy. 36 paths annoying wind. A burst of sword light flashed immediately. It's Zoro. He, who was fighting with Jack, came here in an instant, blocking the blow for the captain who was still recovering from weakness. At this time, everyone from the Straw Hats and the Yamato team also gathered towards Luffy. And in the process, Sabo took away Neptune who was lying on the ground very intimately, and treated him with some emergency measures. Everyone. Luffy looked around at the crowd gathered around him. Advertisement. They all know that now Luffy is in a period of physical weakness, and it will take some time to recover. During this time, they must protect Luffy. Seeing this scene, the corners of Kaido's mouth finally opened into a sneer. Ha 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 ha. God help me too, Straw Hat Boy, after all, you are still a little tender. What, is it unbearable now? Ha 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 ha. Kaido cheered up and looked at Luffy with a confident face. Boy, you'd better be obedient and get caught. Maybe the world government, for your grandfather's sake, can leave you a dead body. Hearing this, Luffy clenched his teeth. World government. It really is the world government. What does this world government want to do? First, it forced the redhead to such an extent, and then publicly executed that very funny Fujitora uncle. Now it is actually teaming up with Kaido and others to kill the Murloc who gave himself barbecue. The uncle has been tortured like this, and now he still wants to kill himself. World government. Luffy clenched his teeth and clenched his fists involuntarily. At this moment, an inexplicable flame was burning around Luffy, visible to the naked eye. This flame was scorching hot, but bright and warm. Even if Zoro and others were standing beside them, the flame touched them slightly, but they didn't feel it to the destructive breath. However, Kaido and the others changed their faces drastically. Because they sensed the change of Luffy's aura from this flame. This is. Golden Lion stared at Luffy in astonishment. Although the world government didn't inform him of specific news, but on the way here, he also knew what happened in the world these days. At the same time, I also know that the fruit on Luffy's body is actually the sun god fruit owned by Joey Boy 800 years ago. As this, Nika's power. The flames reflected in Golden Lion's eyes. Stop him. Kaido was flustered. Although he has always called himself One Piece, he also claims to be the savior of this era, the Joey Boy of this era. He has always been confident. But when this force emerged, such a strong fear arose in his heart. Yes, it is fear. It's the fear of losing everything. Advertisement. In an instant, the entire Beast's pirates frantically poured out, wantonly culling towards Luffy's direction. Quick, protect Luffy, Nami shouted sternly. Of course. Usopp took 2 steps back, charged up and shot towards the Beast's pirates attacking in front, his powerful attack. During this time, Usopp also registered with the Adventurers Guild and received corresponding rewards. And under the guidance of the seniors of the Rayleigh Pirates, he has made rapid progress. His fingers trembled uncontrollably. Although I was still a little scared, I felt that my strength could not deal with these monsters. But, my own captain has worked hard to this point. How could I be so timid? Arrested without a fight? Luffy growled lowly. How could it be possible? Luffy raised his head abruptly, looking directly at Liyue with cold eyes. I'm the man who wants to be the king of pirates, Chinos. At that moment, sparkling flames burst out from Luffy's body. And even his hair melted into the flames, flowing like flames. How can this be? Kaido's pupils constricted. The ant also stayed in place. Kid Luffy, is this awakening? Luffy, Luffy. All eyes turned to Luffy in surprise. At this time, Luffy is already showing signs of awakening. And it was also at this time that the other party's flame calamity, Jin, was sluggish at this time. He fixed his eyes on Luffy, with a sense of wonder floating in his eyes. He could feel, the power on Luffy at this moment gave him a very warm feeling. This feeling really came from the deepest part of his heart, as if it was an instinctive reaction. Is this Nika's power? 094. Marriage. Quick, you must kill this kid. Kaido roared angrily. At this time, Luffy has not fully awakened yet. But the power that erupted on the eve of the awakening alone still made him feel very worried. This situation, even when facing Captain Rocks before, have never appeared. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in Kaido's eyes was unceremoniously released. Luffy must die here today. Rice wife. Since the red hair and Fujitora made troubles in the world government twice, more and more people began to pour into the 7th world government. Among them are countless people from the New World, scrambling to come to Daochi, and some even threatened that they also came from the mysterious Twat, and wanted to meet Xuang Yukong in person. And in Inazuma's Hall of Fame, Xuang Yukongdiang sat on the main seat, and alongside him was Lei Yingying, Daozuma's general. And below, there are also many characters from Twat Inazuma, and the original Wanokuni family, the head of which is Kazuki Hiyori. Recently, there are more and more outsiders, which means that the world government is no longer popular among the people. Everyone doesn't even care what our 7th world is in power. 640, they just want to escape the control of the world government. Lei Movie slowly said. Xuang Yukongdiang nodded after listening to these words. This just means that the pattern is turbulent. But we still need to strengthen the review, and we can't just let some world government infiltrate us. Zheng Xuang Yukongdiang said slowly, and then he said, at the same time, I hope you can also strengthen, and the Dao wife inspections, just in case. Quote. Kazuki Hiyori nodded respectfully towards Shuang Yukonggying. Immediately, just as Shuang Yukonggying was about to leave, the original group of daimyos from Wanokuni, headed by Kazuki Hiyori, stopped him. What's up? Shuang Yukonggying looked at them calmly. But Kazuki Hiyori faced Shuang Yukonggying, hesitated to speak, and finally couldn't help but blushed. Daimyo, according to our original Wanokuni customs, we should introduce marriage to you when you reach your age. Hearing this, Shuang Yukonggying was suddenly taken aback. Marriage, me, Kazuki Hiyori lowered his head shyly. If you think it's okay AGFH, then we will tell the world according to the original custom. Announce that you will choose a beautiful woman to be your wife, or you can follow the last wish of the Shuangyu family and let the current head of the Shuangyu family choose one for you. Shuang Yukonggying scratched her head bitterly. Marriage. Advertisement. He loves freedom all his life, but he has never considered such a thing. Shuang Yukonggying hesitated for a moment, and finally shook her head. The current world structure is unstable, many forces are restless. It is really not a good time to hold my marriage at this time. Immediately, Shuangyu stared blankly at the group of people. A man is a man, keep the pressure. Wait later, when the time is right. After saying that, Shuang Yukonggying turned around and left here. And everyone in Wanokuni stood in place, looking at each other, with a strange brilliance in their eyes. Man, do something. Well said. It is worthy of the name of their rice wives. As expected of a descendant of the Shuangyu family. Shuang Yukonggying came to the inner hall. Only he and Lei Mubi can enter here. Shuang Yukonggying closed his eyes, and entered the system panel in his mind. Immediately, he began to feel changes around him. He doesn't seem to be in the pirate world at the moment, but in the huge Tivat continent. Immediately afterwards, he began to draw a lottery. I'm really looking forward to what I can get out this time. Shuangyu's eyes shone brightly. Now, the battle between the Seven Worlds and world government time has entered a fever pitch. Although at present, they seem to still have the upper hand. But the world government has ruled the world for 800 years after all, and Shuang Yukonggying must not take it lightly because of the background they possess. On the other hand, he also knows that the world government actually has some trump cards that it has not revealed. Like Vegapunk, and the mysterious Uranus, and I am, who has lived for 800 years. Now, the storm has come on the eve. He must prepare everything in advance. Finally, a figure slowly appeared in Shuang Yukonggying's sight. Knight Amber, always guard by Lord Tianli's side. A girl in a red sweater with a smile on her face. Advertisement. Seeing this moment, Shuang Yukonggying couldn't help showing a smile. It's Amber. This is the character who first appeared in the main storyline of the Tivat continent. Amber is from Mond City and belongs to the Zephyr Knights. But she has the power of the fire attribute and is an archer. When playing Yuenshin before, Shuang Yukonggying liked playing Amber the most, because her moves were very in line with Shuang Yukonggying's fighting expectations. Next, go to Mond City, where your captain, Jin is waiting for you. Shuang Yukonggying said, everything must be obeyed by Lord Tianli. Amber struck a cute pose. Shuang Yukonggying couldn't help smiling. What a lively girl. Not long after that, Lei Mubi walked in from the outside. Outside, people from the revolutionary army came. Shuang Yukonggying looked indifferent. What do they want? They want a lot of weapons, as well as holy relics, and a lot of supplies. They said they had plenty of Pele ready. Hearing this, Shuangyu's ethereal eyes flickered. The revolutionary army has always been hidden underground, and their sources of funds are quite limited. Basically, they can only rely on the funding of the people along the way, and they have already robbed some small pirates. Now, how did they get so much money? And Lei Mubi added. They took most of East Blue by force. They took all the marine base there. The Bailey they have now should all come from there. Quote. Hearing this, Shuang Yukonggying raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. The revolutionary army doesn't intend to hide, does it? East Blue is weak, who doesn't know? But even for the weak East Blue, if they can occupy all of the marine bases, it would indeed be quite a fortune. As long as Bailey gives enough, what they want, we will give. After all, Fu Qi looked at the world map behind him. Things are getting more and more interesting. 095. Jin's Awakening. The Fish-Men Island. The whole Fish-Men Island is shaking violently. Luffy must die here today. Kaido gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes full of fierce light. Although Auntie doesn't understand Kaido's sudden killing intent at this time, killing Luffy is something she must do. If Luffy can't die here today, then this sea will not be able to return to the previous track after all, her status will also be threatened. Give me the history of Luffy, boys. Grab Luffy. There are many rewards. In an instant, everyone in the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates frantically rushed towards Lu Fei. Hateful. There are too many of them. Kazuki Yamato's complexion was slightly ugly. Even if they are quite capable of fighting individually, but in the end, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. There are so many people on the other side. Soon. It didn't take long for the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates to suppress Luffy and others. Especially Luffy. After a little awakening of his power, although he has a powerful power not inferior to Kaido, he is still exhausted in the face of the combination of Kaido and Golden Lion Shiki. Luffy. Luffy. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at Luffy with serious expressions. They are all waiting. Wait for their captain to issue instructions on the next step. However, Luffy was sweating profusely. Although he had just awakened, he burst out with extremely powerful strength in a short period of time. But he opened the fourth gear earlier, and his body was in a weak state, but he couldn't control this force zone very well. Straw Hat Boy, you won't survive today. After all, Kaido turned into a huge green dragon, with scales protruding all over his body like a rock. And he roared fiercely at Luffy, and a mighty coercion came to oppress Luffy, making the latter feel his body, as if being squeezed by countless deep-sea pressures. Luffy stood up with a long howl, and immediately wanted to escape from the area. But a mountain peak flew towards him again, and finally hit him directly. Boom! Luffy! Luffy! Nami and Usopp shouted hoarsely. Zoro cut open the enemy in front of him with a knife, and wanted to run towards Luffy, but was stopped by the ant. Ace and Sabo were also trapped by the three plagues and could not escape. Luffy. At this time, Kaido has already come to the sky above Luffy. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and he looked down at Joey Boy indifferently. There can only be one Joey Boy in this era, and there can only be one Piece. Advertisement. That must be him, Kaido. Straw Hat Boy. Soon, your partner will come to you too. Gia 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 ha 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 ha. However, just as Kaido was about to launch a fatal blow to Luffy, a heavy blow of fire suddenly hit him from behind. Boom. Kaido's body in the void faltered. Ember. Kaido stared darkly at the man behind him. And the person who attacked him just now is his most loyal subordinate, one of the three disasters, Jin. Why are you doing this? Don't you want to finish what you've been pursuing for so long? Kaido said in a deep voice.
Jin looked at Kaido indifferently. I'm doing what I want to do right now. Ember looked quite determined. Kaido took a deep breath, anger gushing from his nostrils. Yeah, so it is. Kaido squinted his eyes and looked directly at Kaido, and immediately let out a bitter sneer. Ha 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 ha. Jin, you saw that Kid Luffy awakened the fruit of Joey Boy. In addition to what the redhead said before, it reminded you of V's? It makes you think that he seems to have the breath of your people, right? Jin was silent. In fact, he did think so. Seeing Jin like this, Kaido immediately laughed wantonly.
Ha 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 ha. Immediately, Kaido looked at Jin with a pitiful smile. So, have you ever thought that Luffy won't survive today at all? Jin frowned, his eyes showed seriousness, and he watched Kaido's every move. In fact, there is another reason. That means that Kaido is now in an alliance with the world government. And Jin knows very well that the force that hunts down and kills his people is the world government. Therefore, this is the bottom line that Jin will never accept. The wavering heart has already been buried, now is the time to sprout. Golden Lion, that Kid Luffy will be handed over to you first. I need to clean the portal first. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. Kaido sneered. Golden Lion has no objection. Immediately, Kaido turned into a green dragon again, rushing towards Luffy like a long river. Jin's body immediately burst into flames. He has followed Kaido for so many years, so he is well aware of his strength and the gap between them. He can't beat Kaido. Advertisement. But, today, he must stop the plans of Kaido and the world government. And, keep Luffy alive. Boom. The two collided instantly. Two rays of light, one blue and one red, appeared in the sky, colliding continuously like meteors. HMPH. Kaido is a heartless guy, now everyone is betrayed. Yamato sneered. Taking advantage of this gap, everyone in the Straw Hats broke through the siege one after another and gathered in the direction of Luffy. 0. Luffy, you don't want to succeed. Big Mom's soul fruit began to show its power. Not good. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. You know, the Straw Hats don't have Brook yet, no one can restrain Big Mom. At this time, Golden Lion also took the opportunity to launch a fatal blow to Luffy. Countless blades, like raindrops, fell towards Luffy. Hey, Straw Hat, go down and say hello to Roger and me. Slaughterhouse. A muffled voice sounded. Those flying knives all stuck into the soil. Ah, Golden Lion watched this scene sadly. Immediately, he noticed that Luffy was lying unharmed not far away, that is, in the middle of the Straw Hats and the others. What's going on here? Golden Lion's eyes widened. At this time, Katakuri noticed something strange. He stared indifferently at a figure behind Luffy. Trafalgar, Luo. Are you sure you want to be our opponent? Trafalgar Law raised his head indifferently, looking straight at Katakuri fearlessly. Sorry, I have no intention of becoming rivals with the two four emperors. It's just, as a doctor, I have instincts, so I can't just ignore death like this. Kaido looked at Luo. Trafalgar, Luo. Are you the kid who ate the op fruit? Kaido's eyes were full of light. 096. Jin's rebirth. Divided alliance. For a moment, everyone present looked at Trafalgar Law. Op fruit. Isn't this the legendary magical fruit that can make people live forever? Even Golden Lion and Auntie, who were fighting more and more courageously, stopped their movements at this time and cast their eyes on Luo, their eyes full of greed. Just got low. You can have eternal life. Facing the stares of everyone present, Trafalgar Law just sneered indifferently. What op fruit can make people live forever? Do you believe such a lie? And even if there is, let you live forever or something, is it too boring? Hearing Trafalgar Law's taunt, Kaido just laughed wantonly. Ha 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 ha, it's not up to you. God help me too. 580 inches. Here today, I can kill the Straw Hat Boy again, and I can also get a chance of eternal life. Immediately, Kaido looked warily at the two strong men beside him.
Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion Shiki. Do you want to take this Luo? Golden Lion Shiki stared blankly at Luo for a while, and then raised a sneer, eternal life. B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Let the sea remember me forever. However, the ant remained silent. He rushed towards Luo directly. Kids, stop Kaido for me, I want this eternal fruit. Kaido's expression sank. Damn it, Charlotte Linlin, how dare you? Kaido directly turned into a green dragon and rushed towards Big Mom without hesitation. However, Big Mom is not a vegetarian. She just used brute force to resist Kaido's physical body, and at the same time used the power of the fruit to harass Kaido's spirit, causing Kaido to lose his fighting power for a short time. Damn it, Charlotte Linlin, you traitor. For a time, the only opponent of the entire Luffy gang was Big Mom. However, despite this, it is not so easy to face the ant who has the soul fruit. Facing such a powerful enemy, Bennett stood up with joy on his face. Advertisement. Yo ho, this is the real adventure. After all, an endless flame began to burn around Bennett. And because of his special elemental power, Big Mom's soul fruit had no effect on him at all, and in the end he could only let himself fall into the flames. Middle. Seeing that the ant was temporarily offline, Trafalgar Law turned around and said to Luffy, the Straw Hats, we have to leave here quickly. Otherwise, don't say it. When they recover, it will be difficult for us to fight. More likely, when the time comes, world government will come here too. Luffy was weak at this moment, but nodded solemnly. You're right. Immediately, he turned around to look at everyone. Everyone, let's leave now. Next time, we'll definitely blow them away. Zoro nodded first. Soon, Luffy and others were all trimmed and left here quickly. But the only golden lion with fighting capacity on the scene just watched them leave. He didn't expect to kill. As for the task of the world government, it was only when the world government told him to do it, but he didn't promise to finish it. As for why he came here today, he just wanted to see Luffy and Roger. How far is there in the end? From today's point of view, although this kid is still a bit worse than Roger at the moment. But the future is definitely far beyond Roger's child of destiny. And, he was so much like the young Roger. Luffy and others who left the Fishman Island immediately returned to the shore. Uncle, are you leaving now? Neptune, with a bruised nose and a swollen face, showed a wry smile. Most of the residents of the Fishman Island have moved away, my kingdom is no longer here. Neptune said slowly. The reason why I am still here is only because I am attached to my lover, so I just want to come back and have a look. Then where are you going next? Sabo said to Neptune respectfully. Sabo used to have several good colleagues, all from the Fishman Island. According to them, although he doesn't quite agree with some ideas of King Neptune, he still admires him and thinks he is an enlightened king. Neptune then smiled wryly again. Go to the rice wife. Master Tianli, Shuangyu Kongying, prepared a small island facing the sun for us. And we are not safe in the sphere of influence of the world government now. On the side of the 7th world government, there are still Lord Tianli protecting us. Advertisement. Sabo thought about it. In today's world, although there is no conflict on the surface. However, amidst the undercurrents, the world has long been divided into two camps, the world government and the 7 worlds in power. But as a commanding army, in fact, he hopes to fight against the world government even more, and it is their revolution military. Ah, so, that's fine. Luffy said carelessly. At this time, Trafalgar Law also came over. King Neptune, I'll take you to Patty wife. A smile spread across Neptune's face. Really? Thank you so much. Luffy looked at Trafalgar Law curiously. Ah, Trafalgar Law, do you want to go to Trafalgar Law too? It was rare for Trafalgar Law to correct Luffy's address to him, and he just responded indifferently, yes. I want to see this place, which represents the most advanced society in the world today, and see what it is like there. So, then thank you for your help just now. You are welcome. Trafalgar Law looked straight at Luffy rationally. I'm just doing what I think is right, and, you also helped me beat Brother Ming before. This time, we'll be even. With that, Trafalgar Law jumped off the Mary. 2.0 inches what an unreasonable guy. Nami looked at Luo's back. Ha ha ha. Robin smiled maturely, and then said slowly, I see a lot of stories in his eyes. News of the Battle of the Fishman Island spread quickly. It shocked everyone in the world. Luffy forced Kaido back. What's more, Jin, who is the Fire Calamity, betrayed the Beast's pirates. And Kaido immediately released the news, telling the world that Jin is the remnant of the Lunaria clan. The news quickly faded the memory of Luffy defeating Kaido. This is the 20 Lunaria clan. According to legend, a clan of gods 400 years ago. It is even more legendary. Nika's race. And he actually joined the Straw Hats. 097. Zephyr returns. Marine's comeback. Marineford. The news of Kaido's defeat came back, floating over the heads of many marine soldiers like a cloud. Now, Sengoku retired. Akainu died in battle. Yes, Akainu died in battle. It's been too long since I've ridden forgot. Then Aokiji's leg. I'll find another chance to break it later. Aokiji left. Fujitora also died in the unspeakable accident. Although there is no one in Marine to suppress it strongly, and there are many parties, but facing such news at this time, they are surprisingly silent. What should they do? Next, what is the direction of Marine? No one knows. At this time, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Kong was transferred from the world government headquarters to temporarily serve as Marshal Marine. But facing the many silent Marine soldiers, he could only remain silent. At this time, the empty phone bug suddenly rang. Immediately, there was finally light in his dim eyes. He immediately stood up with a serious expression on his face. All rise. Get ready to welcome your new field marshal. Although everyone was a little confused, they still stood up. The door of the meeting room was opened immediately. A tall old man with purple hair walked out slowly. Although his skin is full of wrinkles, the corner of his mouth still raises a sneer, with a pair of sunglasses. What is even more unforgettable is the huge mechanical arm on his right hand, revealing a sense of heavy shadow. When many Marine officers and soldiers present saw him, their complexions changed slightly, and then their standing postures couldn't help but straighten a bit. Teacher, teacher. The purple-haired old man stood beside Sora. A smile appeared on Sora's face. I believe I don't need to introduce him too much. This is the World Government Marine, the next Marshal. Zephyr. Zephyr looked around the crowd, and finally landed on Kizaru, Pelusolino. Your body is still as thin as before. Kizaru froze for a moment. Immediately there was a wry smile. Yes, not as diligent as the teacher. Advertisement. Zephyr sneered. Immediately, he looked around the crowd and saw many familiar faces. Kong glanced at the crowd, and then said, next, he will be in charge of all the Marine affairs. Yes, Marine shouted up and down. Nodded intentionally. Choosing to bring Zephyr back is certainly not a wise choice. The current Zephyr is too aggressive, and it is easy to bring Marine into the abyss of the war. But is there any other choice for the current Marine? Since Fujitora's death, the entire Marine desperately needs someone to reunite and integrate the Marine forcefully, so as to restore Marine's morale. Sengoku retired. Akainu died. Aokiji also resigned. A willful Kizaru will only tear Marine apart. And Green Bull's qualifications are still relatively young. After much deliberation, he decided to get Zephyr back. At least this former Marine instructor can convince many Marine officers and men that he can integrate the current Marine resources to the greatest extent. But of course, his price is acceptable. Accept the incorporation of his Neo Marine, and give them corresponding treatment. And then, the Shichibukai system is abolished. In fact, after Marine has the pacifist, a weapon that can be mass-produced, Shichibukai is completely unnecessary to maintain the balance of power in the sea. So this is naturally acceptable, and it's what Kongjung is going to do. After the meeting, Kongyu looked at Zephyr intently. Zephyr, just do what you want. Zephyr nodded, and a cold light reflected in his sunglasses. He wants. Kill all the pirates in the world. The sea near impel down. Holding the newspaper, Bullet carefully read all the recent news, and then a sneer appeared on his face. So it's like this. The sea is really getting more and more interesting. The Straw Hats, who were at the center of world public opinion, retreated bravely at this time and returned to the Grand Line from New World. The reason is actually very simple, that is, Captain Luffy wants to go to the Kingdom of Winter, and I heard that there are now all unplanned buildings falling down there. Rice wife, Shuangyu Kongying is taking care of the residents of the Fishman Island on the island. This small island is the largest one owned by Inazuma, and it is sunny, very suitable for murlocs to live in. The only fly in the ointment may be that the infrastructure of this small island is too backward, even the most basic houses are not there, because it was originally a forest. Advertisement. But even so, the murlocs of the Fishman Island were still grateful to Shuangyu Kongying and shed tears. Thank you Lord Tianli. Shuangyu Kongying smiled faintly, but did not respond. At this time, Shirahoshi approached Shuangyu Kongying, and said in that soft tone, Master Tianli, there shouldn't be anyone from the world government here, right? Shuangyu Kongying smiled confidently. This is the place where I ruled, world government will not have the guts to come here. And, we still have very powerful guards here. If someone from the world government is coming, we will be able to detect it immediately, and then we will come to protect you. Quote. Hearing Shuangyu Kongying's words, Shirahoshi couldn't help crying. In that case, that's really thankful to Lord Tianli. Shuangyu Kongying smiled bitterly. Oh, by the way, I heard that Lord Tenri is preparing for a marriage, isn't it? Shirahoshi's curious and ignorant big eyes just stared at Shuangyu Kongying with 180 degrees. As for Shuangyu Kongying, being stared at by her like this, he couldn't help but look away. But when he moved away, he turned to the huge jade ditch. That white and tender piece, like the waves of the sea, immediately, the spirit of Shuangyu Kongying was shocked to nothing. How to describe it? Shuangyu Kongying felt that she was about to drown. There is no such thing. Shuangyu Kongying calmed down. Huh, okay. Shirahoshi hung his head in disappointment. And at this time, someone appeared beside Shuangyu Kongying, and whispered in his ear, Lord Tianli, someone wants to see you. It's Trafalgar Law from the Heart Pirates. When hearing Luo's name, Shuangyu was stunned for a moment. Trafalgar Law, what is he looking for? When Shuangyu Kongying appeared in the hall, Luo had been waiting here for a long time. Trafalgar Law, I've heard of it for a long time. Shuangyu Kongying said politely. And Trafalgar Law watched Shuangyu Kongying seriously, and finally said in a deep voice, I also have a long-standing respect for Dao Wife, the seventh ruler of the world, and Lord Tianli. Shuangyu Kongying smiled faintly. If it's polite, let's stop here. Tell me what you came to see me for. 098. Trafalgar Law gives his heart. Trafalgar Law looked directly at Shuangyu Kongying, then hesitated. He looked hesitant, and there seemed to be a strange light shining in those black pupils. After an unknown amount of time, he finally opened his mouth and said slowly, I heard that the country you established is full of freedom, and equal and friendly. It is the ideal country for many people at present. So, I just want to see what happened to Lord Tianli who founded this country. Hearing Trafalgar Law's words, Shuang Yukongying raised an indifferent smile. Oh. Really? Then you have come to Daozu and have seen me, what do you think? Trafalgar Law didn't think about it. Inazuma, it's really peaceful. It's much better than when I came to Wanokuni before. And I've also visited Mond City, Liyue Kingdom. Those under your leadership Dust 7 is in power, and it is indeed much better than before. As for you, Lord Tianli, my current perception is also very good. However, Shuang Yukongying showed a mysterious smile. You just see me like this, maybe there is another side to me. Hearing this, Trafalgar Law fell silent. It's true, you can't just look at people on the surface. Just like Corazon, although Shuang Yukongying's performance is so good now, and the country governed by the seventh world is also so beautiful. But, maybe they are just pretending. After they win the hearts of the people and defeat the world government, will he become a dragon again? Trafalgar Law was lost. However, Shuang Yukongying saw the confusion in his heart, and then said slowly, I have no intention of confronting the world government. I just want to establish an ideal country in my mind in this world, Tibet. As for overthrowing the world government and building a new world, I'm not very interested. Trafalgar Law looked up at Shuang Yukongying. Was that what he had in mind? Shuang Yu glanced at Trafalgar Law, and then slowly said, I know what you're thinking. But I advise you, leave the world without government. 21. Go to the sea and have a look. There will be your answer. Trafalgar Law looked solemn, and immediately nodded heavily. Advertisement. Thank you, Master Tianli. After that, he left the palace. In fact, the purpose of Trafalgar Law's visit today is also very simple. He wants to see the seven rulers of the world, see Shuang Yukongying, and see if he is worth giving his heart to. As a person, Trafalgar Law's greatest wish is to kill Brother Ming. As a doctor, his greatest wish is naturally to save lives and heal the wounded. But he also knows that studying medicine cannot save the world. Therefore, he wants to dedicate his greatest strength in the mutated situation of this world. Immortality of Op fruit. But Shuang Yukongying rejected him. He let himself go to sea to find. But the sea is so big, what can he find? At this time, a figure suddenly slowly appeared in front of his eyes. After watching Trafalgar Law leave, Lei Mubi also appeared beside Shuang Yukongying. Does he want to give his own fruit, and then let Master Tianli gain the ability of immortality? Lei Mubi looked at Shuang Yukongying with some puzzlement. Why did you refuse again? Shuang Yukongying smiled lightly. Eternal life. That's so boring. Holy Land Mariajoy. In the dark lobby, the five elders are talking. How is Marine doing now? After Sengoku retired, many young people in Marine resigned. It wasn't until Sora got Zephyr back that he stabilized a bit. But now we recruit from the outside world, and we can't recruit too many people. I'm afraid the future development of Marine is not very optimistic. HMPH. If you can't recruit soldiers, then go to the four seas to catch people. That's right. Anyway, so many pirates kill so many people every year around the world. But doing this, I'm afraid it will force the people to go to the ruling side of the seven worlds. Now many people in New World have also transferred to Dao Wife. Especially that the Fishmen Island, even they all moved to Daozuma. And the Revolutionary Army is also taking advantage of the danger. They have almost wiped out the Marine base in East Blue. Don't worry about East Blue, I've sent Kizaru and the science team over. The point is that the Secular 7 is in power. How do we deal with this opponent? As soon as this question came up, the scene immediately fell into silence. Advertisement. Indeed, celestial dragons have ruled the world for 800 years. During this period, they encountered countless resistances, but they were all easily resolved by them. Even today's revolutionary army is just a bunch of mobs in their eyes. But the seven rulers of the world are different. They have the power to make even the world government fear. They also have unparalleled productivity. And quite advanced governance concepts. Each of these is a huge challenge to their rule. However, all the seven rulers of the world have gathered together. Shanks and Doflamingo, how's it going? Shanks is still in a coma after signing the contract. And Doflamingo is awake and is being baptized in the church. This kid is very happy now, and he is yelling that he must kill those who disturb the rule of the world government people. All of them were killed. Keep an eye on Shanks. For Doflamingo, they don't care too much. Although Doflamingo was more expensive than Shichibukai before, its strength is not as good after all. The reason for wooing him is also because the world government adheres to the attitude that one less enemy is worse than one more friend. You know, before Li Hao restored his status as celestial dragons, there was a lot of trouble on the family side. Where's the Straw Hat Kid? Where did he go? Is there a trace? Not yet. Let Zephyr pay more attention. Use. To the winter country, the original Sakura flower country. Is this the land of winter? Wow, there are really Sakura flowers everywhere, so beautiful. Snowflakes are flying all over the sky, accompanied by beautiful Sakura flowers. Oh, my dear Ms. Nami and Ms. Robin, please let me make you a lunch of love for you in such a beautiful scenery. Believe that it will definitely make this beauty even more beautiful. Sanji. Me too. Go away. After joining the Adventurers Association, Luffy started to do the above tasks. And when he recently received a mission. Find a missing physician in Winterest. 099. Elbaf and Jarul. Height 90 centimeters. It's a reindeer with a small pink hat. It looks very cute. It used to be the apprentice of the famous doctor in the Winter Kingdom, Shiru Luke. It was later recognized by Dr. Kurha adoption. But after the death of Dr. Kurha, it disappeared again. Usopp read the introduction slowly. After listening to this, Luffy couldn't help being shocked. Ah, reindeer. Can a reindeer be a doctor? Sanji pouted. Green seaweed can be a swordsman, so what if a reindeer is a doctor? When Zoro heard this, his face became irritable. You stinky cook. After a while, the two quarreled lively. Nami looked helplessly at the fight between the two, and then looked at Luffy at the side. Anyway. We must first complete the mission here, and then go to the Adventurers Association to exchange for as much equipment as possible. Now the beasts, the pirates and the Big Mom pirates have teamed up with the world government, which is very bad news for us. Yes, yes. Usopp also rushed to echo, and then his face was full of worry, and didn't you see it before? Now the Marine is replaced by a strong marshal. I'm afraid that his methods against us will be even more vicious. After the last battle on the Fishman Island, Huangru continued to chase Kaido, and Sabo and Ace also returned to the seven camps. Hearing the news, Luffy didn't show much fear on his face, but cheered with anticipation. Very good. Let's go straight to it now. Elbaf. Shuang Yukongying and Lei Movie appeared here together. Lord Tianli, is there anything special about this country? Lei Movie stared directly at Shuang Yukongying. She was actually asking if Shuang Yukongying wanted to build the remaining fontaine and not a here. However, Shuang Yukongying shook his head indifferently. There is nothing special about this city. It's just that the residents here are basically giants. So I want to come and have a look, this so-called giant village, what a scene it is. Shuang Yukongying smiled. As a young man in the new era who has received a complete 9-year compulsory education, Shuang Yukongying has been particularly curious about the adult country and Gulliver's travels since he was a child. In addition to his previous social life, he has never had a good time to relax. This time, I finally came to this bizarre place of pirate world, how could I give up such a rare opportunity to travel? Advertisement. Come on, let's go and have a look. Elbaf is very mysterious, located in a hidden island on the Grand Line, which is shrouded in mist all year round. And when Shuang Yukongying came here, she also gradually felt the change of the magnetic field here. The gravitational force here intersects with other places, which is lighter. After a while, the two descended on Elbaf. Is this island the Giant's Island? Lei Movie also looked around curiously. There are very tall plants growing all around, even a clump of ordinary weeds can grow up to Shuang Yukongying's chin. Immediately afterwards, a worm the size of a fist appeared on the weeds. Shuang Yukongying took a closer look. Good guy, it turned out to be a cockroach. The bugs in this Elbaf are all this size. Lei Jian stretched out a finger, and the element of thunder and lightning flowed at her fingertips. Immediately afterwards, a piercing lightning flashed out, and the scorching heat directly burned the cockroach and turned it into ashes. Her eyes flashed after a trace of indifference. What she hates the most on weekdays is courtiers. Ha 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 ha. However, Shuang Yukongying smiled happily. Really interesting. Let's keep walking and see if there is anything else interesting about this Elbaf. The two of them walked in the village, and after walking for a while, they finally saw the tall thatched cottage in front of them. That should be the village of Elbaf. Let's be careful not to disturb them. Shuang Yukongying warned. Lei Movie nodded. The purpose of Shuang Yukongying's trip, Agfei, is mainly to travel, and she doesn't want to have anything to do with Elbaf. In the end, if it reaches the world government, maybe they think they are going to join forces with Elbaf again. It's not that he's afraid of world government, but that he doesn't think it's necessary. The living area of Elbaf village is very large. From a distance, although there are only a few huge wooden houses, its land area is comparable to many big cities on Blue Star. Boom, boom, boom. Shuang Yukongying and Lei Movie were sitting on a big tree in the distance, quietly watching the distant scene. In the distance, a huge and old figure was hard at work lighting a fire, while the giants who were a little smaller than his head were quietly preparing other ingredients beside him. And in their hands, the elephant that usually looks quite big, now it seems to be just a small shrimp. Has all the water been brought? The giant old man asked with staring eyes. Advertisement. The young giant next to him scratched the back of his head embarrassingly. Darcy has gone, but he hasn't come back yet. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help becoming angry. This Darcy. What a naughty kid. Let him hit the water for so long. This kid must have gone to play with the Sea King somewhere. Then he might get lost outside for a few days before he can come back. But, what if this delays Prince Loki's lunch? The old man's name is Jarul, and he is the elder of the country of Elbaf. Then, when he was angry and anxious, some sparks accidentally appeared from the flint under his feet, and then touched his slender white beard. In the end, even a large area burned up. Elder Jarul. Elder. Oh. Jarul's huge body began to jump up and down, causing the ground within 100 miles to shake. Even Shuang Yukongying, who was on the tree, was almost knocked down unfortunately. The power of this giant is really terrifying. The movie said with emotion. On the other side, Jarul was exhausted from torture, and the group finally extinguished the flames on his beard. Then he was a little disheartened at this time. Although his beard is largely still there, only about a tenth of it has been burned off. But that's at least what he got in exchange for 30 years. Darcy, go and find him, Jirul said angrily. However, at this time, a sneer came from not far away. Ha 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 ha, Shuang Yukongdiang stared intently. It turned out to be Blackbeard. 100. Blackbeard's ambition. Blackbeard, how is he here? Shuang Yukongdiang stared blankly for a moment. Blackbeard is a very impressive character for Shuang Yukongdiang. He is different from most villains who are both good and evil in the world of pirates. He is the kind of pure villain, and he is also the cognitive image of pirates in the traditional world. And the last time he appeared, it seems that he met the Araki faction and the others. Then he was beaten by the Ararataki faction and Yamato, and finally only a few original Backbone crew members were able to escape. They appear here now, and why? Shuang Yukongdiang quietly stood aside, watching. But Blackbeard and the others didn't care about the existence of the two figures on the tree at all and just stared at Jirul with greedy eyes. Jirul, join us. Our Blackbeard pirates will definitely protect you. Ha 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 ha. A look of indifference appeared on Jirul's face immediately. I thought who it was you, the B*********** D who betrayed Whitebeard. Teach, if you appear here now, aren't you afraid that Whitebeard will come to settle accounts with you? Jirul sneered. As a former member of the Giant Soldiers Pirates, he naturally has a high level of arrogance. And in the early years, he also had a relationship with Whitebeard. He thought that the other party was a very trustworthy person, but he did not expect that he would be completely rejected by Marshall in the end. D teach backstab the B********** D. HMPH. Whitebeard really got it wrong this time. Why did he recognize such a trash son like you? Faced with such ridicule, Blackbeard was neither angry nor angry, still smiling wickedly. Not surrendering to us, Blackbeard sneered. Then he winked at the huge figure beside him. Immediately afterwards, Badgers walked out calmly, and the giant body he was dragging was Darcy. With one hand, Badgers easily threw away the chinned Darcy who was several times his size, and the injured Darcy fell to the ground in embarrassment. His huge body was bloody and his consciousness was blurred. Slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jirul, who was dying, and shouted, "Elder." Seeing his miserable state, Jirul couldn't help clenching his fists. Marshall, D. Teach, what the hell are you trying to do? Teach showed a weird smile. What are you doing? Didn't I make it very clear just now? Jirul. Take you Elbaf and join us. Advertisement. After being wiped out by the Ararataki faction last time, Blackbeard has been expanding his own power all over the world. Against the background of the world's seventh ruling and the world government's rivalry, he, Blackbeard, does not want to submit to any party. He wants to create his own power. But now, Blackbeard has captured all the vicious pirates from all over the world, and finally regained its previous strength. But he still wasn't satisfied. He knew, even an unknown small group under the seventh worldly ruling, the Araki faction could wipe them out. With his current strength, it is still too weak to fight against the ruling of the seventh world. So he thought of Elbashi. Elbaf, land of giants. This is undoubtedly a very powerful force in the world. If they can get Elbaf to surrender, then their Blackbeard pirates have finally gained a firm foothold between the two forces of the seventh world and the world government. However, facing Blackbeard's ambition, Jirul just sneered. We Elbaf never cooperate with treacherous people. Blackbeard was still grinning grimly. At this time, Fan Kao who was beside him suddenly raised the gun in his hand. Boom. A loud gunshot rang out. In the blink of an eye, a young giant beside Jirul collapsed, with bright red blood flowing from its abdomen. Lister. Jirul could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He took old steps, shaking the ground. Jirul's huge fist hit Blackbeard directly like a meteor. Hey, but his fist firmly blocked in front of Blackbeard. It's Badgers. He blocked the punch. Immediately afterwards, a swamp-like black aura began to circulate around Blackbeard. That aura was like a gloomy stream, full of turbidity. Shuang Yukongdiang, who was standing in the distance, quietly watched Blackbeard make a move. Blackbeard at this time, his strength has obviously surpassed the Summit War period. But if compared with Kaido and Whitebeard, it still feels obviously inferior. 0. Ask for flowers. What's interesting is that the news in the newspapers is spreading now, saying that after the red hair becomes the celestial dragons, who will be the new emperor of the sea? Luffy or Blackbeard? Now Luffy is making a lot of noise, but this Blackbeard is silent here developing. Shuang Yukongdiang nodded. Advertisement. Blackbeard is a very dangerous figure. Although from the current point of view, Luffy has initially awakened the fruit of Nika, and in terms of personal strength, he should be able to stabilize Luffy. But if you want to become 4 emperors, the most important thing is to look at the power behind them. In terms of power development, Blackbeard is obviously much more active than Luffy. Jirul, where's your Prince Rocky? Blackbeard looked at Jirul and smiled evilly. Jirul's expression darkened suddenly. Prince Loki. At this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly flew not far away, and then hit Blackbeard heavily. And when it followed, there was a ruthless man in uniform with a cigarette in his mouth, Shiryu. And that falling black shadow is Prince Loki of Elbaf. Prince Loki. Jirul cried out in grief. Jirul ignored Blackbeard and the others' threats, and walked directly towards Blackbeard, hugged Loki full of pity, and looked at his bruised body. To tell you the truth, I have injected him with venom. Only I have the antidote. Having said that, another sneer appeared on Blackbeard's face. Jirul, you don't want your prince to suffer like this, do you? Jirul looked at the pained expression on Loki's face, and then looked at Teach with a sad face. Teach, you despicable and shameless villain. Blackbeard laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. So what about being mean and shameless? What about the villain? I'm destined to be the One Piece. Those who do great things don't care about small things. Blackbeard looked at Jirul with absolute coldness in his eyes. Jirul, you have only one choice. Jirul's expression was tangled. Maybe there could be a second 101. Snake Tunxiang. When he heard the voice, Blackbeard looked blankly behind him. Then, he saw Shuang Yukongdiang and Lei Ying, suspended in the void like gods. They looked down at Blackbeard. The indifference in the look down made Blackbeard feel very uncomfortable. It was a kind of being the feeling of aggrieved stepping down. Shuang Yukongdiang. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes, staring at Shuang Yukongdiang indifferently. As for Shuang Yukongdiang, he naturally knows quite well, a magical figure who has repeatedly screened major newspapers in the past few months. Rumors about him are also flying everywhere. It is said that there is a mysterious inheritance in Wanokuni, and finally it was obtained by Shuang Yukongdiang, so he was able to release so many powerful characters. In short, the legend about Shuang Yukongdiang is amazing. But there's one thing that bothers Blackbeard quite a bit. The man in front of him, 270, has obviously surpassed Kaido and Whitebeard. He is truly on top of the world. Blackbeard stared at him coldly, and then couldn't help licking his lips. If he can defeat Shuang Yukongdiang here, then he should be able to annex the Dust Seven to rule. By then, he who can become the One Piece who will carve up the world with the world government. At this moment, Blackbeard stared at Shuang Yukongdiang closely, his eyes couldn't help revealing a trace of fanaticism. Shuang Yukongdiang stared at Blackbeard indifferently. He sensed the change in Blackbeard's mood at this moment. He stood up this time, simply wanting to let Blackbeard leave Elbaf, so as not to delay his travel mood. As for getting into a fight with Blackbeard, and maiming him, he wasn't too interested. But right now, it seems that Blackbeard doesn't want to let him go. Blackbeard, give me this face, let Elbaf go. Shuang Yukongdiang said in a cold tone. However, a crazy sneer gradually appeared on Blackbeard's face. Leave Elbaf alone. Why? Shuang Yukongdiang, give me a reason. Shuang Yu glanced at Blackbeard, as expected of Blackbeard. What a greedy man, how dare you speak to him like that? The reason, I don't want Elbaf to be forced to join your forces. Advertisement. Shuang Yukongdiang looked down at Blackbeard. And Blackbeard also stared at Shuang Yukongdiang. The atmosphere at the scene became solidified. The battle is about to start. Bros. Blackbeard yelled. After a while, Fan Oka immediately raised the gun in his hand, and shot at Shuang Yukongdiang. Shiryu's figure also disappeared in front of his eyes at that moment, and Badgers was holding a huge stone and smashing it directly into the void. Besides, there are Poison Q, Lafitte, and Avalo Pizza Luo. Wait. The members of the Blackbeard pirates all charged towards Shuang Yukongdiang. But these swift and fierce attacks turned into fireworks and dissipated in the blink of an eye with Lei Xinghua's hands raised. Ah, Shuang Yukongdiang. In the smoke, Blackbeard's figure rushed out and punched him directly. Shuang Yukongdiang resisted easily, but at this time, Blackbeard's dark fruit started to play a role. A terrifying attraction directly turned into an air current, floating towards Shuang Yukongdiang, and tightly grasping Shuang Yukongdiang's body like a suction cup, want to pull him down from the void. Snort. However, Shuang Yukongdiang just waved his hand, dispelling Blackbeard's attack with all his strength. Overreaching. Shuang Yukongdiang sneered. Immediately, bright lightning began to shine around him. Those thunder and lightning elements wrapped around him, like flowing clear water, but it exuded a rather fiery power, which made the Blackbeard pirates under his feet feel hot all over. Fear swept the whole body. Blackbeard's complexion also changed suddenly. Not good. Although he had some luck in defeating Shuang Yukongdiang, the main thing was to try how strong this person surpassed Kaido and Whitebeard. J. Actually played with fire. Blackbeard hastily stepped back a few steps, and then black mist swirled around him. The mist immediately enveloped everyone in the Blackbeard pirates. Immediately afterwards, the Blackbeard pirates disappeared in front of Shuang Yukongdiang. Advertisement. Watching Blackbeard leave, Shuang Yukongdiang didn't even think about chasing him. Instead, he looked at Jirul who was on the sidelines. At this time, Jirul took a deep look at Shuang Yukongdiang, and there was a lot of brilliance in the old eyes. It seemed that after confirming that Shuang Yukongdiang was not an enemy, he looked at the comatose Prince Loki again. Seeing Prince Rocky's appearance, Shuang Yu took out something calmly. Then pass it to Jirul. This should work. Jirul took the pill, hesitated for a while, and finally chose to feed it. After a while, Prince Rocky finally opened his eyes in a daze. Prince Loki. Jirul said excitedly. Afterwards, Jirul warmly invited Shuang Yukongdiang to be their Elbaf guest. Elbaf, it's been a long time since anyone came here. Jirul sighed. I don't know how many years ago, the young Charlotte Linlin came to Elbaf and was adopted by a nun. But in the end, Charlotte Linlin killed the nun and took her soul fruit, and also destroyed the village of Elbaf. Even killed Jirul's best comrade in arms, Jorl. This grudge has always been kept in Jirul Heart King. Shuang Yukongdiang was eating a piece of barbecue. This is the meat of sea kings is very tender, even after being grilled, it still has the tenderness that fish should have. And at the same time, it still has the chewiness of chin chicken. Before eating the meat of sea kings, Shuangyu Kongying really couldn't imagine that chewiness and tenderness, which seem to be two mutually exclusive 1.8 tastes, can be blended together. At this moment, Shuangyu Kongying already had some ideas in her mind. At this time, Prince Loki's expression was solemn, as if he had made a very serious decision. He looked directly at Shuangyu Kongying, and slowly said, Master Shuangyu Kongying, may I ask if you come to Elbaf this time whether you want us to join the 7 ruling worlds in Elbaf? Loki's eyes glowed with fire. As the Prince of Elbaf, he has always remembered the hatred from Charlotte Linlin. But he also knows, Charlotte Linlin is now the famous 4 emperors in the world, holding a very powerful force. Even if they all took Elbaf up, it would be futile in the end. But now he saw Shuangyu Kongying. This is their one chance to get revenge on Elbaf. 102. Elbaf's thoughts. Listening to Prince Rocky's words, Jirul also thought about it. The country of Elbaf has stood in the world for so many years, even if it is as strong as the world government, they have never really surrendered. And Jirul, who has lived for so long, also believes that the giant country of Elbaf should be the most important thing in the world power. Until a few years ago, Charlotte Linlin appeared. With her own strength, she almost destroyed the giant country. And now, the world is also caught in the historical storyline of the 7 ruling worlds and the world government fighting against each other. At this time, they didn't take the initiative to form a team, but in fact they just acquiesced to the original team. It was impossible for them not to get involved in the struggle between the two forces. Master Shuangyu Kongying. Jirul looked at Shuangyu Kongying with some embarrassment. Obviously, at this time, he has already made a decision. That is to join the ruling World 7. They have been dealing with the world government for so many years, what is the world government like? They know it all too well. This is a bunch of bottomless scum. And at least for now, it seems that Dust 7 is still in power. However, Shuangyu Kongying didn't agree immediately, his eyes were indifferent. It seemed that he was not interested in Elbaf's face 06. Then, he finally said slowly, I'm sorry. I can't accept your proposal. What? Master Shuangyu Kongying, Jirul, Prince Loki, and all the giants present were shocked. Shuangyu Kongying turned down their request to join. You know, their world government has expended a lot of energy, trying to make their giant kingdom surrender. Even let them join the military power of the world government, but they were all rejected by their Elbaf. And this kind of giant country with relatively strong power was actually rejected by Shuangyu Kongying to join the ruling of the World 7. Prince Loki's face looked a little ugly. But Shuangyu Kongying's expression remained the same. He doesn't want the Elbaf giant kingdom to join the 7 worlds, because there is no such thing as Elbaf in the Teyvat continent. Advertisement. He just wants to reproduce the glory of Teyvat in the world of pirates, that's all. Seeing that the atmosphere became a little silent, Shuangyu Kongying finally said slowly, although you can't directly join the ruling of the 7th world, but our 7th ruling of the world welcomes you to establish friendly relations with us. Our 7th ruling of the world is friendly and kind. If you as friends need help, we will do our best to help. Jirul's expression was still a little stiff. Since they can't really join the 7 ruling worlds, it means that they can't completely get the protection of Shuangyu Kongying. If the time comes, if the world government really wants to make things difficult for Elbaf, will the world's 7 rulers really take the risk of becoming an enemy of the world government to help them Elbaf? Shuangyu Kongying's expression was indifferent. He naturally knew the worry in Jirul's heart. But in fact, since he has identified Elbaf as a friendly relationship, then he will definitely help. So what if it offends even a world government? In the face of the absolute strength of Teyvat, the world government is nothing. However, he still just looked at Jirul quietly without speaking. Before Jirul could respond, Prince Loki knelt down on one knee respectfully, and said respectfully to Shuangyu Kongying, Elbaf, it's a great honor to become a friendly relationship country governed by the 7th world. Jirul looked at Prince Loki in amazement. And Shuangyu Kongying finally showed a little smile at this moment. Afterwards, Shuangyu Kongying took the opportunity to wander around the Elbaf for a while, only to realize that the Elbaf was much bigger than it looked on the outside. Moreover, there are quite a lot of giants on Elbaf. If this power is used by the world government, it really cannot be underestimated. While playing, Shuangyu Kongying suddenly saw a huge, bright, dark black stone. There are also some obscure writing engraved on it, and the whole stone looks like a piece of rusty Madara's broken copper and iron. Undoubtedly, this is a historical text. But Shuangyu Kongying just glanced at it lightly, and passed it by. Although the text of history plays a pivotal role in this world, but it has little effect on Teyvat. Before leaving, Shuangyu Kongying glanced at Elba again. I believe, the historical narrative storyline of One Piece world will soon develop to Elbaf. To the Winter Country. Luffy. Usopp. Did you find it? Nami ran over from not far away. Luffy shook his head dejectedly. No. Usopp also heaved a long sigh. How is it possible to find a reindeer in such a big mountain? And in this mountain, there are a lot of strange animals, they look like rabbits, but their body size bigger than a bear. Hey, it's scary. Advertisement. At this moment, a little girl with a pink hat on her head, but nothing on, passed by. Yay, Tanuki. Luffy cried out in surprise. Usopp and Nami also looked over. Why are there civet cats here? That's right. Nami soon discovered that the Tanuki was wearing something wrong. This dress, wasn't it the reindeer chopper they were looking for? 760 inches chopper. Nami called out tentatively. Chopper turned around and looked at Luffy and the others in a daze. Do you know me? Hey, are you Chopper? Luffy hurried forward, looked around Chopper's body curiously, and immediately raised his question, but isn't Chopper a reindeer? Reversible is obviously a civet cat. Hearing this, Chopper immediately became anxious. I am the reindeer. After leaving Elbaf, Luna immediately continued to travel around the world. Although the main purpose is to travel, Xuangyu Kongying actually has another idea, which is to find 2 more places in One Piece world and rebuild Fontaine and Nada here. And now, Xuangyu Kongying has come, the capital of water. In the original book, the battle between Luffy's Enies Lobby and its previous love stories all happened in the water capital. And now, because of the emergence of Xuangyu Kongying and the Dust 7, the storyline of this world seems to have been accelerated. However, the City of Water is still the most impressive chapter of Xuangyu Kongying's previous life reading comics. Xuangyu Kongying looked at the bustling water capital in front of him. He came here today with only one purpose. Rebuild Fontaine.
5DK 103, Water City and Spandam Water Capital. Thief, don't run. Trash Frankie family. Xuangyue Kongying and Lei Mubi changed into simple clothes and walked on the streets of the water capital. Beside him are a group of young men in strange clothes running quickly past, and behind him are some tall and mighty strong men chasing them. Xuangyue Kongying just glanced at it and simply passed by. I heard that there is a Bingshan mayor here, shall we go find him now? Lei Mubi said beside him. Xuangyue Kongying shook his head, not in a hurry. He hasn't shaken out Fukaros yet. I have to say that the architecture of the water city is quite good, and the layout of the entire city is quite clear. At the same time, in a relatively peaceful state, it is a very good place in the Grand Line. And standing on the heights of the city, you can also see the sea train not far away, drifting towards. It's really spectacular. Xuangyue Kongying couldn't help sighing. Indeed, Lei Mubi said slowly, with this kind of technology, if it can be extended to our 7th world, it will definitely greatly enhance the convenience of transportation between us and improve the living standards of the people. Xuangyue Kongying nodded. Indeed. If the world government can invest heavily in this technology, then One Piece world will definitely become even better. It's just a pity that the world government is just a group of short-sighted people, and for their power to be permanent, they would rather keep the world in a state of not developing technology. Therefore, what they develop are some war machines and violence-related things. Never to develop people's livelihood, there must be a chance. Immediately, Xuangyue Kongying found a place and started shaking people. After so many days, and adventurers from all over the world have harvested their beliefs, the points he has accumulated now are not insignificant. But even so, it is not difficult to extract the god Fukaros. Xuangyue Kongying took a deep breath, then, the lottery pool in his head began to spin. The prize box in it is getting clearer little by little. 15 rounds. No, 15 more rounds, 15 more rounds. Advertisement after an unknown number of rounds, Xuangyue Kongying still couldn't draw out the ideal Fukaros. Looking at his few remaining points, Xuangyue Kongying finally pressed it for the last time. Please, there must be someone, but the result is still the same. To the winter country. Find Chopper's Luffy and others, and send it to Dr. Kuleo. Dr. Kureha stared at Luffy deeply, and then slowly said, It's cold, come to my humble house for a light meal. Luffy's face was overjoyed. Is it really possible? Then thank you very much, and I'm sorry to bother you. In Kuleha's castle, Luffy and others saw many scary things. Usopp has been hiding behind Nami, but Luffy was very interested in those things, and even hugged those bones and skeletons quite boldly. At this moment, a crisp sound of glass breaking suddenly resounded in everyone's minds. Chopper, you can't even do this well. I have raised you for so long. Is this how you treat me? No. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo, Dr. Doriel. Get out. Don't let me see you again. Then, a burst of lovely footsteps slowly walked towards Luffy. Chopper. Nami and the others looked at Chopper with some distress. It was they who brought Chopper back before, and they all thought that Chopper was a very cute animal and could speak human language. So, if Chopper came back home from outside, he ended up suffering from such a violent, they will be guilty too. Isn't this Dr. Doriel too fierce? Usopp said a little indignantly. Ahem. That's true. Nami coughed twice. Immediately, Nami couldn't help but began to tremble all over. Miss Nami? Sanji was the first to notice something was wrong with Nami. Immediately, Usopp also began to feel cold all over for no reason. Even though there was a fire pit in front of him, he still couldn't stop shivering all over his body. Usopp. After a while. Robin, Sanji, Luffy, all showed related symptoms one after another. Advertisement only Zoro managed to maintain his composure, but the situation inside him was also very uncomfortable. What is happening? Why is this damn body suddenly cold? This feeling is as if the inside of the body was suddenly frozen by some mysterious force. Zoro wanted to stand up, go to exercise to activate the blood in his body, so as to restore the most basic fighting ability, but unexpectedly, he was exhausted. When he stood up with his hands supporting himself, his right hand suddenly went limp, and immediately his whole body fell down uncontrollably. Water Capital. Marine's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and its leader was a man dressed casually and with a half mask on his face. And Xuangyue Kongying walked forward calmly as if nothing had happened. But when the masked man passed by Xuangyue Kongying, his footsteps stopped suddenly, he said arrogantly to Shuangyue Kongying who was walking behind him. Backquote, you boy, stop for me. Shuangyue Kongying turned a blind eye and continued walking. The man in the mask angrily stepped forward and grabbed Shuangyue Kongying's shoulder, but his eyes flickered at that moment, making his hand empty. Shuangyue Kongying looked back indifferently. Look at the person in front of you. He knows who this person is. Spandam, the kid is not dead yet. What's your business? Shuangyue Kongying asked indifferently, Nuo Lahao. Spandam, however, was furious when he heard the tone. After losing the Eni's lobby battle last time, he was scolded by Marineford, and he was also dismissed from his position as Eni's lobby, but luckily, for his father's sake, Marineford reserved it for him CP9 executive position and continued to stay in Eni's lobby. And he is worried about being angry and out of breath. Did you meet this kid in front of you, boy, tourist from out of town? Spandam scanned Shuangyue Kongying up and down. Shuangyue Kongying said in a cold tone, I advise you to stay away from me, otherwise, I promise to make you wear a mask all over your face. Hearing this, Spandam's expression darkened instantly. This kid who doesn't know how to live or die dares to talk about his mask. Catch this kid alive. Spandam roared angrily. Immediately, several marines surrounded Shuangyue Kongying and Lei Yingying. 104. Water Capital and Fontaine Lei movie stepped forward, wanting to block these little bastards for Shuangyue Kongying, but was stopped by Shuangyue Kongying stretching out a hand. Master Tianli. Lei Xingying looked at Shuangyue Kongying a little dully. And Shuangyue Kongying looked at Spandam calmly. It turned out to be a marine officer. I have offended you so much earlier, please forgive this marine officer. Immediately, Shuangyue Kongying took out some Baileys from his pocket, then throw it all at Spandam. I just want to do some business in the water capital, and I don't want to offend Marine. Please forgive me if I made the officer feel unhappy about something just now. Spandam took those Baileys, weighed them in his hands, and then scanned Shuangyue Kongying again. The ball of Bailey in his hand has thousands of pieces. Although the bounties of many pirates on the Grand Line exceed tens of thousands, it is not to be taken lightly if the value of thousands of Baileys is given casually. And the kid in front of me is gorgeously dressed, seems to be a bit Wanokuni? Boy, you are wise. Spandam looked at Shuangyue Kongying, and finally restrained his anger a bit. Since Zephyr came to power, Marine is currently dealing with discipline issues, even with his parents in Marineford backing him up, but Zephyr is clearly not the kind of guy to talk about. In addition, 477 himself is just angry, so why not go down this step directly? Let's go. Spandam ordered the Marines to be opened, and then continued to walk towards the distance swaggeringly. Lei Movie looked at Shuangyue Kongying with some puzzlement. Lord Tianli, we were able to kill them directly just now, and they are nothing to be afraid of at all. And it also damaged your majesty, Lord Tianli. You just now why would treat them like that? Even give them Bailey back? Shuangyue Kongying's eyes continued to shine indifferently, then turned around and walked slowly towards the deeper part of the water capital. For Fontaine, Shuangyue Kongying didn't explain too much. In fact, although their World 7 rulings did not take the world government seriously, their world government was watching them all the time, and fantasized that they were the opponents of the World 7 rulings. Especially when Kong, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, began to show his face, this sense of confrontation became even stronger. And the world government is obviously starting to shrink their oppression of the world intentionally, and gradually wants to build itself into a peaceful and friendly government image, a GFB. This is of course indifferent to Shuangyue Kongying. He didn't care too much about Pirate World, advertisement. But, not even water, he can't accept that the world government is harvesting the capital of water like this. Therefore, he will be so polite to Spandam, and continue to fuel his arrogance. He wants everyone in the water city to hate Spandam, and at the same time hate the world government. By then, he will make the water city even better the country of Fontaine, then it has become a matter of course. Let's go, let's take the sea train and see the scenery on the sea. Shuangyue Kongying said slowly. Yes, the heavens rule the heavens. East Blue. Ever since the Revolutionary Army obtained all kinds of treasures from the 7th World Ruler, their overall combat power has increased by leaps and bounds, and they are keenly aware that the current world government's main focus is on in order to deal with the 7 ruling worlds. They made a big move and directly liberated several kingdoms in East Blue. Sabo-kun. What's the matter? Sabo sat on the large railing by the sea, looking at the waves rising and falling in the distance. Sabo turned his head and saw Koala. It's nothing, I'm just worried about my Udu. Koala pondered for a while, and then smiled. Okay, I know Sabo-kun. You are a very caring brother. But I think, maybe Luffy doesn't need you to worry so much. After all, he also has such excellent people around him. Mate, and Luffy is pretty good in his own right, isn't he? Hearing these words, Sabo nodded slightly, yes. And, isn't everyone saying that? Is Luffy the Joey boy who can save the world and overthrow the world government? Since a fate has been arranged in this way, he must be safe and sound. Trust Luffy, trust fate. Sabo's worried expression softened slightly. Immediately, Koala stared at Sabo, and said slowly, but, I still find it incredible. That Luffy is actually the son of the boss. And you and the son of the boss, many years ago, were brothers. What do you think? Could this be some kind of fate? Sabo smiled, and then turned his gaze to the waves not far away. Advertisement, indeed. Back then, I escaped from the aristocratic area of this kingdom. Then I met Ace and Luffy. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly there was the sound of a cannon.
Sabo suddenly woke up from the tranquility. Immediately, he saw several huge figures flying down not far away. Those black figures descended like demons, emitting intense rays of light in all directions. When the light hits the houses, it will even directly knock down one house after another. For a moment, the flames blazed wildly. It is pacifists. Sabo flew directly, charging towards one of the pacifists. Sabadi Archipelago. After the collapse of the Red Line, the Holy Land of Mariajoy was also severely damaged. Fortunately, the casualties of the Celestial Dragon's nobles were not too great. However, the renovation of the Holy Land Mariajoy still takes a lot of time. Therefore, Sabadi Archipelago now replaces the original Holy Land Mariajoy. 5 Elders Conference Room. How is Marine doing now? Everything is running normally. After Zephyr came to power, he suppressed some people who were about to move. Although many people in Marine have left, the new Marine brought by Zephyr is also a force that cannot be ignored. The curly-haired 5 Elders said slowly, and then said again. However, Zephyr is extreme, but he still needs to be vigilant. It doesn't matter, if he is free, he will make a move. Where's the Straw Hat Kid? Where is he now? Even though the Dust 7 are particularly mysterious and powerful, right now, they are still more worried about Luffy after all. After all, this is a prophecy of 800 years. I got the news, they are now in the Kingdom of Winter. Zephyr has rushed there, but due to special reasons in the Kingdom of Winter, they can only set up ambushes abroad. 105, 5 Elders concerns. Hearing this, the other 5 Elders showed disappointing expressions. In the whole world, there are still places where their world government can't set foot. For 800 years, there has never been such a thing. Thinking of this, they hate the world's 7 rulers even more, hated after that, it was helpless. Then let Zephyr get ready there, this time, we must kill the Straw Hat Boy directly. Immediately, the curly-haired 5 Elders stood up wearily. The last time he fought Xuangyue Kongying, the injuries in his body haven't completely healed until now. And there was a little coldness in his eyes, and he said slowly, has there been any movement in the 7 rulers of the world recently? Nothing happened. Xuangyue Kongying appeared in Elbaf a few days ago, and also had a conflict with Blackbeard. Elbaf? 5 Elders was a little shocked, and then a little worried. As Elbaf is a kingdom of giants, they naturally have considerable considerations. They have persecuted them several times, surrendered to the world government, and let them all join the Marine as their lackeys. But Elbaf, citing closure, refused. Now, Fukong and them. What is this going to do? Why is Blackbeard in Elbaf? What exactly is this man trying to do? This person is very ambitious, we need to be very careful. That's right. Being able to hide on the Whitebeard ship for so long. This shows how terrifying this man's scheming is. And last time he took advantage of the chaos to mess with Impel down, but he can be released a lot of vicious guys. These guys finally increased our governance costs. Blackbeard. You can take advantage of it. At this time, if you can cooperate with us to target the ruling of the World 7, that would be good. But, Zephyr might not like it. HMPH, you don't need him to care about it. To winter abroad. Several warships were densely packed, just hovering above the sea. On the leading warship, Zephyr was looking ahead. Is there any movement in there? On this warship, there all the elites of his new Marine. Ain and Bins are on his left and right sides. After returning to Marine, the ranks of these 2 people will be promoted to Rear Admiral. And behind him, there is Shuzo of the Vice Admiral level, who is also a member of his freshman Marine. Advertisement, reporting teacher, no, Zedong country's external screening is very strict. We have a large number of spies, but in the end, only a few people sneaked in. According to the replies from these people, the Straw Hat Boy once in Zedong there are traces left all over the country, but now they have disappeared inexplicably. Miss Ain said slowly. Hearing these words, Zephyr couldn't help but fell into deep thought. He looked at the Winter Kingdom that was so close in front of him, and still couldn't help sighing. I didn't expect that the world government, which has always been domineering, would dare not offend. Shuzo, who was basking in the sun at the back, lifted the book from his face. The 7 rulers of the world have appeared strangely. Now the Ministry of Science has devoted a lot of thought to studying the 7 rulers of the world. The above probably means that they also hope to obtain the power related to the 7 rulers of the world. That's how you fight them. Zephyr's eyes were cold and he didn't speak. Immediately, he turned around and ordered all the warships to prepare for rest. Because he felt that Luffy might stay in the Winter Kingdom for a long time this time. But things have come to this point, it is impossible to retreat, and they can only stay here, waiting for that boy Luffy to come out from the Winter Kingdom. After the recuperation state came out, many warships put away their cannons that were always ready. But this time, they came to the Kingdom of Winter. Most of the current marine power has been assembled. A marshal, only 2 admirals left, 10 more vice admirals. Hundreds rear admiral. Zephyr also knew that Luffy was Garp's grandson, but, as a marine hero, Garp didn't raise his grandson well, and even made him accidentally walk on the road of pirates, so it's no wonder he was so ruthless. To winter in the country. Luffy woke up in a daze, and then found that his body was tied up with an iron rope, and he was leaning against a skeleton frame. But what made Luffy feel bad was that the iron rope was actually made of sea stone. When Luffy woke up, he found himself leaning against such a place, and immediately started making noise. 0. Seeking flowers. Ah, what's going on, let me go. Following Luffy's noise, others woke up one after another, and then realized the embarrassment at this time. What's going on here? Ah, what's going on? Advertisement, I just remember I was chilling and it was like I had a cold, and then I started to lose consciousness and I just fell down. Yes, me too. At this time, Sanji sighed. It seems. We should all be poisoned, but who poisoned us? Is that Doriana? Or that nasty Tanuki? At this moment, Luffy found Chopper sleeping in the corner. Hey, Chopper. Chopper. Seeing that he couldn't wake up after barking all the time, Luffy kicked a bone under his foot, and after kicking Chopper, he finally managed to wake up. Chopper opened his eyes and saw the people tied to the skeleton rack. Everyone, what's going on here? Usopp angrily said. Need to say? It must be that nasty Dr. Doriel, who bewitched us with drugs, and then tied us here. Chopper explained with an ugly face. No, Ms. Doriel is not that kind of person. Nami looked at Chopper with some distress. This poor little guy, it wasn't long before he lost his master, and now the Dr. Doriel who just befriended him has become like this. Whoever it is, wouldn't be able to accept it. Chopper, please help us untie it first, and then we will talk about other things slowly, okay? Chopper looked up, nodding hopefully. All right. Rice wife. Xuangyue Kongying, who had spent points, returned to Daozuma. He planned to cultivate for a while, raise his points well, and then go to draw Fukaros again. Anyway, the capital of water must become the new country of Fontaine. Lord Tianli, there have been many vicious fights in Daoju, and you need to decide the four. 106. Bartolomeo and the mysterious frescoes? Oh? Xuangyue Kongying showed a little indifference in her eyes. Ever since the 7 rulers of the world appeared in Pirate World, countless ordinary civilians and pirates have come here admiringly. The entry of the former can increase the activity of the 7 rulers of the world, and can also bring faith to Xuangyue Kongying. But the appearance of the latter would simply bring confusion. After all, not all pirates are as peaceful as Luffy. Even though the 7 rulers of the world have used many methods to isolate the pirates outside, how can there be an impenetrable wall in the world? There will still be a large number of pirates sneaking into the Rice Wife, trying to drag the Rice Wife into chaos, and he still wants to pull Xuangyue Kongying down from the altar, so as to get the chance to become famous in the world. Take me to sea. Xuangyue Kongying came to a coastal port city in Daozuna, which is the largest port city in Daozuna in 2000, and it was just an ordinary foreign port during the closed country period. But it also achieved great prosperity. After Daozu founded the country, it quickly developed into the largest city in Daozu, but chaos ensued. Master Tianli is here. Xuangyue Kongying walked forward calmly. Immediately, he saw a green-haired kid being tied up, but his expression was full of dissatisfaction, and he even kept shouting. Come on, if you have the ability, kill me. Kill him. Master Ben Bartolomeo is not afraid of anything, so why would he be afraid of you little bastards? Xuangyue Kongying came over to take a look. Drink? Good guy. So it's an old acquaintance again. It turned out that the kid Bartolomeo slipped in from the outside, wanting to see the prosperity of the Rice Wife country. Although this kid joined the Straw Hat Fleet in the original book, but this kid's pirate nature is so but it's clear. He just came to Dao's wife, sat down to have a meal, and still wanted to give money? You are Bartolomeo? Xuangyue stared at him with cold eyes. Bartolomeo doesn't read the newspaper very much, and he doesn't know who Xuangyue Kongying is in front of him. He just vaguely perceives that this person seems to be very powerful, but he is still fearless. No matter who comes, it is absolutely impossible to break through Bartolomeo's barrier. How much did he eat for this king's meal? Xuangyue Kongying turned her gaze to the store owner beside her. Advertisement. The owner of the store had a bruised nose and a swollen face at this time, obviously having some conflicts with Bartolomeo, but Bartolomeo also restrained his actions. Otherwise, with the strength of his hands, I'm afraid that the shop owner will die directly under his hands. But even though he showed mercy, he still got off the car. Eat 50 Baileys, the store owner said angrily and timidly. Hearing this, Xuangyue Kongying's eyes turned cold. He turned to look at the invincible Bartolomeo, and then ordered indifferently to the people around him. Bartolomeo, you owe the overlord meal 50 pele. And you beat the shop owner viciously, and behaved badly. Immediately expel Daochi, and you will not be allowed to enter Daochi within 10 years. And within 1 year, you will not be allowed to enter any place governed by Dust 7. Hearing this, many onlookers around showed surprised expressions, feeling a little inconceivable at Xuangyue's ethereal punishment. What? Bartolomeo looked at Xuangyue Kongying in shock. He didn't expect that the person in front of him would dare to give him such a heavy punishment. You are not allowed to re-enter Daozu for 10 years? Doesn't this mean that there is a place in this world that he is not allowed to set foot on? As a pirate, this is the greatest shame. Who do you think you are? So rampant. Bartolomeo looked at Xuangyue Kongying arrogantly and said, even wanting to do something to Xuangyue Kongying. And Xuangyue Kongying just looked at Bartolomeo indifferently, and immediately released a slight force from his body, which directly shook Bartolomeo away, and he wanted to activate the barrier to resist this attack power. But the barrier also shattered at that moment, and then he flew away directly. This? How is it possible? This power? Bartolomeo stared at Xuangyue Kongying in shock. However, Inazuma's guards directly caught Bartolomeo. Being overestimated, he dared to attack Lord Tianli. At this time, Bartolomeo realized who he was facing just now. It turned out that he was facing the 5 elders alone, and the Inazuma daimyo who forced the entire marine back by himself, the reality of the 7 ruling worlds. The person in charge, Xuangyue Kongying. After dealing with Bartolomeo, Shuangyue Kongya released related bills. Advertisement: anyone who breaks the law seriously in the territory of the 7th world of the world will be immediately expelled from the 7th world of the world, and within the corresponding year, they will not be allowed to enter the 7th world of the world again. The release of this bill has greatly improved the internal security of the 7 ruling worlds. For a time, countless pirates lurking and frantically wanted to escape from the ruling of the 7th world, but the law enforcement forces of the 7th world were always able to catch them and make them pay the corresponding price. This made countless common people in the 7th ruling world shout for it. And they all shouted, "Long live Lord Tianli! Long live Lord Tianli!" To the Winter Country. After unbinding, Luffy began to move around the castle. They wanted to find Dr. Doriel and ask her what she wanted to do. However, this castle is full of weirdness. First, various skeletons appeared to claim their lives, and then various poisons and traps appeared. It seriously hindered Luffy's group from moving forward, but even so, Luffy's group searched the entire castle, but they still couldn't find Dr. Doriel. Wait, Sanji suddenly realized something was wrong. What's wrong, Sanji? Nami looked at Sanji curiously. Zoro also stopped at 1.7 and looked at Sanji silently. At this time, Sanji was staring at a mural on the wall, and then said mysteriously, "Do you feel it? Although we seem to have traveled a long way along the way, it seems that we have been spinning in circles all the time?" Everyone was lost in thought. "Do you really feel this way?" "How did you tell?" Zoro asked. "Because." Sanji lowered his head, and a nosebleed flowed from the tip of his nose. "Because of this nude painting. In my memory, it seems to have appeared 3 times. I can't forget it. I absolutely can't forget it. Drop. Although the other murals on the wall are updated repeatedly, I will never remember this one wrong." Everyone followed Sanji's gaze. But Sanji's so-called nude painting, in their view, is still an ordinary mural. 107. Dr. Doriel's attack. Seeing everyone's confused eyes, Sanji looked at the nude mural again in disbelief, and then his tone was still hasty. "No mistake. Absolutely no mistake. This is a very special mural. I am now convinced that everyone has been immersed in some kind of fantasy." Sanji suddenly began to think. But when did such fantasies start to confuse them and occupy their brains? Sanji looked left and right, and finally saw a window in the front. Window. Right. Odor. Sanji subconsciously sensed something was wrong with the smell. He knew that it must be because of the smell that they were so immersed in fantasy. As long as they cut off the smell, everything would be fine. After thinking about this, Sanji quickly ran to the corridor in the deepest part. "I want to open the windows there." But before he reached the corridor, a skeleton walking upright appeared in front of his eyes again. Wow. Holding a sharp sword in his hand, the skeleton slashed at 06 Sanji viciously. Sanji narrowly avoided it by turning sideways. "Damn it. Such a skeleton dares to attack me, today, Mr. Japan. I must let you see how powerful I am." After finishing speaking, a raging flame began to sweep around Sanji's body, and the raging fire burst into flames at this moment. Immediately it skyrocketed, but it quickly went out. What's the situation? Sanji looked at the extinguished flames around him, feeling something was wrong. Too bad, he should have inhaled this breath. There should be something in it that paralyzes his nerves. Now, not only does he feel that the blood factors in his body cannot be used, even the most basic control of the body has gradually become numb, and it has become more and more difficult. Damn it! Sanji couldn't help cursing angrily, and he immediately gritted his teeth. But his body was becoming more and more out of his control. Gradually, he felt that his body was becoming more and more vain, and even the skeleton that was close at hand was hard for him to touch. Finally, Sanji fell down. After Sanji fell, everyone in the straw hats also failed to break through the confusion of the breath, and fell down one after another, losing their fighting power. When they woke up again, they were put on a stronger rope, and their bodies seemed to be covered with some kind of mysterious medicine. This drug made them lose a certain amount of fighting power, and they were so weak that they could no longer have the strength to escape. Advertisement. Even on one side, even Chopper was imprisoned. The first to wake up is Usopp. "Hey, everyone!" Usopp wakes everyone up straight away. Everyone opened their eyes one after another, only to realize the predicament in front of them. Damn it! Who the hell? Let me go! The fruit ability is also invalid. Damn it! It doesn't take any effort at all. Among all the people, only Sanji was the calmest, and even wanted to smoke a cigarette. He looked at the crowd and said slowly, "We must have been tricked by Dr. Doriel. This castle has always been filled with some kind of drug that makes us lose our strength and confuses our nerves. Don't want to let us out. Damn it, what the hell is this Dr. Doriel trying to do?" Everyone said angrily. Although the Straw Hats have gone through so much, and their combat power has already stood at the pinnacle of the world. But it is obvious that they are really facing a desperate situation, and their minds and strategies are far from real. The Imperial group is still far behind. "I just want to do what a normal person should do." Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a skeleton's hand opened the door, and Dr. Doriel walked in slowly from the outside. Madam Doriel, you let us go." Dr. Doriel looked at Luffy and the others indifferently, and then asked frivolously, "You guys should be the very famous Straw Hat pirates in the sea right now? So what if it's us?" Luffy said unconvinced, and the corners of Dr. Doriel's mouth raised up maliciously. At that moment, a substantive hatred permeated her whole body. "Madam Doriel." Chopper looked at Dr. Doriel. "I actually felt that the person in front of me was a little strange." Dr. Doriel, on the other hand, commanded her skeleton and began to attack the members of the Straw Hats, torturing their limbs. For a while, the screams continued, and everyone in the Straw Hats began to suffer terribly. All kinds of painful voices came and went. Advertisement in foreign countries until winter, all kinds of warships are still on standby. Marshal, some soldiers still can't hold back. Facing the hot sun, Zephyr opened his eyes slightly. As the former Marine General Instructor, he certainly has his own understanding of recruit training. But the current situation that needs to boost morale naturally cannot be generalized with recruits. If he can't handle it well, it will seriously affect the next encirclement and suppression operations. Wait 2 more days. Zephyr closed his eyes, showing a little helplessness. Luffy is now in the country of Zedong, and the country of Zedong is now the territory of the 7th World Government, so if they invade without authorization, it may cause a confrontation between the 7th World Government and the World Government. This 767 is definitely not what the World Government wants to see. Rice Wife. After dealing with Bartolomeo's matter, Xuangyue Kongying returned to his exclusive palace of heavenly law. He began to close his eyes, and his consciousness gradually entered the system panel. During this period of time, he gained a lot of fame because of his strict policy against pirates in the ruling territory of Dust 7. And this also caused his faith points to suddenly increase. Now, he has the ability to draw 15 times, call. Xuangyue Kongying let out a long breath. This time, we must draw Fukaros. One shot into the soul. There is finally a ray of light in the reward pool. As the light expanded, the anticipation in Xuangyue Kongying's eyes also grew stronger. Gradually, a beautiful figure slowly emerged from the light. After Xuangyue Kongying took a closer look, he realized that it was a woman in a blue tights. Those blue eyes lightly passed over Xuangyue Kongying, and then the plush shoulder armor on her back shook slightly. Yi Lan, I have met Lord Tianli. The person in front of him is another 5-star character in Yuanshan. Night Orchid. After seeing Yi Lan, Xuangyue Kongying suddenly felt a little sad. Isn't it Fukaros? Not Yellen. Not bad either. 108. Confused Aokiji. To winter in the country. Damn it. Let me go, Luffy roared, and then he tried all his strength to break free from the restraints on his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the rope a little bit, and even made his body sinks into an even more empty state. Luffy. Everyone looked at the hard-working captain with some distress. Dr. Doriel stared at Luffy indifferently. Since you want to know, and you are already dying, then I can tell you too. Dr. Doriel's tone was cold, and there was a cold breath everywhere. Everyone's eyes also dimmed, and they stared at Dr. Doriel quietly. What I hate the most is you pirates. Hearing this, everyone in Luffy was shocked. What do you hate most about these pirates? Why? Immediately, Dr. Doriel slowly said some things that had been buried in her heart for many years. It turned out that when she was young, she met a romantic pirate, and that pirate promised to be with her after traveling around the world. I came back to marry her, but after that pirate became a famous big pirate, the news came that he married a wife and had children. This heartless man. The same goes for you pirates. They are all a group of people who can live up to your promises for the so-called freedom. Dr. Doriel stared coldly at Luffy and the others. When Luffy and the others heard this, they were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Can this also be used as an excuse for them to be arrested? B******************. What kind of ridiculous reason is this? Why should we let others make mistakes? Let us bear it. Luffy couldn't help but growl. This is something Luffy finds hard to accept. However, Dr. Doriel obviously didn't care so much. She stared at Luffy indifferently. That's no fault of me. I can only say that it's a coincidence that you guys came to my place. For pirates, I have never treated them politely. Immediately, Dr. Doriel looked at Chopper. Chopper, are you sure you're on their side too? Advertisement at this time, everyone's eyes were also focused on Chopper. Chopper looked at the fierce-eyed Dr. Doriel, then at Luffy and the others, and finally mustered up the courage, with a firm look in his eyes. Dr. Doriel, I think Luffy they're not as bad pirates as you imagined. Besides, didn't you teach me to use medical skills to help the world? But what you are doing now, what is this? Hearing these words, Dr. Doriel's complexion gradually showed a gloomy brilliance. Oh, really, Chopper? So, that's your answer, isn't it? Dr. Doriel stared at Chopper coldly. Chopper closed his eyes in fear, but still yelled loudly. Yes, Madam Doriel. This is my answer. Dr. Doriel's eyes immediately revealed a look of cruelty. Very good. Then don't blame me for being ruthless to you, Chopper. After all, this is your choice, to be with such a group of pirates who have no sense of justice. I believe that you are no longer in my mind a good apprentice in 11. Madam Doriel, I won't be afraid, Rice Wife. Xuangyue Kongying, who was fishing on a small island, suddenly sensed a mysterious aura. Immediately when he raised his head, he saw that the sea water not far away was beginning to freeze. And the frozen boundary gradually came towards him, and soon froze to his feet. Ah! Xuangyue let out a sigh of relief, and the warm air in his mouth turned into cold air. Immediately afterwards, a man with wavy hair came slowly from the distant sea level on a broken bicycle. It was Aokiji. Standing on the sea, Aokiji made a salute to Xuangyue Kongying, which looked like Wanokuna's hand salute, quite correct. Advertisement. Say hello to Lord Tianli. Aokiji Admiral, why are you so free to come to my wife? Xuangyue Kongying said in a nonchalant manner, and then sneered a little. Why?
Are you here to investigate the enemy's situation on behalf of the world government? Aokiji smiled. Master Tianli is joking, I am no longer Marine Admiral. Xuangyue Kongying looked up at Aokiji pretending to be surprised. In fact, he knew that Aokiji had left Marine early on. The reason why he asked that was because he wanted Aokiji to admit this fact to him at this moment. Then what are you looking for me for? You left the world government, and then you want to join my 7th world administration? Xuangyue Kongying sneered indifferently, and then said slowly. But, you are affecting my fishing in this way now, but I am a person who holds grudges. After Aokiji landed, he quickly unsealed his frozen sponge. Simi Mather. Then, the monthly empty device was able to fish. But then, Xuangyue Kongying didn't speak, and Aokiji didn't open his mouth tacitly, as if he didn't want to disturb the tranquility at this moment. After Xuangyue Kongying finally caught the first fish, Aokiji finally leaned forward and praised in admiration. Wow. This fish is really big. Xuangyue Kongying looked at Aokiji curiously. Are you Marines usually such bureaucrats? Aokiji smiled lightly. That's not true. Xuangyue Kongying put away the fish, then glanced at Aokiji with a calm expression. Tell me, what is your purpose for coming to me this time? I'm a direct person, I don't like to beat around the bush. Facing Xuangyue Kongying at this time, Aokiji, good kings, then slowly lowered his head, his eyes showed a rare emotional color, and he finally let out a breath after a long time. Actually, I felt a bit lost. Oh, Xuangyue Kongying looked at Aokiji curiously. Aokiji then said to himself, I have been in the Marine for so many years, and I have seen some incorrect things that the Marine has done. I have also doubted what the justice on my back is. But the hope in my heart will make me believe. That is just the desolation inside the Marine, and the whole world is still good. However, more and more things happened later on, which made me think, will the world really be better? Listening to Aokiji's complaints, Xuangyue Kongying stared at him indifferently. As a former Marine Admiral, Aokiji would feel confused when he reached such a high position. Let alone those Marines who are still in the lower ranks of the Marines, blindly and numbly implementing the suggestions of the upper ranks. 109. Luffy is a good guy. Xuangyue Kongying looked at Aokiji indifferently. Aokiji, on the other hand, continued to complain about his bitterness, and then slowly said, the world government is not trustworthy. Then is it worth trusting the opposing 7 world governments? With such doubts, during this period of time, I have traveled through the 7 rulers of the world, and the people live and work in peace and contentment, a scene of prosperity. Even if I don't want to believe it, such a beautiful country has appeared in front of my eyes like this. But that's the way it is. As he said that, Aokiji looked at Xuangyue Kongying with full anticipation in his eyes. But Xuangyue Kongying just nodded indifferently. That's right. The 7th world government is indeed much better than the world government. But if you want to join the ruling of the 7 worlds, you still have to go through the process. It's useless to get close to me here, W. Hearing these words, Aokiji smiled dumbly. Master Tianli, I didn't mean that. Aokiji stood up, and then said to Xuangyue Kongying quite respectfully. I just feel very confused. I want to know. What is the answer in this troubled world? And you are the Lord of Tianli, in charge of such a huge 347 rulers in the world. Xuangyue Kongying continued to fish without changing expression. The answer in troubled times, and do you think that my reign in the 7 worlds belongs to the troubled times? Hearing this, Aokiji was suddenly a little confused, his eyes became extremely empty, as if he suddenly lost his direction. And Xuangyue Kongying looked indifferently, and continued to slowly say to Aokiji. The answer you want is not here. Aokiji's eyes are in a daze. After a long time, he finally bent down and made a respectful salute to Xuangyue Kongying. Thank you, Lord Tianli, for clarifying the confusion. Excuse me. After that, Aokiji rode his small bicycle again, and then slowly drove towards the other side of the sea level. Xuangyue Kongying didn't know how long he stayed here before finally putting away the bucket. He glanced at the fish in the bucket. After squatting here for so long, he only caught 2 or 3 fish, but this is the fun of fishing. To the winter country. Dr. Doriel approached Chopper with a gloomy face. Although Chopper was trembling with fear, he still stood tall and roared angrily in his voice. Madam Doriel. I refuse. I refuse you to kill Luffy and the others like this. Luffy and the others. They're definitely not such bad pirates. At this moment, Dr. Doriel suddenly sneered with interest. Oh, really? Advertisement? Then tell me, Luffy and the others, what kind of pirates are they? Chopper's tone was fearful, and he said slowly, Luffy is a good person. They saved me, didn't they? If it weren't for them, I might still be being chased by Laban. At this time, Dr. Doriel's expression suddenly became richer. She stared at Chopper with great interest, and then slowly asked, So, do you regard Luffy and the others as your partners? Hearing this, Chopper's expression suddenly became dull. Think of Luffy and others as my partner songs? Can I really be someone else's partner? Chopper looked a little apprehensive. And Dr. Doriel continued with a cold expression. You want to be the partner of these pirates, don't you? Chopper's expression became even more numb. Does he really want to be Luffy's partner? Chopper. Luffy and the others also stared at Chopper blankly. But Chopper shook his head. No, it's not like that. I just want to repay Luffy and the others for saving my people. As for becoming a pirate or something, B*****************, D, that's definitely not my idea. And Dr. Doriel continued to say, A GFF, with an indifferent expression. It's a pity that you are so kind to these pirates. How will these pirates treat you? Dr. Dorial looked at Luffy and the others indifferently. When Luffy and the others were stared at by Mrs. Dorial, they all felt a chill in their backs. Then, Dr. Dorial manipulated the moving skeleton, trying to bury Chopper and Luffy together. But at this moment, Chopper was suddenly untied, and he immediately swallowed the Rambo ball. That weak body suddenly became extremely huge, and his body immediately swelled up, and his strength also increased accordingly. Madame Dorial, enough is enough. With a roar, Chopper directly stopped the attacking skeletons. Chopper. Dr. Dorial looked at Chopper grumpily. Then, a huge shock caused the castle to crumble. Chopper. Advertisement. Dr. Dorial stared at Chopper in disbelief. And Chopper held Luffy and the others who were still weak in his hands, and he couldn't help showing apology on his face. I'm sorry, Dr. Dorial, this is something I can't just sit by and watch. Dr. Dorial's combat strength was not too strong, and under the attack of the gigantic Chopper, all her actions could only come to naught in an instant. But Dr. Dolly was still unwilling to let Luffy and the others go, and continued to target them with medicine, making them lose their combat effectiveness. Don't worry, I will cure you, Chopper said stubbornly. But Dr. Dorial curled her lips unconvinced. This is the body powder that I spent a lot of time preparing, how could it be dissolved by you in such a short time? However, Chopper's tone and expression remained firm. I will definitely have a chance. Dr. Dorial didn't speak anymore, but just sat quietly aside. Luffy and the others looked at Chopper weakly. Looking at Chopper's busy figure, they couldn't help but feel moved. After a long time, Chopper sat on the spot with his head downcast. This is already the 10th time he has prepared a prescription, but the final result is still a failure. And after so many rounds of preparing pills, his body gradually became weaker in the process of testing the pills. His tone became more and more slight. Seeing this appearance, everyone couldn't help but feel distressed. Chopper. Even Dr. Dorial, who was at the side, couldn't help but soften a lot. However, Chopper is still working hard, finally. On the 15th time, Chopper successfully concocted the antidote. Everyone, I'm ready, everyone, Chopper said ecstatically. But just after his elixir was given, his body couldn't support it because of his weakness, so he fell to the ground. Chopper. Everyone shouted quickly. 110, attacking bullet. To the winter country. I don't know how long it took before Chopper finally woke up slowly from the coma, but his condition was still quite bad, his head was groggy, and his body didn't have much strength. The first person he sees when he wakes up is Luffy with an anxious face. Luffy. You guys, are you all right? Luffy grabbed Chopper's hand and said with a relieved face, we're fine. During the period when Chopper was in a coma, another conflict broke out between Luffy and Dr. Dorial. Dr. Dorial wanted to continue to use medicine to poison Luffy and the others, but Sanji saw it right away. When Dr. Dorial was defeated, Luffy finally chose to forgive her. Even some vicious people, Luffy didn't kill them, let alone a person like Dr. Dorial who still has a chance to find his way back. It's good that you're fine. Otherwise, your pirate friends will probably destroy my castle, Dr. Dorial said angrily. Hearing this, Chopper said in a weak tone, Luffy is not such a person. Dr. Dorial glanced at Chopper but said nothing. After a while, Dr. Dorial stood up again. Chopper, since you like being with these pirates so much, you might as well join them. Chopper was suddenly in a trance. Dr. Dorial, what do you mean? Dr. Dorial turned around and looked directly at Chopper with indifference. I mean, Chopper, I don't welcome you here anymore. Chopper stared at Dr. Dorial in a daze, and then his mouth suddenly trembled, and the snot began to mix with tears uncontrollably. His face was full of grievances, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. Ms. Dolly, Dr. Dolly. I don't want it, Chopper doesn't want it. Chopper rushed forward and grabbed Dr. Dorial's thigh. Dr. Dorial looked at Chopper with a habitual look of cruelty in her eyes, but when she saw Chopper crying, she couldn't help but soften. Chopper. You don't fit in here anymore. Chopper let go of Dr. Dorial's thigh. His eyes glazed over. Then where can I go? Dr. Dorial looked at Chopper and sighed. Advertisement. At this moment, Luffy finally spoke. Chopper. Be our partner, New World. Since Kaido was kicked out of Wanokuni, they have come to this uninhabited island in an attempt to rebuild a ghost island. But the current beast's pirates are not really good morale. Flame Calamity had betrayed them, and after the last battle, their losses were quite heavy, and Jack and Quinn were also temporarily recuperating. He went to another small island just now, found Guy Sakurong, and told him to ensure the normal operation of the factory. As long as this factory is still there, the beast's pirates still have the potential to be great again. Jin. I will make you pay the price, Kaido said with cold eyes. He has been in the world for so many years, and this is the first time he has tasted the taste of betrayal. And it comes from his most important Jin. At the same time, it is not only Jin, but also his son who does not live up to expectations, Yamato. He didn't understand why this stupid son was always against him. At this moment, Jack walked over slowly. What's up? Kaido asked indifferently. According to the information from ahead, Zephyr is leading Marine's elite, preparing to surround the Straw Hat Boy before the end of winter. Jack's tone was cold, and his face became a little colder, and then he slowly and again said, in my opinion, the Straw Hat Boy should be in danger this time. 17 Kaido sneered. 1 marshal, 2 admirals, and many elites from all over Marine. Marine has done his best this time, it can be said that he is not bad. But, how much can they really do to get the Straw Hat Kid? You know, the Straw Hat Boy is not just a pirate, he is the reincarnation of Joey Boy, the savior of the new era. All the forces in the world that oppose the world government will help Luffy, Whitebeard, etc. all kinds of pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and even the 7 rulers of the world. Where is the Big Mom Pirates? Kaido asked angrily. After they clashed with the Big Mom Pirates last time, the Big Mom Pirates lost contact with them. 0. Ask for flowers. Oh. Big Mom Pirates, haven't seen much movement so far. Advertisement, keep an eye on them, and that Trafalgar Law, get him. Kaido's eyes were full of evil light. Trafalgar Law. This man with op fruit can make himself immortal. You know, the last immortal person has now become a god among celestial dragons. If he, Kaido, can also get eternal life, then why does he care about One Piece? What kind of One Piece? Become the god of this world directly. Not good. Trafalgar Law. Some time ago, he went to Trafalgar Law. 11. What? Kaido said angrily. Kaido's face suddenly became very distorted. Trafalgar Law? Went to Rice Wife? He has really experienced Lay's movie methods? If Trafalgar Law really took refuge in Dao Wife, then they are still playing a fart. Want to grab Trafalgar Law? Even if they grab it, so what, can they still beat the 7th ruler of the world? I'm afraid Yue Kongying will tear him apart at the first hit. Seeing that his boss was so terrified, Jack added another sentence, however. Trafalgar Law soon left Daozuma, and he didn't appear in the 7th ruling world again. I guess there is a great possibility that he should just pass by the 7th ruling world, and has nothing to do with the success of the 7th ruling world agreement cooperation. Kaido let out a long breath. If this is the case, it is still acceptable. Suddenly, the space he was in was violently shaken. Who? Kaido's eyes were stern, and he looked directly at a figure in the distance. Then, that tall figure slowly appeared in Kaido's sight. He has unrivaled muscles and is quite well built. His eyes were as cold as a robot, and he just glanced at Kaido indifferently, his steps heavy like a Shinigami. Bullet. Kaido called out the name in a cold tone. And Bullet stared at Kaido, the corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. Kaido, long time no see. 111. Sumeru guards and Hatham. Kaido looked quite serious when he saw Bullet. Bullet. This guy is not an easy person to mess with, you know, this kid used to be on Roger's ship. And he was once hailed as Roger's right-hand man, of course not because he was loyal to Roger, but because he was super powerful. And this kid was also a rare B******************. D. Only one pervert for fighting. Even if it was a former red-haired person, if he saw him, he might have to give him some face. Bullet. What did you come to see me for? Kaido looked directly at Bullet, coldly. Now that he has not fully recovered from his injuries, if Bullet attacks him now, it will be really difficult for him to resist directly. Bullet didn't speak directly, but walked up to Kaido with a sneer on his face, and then pretended not to say, 967, and said slowly. I heard. You have information about the Straw Hat Kid here? Kaido's eyes flashed. What, you want to be the One Piece too? Bullet smiled wantonly. Ha 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 ha, I have no interest in becoming One Piece or anything. My only interest is to find some potential rookies and kill them. At the end, there was a penetrating coldness in Bullet's eyes. Even Kaido couldn't help shivering his back. What a horrible guy. Immediately, Kaido pondered for a moment, and finally nodded slowly. Okay, I'll give you the information of the Straw Hat Kid, you come and kill him. A flat sneer curled up on Bullet's mouth. It's a deal. Sumeru. With the help of the god of grass, the impoverished and dry Alabasta gradually turned into the rich kingdom of Zumi. The common people live and work in peace and contentment, and due to the gradual increase in regional production. Alabasta has even become a well-known grain exporter in the 7th ruling world. Master Tianli. As soon as Yue Kongying entered Sumeru, Hatham sensed his message and rushed to greet him immediately. Advertisement. How is Sumi doing recently? Yue Kongying asked calmly. On weekdays, Naixiang, the god of grass, is mainly responsible for the desert greening in Sumeru, which consumes a lot of her energy and time. The daily management of Sumeru fell on Hatham and Lai, who were busy with the affairs of her Amitabha Academy. Shu Mi is recent, Rian Ding. We have also strictly implemented the Pirate Act promulgated by Lord Tianli last time. At present, Alabasta strictly controls the entry and exit of pirates, and strictly cracks down on the appearance of pirates. But, because of the influence of the former Baroque studio it is quite deep, so today we have not yet fully met the requirements of Lord Tianli. Baroque studio. Yue Kongying said indifferently. Crocodile was thrown out by him when he first came to Alabasta. But after all, the Baroque studio has been lurking in Alabasta for decades, and its power is deeply rooted, and it is true that it cannot be eliminated directly in a day. This matter is indeed difficult. Yue Kongying nodded, then looked at Hatham solemnly, and patted him on the shoulder earnestly. Shumi's safety is with you and you guys. I am more relieved. It is my duty to serve Lord Tianli. Hatham's tone was sincere. Where is T there? Take me to meet her. Okay, Lord Tianli. Then, Hatham brought Yue Kongying to the middle of Sumeru. The greenery here is the most sound, and it already has a city and green foundation. It was the capital of Alabasta, and it is now the most prosperous city in Sumeru, not one of them. As soon as he entered the city, Yue Kongying felt a burst of noise.
This is, no less than the atmosphere of fireworks in Mond City. Meet Lord Hatham. Meet Lord Hatham. When the citizens saw Hatham, they knelt respectfully to show their respect for Hatham. Hatham was a little helpless, as he had emphasized many times. The 7 rulers of the world are a free country, where there are no nobles and no oppression. The only thing they need to worship is God and the Supreme Lord Tianli. Hatham looked at Shuangyue Kongying with some embarrassment. Shuangyue Kongying shook her head nonchalantly. The servility in people's hearts cannot be eradicated all at once. People are always inertial and need a process of gradual adaptation. Who is that handsome guy standing next to Lord Hatham just now? Why do you feel that Lord Hatham treats him so respectfully? Advertisement. That person just now? That's it, that's Master Tianli? What, is he the Lord Tianli? Lord Tianli has descended upon his loyal Sumeru. Many citizens exclaimed. It turned out that they only saw Master Tianli on posters and on TV. This is the first time I've seen it in real life. Looks so handsome. However, Shuangyue Kongying has already walked away from their sight. Lord Tianli, this is the Amitabha Academy. Shuangyue Kongying looked at the college that was still under construction. The scale of the college is not large, only about 200 acres. But Shuangyue Kongying stood at the door and looked at it, and saw the fineness and mystery of the building, which contained the painstaking efforts of the builder. And Shuangyue Kongying walked all the way, and also saw many murals on the walls. Those are the essence of the ruling culture from the world. Walking to the atrium, a leaping shadow flashed over Shuangyue Kongying's head. Tanari. Hatham stopped the flickering figure above. The figure turned around, and immediately saw Shuangyue Kongying, and quickly descended from the roof. Master Tianli. Tanari shouted excitedly. How is the 1.6 school of your school going? Shuangyue Kongying asked with a smile on his face. Tanari said slowly. Respond to Lord Tianli. Everything is going well. Wait for another 2 months, and we will be able to recruit students smoothly. At that time, we will be able to train more loyal subjects for Shu Mi. Shuangyue Kongying had known about the construction of Amitabha Academy for a long time, and it was only with his permission that Tanari was able to build it. And during the whole process, Shuangyang Kongying also gave Tanari a lot of support. To know. Now, as long as someone is loyal to the world's 7 rulers, they can bring faith points to Shuangyue Kongying. And faith points are the key to him to draw new characters. And the Amitabha Academy of the Holy Order is undoubtedly the best way for him to collect faith points. 112. Amitabha Academy. Shuangyue Kongying looked around and nodded appreciatively. Very nice. Tanari, who was recognized by Shuangyue Kongying, also instantly showed a look of great joy on his face, and his eyes were full of joy. Although she did this for the development of Sumeru and for the dream in her heart, but being recognized by Shuangyue Kongying is undoubtedly the biggest motivation for her to do this. Shuangyue Kongying looked around, and then said slowly, if your first class of students is trained well, then I can allow you to go to other countries ruled by Dust 7, such as Mond, Daochi, and Zedong. Continue to develop more of your order. Hearing this, Tanari showed an incredible look on his face. Really, Master Tianli, can I really do it? Shuangyue Kongying had a smile on her face, and immediately nodded slowly. Of course it's true. Great, Lord Tianli, I will definitely work hard. After walking out of the academy, Shuangyue Kongying also breathed a sigh of relief. At first, he thought that Tanari should not want to put her hard work, a 06 Meriduo Academy in other countries. But he didn't expect that Tanari should have such vigorous confidence. This is because he underestimated Tanari inside. But it's so good. If the Amitabha Academy can be opened to govern the world, how many faith points can he receive? No, amplify your courage, open Amitabha Academy all over the world. Thinking of this, Shuangyue Kongying couldn't help but feel a little thirsty. What a grand idea. Advertisement, but at this stage, this idea is infinitely close to dreaming. Walking out of the Amitabha Academy, Shuangyue came to the former Alabasta Palace. There is no royal family in Sumeru now, and the former Alabasta royal family has also been reduced to ordinary civilians, but what Shuangyue Kongying wants is the freedom and equality of the Middle Ages, not the equality of the 20th century. So the former Alabasta royal family can still live here, and enjoy the luxury beyond ordinary people. But they are indeed a royal family that cares about their people, and they will provide disaster relief from time to time, and most of the palace is also open to the outside world, allowing outsiders to come in and enjoy this luxury without hesitation. But as to whether they still have the idea of restoration, Shuangyue Kongying thinks they don't. Shuangyue Kongying came to the door, and saw several ordinary civilians coming out with smiles on their faces. Fortunately, there are adults from the royal family, otherwise I really don't know what to eat this month. Nonsense. What we should be most grateful for is the gift from Lord Tianli. Facing the conversation between these two people, Shuangyue Kongying just laughed it off, and immediately entered the palace directly. At this time, standing guard at the door was Ikalem. He used to be the captain of the Alabasta Guards, but now he is only the captain of the Alabasta Palace Guards. As for the Alabasta Guards, it was replaced by the new Sumeru Guards. Heaven. Every day, please respect your lord. Ikalem's pupils exploded and stared directly at Shuangyue Kongying in front of him. How can that be possible? How could Lord Tianli, who manages everything every day, appear here? But the face in front of him appeared so clearly in front of him, absolutely impossible to be false, and Lord Hatham beside him also lowered his head respectfully. Hello, Lord Tianli. Ikalem hurriedly lowered his head, afraid of being disrespectful to Xuangyue Kongying. Xuangyue Kongying nodded. Where is Vivi? Princess Vivi. Ikaram habitually opened his mouth, but closed his mouth again, because he remembered. Now it is no longer their Alabasta, but the equal and free Sumeru. In Sumeru but no princesses and nobility. So he quickly opened his mouth and said slowly, Miss Vivi, she is currently receiving tourists in the palace mural gallery. Take me over there to see her. Xuangyue Kongying walked straight ahead. Advertisement Ikalem was stunned for a moment, and then slowly took Xuangyue Kongying to the palace mural gallery. The so-called palace mural gallery is a separate direction in the palace. It was created by the best muralists in Alabasta, Nafarutali Cobra and Nafarutali Vivi Guide, engraved with all the history of Alabasta through the ages. Xuangyue Kongying also stood and watched for a while. The murals are quite exquisite, and most of the history portrayed is biased towards the front and assembly line, and there are not many private goods carried by the Alabasta royal family. The final history of the mural is fixed at the moment when Alabasta became a beard. Since then, under the leadership of the great Lord Tianli, the new Alabasta Zumi has become the most free and equal country. The people who have suffered endless sufferings have finally lived a happy and wonderful life under the kindness of Li University. At this time, Vivi finally discovered the existence of Xuangyue Kongying. Master every day. Why are you here? Vivi was a little panicked, and soon she couldn't help showing a blush on her face. She looks undressed now. Why did she see Lord Tenri like this? Xuangyue Kongying smiled slightly, and immediately said slowly, Miss Vivi, I came to you this time because I have something to ask you for. Facing Xuangyue Kongying's direct gaze, Vivi could not help lowering her head shyly. Master Tianli has something to do, just say it. Now, more and more pirates want to sneak into Sumeru and destroy this hard-won piece. The Sumeru Guard army has been guarding Sumeru for a long time, but it still can't stop some pirates from running rampant here, and then ran away. I know you used to be a member of Baroque Studio. I believe you should know something about them. So, I hope you can assist the Sumeru guards to capture the remnants of the Baroque Studio. Hearing this, Vivi raised his head involuntarily, and his eyes showed full of solemnity. Xuangyue Kongying didn't want to destroy the pirates directly, but just wanted to prevent the pirates from doing damage here. For those pirates who are safe, such as Luffy, he will not order to expel them. But among pirates, there are more ones like Blackbeard. If they were allowed to enter the seventh ruling world, it would undoubtedly disrupt people's livelihood. When Vivi heard this, his expression became serious. Lord Tianli, as a member of Zumi, it is my honor to help you relieve your worries. 113. Catch Baroque Studios, Sumeru, a city in the east. Master Tianli, our guards have already made arrangements. Hatham said slowly from the side, and then looked at Xuangyue Kongying respectfully. According to your request, first release some news and resources to deliberately lure them out, and with the help of Ms. Vivi, the other party successfully mobilized a large number of Baroque Studio members. Immediately, Hatham said with a cold gaze, this time, we hope to annihilate them in one fell swoop. On the other side, Kei Lai was also on the sidelines. Vivi also stared at the front with a serious expression. Let the encirclement of the guards be bigger. Some people left in the Baroque Studio can continue to take root for so long, which shows how cunning they are. And during this period, they can't alarm the public. But they must restrict their access to prevent people from the Baroque Studio from fleeing disguised as the public. Yes, Lord Tianli. Yes, Lord Tianli, everyone said seriously. After a long time, those guards disguised as civilians escorted a new round of resources into the encirclement. At the same moment, Shuang Yangkong noticed that there seemed to be round eyes and movements flowing around. The scene fell into a tense stalemate for the 10th time. Brothers, dinner is ready. Drink it loudly. Mr. 3 rose up in response, and white candles began to condense from his body, and the white candles turned into a torrent in an instant, spreading towards the surroundings, like a prison, directly blocked all the ways to escort the members. A wave of fiery breath hits the face. On the other side, Mr. 5 picked his booger with a face of indifference, and immediately used his fingers to pop out the dirt between the nails, and there was a roaring explosion immediately. There are 28 core members of the Baroque Studio. When seeing these figures, Xuangyue Kongying sneered indifferently. And everyone suppressed and did not move, they were all waiting for Xuangyue Kongying's command. Do it, Xuangyue Kongying said calmly. In an instant, many lurking guards came out. Seeing the figures in the void, everyone in the Baroque Studio changed their expressions dramatically. Not good. There is an ambush. Run, it's the Sumeru Guard. Damn it. These cunning 7 rulers of the world. Facing the siege, only Mr. 5 and Mr. 5 remained calm. He looked calmly, looked around the numerous Sumeru guards indifferently, and immediately shouted to everyone in the Baroque Studio. Mom. Yes. We are all the elites of the Baroque Studio, so why are we afraid of the Zumi guards? Stop talking nonsense. Come back with me. Advertisement. With one skill, Hatham directly beat Mr. 5 to the ground. Everyone who was hesitant after listening to his words was even more terrified when they saw him being directly knocked down. What's going on? You let us stay and continue hardening the steel, only to be the first to fall yourself. At this moment, a fierce lightning strike directly in the center of them. Give up the resistance, and you can still suffer less flesh and blood. Xuangyue Kongying said indifferently. Mr. 3 raised his head and looked up at the mighty figure. When he saw the other person's face clearly through the intense sunlight, his complexion changed drastically, and a look of horror spread across his face instantly. It's Xuangyue Kongying. What, Xuangyue Kongying? Xuangyue Kongying. Is he here too? Everyone looked at the godlike figure in the void in despair. Xuangyue Kongying's name, they're all too familiar. It was this man who squeezed their Baroque studio out of Alabasta, and single-handedly transformed Alabasta into what it is today, and is still sending people against them. But that was nothing. The most frightening thing is that this man is a terrifying man who can step into Marineford alone, beat the entire world government in the face, and then retreat completely. Xuangyue Kongying. What else is there? Someone put down the weapon in his hand in embarrassment, and changed from the fruit transformation form to the original body. Facing Xuangyue Kongying, they had no intention of fighting at all. Xuangyue Kongying was also unambiguous, directly commanding the Sumeru Guard army. Take them all to Sumeru prison, and accept the punishment one by one according to the laws of the world's 7 ruling pirates. Yes, Master Tianli, Vivi was on the side, watching Xuangyue Kongying with admiration. Such a Lord Tianli feels too safe, right? But Xuangyue Kongying didn't care about her looking up, and disappeared in this space in a flash. The next moment, he appeared on the edge of the village. Advertisement. He saw a poorly dressed civilian in front of him, walking anxiously towards the outside of the village, and covering his face so that no one else could see his appearance. His movements were extremely strange. Xuangyue Kongying had a cold expression on her face, and immediately jumped down. Bentham, where do you want to go? Xuangyue Kongying shouted behind the opponent. Immediately, the man turned his face away. When he saw Xuangyue Kongying's appearance, he immediately turned around again, and then continued to quicken his pace. Bentham. Xuangyue Kongying shouted again. I don't know who Bentham you're talking about. I'm not Bentham. I'm just a normal guy. Xuangyue Kongying stared at his back, the corners of her mouth curled up in an indifferent arc. Boom. A bolt of lightning fell directly in front of Bentham. The ferocity of that moment made Bentham freeze instantly, and his body stiffened. Bentham. In my 7th world reign, it is very serious to escape after being convicted. Bentham swallowed, and finally, Zhao regained some body control. Immediately, he turned around with a bitter expression on his face, and looked at Xuangyue Kongying with fear on his face. He. Actually, I just want to show you, Master Tianli, the face-changing technique. Unexpectedly, Master Tianli, you are so smart that you can see me with your eyes. At this time, Bentham changed into his original face. It is the real man, in the plot of One Piece who touched countless viewers, Xiao Feng. When watching One Piece, the story of Xiao Feng helping Luffy and Impel Down also moved Xuangyue Kongying to tears. But alas. One thing for one thing. Bentham is a pirate, the crimes he committed must be borne by him. Xiao Feng, come back with me. Hearing this, Bentham's eyes trembled suddenly. Xuangyue Kongying? You actually called him Xiao Feng, do you? For some reason, Bentham couldn't help but move inside. 114. Xiao Feng's Reformation Sumeru country. The news that Xuangyue Kongying appeared in Sumeru and wiped out the original Baroque studio immediately spread throughout the entire Sumeru, and aroused extensive discussions among countless people. Everyone sighed, thanking God for giving them such an excellent master of heavenly law, and for being so sympathetic to them. In front of Sumeru prison, Xuangyue Kongying witnessed this group of people entering it. Zumi prison is the original Alabasta prison, but under the transformation of King Xiaosao, the prison has become a little stronger, and the current Zumi Guard army is not comparable to the original Alabasta Guard. It can even be said that this prison is stronger than Impel Down. Master Tianli. Bentham stopped suddenly. Xuangyue Kongying looked at Bentham. Bentham looked at Xuangyue Kongying with some embarrassment, and immediately put on a serious attitude. Dear Lord Tianli, I want to know. Is it true that we have reformed ourselves inside and complied with the relevant requirements? Come out. At the same time, everyone in the Baroque studio watched Xuangyue Kongying. Xuangyue Kongying had a calm expression, and immediately said seriously, yes, I guarantee it in my name. As long as you abide by 17's laws related to the ruling of the 7th world, and compensate the assets you robbed in Sumeru, and pay the corresponding labor and rectification, you will definitely be able to come out of it. Bentham stood where he was, thinking about this sentence seriously. After a while, he looked directly at Xuangyue Kongying and nodded solemnly. Okay. Lord Tianli. Afterwards, under the escort of the guards, Bentham slowly entered Zumi prison. After they were away from Xuangyue Kongying's sight, someone ran up and grabbed Bentham. Mr. 2, you don't really believe that Xuangyue Kongying's nonsense, do you? That's right. The world's 7 rulers are the same as the damn world government. They're all hypocritical people. They say one thing with their mouths, but they do another thing behind their backs. Hey, it's really unlucky for us to fall into their hands this time. From now on, I'm afraid we will stay in this prison for the rest of our lives, working as coolies for Shu Mi. Unexpectedly, the world's 7 ruling powers are even more cunning than the world government. At least the world government won't say such polite words, come and paint us. Bentham, however, has no AGFF complaints. He has also seen the shamelessness of the world government. Compared with the hypocrisy of the world government, he thinks that the above-board and shameless pirates are more frank. But for some reason, when Xuangyue called him Xiao Feng, he felt some warm breath from it. Xiao Feng. What a sweet name. Advertisement. No one had ever called him that before. I believe in Lord Tianli.
I believe in the ruling of the World 7. Bentham said seriously. What, Mr. 2, stop dreaming. Facing everyone's rebuttals, Bentham still thought to himself. And outside Zumi prison, Liyue escorted the members of the Baroque studio, and a big stone in his heart fell. At this time, because he showed up to arrest the Baroque studio, his faith points increased a lot. Lord Tianli, this time, I really thank you so much. I and all the people of Sumeru thank you for your actions. Vivi bowed respectfully, earnestly worshipping the ministers. However, Liyue Kongying simply waved her hand, saying that she doesn't need to take it too seriously. However, Vivi's admiration is shown through his eyes. After leaving Sumeru prison, Liyue Kongying went to Amitabha Academy for inspection, and left Sumeru right away. To the winter country, Luffy looked at Dr. Doriel. He doesn't know what Madame Doriel really wants, but he likes Chopper. He likes this cute little thing, and he's so good at medicine. If he can come on their boat, then they can have a fun partner, and can also have an excellent ship doctor. Sanji and Zoro, Nami and Robin, and Usopp are also watching Madame Doriel and Chopper. Along the way, they also understood Doriel's good intentions. She is acting, she was promoting the relationship between Chopper and them. She just wants Chopper to come aboard their boat. But at this time, none of them voiced any objection. Because they also hope that Chopper can be their partner. Chopper looked at Luffy and others weeping. Chopper, who decided to join the Straw Hats, is saying goodbye to Dr. Doriel. Dr. Doriel looked at Chopper. Her eyes couldn't help showing a little soft attachment color, but it was fleeting, and then turned into a hard color. HMPH, you are going to be with the pirates, and you are still with me. What are you saying goodbye to? Do you want to guess me off? If you want to leave, hurry up, I will be upset when I see you. After saying that, Madame Doriel turned around, intending to close the gate of the castle. Advertisement, Madame Doriel, Chopper suddenly yelled. Dr. Doriel stopped in her tracks. Thank you for taking care of me for so long. After my master is gone, you are the one who treats me best. Chopper won't forget you, Chopper said while crying. At this time, Dr. Doriel couldn't help but shed tears, but she couldn't help crying. Luffy and the others noticed that Dr. Doriel's body was trembling slightly at this time. It seemed to be sobbing. After a while, Dr. Doriel pretended to be strong and sneered. Huh, forget me or not, it doesn't matter to me, hash. However, Chopper was still crying all over his face. Aboard the Mary, woohoo, let's welcome Chopper. Chopper, meanwhile, on the other side of the sea. On the commander's warship, a soldier is reporting information to Zephyr. Zephyr's eyes were piercing. Finally, let him wait for so many days, until this Straw Hat boy left the Winter Kingdom. Go. Tell the many warships present, let them cheer up, the battle begins now. If anyone fails to be in place according to my requirements, then the master will be punished by me. Yes, Marshal France. Zephyr stood up from his seat, his evil-like eyes stared straight at the sea ahead. This time, he must catch Luffy. Catch these pirates who endanger the world. All of a sudden, all the warships that looked like stone pier started to move. 115. Luffy and Zephyr, to winter abroad. Marshal Zephyr, all the warships are ready, and the top and bottom of the marine have been reorganized. Just wait for Marshal Zephyr's order. Hearing the voice, Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, he picked up the binoculars and looked at the Straw Hat group in the distance. At this time, the Straw Hats were still parked at the port of the Zedong Kingdom and did not move. But of course, it is impossible for them to directly take down the Straw Hat boy now, because that would violate the interests of the port of the Winter Kingdom, and it might trigger a war between the world government and the Seven Worlds. As for the ruling of the World 7, FA does not know much about it. But while he was wandering, he had been to Dressrosa, which had become Mond at the time. The place gave him the feeling that it looked like a free country. The smiles on the faces of the people and the joy that filled the streets far surpassed any place under the rule of the world government. The world's 7 rulers. Zephyr sighed suddenly. If there is a chance, he would also like to experience the bustling scene there, again. To the port of Winterland. After Luffy and the others had eaten and drank enough, they immediately prepared to leave Jawinter Kingdom on their way to their next stop, Su-Mi Kingdom. At the same time, Marine has already laid a net on their way forward. On a warship. Grandpa, are we really going to execute Luffy on the spot this time? Zon Taowen asked with some confusion. Kizaru was dozing off lazily. When he heard this sentence, he glanced at Zon Momomaru angrily, and then said slowly, Kill Luffy? Don't you fear the revenge of Mr. Garp? When hearing this name, Zon Taowen suddenly couldn't help but tremble all over. Garp the Marine hero, if not Admiral, but inside Marine, no one dares to question his strength. Especially that Iron Fist. I'm afraid it's Marine Rear Admiral and above, how many people haven't understood it? But by the way, Mr. Garp also submitted a retirement application before, so he should be retiring in East Blue now, right? Otherwise, if he had heard about the plan for Luffy at the last meeting, he wouldn't have known about it. Will he go berserk at the meeting? Zon Taomaru said to himself. However, Kizaru's expression was a little dark. That's not a retirement application, it's a resignation application. The meanings between the two are completely different. Afterwards, the Mary was floating on the sea, coming from the port of the Winter Kingdom. At this time, the position of the Mary was completely exposed to the Marine's shooting range, and only waiting for Zephyr with the command of the Marshal. The boat will be completely buried in the sea. Luffy? What do you think that is? Advertisement! Exclaimed Zoro on the stick.
Immediately afterwards, densely packed marine warships, like a colony of ants, swarmed into the sight of the Straw Hats and the others. See, marine, and there are still so many, this is bad, they must have been waiting for us here a long time. Boom, boom, the sound of roaring shells followed. No time to think and hesitate, Usopp go to the fort, fight back. Nami and Robin go to the cockpit and find a way to jump out. Chopper back up ready for treatment, receive. At this time, Luffy showed the calmness and composure that a captain should have. Zoro, Sanji, exist, Zoro and Sanji stand behind Luffy. Luffy stared gloomily at the many warships in front of him, and then his tone was indifferent, and the words almost came out of his teeth. We, send these shells back to them. Shoot back as many shells as they come. Understood, Captain. Soon, the Mary was actively mobilized up and down. The first half of the Grand Line. The sea. Xuangyue Kongying rowed a small wooden boat, moving forward from the sea indifferently. The place he is going to is the Kingdom of Winter. It's not that he heard the news that Marine is trying to ambush Luffy and others. Instead, I simply want to go to Zedong country to take a look and show compassion for the people. If possible, it would be great to harvest a wave of faith points by the way. Besides, Luffy doesn't need him to worry at all. According to the information he got, many forces are already rushing to the Kingdom of Winter. If those forces take action, Luffy's safety can be guaranteed. Besides, he's not a dog licker, why should he help Luffy all the time? 0. Ask for flowers. Saving Luffy can give him a few rolls. Boom. Xuangyue Kongying's small wooden boat suddenly bumped into something. Xuangyue Kongying took off the blindfold and squinted her eyes. Advertisement. It was a huge ship, standing in front of him like a mountain. However, on the ship, it was a familiar face. My grass? Kaido? Xuangyue Kongying couldn't help crying out. However, the face of Kaido on the ship changed drastically. Xuangyue Kongying. Kaido panicked instantly. Damn it. Why did I meet the evil star Xuangyue Kongying here? Quick. Speed up and get ready to leave this sea area. Kaido made a decisive decision and yelled directly at the crew behind him. As for the Winter Kingdom intercepting and killing Luffy, he didn't want to go. According to this direction, Xuangyue Kongying also went to Zedong Winter Country. 0. Xuangyue Kongying has already gone to Zedong Kingdom, so why are you still joining in the fun? Quick. Get out of here. Kaido's anxiety has reached a certain point. However, Bullet next to him has a face full of indifference. Xuangyue Kongying. Is that what, the leader of the world's 7 rulers? Kaido glanced at Bullet, only to notice the fanatical fighting spirit in his eyes. He shouted coldly. Bullet, I warn you. This Xuangyue Kongying is not a guy to mess with. I advise you it's good to put away your thoughts. If you want to die yourself, don't implicate us. Bullet glared at Kaido with contempt. Kaido? Is this your courage as the #1 creature in the world? Kaido was suddenly speechless. Bullet stared at Xuangyue Kongying with eyes full of fighting spirit. Challenge stronger people. Become the most powerful man in the world. This has always been his goal. Of course he knows that Xuangyue Kongying is very strong. This is someone who can stand on the top of the world. Only challenging such a person can make him feel fulfilled and excited. Xuangyue Kongying. Accept my challenge, Bullet shouted angrily with fighting spirit. However, Xuangyue Kongying just stared at Bullet. Of course he knew about Bullet, a member of Roger's ship. But that's all. 116. Bullet's challenge. Accept your challenge. The corners of Xuangyue Kongying's mouth raised an indifferent arc. Immediately, Xuangyue Kongying leisurely closed her eyes, faced the sun, and prepared to sleep comfortably. No time. Seeing Xuangyue Kongying's attitude, Bullet suddenly felt annoyed. He knows that Xuangyue Kongying is very strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't treat himself like this. And why should he refuse his invitation to fight? As a fighter, he should accept his own challenge to prove himself God. It seems that the legendary ruling leader of the 7th earthly world, Xuangyue Kongying, is nothing more than that. Bullet sneered, and then said slowly, a person who refuses to fight, how brave is he? The leader of the ruling? Then it seems that the so-called free country, the 7th ruling world, is nothing more than a group of timid people reporting. September 23rd. However, Xuangyue Kongying was completely unmoved by it. This aggressive approach doesn't work for me. Afterwards, Xuangyue Kongying, still wearing a blindfold, yelled at Kaido nonchalantly. Kaido, hurry up and drive your boat away, don't block my way. Even though he was scolded by Xuangyue Kongying like this, Duo still didn't dare to complain. Kaido's face was gloomy, and he immediately yelled at the crew around him in a low voice. Get the boat away. Get out of this sea. Bullet stared at the scene from the side, his eyes flickering constantly. Xuangyue Kongying, are you sure you want to reject my invitation to fight? Xuangyue Kongying didn't respond. Such an indifferent response made Bullet clench his fists involuntarily. How can this be reasonable? No one has ever dared to do this to him. After noticing the anger on Bullet, Kaido cursed angrily. Bullet, if you can't help it, just wait until we leave. Don't harm us here, otherwise. Lousy will never end with you. If you want to die, die far away from me, do you hear me? Bullet just glanced coldly at Kaido. Waste. Afterwards, Kaido's ship left this sea area directly, and they didn't even plan to go to the Winter Kingdom that was originally planned. What a joke, Xuangyue Kongying is going there too. He must be going there those who protect Luffy. If this is the case, how can they target Luffy?
The sea regained some calm. However, half a day later, when Yue floated to a small island in the sky, a darker shade suddenly came from his blindfold, and an indifferent murderous aura hit him. Yue Kongying, accept my challenge, advertisement. A roar came. Yue Kongying's figure flashed, and flew away from the small wooden boat. And the small wooden boat also exploded in an instant, turning into shattered pieces. Yue Kongying stared coldly at Bullet in front of him. At this time, his body was huge, like a tall mountain. The whole body looks like a huge Gundam, the inner and middle layers are thick soil, and the outer layer is a mechanical object from nowhere. This is the power of his combined fruit, the outer body enveloped his whole body. Yue Kongying, you can't escape fighting me today. Bullet's voice at this time also seemed to be the sound of a distant mountain, leisurely coming from afar. Seeing this scene, Yu Kongying seemed a little speechless. Isn't it just about fighting? As for this, I watched the One Piece movie before, and knew that this kid was a little bewildered, but I didn't expect this guy to be so bewildered. If you don't fight with him, you will offend him? Really annoying. Yue Kongying said something indifferently. But there was a sneer from Bullet, like a ghost in the mountains. Yue Kongying, I know you are amazing, but I, Bullet, don't know how to be messed with. Today, let me experience how powerful you are, the so-called man who stands on the top of the world. With a shout of anger, Bullet's huge fist bombarded Yue Kongying. The glory is everywhere. In sharp contrast to Bullet's huge body, there are signs of wild grass on this entire island. It can be seen that Bullet has fused the entire island, only then has it achieved such a gigantic body. Boring. Yue Kongying said something indifferently. Immediately, Yue Kongying gently pushed forward with his left hand, and a huge force came down instantly. Bullet's huge fist landed in front of Yue Kongying, and the fist even blocked his sight. But he felt that he had encountered a nail in front of him, and he couldn't move forward no matter what. He couldn't smash Yue Kongying into the soil? Bullet's eyes are stern. Immediately, he clenched his fist even harder, but he still couldn't shake Yue Kongying at all. Do you have this strength? Behind his fist came Yue Kongying's deep sneer. Advertisement, hateful. Impossible. Bullet doesn't believe in evil, but no matter how hard he pushes forward, he still can't shake Yue Kongying. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly felt a burst of heat in his hands. Take a closer look, it turned out to be lightning and flames. Lightning mixed with flames invaded his body like a torrent of waves. In a short while, his huge body was completely destroyed. Moreover, this violent force continued to spread towards his body. This powerful force made him unable to stop it. Can only watch helplessly. During this period, Yue Kongying also floated his body, coming towards his own body. Looking at Yue Kongying's body that was shining with thunder and lightning flames, Bullet couldn't help but tremble. It feels like I have met an invincible god. Yue Kongying, get the hell out of here. Bullet quickly waved his other fist, and threw it at Yue Kongying in the void. However, Yue Kongying just waved his hand. His huge condensed fist was thrown away like grass and trees. But Yue Kongying's pace of moving forward is still the same. In desperation, Bullet chose to hit Yue with his head. However, under a huge bolt of lightning, his head exploded. His body is revealed. A gust of cold wind blows. He was grabbed by the neck by Yue Kongying. I heard you want to die? Yue Kongying stared at him indifferently. Bullet stared straight at Yue Kongying without blood, looked at his indifferent eyes, there was no murderous intent in them. But when he looked directly, he felt his body could not help but move falling, constantly moving towards the cold and dark hell. Such horror, the ultimate sense of oppression, it was Roger once. It's far from it. .117, you can't raise mad dogs. Boom. 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 Countless cannonballs fell towards the Mary like raindrops, instantly covering the sky above the straw hats. The dense black cannonballs gathered together and condensed into a black cloud, which brought endless darkness. Get out of here. Luffy jumped up with a body, and his body immediately became huge, turning into a ball of cotton. Floating on the ship like a sail, and finally swung away all the shells that were coming towards the Mary, and with the help of his body with the rebounding force, all of them flew towards the warship in the end, and then collided with many shells in the air. Bang. 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 Countless shells collided with each other, and a spark instantly occupied everyone's sight. 3 swords style, 36 paths annoying wind. Zoro jumped up, and several sword lights flew over immediately. Boom. Countless cannonballs exploded in the void, without affecting the melee at all. Grade 3 ground meat. Sanji whirled in his mouth, flames burned from his feet, and countless O6 shells exploded. The first round of bombardment was over, and the Mary remained intact. But the 3 of them, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, were almost exhausted. They panted heavily, staring at the warship that kept approaching them in front of them with lingering fear. At this time, they saw clearly the people on the warship. The one in the center is an old man with purple hair. What makes it difficult to look away is the huge mechanical arm in his left hand. The neck was directly broken. And he has a solemn face, sitting in the center of the warship, as if he is the leader of the entire marine. On the warships on both sides of him, there are scalpers and green cattle respectively. 2 marine admirals, and in the periphery, there are countless marine vice admirals. I didn't expect that they would dispatch so many people. Sanji clenched his teeth, his expression quite solemn.
He didn't know that the purple-haired old man came to see, but judging from the fact that he can stand in the center, his strength and status should not be inferior to Admiral. If it is calculated in this way, then this time we will face 3 admirals. 3 admirals. And there are so many marine vice-admirals and so many marine elites. It can be said that the crisis they are facing this time is not weaker in the slightest than that they faced before, with the collaboration of Beast's Pirates, Big Mom Pirates and Golden Lion Shiki. Moreover, last time they had Ace Sabo and the Araki faction as help. This time, they only have the Straw Hats, advertisement. Damn it, are these groups trying to drive us all to extinction? Nami gritted his teeth. Robin stared sharply at the purple-haired old man, and then said in a low tone. That person should be the former Marine Admiral, Zephyr. Zephyr? Everyone looked at Zephyr. Yeah, Robin nodded, and then slowly said, I heard about him before. He used to be a famous instructor in Marine. It is said that Aokiji Akainu Kazaru used to be his student. Because of the reason, he quit Marine, and independently created a new Marine, which is dedicated to hunting down pirates. Baroque Studio was also set up at the beginning, and it was also flashed by him. 1. I didn't expect him to be back in the Marine now. When everyone heard this prosperity, their complexions changed slightly. Aokiji Akainu Kazaru? All 3 admirals were his students? How powerful should he be? No matter how strong he is, today, it's impossible to stop us here, Luffy roared, and the whole Straw Hat group instantly ignited a fiery flame. Yes, they have experienced so many ups and downs along the way, how could they fall down here? Everyone, keep fighting. Fight until we can't move anymore. Fight until the last drop of our blood melts into the sea. Fight until we don't have a shred of freedom. Luffy growled loudly. Everyone's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Understood, Captain. A small island on the Grand Line. Let me go. I am willing to surrender to you. Bullet stared straight at Xuangyue Kongying in panic, eyes full of fear. Immediately, he exhausted all his strength in Xuangyue Kongying's neck, finally managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat. I am willing to work hard for you to complete your great cause. However, Xuangyue Kongying looked indifferently. Bullet's surrender. Bullet has always surrendered to the strong, once Roger, and now he. And Bullet is really strong. Advertisement, but does Xuangyue Kongying need his surrender? He sits on the entire Tivac continent, and those people are absolutely loyal to him. What good would it do him to keep such a dead dog under the circumstances? What could he do for himself? Be my dog? The corners of Xuangyue Kongying's mouth raised a strange arc, and a piercing light shot out from her eyes. And Bullet seems to have grasped a hope of survival. I'd like to be your dog. Immediately, a look of shame appeared on Bullet's face. Thinking of him as the pinnacle of the world, even Roger, the Pirate King, even if he conquered him, he would still be polite to him. Why did you say 693? To make him an insulting word like a dog? But now, Xuangyue Kongying treats him like this, but what can he do? After all, Xuangyue Kongying is so powerful, but Xuangyue Kongying's face did not show the smile Bullet imagined, but a subversive sneer instead. Who said you want to be my dog? Who said you deserve to be my dog? Xuangyue stared directly at Bullet with icy eyes. When Bullet faced this gaze, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Immediately afterwards, Xuangyue Kongying's hand that was strangling his neck began to exert force. A force that Bullet could not resist spread from his trachea, and then spread to his whole body. The powerless feeling of losing support flowed through his blood. Everywhere in the body, a chill also permeated. Bullet. Die. Xuangyue hovered in the void, throwing Bullet's body downward. Bullet's body, like an aircraft with no fuel, fell vertically downward, and then smashed a deep hole in the ground. Xuangyue Kongying glanced emotionlessly. Bullet wants to be his dog? It depends on whether he agrees or not. For a lunatic like Bullet, if he encounters the possibility of killing himself one day, he will definitely betray him without hesitation. You can't keep a mad dog if you have a dog. 118. Bullet, the guy is dead. On the Grand Line. Beast's Pirates. Huh. That guy Bullet is dead. Kaido looked at the life card in his hand. This life card belongs to Bullet, but now it is constantly being reduced to ashes and smashed. This means that Bullet's life is close to exhaustion. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help feeling a little emotional. After all, Bullet was also a man of great power in the sea. Although he didn't create a party and become the 4 emperors, but his strength is something that even he fears. Unexpectedly, he died in the hands of Xuangyue Kongying like this. Alas. I advised you back then, don't provoke that lunatic, but you didn't listen. It's all right now. Dead. Kaido shook his head helplessly. At this time, Jack came up from the side, and asked slowly beside Kaido. Then what should we do now? According to the information we got ahead, Zephyr and Luffy have already started to collide. This time Luffy only, I'm afraid it's more ominous than ominous? Kaido looked forward with deep eyes. He began to seriously think about the current situation in the sea. Looking at it now, this is the struggle between the world government and the 7 worlds. But in the long run, if Luffy eats the Sun God fruit, then his Joyboy identity will definitely bring him a lot of status effects, especially the good fortune accumulated by Roger. Whitebeard, Rayleigh and the others, as well as many forces that are dissatisfied with the world government, should all move closer to Luffy, and finally form a third-party force that is independent of the world government and the Dust 7. So how can he handle himself in such a situation? Go back.
Go to the fruit factory. Kaido's eyes are sharp. The artificial fruit factory is his biggest handle. As long as he still holds this thing in his hand, then he still has the possibility of making a comeback, or even rising continuously. To winter abroad. Damn it. They obviously prepared for us this time. Nami gritted his teeth. She rummaged through the map, and observed all the current currents and wind currents, but she couldn't find any possibility of a breakthrough. Those marine warships surrounded them impenetrably. Unless their ships can fly, otherwise, it is really impossible for them to break through this time. Straw Hat. Suddenly there was a shout from the warship. Luffy stared intently. It was the old man with purple hair. Zephyr looked directly at Luffy with a cold expression, and then slowly said, "If you choose to surrender now, if you give up resistance, I can see Garp's face and leave you as a dead body. Otherwise, I will not guaranteed. Will you be crushed under the attack of our shells? Your death will be too ugly, even Garp will be sad." Without thinking, Luffy yelled directly at F.A. "What stupid things are you talking about? You be asterisk 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 D. You want me to surrender? Advertisement? How can it be? Even if Grandpa is here, he will never let me surrender." Luffy gritted his teeth. Hearing these words, Zephyr sneered. "Huh, you are stubborn. Since you are so courteous, don't blame me for being ruthless." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a bold laughter suddenly came from the sea. "Ha ha 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 ha." As expected of my grandson, Zephyr's face stiffened. Immediately, a dog-headed warship suddenly appeared behind the warship group. Garp. It is also among them. Garp. Zephyr narrowed his eyes. Many vice admirals and Kizaru on the side also ordered the warships to stop attacking Luffy. Garp looked directly at Zephyr on the sea, and then laughed. "Zephyr, long time no see. You are still the same as before, so stubborn. HMPH, you're the same as before, not doing your job properly." Garp laughed. Ha 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 ha. Immediately afterwards, he sighed at the senbei cake. "Go ahead, I'm here just to see my grandson, nothing else." At this time, Sengoku also appeared on Garp's ship. Two retired old men. Openly appearing in such a place, although it is not said on the surface, but the meaning behind it, is already self-evident. Zephyr's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything and ordered to all the warships, continue to shell. Many Marines, after seeing Garp and Sengoku, felt confused again, but under Zephyr's sternness, they continued to press the bombardment button. After all, Zephyr is the current Marine Marshal, and it is their bounden duty as soldiers to obey orders. Boom, 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 countless shells continued to fly towards the Mary. But at this time, a huge ice wall suddenly appeared in front of the Mary. The wall of Jianying directly blocked all the shells. YF2F, immediately afterwards, from the direction of Zedong Kingdom, a long ice road spread over, and on it was a person riding a bicycle, slowly driving towards this side. Advertisement. When everyone saw his appearance clearly, they couldn't help being surprised. Kuzan. Aokiji. The curly-haired Kuzan stopped under the Mary, and then looked at Zephyr in the distance. Ah la la la, it turned out to be the teacher. I said why the left eyelid has been twitching today. Long time no see, teacher, it's an honor to meet you. Zephyr suppressed his anger. Kuzan, are you going against me? Kuzan was silent for a while, and then his face became serious. Teacher, I'm doing what I want to do. Zephyr and Kuzan looked at each other. After a moment, Zephyr nodded gravely. Good, very good, you really didn't disappoint me. Zephyr grimaced. You do what you want to do, and I will also do what I want to do. Whatever the final result, Wang Wangchao, is, I hope you and I can live up to the feelings of teachers and students. Kuzan nodded. That's very nice, sir. Zephyr raised his hand, just about to give the order to continue the shelling. In the direction of Dongdong country, another figure floated. Ah, so it's so lively? Zephyr narrowed his eyes, the impatience still on his face. Rayleigh. Zephyr almost forced the words through his teeth. The one who came was Rayleigh, and some of the members who used to be on Roger's ship. Rayleigh looked at Zephyr and smiled. Zephyr, old friend, long time no see. I'm glad to see you. Zephyr's face was frosty. He glanced at Kuzan and Rayleigh, then looked indifferently at Garp and Sengoku next to him. It seems, I can't kill the Straw Hat Boy today? Everyone was silent, but it is already the case. Point 119, Luffy versus Zephyr. Zephyr stared grimly at the men. Let's not talk about Garp and Sengoku, the two untimely bombs, just Kuzan and Rayleigh. These two people plus the Straw Hat Boy whose strength is comparable to Kaido, the opponent's top combat power is completely incomparable, they are bad. And there are also Roger's old crew whose strength is not yet determined, and the members of the Straw Hats whose strength is improving. Even if they have a numerical advantage, so what? In the world of pirates, the advantage of numbers is never an absolute advantage. Teacher, I think, yes. Kuzan floated the words indifferently. Zephyr looked directly at Luffy on the Mary, his eyes full of unwillingness. He is not reconciled. Should he just give up on this kid in front of him like this? You know, this kid wants to become the great demon king of One Piece. If he is not organized in time, he will undoubtedly be another Roger, an era of crazy pirates. Zephyr clenched his fists. He didn't want to let the Straw Hat Kid go like this. However, he felt that the gazes of Garp and Sengoku were staring at him all the time, like a sharp sword. Garp, Sengoku, are you sure you want to fight the entire Marine 017? Zephyr looked directly at Garp and Sengoku.
Garp and Sengoku fell silent. Of course they know what will happen to them when they come here today. They disrupted Marine's battle plan, even though they were once the great heroes of Marine. But this battle plan obviously has a pivotal position for Marine, and no mistakes are allowed. But, the moment they appeared here, they had already made plans to break up with Marine. Garp swallowed the senbei in his mouth, and then looked directly at Zephyr with earnestness. Old man with purple hair. We're here today to do what we want to do in our hearts. In order to carry out the true justice in our hearts. Garp had long been suspicious of justice on his back. But he still chose Marine between the fake Marine and the vast majority of bad pirates, because he felt that Marine still had a bottom line for justice, until they killed Fujitora, which is undoubtedly the future Marine's last sliver of false justice is uprooted. Sengoku was silent, but his thoughts were similar to Garp's. They don't want to be with pirates. Rather, in order to better maintain the justice in their hearts. Seeing the attitude of the two of them, Zephyr took a deep breath. Advertisement he already understood. Immediately, he turned around, glanced at Rayleigh and Kuzan who were ready to go, and finally set his sights on Luffy. He stared at Luffy sharply, and then said abruptly, Straw Hat Boy, do you accept my challenge? If you can defeat me, then I will let you go. Luffy stared fiercely at Zephyr. He knew that he had no way out. Even behind him, there are Grandpa, Sengoku, Rayleigh, and Kuzan supporting him. But he doesn't want to rely on other people's strength. He wants to be on his own, navigate the sea freely. Good. Accept your challenge, so what? Luffy shouted. Hearing this, a long-lost smile appeared on Zephyr's face. Good. The battle between Luffy and Zephyr was finally chosen on a floating island 500 nautical miles away from the Winter Kingdom. In order to show the respect of both parties, all the warships were on one side, facing the melee, and there was no possibility of encirclement or suppression. The Straw Hats, Kuzan, Rayleigh and others stood on one side, Green Bull, Kizaru and many marine soldiers stood on the other side, and Garp and Sengoku stood in the middle. Straw Hat Boy, you are very courageous. Zephyr looked directly at Luffy, and then slowly said, I have led several generations in the marine, but it is true that someone at your age has such courage and strength. Not many. It's a pity. How good would it be if you were marine? Agfi. At this point, Zephyr glanced at Garp. After all, Luffy is his grandson. As a marine hero, Garp, why didn't he let Luffy follow the marine path? Even if he wasn't a marine, he definitely couldn't be a pirate. Thinking of this, Zephyr even had a bit of resentment in his eyes. And Garp had calm eyes and a calm expression. Why doesn't he want Luffy, Ace and Sabo to follow the path of marine? That way, he can have enough time to protect their growth. And have more time to spend with his family. And pirates are really not a correct path. But after all these years, Garp has gradually opened up about this kind of thing. Maybe. Is there fate? Listening to what Zephyr said, Luffy roared disapprovingly. Stop talking nonsense. I don't want to be a marine. Advertisement. The man who will become the Pirate King. After all, Luffy's body was covered with a strong armament haki. The powerful breath of Nika fruit was also released at this moment, and Luffy's body gradually changed into a spring shape, and then galloped towards Zephyr. The figure turned into a shooting star and disappeared directly in front of Zephyr's eyes. Is this the sun god fruit? Zephyr frowned. Observation haki. Zephyr's observation haki is already powerful, but in his perception, even if Luffy's speed is slowed down by 10 times, or even 100 times, it is still so fast that he can't accurately capture Luffy's figure, just vaguely analyze his track to judge his possible attack direction. Boom. Luffy's body fell like a meteorite, hitting him heavily. At the most critical moment, Zephyr raised his mechanical arm to resist. Ah! Luffy roars, activating his power-enhancing buff. But the Zephyr was frozen in place like a rock. Immediately, a bright light flowed from Zephyr's sunglasses. The next moment, when Luffy's body gradually returned to calm, Zephyr suddenly stretched out his other hand, and regardless of Luffy's hot body, directly grab his whole body, hold him tightly, and then throw him hard on the ground. Boom. 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 Zephyr slammed Luffy's body back and forth like a pillowcase. Luffy. Luffy. The Straw Hats and the others stared at this scene with distressed faces. According to Zephyr's style of play, Luffy will die here sooner or later, right? However, Sengoku and Garp, as well as Kuzan and Rayleigh, just watched the scene calmly, without even the slightest wave of emotion in their eyes. If Luffy is like this, he will die, then he doesn't deserve to be a Joey boy. 120. Who are you? Boom. After Zephyr threw Luffy's body for 5 or 6 minutes, Luffy's injured body finally began to show a little counterattack. His body began to burn with intense flames, the sudden scorching flames. Even if Zephyr is a mechanical arm, but it also feels a bone-piercing red flame from it. Zephyr threw Luffy's body straight away. Luffy, who was thrown more than 10 meters away, took control of his body in the void. He jumped and finally landed on the ground. Zephyr. Luffy stared blankly at Zephyr. He could feel that there was not much difference between himself and Zephyr in terms of strength and speed. He may even have an advantage in speed, because he feels that Zephyr has no way to accurately judge his body shape. However, Zephyr's combat skills are far beyond his own. He knows when to make the most correct judgment. This is something that the inexperienced Luffy cannot do. Who? PH. Luffy gasped and stared at Zephyr, thinking about his next move. And Zephyr looked directly at Luffy with a relaxed face. What, are you scared? Don't you dare to go up? I thought you, a man who is going to become the One Piece,
Would be capable? Is this the only thing you can do? One Piece? Compared to Roger, you are far behind. Listening to Zephyr's provocation, Luffy didn't get angry at all, but just stared at him quietly. Luffy's body and mind are empty, only the sound of his own breathing is in his mind. Since the fighting skills are not as good as him, then why don't you just give up your fighting skills? Luffy's eyes lit up. Ah, Zephyr, Luffy roared. The next moment, Luffy's body was like a shooting star, disappeared in front of Zephyr's eyes in an instant, leaving only one after another elusive afterimages. Zephyr closed his eyes confidently. Observation hockey. However, Zephyr found that he could not accurately capture the trajectory of Luffy's movements. This is so weird. Advertisement, this kid's pace is irregular. Walk around like a madman. Zephyr. Suddenly, Luffy's voice sounded to Zephyr's left. Zephyr quickly waved his mechanical arm to resist, but to his left, it was a barren area, and there was no sign of Luffy at all. Subconsciously, Zephyr's pupils constricted, his face changed drastically, and he turned around to the right, facing the ground, still blank. At this moment, a fierce wind hit him from behind. Zephyr hurriedly raised the robotic arm and turned it backwards. However, it was still a step slow. Luffy's huge fist just bombarded Zephyr's body directly. Boom! Zephyr's body backed up dozens of steps, almost losing the sense of gravity. However, Luffy's fists kept falling like raindrops. They bombarded Zephyr's body without interruption, and the intensive attacks even made Zephyr unable to free his hands at all. He could only accept Luffy in this way. Attack. There is no possibility of retaliation. Damn it. Zephyr gritted his teeth. How could he be so embarrassed? Yet Luffy's output continued. Zephyr. Zephyr. A ruthless look flashed in Zephyr's eyes. She absolutely can't. Just sit and wait. Zephyr let go of the mechanical arm in front of him, and directly used his chest and face to meet Luffy's attack. Although the pain at that moment was particularly obvious, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. He immediately dodged his body the next moment, trying to avoid Luffy's attack. However, Luffy also stopped attacking Zephyr at this moment, and then turned into an afterimage and disappeared in front of Zephyr. Zephyr stared blankly at the blank space in front of him. He was just about to confront Luffy head-on, but he didn't expect this kid to stop. However, he didn't take it lightly. Instead, he felt Luffy's every move more attentively. Zephyr. Luffy's voice rang in Zephyr's right ear. However, Zephyr recalled the defeat just now, so he didn't turn around decisively. But at this moment, a swift and fierce cold wind suddenly struck from his right side. Immediately afterwards, Luffy's powerful fist hit Gianfa's face like a heavy cloud. Boom! Zephyr was directly smashed into the soil by Luffy's punch. Advertisement. Straw Hat. Zephyr crawled out of the soil angrily, but what greeted him was another heavy punch from Luffy. Immediately afterwards, punch after punch continued to smash his body deeper into the soil and Zephyr's body is also constantly rooting in the soil at this moment. 0. Seeking flowers. The occurrence of this scene made many marine officers and soldiers feel palpitations. Has this so-called child of destiny who wants to subvert the world government grown to such a degree? Sengoku, Garp, Kuzan, Rayleigh and others looked at Luffy's scene and couldn't help showing some frank smiles. This is Luffy's true strength. Sanji also showed a little bit of relief on his face, and then said slowly, Luffy, this kid is really worrying. But fortunately, he looks like now, and there should be nothing wrong with him. Zoro nodded. Luffy knew where his weaknesses were, so he gave up his so-called combat skills in a unique way. Instead, he chose to use an irregular style of play against Zephyr, so that he could directly use Zephyr's advantages in this aspect. Grinding. Without a relative advantage in strength, Zephyr is simply a disaster when facing such a Luffy. Usopp and Nami also let out a long breath when they heard Zoro's words. Immediately, they looked at Luffy with more hope. This is their captain. This is the man who wants to become One Piece, Joy Boy. At the same time, on the periphery of the small island, there is also a pair of eyes watching the scene inside. Chuangyue Kongying. Chuangyue Kongying leaned on a warship, looking at the distant scene. Zephyr versus Luffy duel. It looks really interesting. After Zephyr was seriously injured, his strength has been difficult to return to the peak period, so his current strength is not as good as Admiral. The reason why Marine chose him as Marshal was only because of his qualifications. Only he with old qualifications can reintegrate this chaotic Marine. As for Luffy, he just drew with Kaido some time ago. Facing Zephyr at first, I didn't know where to start. But when he chooses that style of play, Zephyr is doomed. Who are you? An exclamation came from behind Chuangyue Kongying. It was a beautiful woman with big eyes, Zephyr disciple. Now Marine Rear Admiral. Iron 7, 121. What did you take Marine for? Who are you? Chuangyue Kongying was lying on a big chair on the warship, leaning against that person. Trespassing on the Marine warship, don't you want to live? The cold shout came again. Immediately afterwards, Chuangyue Kongying fell behind him. Suddenly several people gathered. And everyone's strength was quite good. They released armament haki, and kept trying to cover haki on Chuangyue Kongying, trying to oppress his body. However, Chuangyue Kongying turned around with a calm face. Excuse me. Chuangyue Kongying smiled at those people, and then slowly said, I just thought the sun here is good, so I sat on it. Didn't expect this to be a Marine's warship. I'm really sorry. I'll give you 100 Baileys, just treat it as the sightseeing fee I gave you to Marine, 843.
Saying that, Shuangyue Kongying threw in a money bag. But In stared at Shuangyue Kongying, and his pupils were full of warning. Shuangyue Kongying. Shuangyue Kongying. Several people surrounding Shuangyue Kongying were all in turmoil. As Marines, they are very familiar with the name Shuangyue Kongying. It was this man who killed several heavenly dragon nobles, but retreated in Marineford. His strength is self-evident, and it was he who took away Fujitora's body and part of the marine souls. What are you doing here? In stared at Shuangyue Kongying sternly. Although she was a little afraid of Shuangyue Kongying, she knew that her strength was far inferior to the latter. But as a marine, she must maintain the most basic dignity of the marine and the world government. But Shuangyue Kongying squinted her eyes. Didn't you tell me? I'm here for sightseeing. In looked at Shuangyue Kongying. The latter's plain eyes made her feel a little shuddering. Sightseeing? This kind of nonsense is also trying to deceive her? Immediately, Shuangyue Kongying turned around again, and then threw a few moneybags to Ain. Advertisement. There's a total of 900 Baileys here. It shouldn't be too much for me to occupy this seat and watch this showdown for me, right? After speaking, Shuangyue Kongying sat on the comfortable seat again. I have to say, Marines' seats are comfortable. During this period, a Marine captain wanted to arrest Shuangyue Kongying somewhat impulsively. This is their Marines' warship, and the seat Shuangyue sat on is the seat of Marshal Zephyr. Let alone 1,000 belly, even 100,000 belly, 1,000,000 belly. That's impossible. Shouldn't they hit Marine's face on the ground? No way. However, he was stopped by Ain. In stared at Shuangyue Kongying's relaxed back. There is no need for her to verify the strength of this man. Not to mention the gigantic 7 rulers of the world behind him. That is not inferior to the power of the world government. Even if it is the commander-in-chief of the world government Kong, or even the 5 elders. She is also extremely afraid of this, so, she dared not touch Shuangyue Kongying lightly without receiving clear instructions. Fear that this will cause a war between the World 7 and the world government. Afterwards, In and the others stood quietly at the same spot, closely monitoring every move of Shuangyue Kongying. Shuangyue Kongying felt the movement of the people behind him, and watched the battle ahead more relaxedly. Surveillance? Why does he feel that these Marines are more like his bodyguards? Under the attack of Luffy's huge fist, Zephyr had to change his mind. In the soil that Luffy couldn't see, he frantically started digging with his mechanical arm, trying to go out from another direction, and then attacked Luffy unexpectedly. But Luffy easily saw his strategy. He immediately gave up the intensive fist attack on Zephyr, and began to rest where he was, quietly waiting for Zephyr to appear. Straw Hat. The moment Zephyr was unearthed, Luffy stepped back instantly. Next, is the stage where Zephyr turns from defense to offense. Zephyr keeps launching fierce attacks on Luffy, and Luffy relies on his speed to dodge and retreat constantly. Although Luffy seems to be at a disadvantage in such a battle, it seems that he has always been in passive defense, but Zephyr's disadvantage in speed prevented him from attacking Luffy at all. Smash the bowster. The fiery bombardment hit Luffy just like that. Advertisement. Luffy dodges instantly, but the bombardment keeps chasing after Luffy's afterimage. Then, Luffy kept getting closer to Zephyr. Just when Luffy was about to attack, he was caught by Zephyr. Finally, I got you. Zephyr stared fiercely at Luffy. Luffy's complexion changed slightly. Immediately afterwards, the ground under Zephyr's feet suddenly began to shatter, and his mechanical arm began to emit a violent engine sound, like the roar of a beast. Immediately afterwards, Luffy's body was thrown uncontrollably go up to the sky, and lose the grasp of gravity in the suspended state. Boom! Countless bombardments bloomed at this moment, all bombarded on Luffy's body without exception. Huge sparks instantly covered Luffy's body, making it difficult for people to see what it looked like. Luffy! Nami screamed in shock. Everyone in the Straw Hats also frowned. They can all see. Although Luffy's offensive is irregular, everything in the world is regular, and Zephyr has found Luffy's regularity in such irregularities. Yes, Zephyr will once again have the upper hand in the fight against Luffy by virtue of his fighting skills. Then, when Luffy finally recovered from being hit, he fixed his eyes on Zephyr. He knew that his original 2.0 posture of attacking indiscriminately had no effect on the translation. Now he must re-establish his next style of play. On Zephyr's Marshal's warship, Shuangyue watched this scene with great joy. This is undoubtedly a wonderful matchup. Luffy has a slight advantage in strength. But Zephyr has absolute dominance over Luffy in terms of combat experience and combat skills. This undoubtedly represents the importance of comprehensiveness in combat, and strength and speed are not absolute advantages. And possessing super fighting experience and fighting skills can make up for the disadvantages in other aspects to a certain extent, so as to achieve victory at the tactical and strategic levels by using softness to overcome rigidity, using small things to pry big things. Hi, can I have a glass of water? Shuangyue Kongying suddenly felt thirsty. 122. Thank you for your service. Shuangyue stared blankly at In. He felt that the request for a glass of water shouldn't be too much, right? However, when Ain heard these words, there was a slight twitch on that beautiful face. What the hell is this Shuangyue Kongying trying to do? First, he came to their warship without saying hello, and then deliberately humiliated them with 1,000 Baileys. Now he still asks them to pour water for him? What is it? A tourist attraction service station? It's just too much, but, although it was too much, Ain still complied silently. Because she dare not disobey Shuangyue Kongying. She was afraid that Shuangyue Kongying would be furious because of her,
which would eventually lead to a war between the world government and the world's 7 rulers. In that case, she will become Marine's sinner. At that time, all the hard work that Mr. Zephyr has put in will become a bubble. After receiving the water, Xuangyue Kongying nodded in satisfaction. Thank you. 06. Immediately, Xuangyue Kongxing handed Ain 2 banknotes. One was 10 pele and the other was 10 mu beer. 10 Baileys is the price of this glass of water, and this 100 Baileys is my tip for you. Thank you for your service. Xuangyue Kongying politely greeted Ain, and then showed a gentle smile. Your service is very good. Next time I come here, I will order you. Miss Iron's face twitched. This kid thinks this place is his home. And Xuangyue Kongying drank the boiled water, turned around, and continued to sit on the big seat, watching the battle ahead. As for whether there is any poison in this glass of water, he is not worried at all. He can melt all toxins with the elementalization of his body. On the other hand, he doesn't think this group of people will have that mind to do this kind of thing. On the other side, Zephyr and Luffy are fighting. Zephyr already has a relative advantage. Even though Luffy has advantages in speed and strength, he can't suppress Zephyr. Zephyr can always use his rich combat experience to resolve Luffy with indescribable ingenuity. The offensive made Luffy always have the frustration of punching cotton. Ah! Zephyr! Luffy roared again. However, Zephyr's face remained unchanged, and he punched forward calmly. Boom! The two fists collided with each other. A wave of hockey's aftermath spread, and even directly caused the surrounding grass to collapse for miles. Advertisement, what? Straw Hat Kid, is this what you're capable of? Zephyr grinned, looked at Luffy with a sneer and said, aren't you going to become some kind of pirate king? Doesn't your path only end here? Is it your strength to be the pirate king? Luffy roared again, his voice hoarse. You be asterisk 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 D, what are you kidding about? Luffy retreated, and then turned his body 180 degrees in the void. After accumulating a certain amount of momentum, he stretched his fists directly towards Zephyr again, and a fierce torrent of momentum rushed towards Zephyr. Boom! Luffy, who was in a mess, lost his advantage in speed, and finally his fist was directly grabbed by Zephyr. Ah! Luffy just let out a growl. Immediately afterwards, Zephyr's mechanical arm tightly grasped Luffy's fist, and then used it to shake his whole body. Luffy's body is like a rubber rope, being held up and down by Zephyr, 160 degrees, 720 degrees, falling flatly and three-dimensionally. Yet Zephyr is not over. Even as the mechanical arm spins, sparks appear. Immediately, a series of artillery rushed out, directly bombarding Luffy's body. Even though Luffy has the fruit ability of Nika Fruit, the shells on Zephyr's mechanical arm are specially processed by Sea Stone. Although they are not real Sea Stone, they are still enough to seriously injure the capable person. Luffy. Shall we help Luffy? Usopp looked anxiously at Luffy, then at Sanji and Zoro anxiously. Zoro, however, looked serious. This is a duel between them. Sanji was silent. He also agrees with Zoro. This is the agreed duel between Luffy and Zephyr, unless one side surrenders. Otherwise, this battle cannot be ended by outside forces. But, if something happens to their captain, then he will never let this purple-haired old man go. Under the continuous shelling, Luffy was already scarred. The rubber body exposed Madara's bloodline, and blood was exposed all over the body, which looked quite shocking and one couldn't help feeling sad for it. But under such severe pain, Luffy didn't let out a whimper. Advertisement Zephyr looked directly at Luffy and couldn't help feeling a little touched in his heart. Such an age, such a heart. It's still very rare for him to see it. Wait a minute, Luffy's eyes are so familiar. Is it that man? Yes, that's right. It must be that man, the one who was once known as the One Piece man who does all kinds of evil, Roger. Thinking of this, Faw's heart hardened again. Absolutely not. Another One Piece appears. Luffy, today, here, is your burial place, Zephyr uttered boldly. Luffy opened his mouth full of bloodline, the blood mixed with saliva, thickly gathered around his lips, but was swallowed by Luffy in one gulp. And he can perceive 057. His stomach was scorching hot from Zephyr's shelling just now. The place of burial. Luffy's tone was low. Immediately, he raised his head again, although his eyes were hard to open, but the look in his eyes made Zephyr frown uncontrollably. This looked so similar, so much like the original Roger. Luffy suddenly roared again, it's impossible to fall. Luffy clenched his fists, and immediately raised his head to the sky and screamed. Everyone around, feeling Luffy's roar, all trembled. Including the many Marines present. They stared at Luffy with scorching eyes, and couldn't help but feel turbulent waves in their hearts. Luffy's spirit of facing difficulties is not exactly what their Marines want to pursue but what is their Marine like now? Where is the pursuit of faith? Smoker looked at Luffy with great emotion in his eyes. He was the one who failed to arrest Luffy in Logue Town and finally got him on the Grand Line. And after he experienced the tragic death of Fujitora and the turmoil at the top of Marine, the firm belief in justice in his heart has already been shaken. He began to think about the real, historical truth of the past 800 years. 123. What exactly is justice? What exactly is justice? Smoker looked at Luffy who was struggling to stand up and he couldn't help but feel a little touched. He looked at Luffy's appearance, and then suddenly remembered in his mind that he was in Logue Town many years ago watched the day Roger was executed. That man is also going forward bravely like today's Luffy. Is he? Really, the Joey boy who could save the world from hell? Smoker mused to himself. On the other side,
Luffy has already stood up again after being seriously injured by virtue of his perseverance. He's the man who's going to be the Pirate King. After all, Luffy's body was covered with armament haki again. Immediately, his whole body began to burn with white flames. And even the eyebrows on his face began to turn white, burning and dancing like a ball of flames, and the hot flames seeped out, giving people a sacred and inviolable feeling. The fruit has awakened further. Is this the ability of Nika fruit? Everyone looked at Luffy at this time, all of them were amazed and moved. As for Yue Kongying on the Zephyr warship, looking at Luffy's body at this time, he took a sip of water calmly. As expected of the protagonist, ordinary people encounter such a situation, can only wait to be beaten to death or surrender? Yue Kongying sighed, and then couldn't help shaking her head. Under such circumstances, Luffy seemed to be able to stand up with his body supported, as if he had unlocked the bloodhanger. And even faced up to the difficulties, directly further awakening his fruit ability. And he has just initially awakened the fruit ability, and he already has such an aura, so what happens after he is fully awakened? Thinking of this, Luffy put down his water glass and continued to watch the battle ahead with great interest. And it has to be said, the seat on the Zephyr warship, not only is it quite comfortable to sit on, but its viewing angle is also particularly good. But it is very comprehensive and very clear to see the fighting situation on the island, just like the VIP seats in the World Cup. This 1,000 Baileys. Worth the money. Sensing the change in Luffy at this time, Zephyr couldn't help frowning. Advertisement. The reason why he can rely on his own combat experience to have a certain advantage over Luffy is because the strength gap between him and Luffy is actually not that big. And once Luffy's strength has improved to a higher level, his combat experience will naturally not be able to make up for this gap. What a tenacious boy. Zephyr couldn't help sighing. Immediately, Zephyr's whole body also exploded with momentum. He injected some kind of powerful liquid into his mechanical arm. Immediately afterwards, his mechanical arm released a palpitating power, as if volcanic eruptions. Garp stared at Zephyr now. Sengoku on the side said calmly. That should be the latest volcanic fluid developed by the scientific forces. It was supposed to be used for the peace forces, but I didn't expect Zephyr to get it too. Now Zephyr's strength has increased. It's about to go up a stage, and Luffy's chances of winning are estimated to be smoothed out again. Hearing this, Pooh also looked at Luffy with some concern. As a person upholding justice, he felt that Luffy could and would definitely win this battle. But as a grandpa, he really couldn't bear to see Luffy suffer like this. Luffy. Garp couldn't help clenching his fists. If Luffy really did something wrong, then he must make Marine pay for it. On the other side, Luffy's eyes were fixed on Zephyr at this moment. Between the two, the third phase of the battle has already begun. Zephyr, with a roar, Luffy turned into a shooting star and flew towards Zephyr. White flames of holy light were burning all over his body, and the speed was unparalleled, so fast that even others could not see the afterimage clearly, only a faint white was seen. And the next moment, Zephyr suddenly felt a burst of fiery heat from the left, followed by a swift and violent fist. Boom! Zephyr quickly waved his mechanical arm to resist, but was still thrown back a few meters away. Luffy's power at this time can be seen from Madara. Advertisement. However, Zephyr was not discouraged, and ran towards Luffy's afterimage, and Luffy kept dodging under Zephyr's bombardment, and looked for opportunities to get close to Zephyr. Attempt to give Zephyr another blow. After a long period of collision, the two fell into a stalemate, and no one could gain the absolute upper hand. Even though Zephyr has super combat experience, his current combat experience can only just make up for the gap in strength between him and Luffy. The two fight against each other one after another, even if they are defeated at a certain moment. The opponent had the upper hand, but they were able to get out of it quickly. What an interesting duel. Yue Kongying couldn't help but said. Looking at the fierce battle on the small island, the bursts of artillery, and the confluence of the constantly flashing white holy light, he couldn't help showing a comfortable smile. There is no doubt that this is a wonderful duel. In the duel, the two sides constantly force out the real strength of the other side, and at the same time stimulate their own potential. And there is no urine point in the whole process, which is more exciting than watching many Hollywood movies. What do you think? Who will win this duel? Yue Kongying looked at the many Marines behind him. However, Marine just looked at Yue Kongying vigilantly, and no one dared to speak. Finally, Yue Kongying looked at Ain, who was silent at the side. What do you think? Ain replied seriously and confidently. Of course, great. It is our Zephyr Marshal. Our Zephyr Marshal has rich combat experience, and his strength is quite tyrannical. Do you think this is his limit? Are you done? No, his true strength has not yet been revealed. In the end, Marshal Zephyr will definitely win and defeat the Straw Hat Boy's thief ambition. Yue Kongying nodded, but did not deny Ain's statement. However, in the duel, he couldn't see Zephyr's handiness at all, but was completely struggling. Even if a person has a super strength performance, he still cannot display it in front of an opponent who is stronger than himself. I see it differently than you do. I think Luffy will win this matchup. Yue Kongying said calmly. Impossible to occupy. Ain suddenly spoke harshly. The one who wins in the end will definitely be our marshal. Advertisement 124. Do you dare to bet with me? Yue glanced at Ain, but didn't say anything. In his opinion, the possibility of Luffy winning is not just because he is the protagonist. Another point is that the upper limit of Zephyr's strength can already be seen. First, his own rich combat experience, and then the special products of the Marine Science troops strengthened his strength. Now he is already a close inflated balloon in burst state. As for Luffy, let's not talk about his unawakened fruit ability, just talk about his extremely perverted bloodlock. When the opponent has no way to suppress him with strength, no matter how much he consumes, he can kill the opponent. Are you so confident? Will you bet me? Shuangyue Kongying looked at IN playfully. Hearing these words from Shuangyue Kongying, IN was stunned for a moment. What? Aren't you very confident in your Zephyr Marshal? If you are so confident, why don't you dare to bet with me? Shuangyue Kongying grinned, and then slowly said, you Marines don't particularly hate my mortal world. Do you want to be in power? As long as you win this bet, you can get me 100,000 Baileys. I earned 100,000 Baileys from me. For you Marines, it should be quite an honor, right? Hearing what Shuangyue Kongying said, IN thought for a while. Just bet. Is there anything you dare not do? Saying 123, Ian pulled out a money bag with a wad of banknotes in it, and placed it on the table next to the Zephyr's chair. Seeing this, Shuangyue Kongying smiled, and took out 100,000 Baileys and put them in it. It's a VIP seat again, and with such service and treatment, can you still bet on a duel here in the end? Really interesting. Zephyr. On this side, the duel between Luffy and Zephyr has entered a heated stage. The speed of the confrontation between the two is getting faster and faster, and the frequency is getting more and more intensive, and the moves of their duel are gradually making it difficult for others to see clearly. And Zephyr's physical strength has obviously begun to decline. His eyes were fixed on Luffy, and he couldn't help but start to gasp. Sure enough, still can't hold it for such a long time? Zephyr's tendons prove that he is definitely an old man who exercises regularly, and in the pirate world, even old men usually have no age and physical strength gap. But Zephyr had been fatally injured after all, and those injuries were still accumulated in his body. This time, it finally broke out irresistibly, a gaff, boom. 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 After blow, Luffy seemed to have the upper hand. Advertisement, but at this moment, he suddenly stopped. Hey, boy, what do you want to do again? Zephyr was sweating all over his body. A tearing pain came from the nerves in his left arm, and the muscles all over his body began to tremble. His physical strength had obviously reached its limit. There is no way to support such a high-intensity battle anymore. Luffy stared fiercely at Zephyr, and the whole marine. You all remember it for me. Not some Joey boy. Not some reincarnation of Joy Boy. Named Luffy. The freest man in the sea. After all, Luffy's armament hockey is strong again. A penetrating momentum then permeated the air, fourth gear. Immediately afterwards, Luffy began to transform into his fourth gear form. Seeing this scene, Yu Kongtang couldn't help showing a smile at the corner of his mouth. He knows. Luffy was ready to win. Although the current Luffy's strength has improved rapidly, and he has initially awakened the fruit ability. But he has not developed his fruit ability too much, but has been developing in the direction of a non-capable person, improving his armament hockey and observation hockey, which is of course more beneficial. And now, the development of Luffy in the fourth gear also means that Luffy can master the fruit ability more proficiently. And his strength will go even further. But Shuangyue looked at Luffy in the distance, but felt another breath from it. I saw an incomparable hockey gaze suddenly released from Luffy's pupils. Immediately, an invisible coercion was released from his whole body. This coercion was like an ocean wave, and it actually spread directly to the sea tens of miles away, and many warships came up. Some people who didn't have Hockey's body armor fainted directly. Even Smoker and Ain, the powerhouses at the rear admiral level, actually felt dizzy when faced with this hockey. Conqueror's hockey. Shuangyue stared directly at Luffy at this moment. Then, Shuangyue Kongying laughed unprofessionally. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Really, Teacher Zephyr has to be the teacher. Zephyr single-handedly brought out the three admirals that influenced the generation of Marine. Now, with another battle, he managed to break through the second branch of Rendu, the One Piece who influenced the whole world? In front of Teacher Zephyr, Teacher Kaido has to shout Patriarch. Now it's interesting. The corner of Shuangyue Kongying's mouth curled into a smile. Originally, Zephyr might lose to his own injury recurrence or physical exhaustion, so in this case, Luffy actually won is not too glorious. But now, Luffy has awakened Conqueror's hockey and turned on the fourth gear, then Zephyr will not be unjustly defeated. Judging from Luffy's current strength, even Admiral, who is fully fired, may lose to him. If it is the current Luffy, facing the combination of Kaido and Bullet, he will be able to retreat unscathed. It looks like you're going to lose. Shuangyue glanced at In blankly. Ain was silent, looking at Zephyr with worried eyes. Small Island. Luffy, who has awakened Conqueror's hockey, uses Conqueror's hockey very crudely to suppress Zephyr. However, this pure hockey coercion does not have much effect on Zephyr. Conqueror's hockey. I didn't expect Garp to have such a wonderful grandson. Zephyr smiled wryly. He's suddenly jealous of Garp. Immediately afterwards, his eyes became more gloomy and cold again. But, no matter how strong Luffy is, he is still an unforgivable pirate. Thinking of this, Zephyr's eyes suddenly became fierce. Zephyr. Seeing Luffy's unstoppable momentum, Zephyr suddenly took out a purple cylinder out of nowhere, and then inserted it into his mechanical arm. Immediately afterwards, a burst of hot steam was released from it. The meaning of hot is self-evident. Not good. Sengoku's face suddenly changed. 125. A bad old man who doesn't talk about wood. Shuangyue Kongying stared at Zephyr at this moment, and then her complexion changed slightly uncontrollably. What exactly is Zephyr's mass of purple liquid, he doesn't quite know, but he can feel an incomparably majestic power from Zephyr at this moment. This power is destructive to a certain extent, as if it was the volcano erupting on the mechanical arm, and the blood in Zephyr's body also boiled. Zephyr is now like a powder keg. You would rather die together than let Luffy go? Shuangyue Kongying murmured. This bad old man who doesn't talk about martial arts would actually make such a dead man to a 20-year-old Luffy. Presumably, Zephyr should have seen Luffy's astonishing talent just now, just in case there is another Roger, which will cause the era of great pirates again. So now he would rather sacrifice himself, and must give Luffy to justice on the spot? What a stubborn lunatic. Shuangyue Kongying shook his head. However, he still doesn't think that Luffy will die here. After all, he is the protagonist of One Piece. At this time, Luffy naturally also noticed the changes in Zephyr, but his body flew out like a sharp arrow, and he was already rushing towards Zephyr unstoppably. At this juncture, he could only bite the bullet, hoping that he would not be smashed by the aftermath of Zephyr's self-destruction. Zephyr the madman. Garp couldn't help cursing. Unexpectedly, his good comrade in arms for many years? He would kill his grandson like this? This is really merciless. But resentment is resentment, but he didn't take action because of it, because it was an agreement between Zephyr and Luffy duel. He needs to respect the agreement of the two men. Sengoku on the side is also staring at Zephyr at this time. Compared with Garp's love for Luffy, he has more sympathy for this old comrade. This world is a world that eats people, and Marine is a machine that eats people. Countless people enter into it with hope and pursuit. Marine, in the end, their Xinsheng continued to deteriorate. Zephyr, too, was taking steps toward paranoia. It can be said that the former Zephyr had already died on the same boat. However, how much he didn't read the previous translation. Kuzan and Paluzolino were also staring at Zephyr at this time. Zephyr is their teacher, but seeing Zephyr on the road to suicide, they did not stop him after all. Because this is the teacher's own choice, and the teacher once taught them that a person should spend his whole life pursue your own ideals, even if you die on this road. Luffy, everyone in the Straw Hat group watched the scene nervously. Advertisement. The faces of countless people at the scene were tense. And just when Luffy's fist was about to hit Zephyr's body, Zephyr's mechanical arm exuded a huge purple light, and steam spewed out of it, like a furnace. But the next moment, the light on the mechanical arm suddenly disappeared. The steam also gradually disappeared, as if the furnace had stopped operating. Zephyr stared blankly at the robotic arm. His mechanical arm has lost its response at this time. Before he could figure out why, Luffy's fist followed the trend and hit Zephyr's face hard. The powerful impact made Zephyr's whole body unable to help but lean back. Ruthlessly he fell to the ground hard and made a big hole in the soil. And Luffy was also a little confused. What happened to the power that Zephyr possessed just now? Zephyr fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. He looked up at the sky, and suddenly many things that happened in his life began to appear in his mind. Starting from joining the Marine as a hot-blooded teenager, he gradually became the top of the Marine, and then became the general instructor of the Marine. That period was the happiest time in his life. He watched his students grow continuously every day. I hoped that they could become the pillars of Marine, and it turned out that they did not disappoint themselves. And then, that bloody night, the warship he was on was attacked by a group of pirates, and all his new generation of students were slaughtered. The pirate told him that as long as he could cut off an arm, he would let one of the students go, and he did so. But how can a pirate be a trustworthy person? In the end, all his students died in the hands of the pirates. And he, who had cut off an arm, was no match for the pirate at all, and finally fell into the sea. After recultivation in the Marine, every time he thinks back to that night, he feels extremely sad. He hates all pirates. Pirates are a group of untrustworthy human garbage, not only that pirate, but also Roger, the king of pirates, and Rox, the overlord of the sea. 0. Ask for flowers. He strongly advocated the abolition of the Shichibukai system. But at that time, Marine rejected his application on the grounds of maintaining the balance of sea power. It's ridiculous. He trained admiral, vice admiral, and countless elite middle-ranking officers for Marine, but he also can't help Marine maintain the balance of the sea. Later, he quit Marine. I also know the name of the pirate who killed all the students. Edward Weeble, DJ. DJ. Advertisement. After working hard for so long, is this the end result? An extremely strong sense of frustration suddenly rushed into Zephyr's heart. And at this moment, a voice sounded in his ear. Hey, uncle, shall we still fight? Zephyr saw clearly the person in front of him. It was Luffy. Luffy stretched out a hand, trying to pull Farah up from the ground. If you don't fight, then surrender quickly. If you still want to fight, then I will continue to accompany you. Luffy's tone was very impatient, but the hand he stretched out was always hanging in front of Zephyr's eyes. Instead of taking Luffy's hand, Zephyr stood up by himself. You win. Although very unwilling, but Zephyr has no other options right now. He has lost the ability of the mechanical arm, and has exhausted all his physical strength. Now he can no longer pose any threat to Luffy. Just kill me, Zephyr said calmly, even closing his eyes. Ah, Luffy looked at Zephyr in a daze. Why should I kill you? The corner of Zephyr's mouth raised a sneer. If you don't kill me, I will continue to hunt you down. Luffy rested his hands behind his head nonchalantly. Then keep hunting. You can't kill me anyway. Zephyr was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Luffy to answer like this. First Marine, you are a pirate, we are enemies. 126. Thank you for your service. Enemy. Luffy turned away, looking at Zephyr. So what? Does the enemy have to be killed? Hearing this sentence, Zephyr was stunned for a moment. He just looked at Luffy like that, and suddenly felt that the pirate in front of him, who looked a little fierce before, suddenly became handsome. At this time, he belatedly remembered that this man is the grandson of Garp, and he is only a 20-year-old youth at this time. He has just entered the sea and has infinite yearning for the future in the ocean, the same as myself. Luffy turned to face his mates, and gave a flat smile. Uncle, next time we meet, I will become stronger. At that time, you will have no chance of defeating me. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Luffy in front of FA in figure 15 seems to be a little clearer. Looking at Luffy's back, Zephyr couldn't help thinking of his youth. At that time, I had infinite enthusiasm for Marine in the future, and I fought on the front line of justice every day, destroying countless pirates, Rocks, Roger, etc., were all his contemporary opponents. After Luffy walked away, Zephyr finally came back to his senses. Wait, did he just call himself uncle? B****************** D. Who wants to be his uncle? Luffy is Garp's grandson, but he calls himself a grandson. Doesn't that mean that he is a generation younger than Garp? At this time, Luffy has returned to the Straw Hats. He looked at the many partners who looked at him excitedly, and then couldn't help showing a smile. Everyone, I won. Ah, Luffy. Usopp was the first to rush up and hugged Luffy's body directly. However, at this time, Luffy's body was like a deflated balloon, and he became weak immediately, and fell directly into Usopp's arms. Usopp looked at Luffy in shock, and Luffy just stretched out his hand, looked at Sanji in the crowd in a daze and stretched out his hand. Sanji. Meat, I want meat. What's the matter? Is this guy just hungry after fighting for so long and suffering such a serious injury? Zoro complained. Sanji looked quite serious. Chopper, please check our captain, I'll make him lunch. Chopper nodded gravely. Advertisement, okay. Then, he frowned and looked at Chopper. He must work hard, and heal their captain. On board the Zephyr warship, Yue laughed out loud. What are you doing? He originally thought that Luffy should rely on his aura of the protagonist, and then survive Zephyr's self-destruction by luck. But what is the situation now? Zephyr can't self-detonate, and seeing him like that, it seems that there is still a bit of an attitude of reminiscing about the past and regretting the incident. But, is Zephyr's robotic arm such a fragile thing? Luffy, the protagonist's halo is too strong, right? God micromanage. Immediately, Yue Kongying turned her head with a calm smile on her face, and looked at Ian who had an indifferent expression. I really didn't expect that I won, so I will accept your 100,000 Bailey with embarrassment, down. With that said, Yue Kongying took all the Baileys on the table with one hand. Ian looked at Yue Kongying expressionlessly. 100,000 Baileys, it's a lot to say, but it's really a lot. At least it's her 1 month's salary. But compared to this, what hurt her more was Teacher Zephyr's state of mind at this time. He is so proud, he hates the pirates so deeply, but now he is defeated by the pirates like this, and seems to have won the favor of not killing the pirates. What a blow this was to him, but on this matter, Yue Kongying has a different opinion. He didn't think this was such a painful blow to Zephyr. Just now Zephyr was lying on the ground for so long, and the look in eye as he looked at Luffy's back afterwards, it was clearly a kind of relieved attitude. It was a kind of relief from his past stubbornness. If it is said that the former Zephyr had already died on the warship that night. So now, the former Zephyr has been reborn on this day's island. Of course, there may also be different rear admirals in the marine who have been awakened like him. The corners of Yue Kongying's mouth curled up. This world is really going to become more and more interesting. Ah, Yue Kongying stretched on the seat. Advertisement, it's really comfortable to be in marine. First, there is such a good visual effect, and then there are so many people protecting and serving themselves in this way. Although he had paid some expenses before, Yue Kongying felt that it was what they should have. What's more, now, he has recovered all the expenses and gained more net profit. Yue Kongying stood up from the seat. At this moment, the marines surrounding him felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Yue looked around at those people. Thank you for your service, I will come to your place next time. Ain looked indifferent. At this time, Yue Kongying also looked at Ian. Miss Ian, thank you for your 100,000 Baileys, a large part of my happiness today comes from you. From now on, you will be my guest in charge of 7 worlds. Welcome to come to the World 7 to play, let me know when the time comes, and I will treat you to dinner. Ian snorted coldly, but said nothing. Then, Yue Kongying jumped onto the watchtower on the stick. Goodbye, see you next time. After saying that, Yue Kongying disappeared from everyone's sight. Ain Rear Admiral, shall we chase? Ian glanced at the man coldly. Chasing? How to chase? Are you going to chase? Ian's eyes immediately fell on the direction where Yue Kongying disappeared, and a strange brilliance shone in his eyes. Yue Kongying. What an interesting guy. On the small island, Zephyr walked towards Garp and Sengoku with a calm face. Your grandson is fine, a good seed, Zephyr said, looking at Garp. This time, he didn't mention the fact that Luffy is a pirate. Garp said to Zephyr angrily. Of course, don't look at whose grandson it is. Next, the three of them briefly recounted the past. At the end of the chat, Zephyr looked at Sengoku and Garp earnestly. You two, what are you going to do next? What he said, of course, was about Garp and Sengoku, whether to stay or stay in Marine. Although he, as the Marine Marshal, will not do anything to the two of them. But the world government has no friendship with them. 127. Arigato Rayleigh. Garp glanced at Sengoku, who lowered his head and sighed slightly, his eyes full of worry. But he said slowly, we can do whatever we can. We will not become pirates, but we don't want to continue to work hard for this kind of Marine. Sengoku looked at the coat he was wearing now. At least, we should be worthy of the justice behind us. Hearing this, Zephyr couldn't help being slightly taken aback. He wasn't one to join the Marine for the sake of joining the Marine. He joined Marine in order to realize the justice and ambition in his heart. It was the same when he created the new Marine before, and it was the same when he rejoined the Marine later. But when he woke up, Marine's ugliness was so ugly. Then, take care of yourselves. Zephyr gave Garp and Sengoku a meaningful look. Judging from the current situation, as long as these two do not join other forces on the surface, the world government should not do anything to them. After all, that would further exacerbate Marine's split, and it's obviously not a wise move to take action against these two world-leading powerhouses with superpowers. After that, Zephyr led the Marine soldiers on the island and left here. But Garp looked at the scene on the Mary in the distance, and finally chose not to look at Luffy. Aboard the Mary. Luffy took a bite of a large piece of chicken leg, and soon stuffed his flat stomach a little bulging. After a while, he had already eaten food twice his height, and his stomach it seems to be a bottomless pit, and there is no way to fill it. And Sanji was in the kitchen, cooking delicious food quickly, and then couldn't help complaining. It's outrageous, this guy. Is it so edible? I don't know how long it took before Luffy finally put down the big piece of meat in his hand and burped comfortably. Luffy had a look of enjoyment on his face. It's really enjoyable. Luffy laughed. Ha 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 ha. This guy. Rayleigh looked at Luffy at this time and couldn't help laughing. Then he took a deep look at the Straw Hats accompanying Luffy, and said slowly, it seems that the reason why this guy is so good at fighting is also because he has such a good group of partners. Looking at the group of energetic young people in front of them, Rayleigh and others couldn't help recalling the past. Once, they were so happy too. By this time, Rayleigh was ready to say goodbye. He is now a member of the Adventurers Association, and he still has some tasks to do. As for the part in the original plot, where Rayleigh becomes Mr. Luffy, it should not be carried out for the time being. And with Luffy's current strength, Rayleigh has no level to teach him. Are you leaving so soon? Advertisement, why don't you stay and party together? Luffy was a little bit reluctant, although he only met Rayleigh on 2 or 3 occasions, but for some reason, he always felt that this former vice captain on the ship of One Piece had a special kind of intimacy. Rayleigh smiled. Ha ha ha, no more. We just accepted a mission from the Adventurers Association. We are not too young, so we have to think about retirement. Luffy scratched his head. That's it, then anyway, arigato. Thank you for the help. Luffy gave Rayleigh a serious bow. Although Rayleigh didn't make a move, but without their deterrence, Zephyr and the others might have taken the whole army. When the time comes. Faced with the huge Marine siege, will the Straw Hats survive in the end? This is really a question that I dare not think about. You are welcome. We are also fulfilling our captain's last wish. Rayleigh looked at Luffy meaningfully. After that, he jumped to his own captain, set sail and lost. Then, Luffy turned to look at Kuzan who had been silent behind them. Uncle Curly Hair, what about you? Would you like to stay and have dinner with us? Kuzan's eyes moved. Dinner? It happens to be hungry, so thank you very much. In addition, your next stop should be the City of Water, right? Can I take a convenience boat? Before Luffy could speak, Usopp said indifferently. What is this? You have done us such a favor. Before he finished speaking, Usopp was grabbed by the waist by Nami and then couldn't help crying out. Nami glared at Usopp, then winked. Advertisement at this time, Usopp looked at Robin and suddenly remembered the relationship between Robin and Kuzan. However, Robin just smiled slightly, then welcomed our guests. At this time, Luffy shouted, Sanji, we have guests. Please cook a few more good dishes, hee hee hee. New Mariajoy. The 5 elders gather here. Zephyr failed. The reason for the failure turned out to be that his mechanical arm failed at the last moment. What is this? Surely this is not an excuse he used to perfuse us. I asked CP0 to investigate, and the situation was indeed like this. Zephyr used the special weapon of the scientific army, and wanted to die with Luffy. But at the last moment, his mechanical arm suddenly stopped working 647. After he came back, he sent the robotic arm to the scientific army for training, and found that it was indeed caused by disrepair. Hearing this, the other 5 elders were silent. At the last moment, the chain fell off? Is this God's will? According to the CPO report, when Marine was besieging Luffy, Xuangyue Kongying also appeared on the scene, and even boarded Zephyr's warship. Xuangyue Kongying, the curly 5 elders are on the mend. What is he there for? Does he want to help Luffy too? It doesn't look like. He was just watching the show on the Zephyr's warship, and didn't feel like helping Luffy. But his motivation is really worth thinking deeply. Everyone was silent again. Xuangyue Kongying is indeed an elusive man. Everyone, I think we should think about what the next step is. One of the 5 elders said solemnly. Hearing this, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Now, the world's 7 rulers are fighting against them. And there are revolutionary armies that are constantly encroaching on their territories all over the world, taking advantage of the chaos to expand their influence. And Ant Kaido, Blackbeard Whitebeard, etc. One Piece is ready to move. At the same time, the internal division of their marine is also quite worrying. Not to mention Luffy, the child of destiny. 128. Next steps for 5 elders. Where's the next step? After everyone fell into silence, a 5 elders wearing glasses broke the silence. He stared at the others coldly, and then asked indifferently. How is the red hair now? How far have we progressed in his transformation? Retrofit, they say. It's not about transforming the redhead into a bear-like battle robot that loses its own soul, but into someone who fits the standards of their celestial dragon's interests. After all, the redheads are heavenly dragon nobles anyway, and they must abide by the most basic, dragon nobility convention. After a while, he will be able to fully integrate. Hearing this, the other 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief. Red-haired. The most outstanding genius in Celestial Dragon's long history. If he can become 5 elders, his strength will be self-evident. And he who has been promoted, said maybe you can even arm wrestle with that Shuangyue Kongying. Next, let's talk about Sengoku and Garp. How should we deal with them? Sengoku and Garp. When these two people appeared on the battlefield where Marine was besieging and suppressing Luffy, and the fact that they supported Luffy, the whole Marine had already been buzzing. They don't need to inquire, this kind of thing will naturally reach their ears. And when the 5 elders heard the news, they were naturally furious at first. After all, these two were people in high positions in Marine. Sengoku is the former Marshal of Marine, and Garp is the hero of Marine, the soul of justice for the entire Marine. And these two people openly stand for Marine's opponent. Isn't this rubbing their Marine's face on the ground? Let's not move them for now, 5 elders said slowly, and then said again. Now Marine is split up and down. At least these two people haven't openly opposed us yet, then let's keep them for the time being. Wait until the external threats are dealt with, and then slowly deal with these internal traitors. The rest of the 5 elders did not speak, but they all acquiesced to his statement. As for the future, let Brother Ming lead the CPO, the curly-haired 5 elders said slowly. Now the Marine is in serious turmoil. No, let them do some confidential tasks, then focus on developing CPO. Water Capital. Rob Lucci walked indifferently on the road in the City of Water. The last time he appeared here, he was still a member of CP9 and the next employee of Mr. Bingshan's shipyard. After Luffy made a big fuss at Eni's lobby, he was recruited into the CPO by the top executives of the world government, and the world government provided him with a full range of technical and military upgrades. Advertisement if he meets the Luffy back then. Thinking of this, Rob Lucci couldn't help clenching his fists. Kaku on the side easily noticed his emotions. Lucci. Kaku stared at Lucci. It is said that the next direction of the Straw Hats is the capital of water. We must not be careless or impulsive. Complete the detection and assassination tasks. It was given to us by the 5 elders, do you understand? Rob Lucci glanced at Kaku indifferently. Although he used to be Kaku's superior, he didn't show much disrespect to this partner, but he didn't have much camaraderie either. No. Lucci responded indifferently. At the same time, on the other side of the water capital, a man wearing a white coat and a cloak is quite cool, but he walks gracefully with a touch of boldness slowly walking out. His face wearing a pair of black sunglasses, a red shawl on top of a white coat, he looked so ostentatious. Former Shichibukai, now Chief Executive Officer of CPO Doflamingo. Doflamingo tried his best to hold back his aggressive pace, but even so, it still attracted the attention of many others. But the Water City is a peaceful place, and it is rarely threatened by pirates. Plus Doflamingo isn't exactly what he used to be. So no one recognized Doflamingo on the street, and Doflamingo is pretty happy with how he looks now. CPO. This is the most powerful espionage agency in the world. Among them, it is known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons, and it is also an agency directly under celestial dragons, independent of the world government. It can be said. Doflamingo is very satisfied with this job. He can know most of the information in the world, both in the open and in the dark. And 5 elders gave him quite high rights, allowing him to flex his muscles in the CPO, so, he immediately recruited all the pirates from the former Don Quixote family into the CPO. Soon, he can borrow with CPO, become the central node of world power. This is much better than the days when I was a Shichibukai and watched Kaido's face bitterly. At this time, a petite figure jumped over. Advertisement. It's Dellinger. Dellinger wore a horned hat on his head and a plaid long sleeve on his upper body, but only shorts on his lower body, and his long legs looked whiter. Moreover, his body was dripping with water, and he seemed to have just come out of the water. Backquote, Sir. Dellinger didn't call Brother Ming the young master, because Brother Ming preferred the title, Sir, now. I've seen Luffy's boat on the ocean, they should be going ashore in half an hour. Hearing this, there was a gleam in Brother Ming's eyes. Oh, he has a reserved mood for Luffy. He doesn't hate this person too much, but for the benefit of celestial dragons and himself, he must eradicate this person. No matter what the price and consequences are. Notify, okay, the other members and let everyone prepare. Doflamingo said indifferently. Dellinger smiled, showing his sharp fangs. Immediately, he leapt into the air and fell directly into a river in the water capital. The coast of the water capital. Luffy looked at the Mary with emotion and sadness in his eyes. Mary, you wait for us, we will definitely find someone to fix you. Yes, the Mary was wounded. Under so many rounds of shelling by the Marine, the shell of the Mary has been seriously damaged.
Even with Usopp's craftsmanship, there is no way to continue to repair the Mary like this. He heard that the City of Water has the best boat builder in the world, so he came here to boat. After all, the Mary is also their partner who has been with them for so long. Kuzan looked at the Mary with deep eyes, with a trace of regret in his eyes. 129. Carrera Corporation, this ship won't last long. Kuzan shook his head. What did you say? Luffy's eyes widened. Kuzan did not say. He rode the melee along the way, and he could really feel the special charm of this small ship. Although it is not big, it even looks quite cute compared to many pirate ships. But this ship has always given him a rather spiritual feeling, which is not something ordinary ships can have. Impossible. Mary. The Mary has been with us for so long, and there have been so many ups and downs along the way, and he has also accompanied us. Luffy looked very unnatural, and then said slowly, although it is indeed a bit difficult this time, but I believe that the Mary, as our friend, will be able to survive this. Usopp on the other side also said firmly, that's right. Mary, I will definitely survive. Seeing the two of them like this, Kuzan was silent for a moment. In this water capital, there is a shipbuilding company named Carrera. The president of it is the big disciple who was once known as the world's #1 shipbuilder. Tom, if you can get him, maybe I can save your ship. Kuzan said slowly. Hearing this, Luffy bowed deeply to Kuzan. Arigato, 480. Kuzan nodded, and turned around immediately. Thank you for your help along the way. I have other things to do, so let's leave it alone. Then, Robin watched Kuzan leave with deep eyes, Rice's wife. After Xuangyue Kongying returned to Daozu, she was welcomed by many people. Obviously, their love for Xuangyue Kongying is unprecedented, because it is Xuangyue Kongying that allows them to live the normal life they have been looking forward to for hundreds of years, and also makes the whole country move towards prosperity and freedom. During the time when Xuangyue Kongying left, the Murlocs were also orderly integrated into Dao's wife and the Dust Seven. After all, in terms of law, the Fishmen Island does not belong to the world's 7th ruling, but only a friendly country of the world's 7 rulings. Moreover, according to Xuangyue Kongying's experience in her previous life, it is obviously a manifestation of incompetence in governance. Advertisement: the world has never been stable, but chaotic. Therefore, there must be governance in order to maintain long-term relative stability. Rice's wife meeting hall, inner hall. We have recently discovered the existence of some spies in Daozu and Mond City. Yi Lan respectfully said to Xuangyue Kongying, and then slowly said, according to our follow-up investigation and interrogation of these people, we found that they used to be from the Don Quixote family in Dressrosa. There are also 1 or 2 from an organization called CPO, which should belong to the world government. When hearing the CPO, Xuangyue's eyes flashed. He is not too unfamiliar with CPO. He knew. This organization does not belong to the world government, but is directly under the jurisdiction of celestial dragons, which can be called the most powerful intelligence agency in the world. Even some secrets inside the world government cannot escape the investigation of the CPO. And celestial dragons is able to monitor the whole world by virtue of CPO, and firmly stabilize their position. I didn't expect. The CPO even investigated the fact that they are in charge of the world's 7 rulers? Thinking of this, Xuangyue Kongying couldn't help showing a ruthless look in her eyes. He never thought of dividing up the world with the world government? Of course, he has successfully owned Wanokuni, Dressrosa, Alabasta, and Sakura Flower Kingdom. It's true that you have taken away the world government's territory, but, so what? If he wants to, Xuangyue Kongying can directly take over your world government. Why is it just such a few places? Celestial dragons. Xuangyue Kongying's tone was cold. He knows that this actually has nothing to do with the world government. The more important reason is the celestial dragons. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to take a good look at the structure of the brains of these idiots. Otherwise, it would be quite uncomfortable to be bitten by these stupid dogs. Where are those people now? Xuangyue Kongying asked. He asked, of course, those spies who had been arrested. They're all in Daozuma prison. Yi Lan bowed her head. Xuangyue Kongying nodded. Thanks to the special power of the elements of the Teyvat continent, even if these spies have the fruitability of mind reading, there is no way to detect them. As for the aborigines of the 7th ruling world, they have not been involved in the internal affairs of the 7th ruling world, so even if they read their minds, they can't read any confidential information. Advertisement. There is another problem. Yi Lan suddenly said again, and then slowly said, Mond City, maybe because Doflamingo's strength penetrated too much, so now some spies are faintly appearing. Moreover, their actions are quite stealthy, wave after wave. It is difficult to completely extinguish this fire. Xuangyue Kongying nodded, expressing that he already understood. Immediately, he put down what he was doing and ran directly to Sumi. ZKZB. Young master, Luffy and the others have already gone to Carrera. Torpal said slowly, the 2 snots in his nostrils stuck in it like soft glue, and then said, and we found that Kuzan that the guy seems to be with Luffy too. But I don't know why, and now he left alone, but he probably didn't leave the water capital. Hearing this, Doflamingo frowned slightly. Kuzan that nasty man. Although his strength has been greatly improved now, it is still somewhat difficult to defeat Kuzan. After a while, Doflamingo finally stood up from his seat. After entering the Water City, the Straw Hats will definitely act separately. When the time comes, we will defeat them one by one. After entering the City of Water, Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro went to the Carrera Company together. While Robin and Chopper, Sanji and Nami went to purchase supplies. After all, repairing a ship is important, but purchasing supplies is equally as important as sailing at sea. Nami-san. Nami-san. Woohoo. Sanji kept turning around Nami, and Nami punched Sanji in the face. Sanji. Calm down. We're going to Carrera after buying supplies, don't you want to see the Mary repaired? Nami stared at Sanji resentfully. Sanji finally got serious at this moment. He didn't have a concrete idea of the extent of the damage to the Mary. But of course he also hopes that the Mary can be repaired. After all, this is also his partner, 130, Ace Bagu. Right behind Sanji and Nami, Torpal, Circa, and Diamante all appear here. They stared at the backs of Sanji and Nami, and then there was a thoughtful application on their faces. They knew that the strength of the Straw Hats has not been what it used to be, not to mention that Sanji is the third person in the Straw Hats today. His strength is not comparable to any of them, therefore, they have to fight with 3 people to subdue Sanji and Nami. Carrera Corporation. Luffy and others entered it unimpeded. When they entered the hall, many employees looked sideways, and then stared at Luffy with surprise. Although the water capital does not participate in external disputes, their technological level is relatively advanced, and daily information is also unimpeded. As for Luffy, a big pirate who is quite famous all over the world, they are naturally familiar with it. Straw Hat. Luffy. Luffy turned his head, looked at the person who called out his name, and then showed a smile. Hee hee. Do you know me? I want to ask, is your Ace Bagu old? I have one thing to ask ye. The employee looked at the kind Luffy, and some worries about the pirates in his heart gradually dissipated. Mayor Bingshan. Today is Tuesday, and he should be working in the mayor's office now. Mayor. Luffy et al. Were somewhat surprised. They didn't expect that besides being the boss of Carrera Company, this Ace Bagu also served as the mayor of the water capital. That's really amazing. Immediately, Luffy and the employees of the Carrera Company thanked them, and then left the Carrera Company and went to the mayor's office. Sumeru, the original Alabasta prison. It has been a month since Bentham entered here, and during this time, Bentham has been actively abiding by the rules in the prison. And this also made many colleagues in the Baroque studio scoff at him. They thought Bentham was a traitor, a cowardly person. But Bentham didn't care about what they said, and just moved in the direction of his own efforts. On this day, Zumi prison ushered in a strong light. Bentham. A voice came from outside Bentham's cell. Bentham opened his eyes. Then I saw Xuangyue Kongying standing under a gleam of light, as if a god descended. God. Lord Tianli. Advertisement. Bentham stood up in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. The Xuangyue Kongying whom he had been thinking about day and night actually appeared in front of him like this. Xuangyue Kongying stared at Bentham, and then asked someone to open Bentham's cell. He didn't say any polite words, but said straight to the point. I came to you this time to give you a chance to reform yourself. Rehabilitation? Bentham was a little confused. And Xuangyue Kongying continued. In the current Mond city, that is, in the original Dressrosa, the Doflamingo family's power is still quite deep-rooted, and it is like a wildfire that can't be blown out. This is for Dust 7 to be in power, it is not a small hidden danger. So, I need your help. Bentham didn't ask for conditions, but directly agreed. Okay. But, how can I help you? Xuangyue Kongying smiled indifferently. Use your fruit ability. To infiltrate Doflamingo, then gather all of them, and finally we will catch them all. If you can complete it successfully, I promise, your original punishment of 10 years in prison will be reduced to only 1 year left. Hearing this, Bentham's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect too much originally, and the punishment could be reduced for him. In his opinion, as long as he can let him go out, it is already a reward for him. Although it is to assist in completing the task, but what kind of task is it different from playing a game? This. Thank you so much, Lord Tianli. Bentham lowered his head sincerely, his form full of respect. City of Water, Mayor's office. Luffy and others waited at the door all afternoon, then saw Ace Bagu at the door. Because after all, the mayor's office is the place to handle official business. Luffy and others can directly enter and disturb, so they can only stand at the door and wait. Some people also noticed their existence during the period, and they should have informed Ace Bagu, but Ace Bagu still didn't show up until after get off work. 0. Seeking flowers. Mr. Boss, advertisement. Luffy went up to Ace Bagu, followed by Usopp. Ace Bagu glanced at Luffy. For Luffy, he is certainly no stranger. He knows that this is the most famous pirate nowadays, and the Destiny's Child who is also known as the reincarnation of Joy Boy is the person who is most likely to overthrow the rule of the world government. To overthrow the world government. Thinking of this, Ace Bagu felt a little touched in his heart. What do you want from me? Ace Bagu looked directly at Luffy indifferently. And Luffy said anxiously, it's like this. Our boat has encountered some problems. I heard that you are the best shipwright in the world, so I hope you can help me. Go and see our ship, whatever it takes, I will. Point 0 Ace Bagu remained silent on the spot, just watching Luffy quietly like that. After a while, he finally said, take me to have a look. Immediately, he turned to look at the female secretary beside him, and said slowly, go and help me pack the toolbox and bring me my Carrera work uniform. Take it off, revealing the tendons of the whole body, which looks quite solid. Luffy excitedly took Ace Bagu to the port. This lady. A hand suddenly patted Robin's shoulder. Robin turned around, and his complexion changed drastically. Doflamingo. Doflamingo smiled sinisterly, content with the horror. Robin. Chopper. Come with me. After that, Doflamingo reached out and grabbed Robin's arm, trying to take the two of them away forcibly.
Robin has not received enhancements from the relics of the Secular Seven, and neither has Chopper. The combination of these two people can be called the weakest match of the Straw Hats. But they are inexperienced, but they didn't think so much at all. Even if Robin activates the fruit ability, it can't shake Doflamingo at all. At this moment, a tall and thin figure appeared in front of Doflamingo. Allah Lala, Brother Ming, long time no see. 131. Kuzan and the Straw Hats. When he saw the opponent's appearance clearly, Doflamingo's face darkened involuntarily. Damn. How did this person appear? Kuzan. Judging from Brother Ming's current strength, he can't beat Luffy or Kuzan. Even Zoro Sanji has a hard time single-handedly winning, so he can only blackmail Luffy to achieve his desired goal by secretly capturing Robin and Chopper. As for the unscrupulousness of this method, is that important? Those who make big things have always been informal. But he didn't expect to meet Kuzan at this juncture. Kuzan. Are you joining the Straw Hat Boys? Huh? Doflamingo stared at Kuzan sharply, and then slowly said, after you betrayed Marine, you joined the pirates as this kind of unpopular thing? Is this the justice you want to pursue during the May 17th movement? Faced with Doflamingo's provocation, Kuzan's expression did not change at all. Doflamingo, you know, this method is useless to me, Kuzan said indifferently. Hearing Kuzan's words, Doflamingo couldn't help clenching his teeth. This nasty fellow. Immediately, Kuzan stared at Doflamingo sharply. Brother Ming, let them go. The tone of Kuzan's words was quite flat, like a chill coming from the glacier, but when it penetrated into his body, he felt a deep chill. Doflamingo, his face was cold, and his eyes were very unwilling to look directly at Kuzan. Let them go. Doflamingo shouted to his subordinates behind him. Afterwards, Chopper and Robin were released by Brother Ming's men and regained their freedom. Kuzan looked directly at Brother Ming. Thanks. Brother Ming gritted his teeth. You're welcome. Advertisement he knows. He can't beat Kuzan. There's a big gap between him and Kuzan. Even if he wanted to forcefully take Robin and Chopper away, it would be impossible, and Kuzan would have to make him take off a layer of skin. The gain outweighs the loss. When thinking of this, Doflamingo, I remembered the original CPO confidential document and saw the real name given to Kuzan by the CPO. This is a man who is enough to stand on top of the world, even with 5 elders, that is still qualified to wrestle with the wrist. Let's go. Afterwards, Doflamingo left with a look of shame on his face. And Robin walked in front of Kuzan calmly. Arigato, thank you for saving us. Kuzan, however, remained unfazed. You are welcome. This is just to thank you for the kindness you have given me so far. As soon as the words fell, Kuzan's eyes seemed to flash a little, and he looked straight at Robin without any waves. Immediately he said slowly, Nico Robin, live well. Hearing this, Nico Robin suddenly looked dull. To live well. This is such an ordinary and simple wish, but for her, it is such an extravagant wish. She suddenly recalled the previous story. At that last moment, it was this man who sent her away and let her live. However, when Nico Robin came back to his senses, Lien Zan had already disappeared into the crowd. On the other side, even if the 3 major cadres of the original Don Quixote family took action, they couldn't do anything to Sanji and Nami at all. How? How is it possible? How can they be so strong? Sekka made that negative voice. It seems that Luffy and Zoro are not the only ones who need to pay attention to the Straw Hats. Torpal stared at Sanji panting, and then slowly said, the ability of this yellow-haired boy. I'm afraid it is he hasn't used his full strength yet. If he uses his full strength, I'm afraid that the 3 of us won't be able to beat him. At this time, Sanji has already become the right-hand man of the Straw Hats. His strength is rapidly improving in the relics of Tibat. At the same time, he accidentally gradually awakened the blood factor and was able to develop his own strength to ultimate. It can be said that his current strength is enough to rival any Marine Vice Admiral. As for Nami, his strength has also been greatly improved. Even if the combat power is not as good as that of Usopp and Robin, it will definitely not be a burden to the combat power of the Straw Hats, and has its own strength. Sanji, who heard Sekka's voice, suddenly became furious. Hateful. I won't allow it. You make that noise, it's the greatest insult to that voice. Advertisement after all, Sanji's legs burned with a mass of red flames. The hot temperature spread out, and it burned directly on Sekka in a short while. Even though Sekka used the stone fruit, the ability turned his whole body into stone, but the flame contained a powerful armament haki, which burned directly to his body. Ah! Sekka let out a sharp scream. Sanji was upset again. It's really annoying. Immediately, Sanji kicked the cumbersome Sekka away, and his figure disappeared from everyone's eyes in an instant. When Torbull and Diamandi saw this scene, they also wanted to escape ghostly, but they were still kicked away by Sanji. After kicking the 3 of them away, Sanji lighted a cigarette forgetfully. The refreshing mist filled his lungs, and was sprayed out by him through the trachea. Oh, what a comfortable feeling. And this pose should be good, right? I wonder if Ms. Nami is fascinated by him? Thinking of this, Sanji turned his head away confidently. But he realized that Nami had gone far away, and he quickly chased after her. Nami, San, wait for me. Waterport, Ace Bagu changed into Carrera's overalls, and then checked on the melee, and finally his expression became cold. He said with deep eyes. This ship has been damaged. The damage is very serious, even hurt the keel. The hope of repair is not very high. Impossible. Usopp was categorical. Usopp stared at Ace Bagu stubbornly. Mary.
This is a very powerful ship, Mayor, do you understand? It followed us across the red line and sneaked into the Fishman Island. Even got attacked by Kaido. Kaido. That 4 Emperors Kaido. It's been through so many things and it's fine. This time, even if I suffer some injuries, I will definitely be able to repair them. Seeing that Ace Bagu was indifferent, Usopp panicked again. Mayor. Please, take a look again. Maybe you didn't see it clearly? At this time, Luffy also solemnly shouted, Mayor. I beg you, as long as you can repair the Mary, no matter how much Bailey you pay, I'm willing. 132. Doflamingo's influence. Hearing Luffy's words, he stared at the sincere Luffy at the same time, and couldn't help being slightly taken aback. He has worked in the Carrera Company for so many years, and he also followed Mr. Tom as a boatman. He also met many people who are quite successful in the pirate world, such as Roger and so on. But he has met so many people, those powerful people, but they only regard the boat as a tool for their sailing. And like Luffy, it is true that they regard the boat as their partner. It's rare yet. After a moment of silence, Ace Bagu finally spoke slowly. I'll have someone come over to take a closer look, and I'll try to fix this ship. But I have to tell you one premise, that is, I don't guarantee that this ship will be repaired. I hope you don't have too much hope. Without saying a word, Luffy directly bowed deeply to Ace Bagu. Thank you. Ace Bagu stared at Luffy. He didn't expect that this pirate, who is so famous in the world today, and his strength and identity are even enough to make the world government afraid. 06, would be like this in front of an ordinary person like him. Respectful. Ace Bagu nodded and immediately left here slowly. Mond, formerly Dressrosa, Jean Gunhild, with the Zephyr Knights, is waiting at the port. When Xuangyue Kongying appeared, everyone in the West Wind Knights knelt down on one knee and said in awe, Welcome Lord Tianli. Xuangyue Kongying nodded, and then looked at Qin Gurnild. What happened to the Don Quixote family in Mond City? Qin stood halfway behind Xuangyue Kongying, and then said respectfully, the influence of the Don Quixote family in Mond City is quite deep. Not just the remnants of the Don Quixote family, but also some old people from Dressrosa. Nobles, they are also willing to help the Don Quixote family. This is a troublesome matter for us. Xuangyue Kongying nodded. After all, Doflamingo has been operating in Mond City for such a long time, and he is still a king. It is conceivable that his influence is deeply rooted in Dressrosa. And Doflamingo is not completely dead now. Even if he is in Marineford, he can remotely control some situations in Mond. This is a really tricky question. In this way, to investigate the factories and all commercial places related to Doflamingo, then shut down all of them. Xuangyue Kongying said indifferently. Advertisement. Jean nodded without hesitation. Xuangyue Kongying knew that what he did would undoubtedly be a rather major economic blow to the current Mond. This means that many people will temporarily lose their jobs, and the attraction of foreign tourists will be greatly reduced, because Mond attracts countless tourists because of its opening. However, compared to safety, Xuangyue felt that these sacrifices were necessary. Besides, this is the helper I brought over from Sumeru, Bentham. Xuangyue Kongying looked at Bentham beside him and said slowly, and then said, if he is there, it will be more convenient for us to encircle the Don Quixote family. There are so many possibilities. Jean nodded, then extended a friendly hand to Bentham. Hello, I'm Jean Gunhild from the Zephyr Knights. Hello, my name is Bentham, you can just call me Pony. Immediately, Bentham glanced at Xuangyue Kongying intentionally or unintentionally, watching him secretly, because he actually said just now that he is his powerful helper. My god, is this a real thing? Xuangyue Kongying? Master Tianli actually said that he is his helper. Later, Qin brought Xuangyue Kongying to Mond prison. This huge prison is no less than Sumeru prison, but at this time, the inside is crowded. It can be seen that how many ties left by the Don Quixote family were captured by the Zephyr Knights in Mond, but even if this Mond prison has been slowed down, but there are still many people from the Don Quixote family outside. This also shows Mingo's influence in Mond. Absolutely eradicated. Xuangyue Kongying showed a look of color in her eyes. And he also knew that, like what Mond City is doing now, there is no way to stop Doflamingo by fighting out of the open. For such a major dangerous problem, they must take precautions before it happens. Do you recognize his face? Xuangyue stared blankly at Bentham. Bentham looked at the photo in his hand, and then his body shape suddenly began to change. Not long after, he turned around to look at Xuangyue Kongying, showing a kind smile. Is it okay to become like this? Xuangyue stared blankly at Bentham in front of him, almost as if he was looking at Gladius himself. Advertisement. That's right. Gladius is also a cadre of the Don Quixote family, but in the end, he did not follow Doflamingo to join the CPO, but chose to stay in Mond, and continued to provide Doflamingo with information about Mond, as well as disturb some security situations in Mond. And now, he has been defeated by the West Wind Knights and thrown into prison. And the idea of Xuangyue Kongying to bring Bentham is also very simple. Use Bentham's transformation technology to lure out those people, and then wipe them all out. Of course, cleaning them up is just to clean up Mond's confrontation. It's just the first step for Doflamingo. He still has the next step. 503. Looking at the Bentham who has turned into Gladius in front of him, Xuangyue Kongying showed a touch of joy on his face. Like, so much like. Immediately, Xuangyue Kongying patted Bentham's shoulder. It's up to you this time. Facing Xuangyue Kongying's solemnity, Bentham couldn't help but become nervous. Is Master Tianli looking forward to his performance so much? Then he has to perform well. It doesn't matter whether you can get out of prison early or not. What is important is that you must not disappoint Master Wily. Water Capital. Doflamingo sat on a high seat with a gloomy face, and standing below him were Lucci, Torbol and other CPO members. As the de facto chief of the CPU, Doflamingo managed to squeeze in half the Don Quixote family. Since then, the CPO has become Mingo's actual authority. As for the 5 elders' request, he can do whatever he wants according to the situation. 3 of you, can't you catch a Sanji and a Nami? Facing Xuangyue Kongying's questioning, the 3 lowered their heads in shame. All 3 wanted to explain, but none of them dared to explain. 133. Virgo's thoughts. Doflamingo looked indifferent. If that's the case, then how confident is he in dealing with the Straw Hat Boy? Although their CPO is the world's #1 intelligence agency, their combat power is not outstanding. The entire CPO may not be able to stop a general-level person, let alone Luffy, who has vaguely surpassed the general level. Seeing that Doflamingo was silent, Torbol boldly asked a question. Little Lord. Tay. Sir, what shall we do next? The opponent has 2 admiral-level opponents, Kuzan and Luffy. And the opponent may only have the Civet Cat, who is slightly easier to deal with. Which one is left? It's not a fuel-efficient lamp, Torbol said wearily. However, the corner of Doflamingo's mouth curled into a sneer at this moment. If we can't beat them, what are we still rushing to do? To die? Sir, what do you mean? Doflamingo stood up from his seat, and then responded indifferently. I'll let Lucci go back to Mariajoy later. Let him report to 5 elders. I believe that 5 elders will not let go of this once in a lifetime. It's a good opportunity. When the time comes, let the 5 elders send people to deal with Luffy. Yes, sir. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. He is very satisfied with his current life. The position of CPO Executive Director has satisfied many of his fantasies about power, but he also deeply knows that he is only close to power now, but far from attaining it, that power. And the ones who are really in charge of power are the 5 elders. Even though he has become the Celestial Dragons again, the 5 elders' orders are not something he can casually disobey. So he specially saved a hand. Dressrosa, advertisement. Even though he was kicked out of Dressrosa by Xuangyue Kongying, he still kept many of his teammates in Dressrosa, Senor Virgo. It is precisely because of the existence of these people that he has been able to control the current situation in Mond City for a long time, and can even infiltrate the entire earthly world from it. Coupled with his deep-rooted influence in Dressrosa, he believes that Xuangyue Kongying will never be able to make trouble. And at that time, the information in his hands about the ruling of the 7th world, as well as his operations in Dressrosa, will become his biggest means of talking to the 5 elders. Mond. Bentham has already turned into Gladius and set off, and Xuangyue Kongying let the Zephyr Knights follow the order, to avoid alerting the snake. And he himself followed Changkele deep into the sphere of influence of the Don Quixote family and wanted to give them a surprise blow. Bentham held a signal to Xuangyue in his arms, and Xuangyue Kongying also travels in Mond calmly. Dressrosa itself has a pretty good foundation. This is a passionate kingdom that matches Mond's style quite well. After Dressrosa became Mond, all aspects of its cultural elements have not been affected, but have become more prosperous. 2 days later, Bentham had successfully sneaked into the Don Quixote family. According to the plan, he needs to lure out all the members of the Don Quixote family, and then Xuangyue Kongying will appear to wipe them all out. Finally, the Zephyr Knights directly began to eliminate all the influence of the Don Quixote family in Mond, and completely wiped out Doflamingo's minions. Kick out Mond. In a castle hidden by the Don Quixote family. You said? You defeated the Zephyr Knights? Then you ran out alone? Virgo stared coldly at Bentham, who was the incarnation of Gladius. Bentham nodded calmly. Yes. But the guys from the West Wind Knights are very powerful. I only took advantage of a moment when the other party was weak, so I found an opportunity to pass it on. Otherwise, I would have no way of escaping from that Mond prison, said Bentham in a fluke. Virgo narrowed his eyes. Immediately, Buffalo said happily, let me just say it, this group of Zephyr Knights has nothing to be jealous of at all. Maybe it's just that piano, we need to pay attention to it. The others are not our Don Quixote family at all. Opponent. However, Virgo still had a dignified expression. Advertisement. He is now the general agent of Doflamingo in Dressrosa. And now the situation in Mond is quite difficult to deal with. He feels like walking on thin ice every day here. And he also got the news before that Xuangyue Kongying has sorted out the Baroque hidden in Sumeru studio. Does this mean that Xuangyue Kongying may come to Dressrosa to deal with them next? Virgo was worried. He has seen the strength of Xuangyue Kongying. When Fujitora destroyed Redline, he was also there. He has seen with his own eyes how Xuangyue Kongying fights against the entire 5 elders with his own strength. Such strength means that in the entire pirate world, no one will be his opponent. And the deputy head of the West Wind Knights, Jin Gurnild, is also quite difficult to deal with. He once saw Chin's shot while fleeing. The light wave of his hand was a destructive thunderbolt, and it seemed to have a powerful armed ability, which could ignore the opponent's fruit ability. He has only seen such a terrifying method at Admiral. Just being Chin, an Admiral-level opponent, is enough to give him a headache. Not to mention that, Xuangyue Kongying who can be called a god. And, Bentham said suddenly, and after I caught Danuo Zhao, that soldier of the West Wind Knights, I sniffed him. He said that during this time, the West Wind Knights were extremely powerful. Most of the middle and high-level officials have gone to Daozuma for a meeting. So at this stage, it may be a good opportunity for us to counterattack. Hearing this,
Mahabas with conspicuous chest hair stood up. Aha. So, what are we waiting for? Go ahead and drive out these despicable earthly 7 rulers directly from Dressrosa. Virgo looked serious. He is thinking. Based on what Gladius has heard alone, it doesn't mean much. He can't move an inch in Mond now, and there is a huge gap in strength between them and the West Wind Knights. If he makes a wrong step, he will fall into the cliff. Let other people go out to investigate the information first, to confirm the accuracy of the news, Virgo said slowly. 134. Your dead end is up to me. Virgo couldn't trust Gladius in the end. It's not that he doesn't trust the family cadre. In fact, he didn't have much doubt about Gladius' story, but he still needed to carefully confirm the news of the departure of the middle and high level of the Zephyr Knights. After one day, the spies in front finally sent the news. Said that they did see many people from the Knights of the West Wind. All of them appeared in the direction of the port, and boarded a boat. Their destination should be Inazuma. After receiving the message, Virgo stood up. The right time, place and people. The time has come to bring back Dressrosa. Next, Virgo made a sophisticated plan for the counterattack. He first used spies to inquire about the movements of the high-level members of the West Wind Knights, and roughly confirmed that they would travel for a few days. Knowing that they would be back in 3 days, Virgo knew his time was running out. He quickly planned all the procedures, personnel arrangements, all aspects of affairs, and even called Doflamingo to let the other party contact the world government to give corresponding strength. After all, it is easy for them to capture, but if they want to defend, they will undoubtedly have to pay a considerable price. By the next day, Virgo was ready. Set off. Before departure, Virgo held a family reunion at Doflamingo's request. At the party, he highlighted the major achievements of Euradius, and said that his status in the family will be greatly improved in the future, and Doflamingo will appreciate him even more. Come on, let's toast Euradius again, Virgo said. Bentham stood up, and said with some embarrassment, "Ah, everyone, you are very kind, thank you for your appreciation." This sentence did not attract too many people's attention, but Virgo's face suddenly changed slightly. He just stared straight at Euradius like that, as if there was something on his face that attracted him, and his eyes gradually became indifferent at this time. Immediately afterwards, with a flash of his figure, he directly kicked Euradius away. Bentham collapsed helplessly, spitting blood. Ah. What happens? Virgo, what are you doing? Everyone looked at Virgo in puzzlement. They didn't understand why Virgo was still praising Euradius just a second ago, but now he beat Euradius like this. Could it be that he is jealous of Euradius's achievements? Wants to claim all the final credits, aga, for himself? At this time, Bentham also stared at Virgo with a look of embarrassment. Advertisement, what? What's wrong, Mr. Virgo, did I do something wrong? Bentham's strength is quite average, and he can't beat Virgo, whose strength is among the best in Marine Vice Admiral. So at this time, he quietly put his hands in his arms, waiting for the next moment to happen. And Virgo looked down at Bentham with a cold expression. Who are you? Euradius, you can't talk like you at all. In Virgo's impression, Euradius was indifferent and silent, but somewhat arrogant. This kind of character not only appeared on the surface, but also went deep into his temperament. According to the past, it was absolutely impossible for Gladius to say such polite words. The quality needs to be reduced. Bentham looked directly at Virgo. He knew that he had already been exposed, and there was no way to continue. Without hesitation, he directly pressed the button in his arms that Shuangyue Kongying gave him. As long as he presses this button, Shuangyue Kongying will come. The kick flew again, and the powerful armament hockey tortured him unbearably painful. Soon, Bentham showed his true colors. Ah, it's a ladyboy. This is Baroque Studios MR2. Virgo narrowed his eyes and stared at Bentham indifferently. As a fellow pirate, are you actually working for the 7th consul of the world? Virgo sneered, and then said, He. What benefits did Shuangyue Kongying give you to make you like this? Working for him like a dog? Bentham raised his head and stared directly at Virgo indifferently. Master Tianli wouldn't do that. Virgo's face was gloomy, and he immediately inserted one hand into Bentham's body. The blood was like running water, continuously flowing out. Huh? Master Tianli? Then I will send you to meet your Lord Tianli? After all, Virgo's hand penetrated directly into his lungs. Bentham struggled vigorously, but his last strength became weaker and weaker, and he soon lost the support of his body. The whole body fell down without strength. At this moment, Virgo suddenly sensed the emergence of a powerful force, and his complexion changed dramatically. Go! Advertisement immediately afterwards, everyone in the Don Quixote family began to flee. However, after 2 breaths, the figure of Shuangyue Kongying directly descended on this area. He looked at Bentham, who was lying on the ground, and then floated down immediately, first stopped the bleeding for him with means, and then fed him a medicine. After a while, Bentham finally opened his eyes slowly, and when he saw Shuangyue Kongying in front of him, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Master Tianli. Shuangyue Kongying told him to take a good rest, and then flew straight ahead. Virgo and the others ran very fast, and in less than a few minutes, they had already run several kilometers away. But even so, Shuangyue Kongying was still able to lock onto their trends, and every single one. Whoosh! A hurricane flashed by. The next moment, Shuangyue Kongying appeared in front of Virgo and others. Frost! Shuangyue Kongying, someone couldn't help but exclaimed. And Shuangyue Kongying looked directly at Virgo with cold eyes. Virgo couldn't help but a cold sweat broke out on his back. He knew, he was no match for Shuangyue Kongying at all. Therefore, before Xuangyue Kongying officially attacked him, he had an idea. Run now. Without another word, he turned his head and left. However, Xuangyue Kongying set up lightning strikes in all the directions in which he was escaping. Those blows seemed to be quite powerful, and they could penetrate the fruit ability and armament hockey, causing the most real blows to him. Virgo looked at Xuangyue Kongying with some grief. Can you let me live? Xuangyue Kongying's eyes flashed with lightning flames. I've already thought about it for you, you're only dead end. 135. The scum of the Don Quixote family Virgo is dead. And so he died on the plains of Dressrosa. He died with a piece of his favorite medium-rare steak still stained on his face. And he didn't take off his sunglasses, but his mouth was always open, which was his surprise before he died. How can this be? The members of the Don Quixote family stared at Xuangyue Kongying in astonishment. They couldn't believe that Xuangyue Kongying could be so powerful. They didn't even see clearly the moment Xuangyue Kongying shot, and then a thunderbolt fell from the sky, and then directly exploded on the top of Virgo's head. His powerful armament hockey also broke through in an instant. I surrender, we surrender too. The rest of the Don Quixote family all chose to surrender. Because they have already realized that Xuangyue Kongying is an opponent they can't beat no matter what, and the opponent can kill themselves in an instant with just a gesture. Instead of doing this kind of unnecessary struggle, it's better to accept the fact, and then hide your strength and bide your time. After tidying up the scum of the Don Quixote family, Xuangyue Kongying immediately went back to take a photo, looked at Bentham. Bentham, who ate the potion from Tivat, was out of the brink of death, and his vitality was recovering little by little. After he opened his eyes, he looked at Xuangyue Kongying with a look of rejoicing. God. Lord Tianli, it's you. Am I dreaming? Xuangyue Kongying smiled. You're not dreaming, you are alive. Xuangyue watched Bentham appreciatively. He knew that Xiao Feng's mind was not bad in the first place. Even if he became a pirate, he still did all the good things. The reason why he joined the Baroque Work Club can only be said to be young and ignorant. And the reason why he still wants to put Xiao Feng in prison is to convince the public. But now, Xiao Feng's performance in Mond is very, very good. He didn't hesitate to use death as the price to send a signal to himself that he could get rid of the scum of the Don Quixote family in one go. Bentham recuperated for 2 days in the best hospital in Mond, and with special potions from Tivat, he has now recovered most of his mental vitality. He found Xuangyue Kongying with a happy face and said that he was ready to return to Zumi prison. No, Xuangyue stared blankly at Bentham. Advertisement. You don't have to go back to prison. Bentham's eyes froze. Xuangyue looked at Bentham, showing a faint smile, and then slowly said, You have made a great contribution to Mond this time. I have already applied to Zumi to exempt you from prison punishment. However, you still have to stay in Sumeru for 3 years and participate in the social labor of Sumeru. Bentham jumped up in surprise when he heard this. No need to go back to prison? There is such a good thing? As for the 3 years in Zumi, is this considered punishment for him? Immediately afterwards, Bentham showed a look of embarrassment on his face again. But, Lord Tianli, I used to be a pirate. I don't seem to know anything except fighting. I don't have any skills. People like me, what kind of labor can people do when they enter the society? For this problem, Xuangyue Kongying obviously thought about it long ago. He smiled. If you don't mind, you can be a jailer in Sumeru prison. Think about it, the salary is good, yet Bentham didn't hesitate. I am willing. Lord Tianli, Bentham doesn't know exactly what the jailer will do, but since he works in Sumeru prison, he should be protected by Sumeru in all aspects, right? On the other hand, this is a job introduced to him by Master Tianli himself. There seems to be no reason to refuse. Xuangyue Kongying smiled and nodded. He introduced the work of the jailer to Bentham because of 2 considerations. First of all, it is naturally because Bentham has good strength and is qualified for this job, and this job is indeed more suitable for him. Secondly, it is because if he can be a jailer, then the group of Baroque workers in the prison will definitely have more expectations for reformation because they see him. Immediately afterwards, Xuangyue Kongying suddenly sighed again. Advertisement: the members of the Baroque Work Club are actually Crocodile as the boss, and the others work for Sand Crocodile. The value orientation between them is actually not too close, and many of them just take money to do things. But the Don Quixote family, this is a family-style management. Doflamingo has instilled various values in his family for a long time, and they themselves are like-minded. 0. Seeking flowers. It's not easy to transform this group of people. In the afternoon, Xuangyue Kongying came to Mond prison. Jean Gunhild stood beside Xuangyue Kongying. She has just returned from the sea. It was true that she led the Zephyr Knights to leave Mond before. Because he knows that Virgo is a very vigilant person, and there is Doflamingo on the remote control. In order to better attract this group of people, he really let the Zephyr Knights leave Mond. The final ending is of course good. Xuangyue Kongfen directly wiped out the Don Quixote family with his own power. 0 Afterwards, the Knights of the West Wind, who came back, swiftly closed down many shops and businesses that had a deep relationship with Don Quixote, and actively encouraged other people to replace their businesses. After all, this area of the market has always existed, and I don't know how many people want to come in to make money, but they can't enter because of the influence of Doflamingo. The next thing is, I will leave the matter of Mond City to you. Xuangyue Kongying looked directly at Qin Gunhild and said. Qin nodded solemnly. Then, even after the Don Quixote family entered Mond prison, they have been trying to escape. But they underestimated the firmness of Mond prison and the abilities of ordinary soldiers of the Zephyr Knights.
it can be said that Mond prison is far more than impelled down. After leaving Mond, Xuangyue Kongying returned to Daozu. The experience in Mond this time allowed him to gain a lot of faith, and these points are enough for him to draw a character boldly again. He took a deep breath. This time, it must be a success. Immediately, he pressed the card draw button on the system panel. The next moment, the reward pool began to glow. After a while the light dimmed. A girl with ice blue hair, wearing a blue dress and shining white light, slowly appeared in front of Xuangyue Kongying. 136. Green Bull and Leopard, F-Colors, Xuangyue Kongying said in surprise. Very good. He finally pulled out Fukaro's. You know, this is the god of water in Fontaine today. Her strength is not inferior to that of Thor. And she seems to be very good looking, with holy ice blue hair and those big and lively eyes. This is another image of a cute girl. Fukaro's walked up to Xuangyue Kongying coquettishly and said calmly, Master Tianli. Xuangyue nodded but didn't say anything. Now Fukaro's is in hand. It's time to let the holy water of Fontaine flow in this world. The capital of 7 waters. Doflamingo sat on the seat with a fierce face, his upper teeth clenched his lower teeth, wishing he could crush the entire row of teeth. May 10th, and Xuangyue Kongying. He just got the news that Xuangyue Kongying actually took away all his forces in Dressrosa in one pot. He killed Virgo, and all the cadres of his Don Quixote family in Dressrosa were also arrested in Mond prison. Dressrosa has been in business for so many years, but it was also shut down by Xuangyue Kongying. This means that he has completely lost control over Dressrosa. He has been cut off by Xuangyue Kongying in Dressrosa's palm. And this also means that he has lost the greatest leverage to negotiate with 5 elders. Next, 5 elders' scruples about him will be further reduced. 5 elders will inevitably start to intervene in CPO matters, and he will all kinds of calling the shots. And if he does not perform well, he may even be kicked out. Xuangyue Kongying. Xuangyue Kongying. Xuangyue Kongying. Brother Ming roared angrily. He wished he could tear Xuangyue Kongying into pieces right now. This damned man. Advertisement start by throwing yourself out of Dressrosa and embarrassing yourself. And now he has Dressrosa completely for himself, leaving no space for him. This is killing him. So what if he regains his status as celestial dragons? Sir. I heard that Monet and the others are now in Mond prison, Torpal said slowly, and then said. Otherwise, we will sneak into Dressrosa now, and then go to Mond prison. Let's rescue them all. It's fine if Dressrosa is gone, but they are all our family cadres. Doflamingo fell silent. Of course he also wanted to rescue those family cadres. But, as the chief executive officer of the CPO, who controls the world's most powerful intelligence agency, he still understands the strictness of the Dust Seven's governance. It's actually not difficult to enter the 7th ruling world, but if you want to infiltrate the 7th ruling world, that's as difficult as heaven. Not to mention saving people from Mond prison. Doflamingo sat on the chair, his waist bent down, and his whole body seemed to become much weaker in an instant. He pinched his temples tiredly, and then waved his hands to the cadres in front of him tiredly. You guys step back first, let me have a good rest by myself. Sir, Torpal wanted to make Doflamingo firm, but was pulled away by Sekka. Doflamingo sat limply in his chair. His mind is blank now. Is it anger? Is it jealousy? Is it hatred? Nothing but a deep sense of exhaustion and powerlessness. For the first time, he felt that he was so weak, so vulnerable. He was so incapable of fighting back against Xuangyue Kongying. At this moment, Lu Qi interrupted Doflamingo's train of thought. Lu Qi said respectfully, Sir, Marine's Green Bull Admiral is here. There was finally a gleam in Doflamingo's eyes. Green Bull. After he reported the situation in the capital of 7 waters to 5 elders last time, he sent Green Bull and Marine's new admiral, Leopard, Bikasa. With the pung of these 2 people, Doflamingo finally has the trump card to compete with Luffy in the capital of 7 waters. Moreover, 5 elders also specially authorized the Green Bull and the Leopard to obey his Doflamingo orders. Then, in the dark shadows, a curly-haired man in a Marine Admiral uniform walked out slowly. He is tall and strong, giving people a rather ultimate sense of oppression. Green Bull. Advertisement. Doflamingo called out indifferently. Doflamingo. We meet again. The Green Bull looked at Doflamingo contemptuously. Immediately, Doflamingo looked at the other person beside him. Compared with the tall and strong Green Bull, Bikasa looks much mediocre. He has no muscles, is not tall, and even looks a little short and fat. And his skin is quite dark. Standing in the dark night, he could only see the white light of his teeth, and his eyes were fierce, and there seemed to be a strong murderous look in them. Are you Bikasa? Doflamingo stared at him. Exactly. Bikasa said calmly. Doflamingo smiled. He sensed a sense of crisis from Bikasa. This means that Bikasa's strength is definitely above him. This is very good, which means that the combat power in his hands has gained a lot of progress. At least we can strike a balance with the Straw Hats, so we won't fall into a disadvantage. Bikasa was not trained in Marine, but was recruited from the world, just like Fujitora before. According to the convention, Marine should have 3 admirals, but now, only Kizaru and Green Bull are left, and no one can take the remaining admirals. The reason is very simple. Although Bikasa is very strong, he is not as strong as Admiral after all. And to become Admiral, you need to make some specific achievements. Stronger than Fujitora and Green Bull, even if 3.5 was recruited from the world, it was only after making some achievements in Marine that it was able to convince the public.
Therefore, Wabao's visit to the capital of Seven Waters this time is actually a test for him. As long as he can do it well, then the position of admiral must belong to him. After all, the other two admiral substitutes, Momosagi and T-Pig, don't seem to have any intention of being admiral now. What's going on with Luffy now? Green Bull asked directly. Doflamingo looked at the Green Bull with a smile on his lips. Don't worry. Let's take our time. Even with the help of the Green Bull and the Leopard, Doflamingo clearly knows that this cannot defeat the Straw Hats in strength. To really defeat them, it still needs some special means. 137. The Frankie family, Doflamingo, this time, even if we can't catch the Straw Hat Boys, we must give them a hard blow. Do you understand? The Green Bull's dark eyes stared directly at Doflamingo, and then looked at it with deep meaning. Leopard behind eyes. Doflamingo laughed knowingly. Hey, of course I understand. The meaning of the Green Bull is, of course, that the Leopard needs this opportunity to be promoted to the position of the grand prize. And Doflamingo looked at the dark-faced Leopard and laughed too. He could actually feel that Marine was rapidly falling apart since Fujidora's death. Aokiji left, Sengoku Garp retired, and a large group of Vice Admiral also lost their pursuit and fell into confusion. The previous Akainu was absolute justice, and Kizaru was ambiguous justice. What about the Green Bull and the Leopard? Do these two people really have their own set of laws of justice? For Doflamingo, it doesn't matter. He doesn't care what Marine will become, he only cares whether these two people can get along with him, and whether they can give him a hand in certain situations. 06. Or maybe, it doesn't matter to the five elders. After all, they have enough opponents. They only need to maintain the basic operation of the Marine, and win over as many strong men as they can, and they don't need to care whether they have their own set of justice laws. Don't worry, after you leave the capital of Seven Waters this time, you will be Marine's Tianka. The Leopard finally showed a smile, and there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Thanks you. Doflamingo stared at the Leopard, and then laughed too, but between the smiles, his eyes became indifferent. He had seen the Leopard's eyes on Blackbeard before. City of Seven Waters, Tinlela Company. Mayor Ace Bagu. How's our Mary? Luffy and others gathered here. Ace Bagu took out a blueprint and unfolded it, and immediately said to Luffy and the others, "This is your Mary." Luffy and others stared at the drawing. The melee in the drawing is outlined very finely, and each line is quite crisp. And the overall and detailed structure of the melee is also described very carefully. And during this process, they also clearly saw that a crack appeared in the center of the Mary, that is, the keel. And Ace Bagu pointed to that place. The crack on this keel cannot be repaired. If it is replaced, then your Mary will also need to be greatly modified. And the Mary at that time may not be your original Mary is gone. Ace Bagu said haggardly. Advertisement hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hat group gave initiation like thunder. Mary, no longer their original Mary, Luffy growled out. There must be other ways, isn't there? Ace Bagu's expression was a little gloomy, and he shook his head immediately. There is no other way. At least with me, I can't help you. Luffy's face was gray. This is Ace Bagu. Now, the world's top shipwright. If he said there was no other way, how could the Mary be saved? No, there is a way. There is still a way, Luffy. Usopp stepped forward, gripping Luffy's arm tightly. I heard about Frankie's family on the street today. Everyone is saying that their ship repairing skills are quite top-notch. There are many things that Carrera can't do, but they can do it. Do you want to? We go and ask them for help. Usopp looked at Luffy with absolute plea on his desperate face. They will definitely find a way to save the Mary. Luffy looked hesitant. But, who else can be better than Ace Bagu? He understands that Usopp is just going to the doctor in a hurry. Ace Bagu on the side also kept changing his complexion. As the mayor of the city of Seven Waters, he naturally knows what the Frankie family does. Usopp must have been cheated by the Frankie family. You know, the Frankie family's job is to dismantle the ship. And after they dismantled the ship, they sold it at a high price, and even threatened the original owner with a high price. But, as Frankie's brother, he has some selfishness. Advertisement he knew that there was something important about the master left behind in him. And these things, according to the master's original idea, are for the One Piece King Roger, but now, a new generation of One Piece seems to be in sight. What if they meet each other? Is this also an opportunity of fate? I don't know much about the Frankie family, Ace said slowly. Luffy looked away from Ace Bagu. He's got the answer he wants. He originally wanted to know whether Ace Bagu, as the mayor of the capital of Seven Waters, would know the specific news about the Frankie family. But since he said so, it seems that the Frankie family is really a little mysterious. If so, it seems that we can try it. Thank you, Mayor Ace Bagu. Luffy bowed deeply. Immediately, he turned 920 and left here, and Ace Bagu stared at Luffy's back. In his impression, the young man's back seemed somewhat familiar. Rice wife. Xuangyue Kongying, who took out Fukaros, was full of joy, and he asked Fukaros to wait for him quietly here. However, the arrival of Fukaros instantly aroused the tension of other Tbat characters, and Lei Movie quickly rushed over from the other end of Daozao. Lord Tianli. Is that woman here? Lei Movie asked cautiously. As the god of thunder, he has an extraordinary perception of the advent of other gods. Xuangyue Kongying nodded calmly. Has anything happened to Dao's wife recently? Xuangyue Kongying looked at Lei Movie and said. Lei Movie shook his head. Not at all. Maybe it's because of you sitting here, and the original Wanokuni has no external influence.
So compared to other places, here, much more peaceful. There were some spies from the world government. But after you rectified last time, there are a lot fewer, and no one has come forward. Chuangyue Kongying nodded. For the next period of time, take good care of Dao's wife. 138. About the capital of Seven Waters. Hearing this, Lei Movie's eyes flickered. There were some unbelievable colors in her eyes. She stared at Chuangyue Kongying, and then slowly asked, Master Tianli, what are you? Do you want to take Fukaros to build a fontaine? Chuangyue Kongying nodded. Lei Movie's eyes didn't fluctuate too much, and immediately revealed a look of joy. If that's the case, that's great, I'm here, waiting for Lord Tianli's guy to return. Chuangyue Kongying smiled slightly. In fact, he knew that there would not be too many obstacles in winning the capital of Seven Waters. As for the faces of the world government and celestial dragons, does that matter? Celestial dragons dared insert CP0 into their sphere of influence, so it shouldn't be too much to separate the capital of Seven Waters from his sphere of influence, right? Not long after, Chuangyue Kongying took Fukaros away from Daohui, the capital of Seven Waters. According to the reminder in memory, Usopp took the Straw Hat group to find a remote corner of the capital of Seven Waters. Right in front of here is the excretion pipe of the capital of Seven Waters, so there is a smelly smell everywhere. The smell is quite pungent. Moreover, the sewage everywhere makes it difficult for people to move forward. Hey, Usopp, what did you say? The Frankie family, are they really here? Sanji pinched his nose and asked. Usopp didn't dislike the harsh surrounding environment at all, but the sour smell still made him hold his breath. Immediately he picked up the map, looked around, and said slowly, That's right, there should be nothing wrong. That's it, the mark on the map is also here. What are you doing here? A majestic voice sounded. When they heard this voice, everyone in the straw hats turned their heads away. But what appeared in front of them was a middle-aged man with a tall and mighty figure and quite muscular body. But what made people feel strange was that his upper body was naked, while his lower body was naked. It turned out to be a hard-to-see black stockings dress. Spicy eyes. Pervert, Chopper couldn't help but screamed out. Sanji also twitched slightly. Stockings are such a wonderful thing. How can they be so disgusting when worn on this damn pervert? However, Usopp had a flat expression and asked the person, Excuse me, are you from the Frankie family? The burly man nodded. That's right, advertisement. I am. The glorious Frankie family. As he spoke, he also posed a fit pose. Luffy was also overjoyed. That's great. We know you from other places. I heard that your ship repairing skills are very good, isn't it? We have encountered a problem that we can't solve, and it seems that we can only find you now. Luffy said sincerely, and finally said, looking at the man, he bowed deeply, please. Facing Luffy's actions, the man seemed a little restrained. Ship repair? But we're not ship repairers, What? Everyone in the Straw Hats was shocked, and the strong man went on to say, the main job of our Frankie family is to disassemble the ship, and then rely on some parts in the ship to sell and reassemble. Our business has never been repairing ships. It should be the two bastards Shuzo and Danzy, talking nonsense everywhere. Finally, the burly man turned his attention to Usopp and Luffy. If you want to repair the ship, you should go to Carrera. Hearing this, the brilliance on Luffy's face collapsed like a tall building. His eyes dimmed quickly, looking for Carrera Company, but they came from Carrera Company. It seems that Ace Bagu said there is no hope, so is their Mary really hopeless? Liars. All liars. Usopp said sadly, and at this time, two disheveled boys just walked outside. The muscular man grabbed them straight away. Shuzuo, Egg Boy, it's you two again. Usopp took a closer look. Isn't it? Tell him, can the Frankies fix the two guys in America? The burly man picked up one in one hand and beat them both up. You two. You have been talking nonsense outside all day long. You were told to look for business outside, but you were not asked to cheat business outside. You two, tell me, these days, how many people who want to repair the ship have you cheated? Someone came over, but we were dismantled by them. Is this appropriate? The strong man said sternly. The two boys struggled in the strong man's hands. Advertisement. Kudos to brother. Let us go. It's really wrong to cheat business. But we're right about the rest. Boss Frankie is indeed a better shipbuilder than Carrera, isn't he? The complexion of the muscular man named Zanbai changed. You two. Don't talk nonsense to me outside. You'll embarrass the Frankie family. As he spoke, Zanbai beat up the two of them severely, and then said, If you do this again, Ace Bagu, sooner or later, the chief will throw us all out of the capital of Seven Waters. Eggboy smiled disapprovingly. Hey, Mayor Ace Bagu, isn't that Frankie's brother? Why is he willing to drive his brother out? Nonsense. Nonsense. Zanbai angrily beat the two boys. Sooner or later, he will find a chance to keep their mouths shut. However, Usopp and Luffy on the side flickered their eyes slightly. Frankie? So it's Ace Bagu's younger brother? In that case, in fact, he is also the apprentice of the strange shipbuilder Tong. But why? When he was in the Carrera Company just now, Ace Bagu didn't disclose it to them because he felt it was unnecessary. What? But no matter what, at least now there's a glimmer of hope in front of their eyes. Since Frankie is also the apprentice of the legendary shipbuilder, then maybe, really, he can solve the things that Ace Bagu can't solve. Luffy stood up and said sincerely to Zanbai, Please, can we meet Frankie? We hope he can help and take a look at our boat. For this, no matter how much we pay, we're happy. Zanbai was a little confused. Before he could react, Usopp also stood up. Please. The Straw Hats followed closely behind. Please. Seeing the appearance of everyone in the Straw Hats, Zanbai also slowly put down the two little bastards in his hands. Point 139. Frankie Boss. When Luffy and others met Frankie for the first time, it was in a dilapidated small warehouse. This small warehouse was rebuilt from a huge abandoned ship hull. The exterior decoration style looks a little weird. It may be an art that humans cannot understand today, but there are a lot of broken copper and iron piled up inside. Boss Frankie. Zanbai shouted at the person whose back was towards them. Immediately, a man wearing a beach shirt and only a pair of underwear on his lower body slowly turned around. What attracted people's attention was his sexy leg hair, which seemed to show his certain temperament. Ah, pervert. Chopper couldn't help hiding, Nami couldn't help but blush too. But Frankie looked at Zanbai indifferently. Zan, who are they? Zanbai looked at Luffy and the others, then scratched his head. Boss, their ship is broken. They went to the Carrera Company earlier and the mayor of Ace Bagu couldn't do anything about it. Zanbai said slowly. Then these two brats, Egg Boy, started talking nonsense. Now they're coming to you. I hope you can help me to see their ship. Frankie waved his hands flatly. Huh? Repairing the ship? I don't repair ships, I break ships in 977. If you want to repair the ship, you should go to Carrera Company. But, since Ace Bagu can't handle your ship, then I should have nothing to do. Frankie then he said aggressively. But of course. If you think about breaking up your ship, you can come to me. Hearing this, Luffy showed a somewhat ugly look on his face. Frankie? Is there anything he can do? Luffy took 2 steps forward. Mr. Frankie, I beg you, aren't you also Master Tom's apprentice? If you go to see it, maybe you have a different opinion from Mayor Ace Bagu? Luffy's eyes were full of tears. Please take a look at our Mary. We are willing to pay any price. Seeing Luffy like this, Frankie was silent for a while. Advertisement. He suddenly remembered the afternoon when the teacher was still in the capital of 7 Waters. And that afternoon, the teacher was arrested by the world government precisely because he had an affair with Roger, the Pirate King. That afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, but blood stained his whole world. At any cost? Are you kidding me? What Ace Bagu can't handle, I certainly can't handle it. Why are you so stubborn? What does that ship mean to you pirates? Luffy yelled out loud. Means partner. Frankie froze for a moment. And Luffy continued to look at Frankie, with tears gradually filling his eyes, and he then said slowly, the Mary accompanied us all the way from East Blue to the Grand Line, and also we went to New World, and also went to Marineford. It carries our laughter and suffering, and in our hearts, it is definitely more than just a ship. It's our inseparable partner, and my partner, it's sick now. Should I just throw it away without doing anything? Listening to Luffy's words, Frankie couldn't help falling into a moment of silence. He has seen many pirates, but they treat their ships as dispensable tools that can be discarded at any time. For them, the ship is just a supplies for their voyage, and they can be thrown away at any time when they're used up. But the kid in the straw hat in front of him is so persistent. He actually regarded the ship as his partner, and his attitude is still so sincere. For some reason, Frankie's heart softened suddenly. Take me to see your ship. In the capital of 7 Waters, somewhere in a dark palace. A GBC. What are we going to do to the Straw Hats? The Green Bull looked at Doflamingo. Before coming here, Marshal Kong had already specifically explained to him that the command of this operation rested with Doflamingo, and he had to follow Brother Ming's advice. On the other hand, he didn't want to think about these shitty things. Advertisement, and Doflamingo had an evil smile on his face. Hey, then what do you think? Leopard stared at Doflamingo. As he said that, Doflamingo stood up, stared at the map of the capital of 7 Waters on the high wall, and finally settled his gaze on a central location, where the Carrera Company and the mayor's office are located. Doflamingo's mouth curled into a sneer. The sea. In terms of insidiousness and cunning, you are still the most powerful, Doflamingo. Since there is no way to defeat them from the front, then we will fight from the dark. I have sent someone to take away Ace Bagu. Boom. The strength of the Straw Hat Boy, you should have seen it last time in the Winter Kingdom. Doflamingo said slowly, even if it is you can only restrain the Straw Hat Boy now. And me and the leopard, it's just too difficult. We can only stop that Roronoa Zoro and Blackfoot Sanji. With our current strength, it is impossible to kill them. The leopard just stood in the shade and watched indifferently. The Green Bull didn't speak. When he heard about Doflamingo's plan, LV Shang also nodded in satisfaction. He was carrying Fukaros, and his heart was full of fantasies about the future of Fontaine. The capital of the 7 Waters has become the country of Fontaine, and with the huge influence of the current capital of the 7 Waters, his faith points will rise to a higher level. At that time, it is not impossible to be summoned. The boat crashed into a big boat. I heard that when Luffy was repairing the ship, he could go find Ace Bagu. And then, as long as Ace Bagu can be used by us, he can help us design an ambush for Luffy. Even if he can't directly kill Luffy, it will definitely be enough to seriously injure him. Doflamingo raised a sneer, and then slowly said, afterwards, we can also use his influence in the capital of 7 Waters to completely block the Straw Hat Boy's way. Chuangyue Kongying calmly floated forward in a small boat. Hearing this, Doflamingo did not hide the sneer on his face at all, but said indifferently, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Whoever wins and holds the right to speak can define everything. So what about the insidiousness and cunning now? After I win, people will naturally shout for me as a hero. This time, the Straw Hat Boy will definitely be taken down. 140. Buggy the Clown, who is so short-sighted that dares to bump into my uncle's boat. A sharp cry came. Shuangyue Kongying raised her head and saw the shadow of a huge ship. And on top of that ship, there was a huge pirate flag with a red-nosed skull on it, which looked rather strange funny. Immediately afterwards, a clown with a red nose slowly poked his head out. However, when Buggy saw clearly what Shuangyue Kongying looked like, he turned pale with shock. Every part of his body split apart with fright. Quick, quick, little ones. Turn around. Turn around. Hurry up and go. What's the matter, Captain? Someone looked at Buggy incomprehensibly. However, Buggy looked anxious, and even broke out in a cold sweat from being frightened. He had lingering fears, and his voice was quite small, as if he was afraid that Shuangyue who was under the boat would hear what he said. After that, he said slowly, the person below. Yes, it's Shuangyue Kongying. Buggy said it almost tremblingly. Shuangyue Kongying. Everyone on the boat screamed. They are no strangers to the name of Shuangyue Kongying. They know that this is a hardcore werewolf who dares to challenge the world government alone. His strength has already stood at the pinnacle of the world, surpassing Marine Admiral and 4 emperors. People often discuss, who is stronger, he or Roger the One Piece. But Buggy has his own ideas about it. He knew that Shuangyue Kongying's strength definitely surpassed that of One Piece King Roger. Roger's combat power is only half a body ahead of the general, judging from the many years of confrontation with Garp. His strength in this world is actually far from being the best. At least it is impossible for Roger to get out safely under the siege of many Marine Admirals and 5 elders. But Shuangyue Kongying, before Buggy's Bikudop could turn his head, Shuangyue Kongying descended in front of Buggy. The appearance of Shuangyue Kongying immediately caused everyone on the boat to exclaim. Because of the appearance of Shuangyue Kongying, the timeline of One Piece World has been rewritten to a certain extent. Buggy on this timeline did not enter Impel Down, nor did he get those from Impel Down. The powerful but flattering crew members did not become 7 warlords of the sea at the same time. And his current crew was also brought over from East Blue. If he hadn't picked up a Zangbao map on the Grand Line, he wouldn't have wanted to leave the safe East Blue. But East Blue is actually not very safe now. How many territories have those damned revolutionary troops seized? Not only did they take those nobles and marines were all cleaned up, and they were also encircled and hunted down by pirates. Advertisement, clown, Buggy. Shuangyue called out Buggy's name. Hearing Shuangyue Kongying's voice, Buggy froze for a moment. Shuangyue Kongying. Did you even know his name? Immediately, Shuangyue Kongying showed a flattering smile. So it's really you, God-tier Buggy. Buggy was taken aback by Shuangyue Kongying's attitude. God-tier Buggy. I've heard your name before. You stepped out of Roger's ship, and then you've been wandering around the world alone. Shuangyue Kongying stared deeply. Buggy, it's so exciting to finally meet you today. Buggy's face was numb all over. What is the situation? And behind him, several of his original crew members also watched this scene with bewildered faces. What's happening here? That famous Shuangyue Kongying, whose control power is enough to rival the entire world government, who is known as Master Tianli, was so polite when treating their captain. And their captain? The former One Piece King Roger crew? On the side, the covered Alvida also glanced at Buggy suspiciously. What are you doing? Even a big man like Shuangyue Kongying has this attitude towards him. Did he really just pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger before? Facing Shuangyue Kongying, who possessed the power of a god, and behind him stood a group of crew members who were looking forward to him. Buggy hesitated for a moment, then coughed twice, and put on a serious face. He said to Shuangyue Kongying in a calm tone. Is this like this? So you are also my fan? Shuangyue was stunned for a moment. This kid. It's really a ladder to climb up. Shuangyue Kongying even smiled. 0. Seeking flowers. Yes. Advertisement then, Shuangyue Kongying successfully tricked Buggy into a trick, making the crew behind him a little at a loss and even paralyzed. It turns out, their captain turned out to be such a big man. So powerful. Even the world-renowned Shuangyue Kongying respected their captain. Captain Buggy, I actually have other things to do this time, but my boat is really too slow. Shuangyue Kongying looked at Buggy and smiled. I don't know. Would you like to give me a ride? Go for a while. What about the capital of 7 waters? Okay, of course it's okay. At this time, Buggy has lost himself in the flattery of Shuangyue Kongying. I have completely forgotten the original idea of pursuing treasures. Seeing Buggy like this, Shuangyue Kongying at the side also burst into joy. In fact, the reason why he did this to Buggy didn't have any special intentions. He just wanted to avoid the world government from noticing his whereabouts. And, let's play with memes for a while. And after that, Shuangyue on the Buggy boat showed up, full of laughter. The capital of 7 waters. Ace Bagu's blindfold was opened, and he finally got a ray of light. However, his whole body was still in a moment of darkness. In the darkness, he saw Lu Chi. Of course he knew this, someone who used to work at Carrera. He also knew that Lu Chi was a member of CP9 and was sent by the world government to monitor him. And after the Enies Lobby War, he was sent to fight Luffy and never came back. Ace Baku is old, long time no see, Lu Chi said with a cold face. And Ace Bagu looked indifferent. Lu Chi, what are you going to do? After leaving the world government, are you becoming a pirate too? Ace Bagu raised a disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth.
However, Lu Qi didn't feel too impatient. He stared faintly at Ace Bagu. Not really. It's my officer, he wants to see you. The voice just fell. A slender figure swaggered out of the darkness. Hey. Mayor Ace Bagu, nice to meet you. Ace Bagu's pupils constricted. 6DK 141. Ace Bagu Mayor's rights when he saw the other party's appearance clearly, Ace Bagu's face could not help but change slightly. Doverin. Brother Ming. Feeling Ace Bagu's surprise, Doflamingo grinned sneerly. He looked at the other party's fear at this time, and he couldn't help feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Then he slowly approached Ace Bagu, and said condescendingly, Mayor Ace Bagu, I came to see you this time, and I have one thing, I hope I can get your help. Then, the green ox and the leopard also slowly walked out of the shadows. Doflamingo turned and introduced Ace Bagu. Also, allow me to introduce you. This is Marine Admiral, Green Bull. This is Marine Admiral, Leopard. After seeing these two people, Ace Bagu looked cold. Two Marine Admiral level powerhouses, plus, 740, and Doflamingo. What do they want to do when they appear in the capital of Seven Waters? Will they drag the entire capital of Seven Waters into the war? What about the edge? This is something that Ace Bagu cannot accept. Doflamingo, is this how you treat guests? Ace Bagu looked at his bound hands and feet. Doflamingo smiled. Sorry, I was rude. Immediately, Doflamingo glared at Lu Qi sharply, and said sharply, Lu Qi, why don't you untie our guests soon? Don't let the guests think that we are a bunch of impolite people, guy. Lu Qi's face was cold, and soon he slowly released Ace Bagu's shackles. Ace Bagu stretched his fists and feet, then stared at Doflamingo indifferently. He didn't have a good opinion of Brother Ming, the former 7 warlords of the sea. 7 warlords of the sea? In his opinion, they are still a group of vicious pirates. Even if he has now become celestial dragons, so what? Celestial dragons and plundering pirates, what is the difference between good and evil? Doflamingo smiled at Ace Bagu and poured him a cup of hot water. I'm very sorry, Mayor Ace Bagu, it's our lack of hospitality. Ace Bagu glanced at the cup of hot water, but did not drink it after all. Tell me what you were looking for me for. Doflamingo grinned and laughed. Advertisement, we heard. That Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, has contacted you recently, hoping that you can help them repair the boat? Is that so? Ace Bagu's expression froze. So their target is Luffy? Then, I heard that you rejected them again, and they don't know where they have gone now. However, we shouldn't have to remind you of the danger of pirates to the capital of Seven Waters, right? Doflamingo laughed. So, I hope Mayor Ace Bagu, you can cooperate with us. You join forces with us to lure the Straw Hats out, and then we will wipe them all out. Surround the safety of the capital of Seven Waters. Hearing Brother Ming's words, Ace's tongue and cheek expression was full of disdain. So it was hoped that he would cooperate with them to do such a careless thing? Doflamingo walked up to Ace Bagu, and then the slender hand fell gently on Ace Bagu's shoulder, and then slowly turned his body to the dark direction, and then whispered in his ear. This time, for Marine to protect the safety of the capital of the Seven Waters, these 2 powerful men were specially dispatched. I believe that Mayor Ace Bagu must know how to defend justice, right? Ace Bagu looked indifferent. Justice? Are there Marines worthy of justice? Are there Marines worthy of defending justice? They themselves are the biggest opponents of justice? Ace Bagu expressed indifference. I'm sorry. According to the laws of the capital of Seven Waters, the Straw Hat Luffy and the others have not violated the relevant security laws of the capital of Seven Waters. So, even if their identities are pirates, but I also have no right to attack them. Hearing this, the green cow's face suddenly turned cold. Doflamingo was also taken aback. He didn't expect that the mayor of the capital of Seven Waters would be such an ignorant person. So what do you mean? Even the Marine, world government, can't do anything to the Straw Hat Boys in the capital of Seven Waters? Doflamingo asked coldly. Ace Bagu has a firm expression. Marine, world government, and your celestial dragons. Ace Bagu stared at Doflamingo, and then said, I don't care what you want to do in the capital of Seven Waters, but as the mayor of the city of Seven Waters, my actions must follow the rules of the city of Seven Waters. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes. What this guy means is to be shameless. Mayor Ace Bagu, are you sure that's what you think? The green bull stood up and stared at Ace Bagu indifferently. At the same time, a powerful armament hockey emanated from his body, oppressing Ace Bagu like a heavy mountain, making the latter a little breathless. Advertisement, it's not my idea, it's the idea of the citizens of Seven Waters, Ace Bagu said righteously. Doflamingo laughed wildly. Good. Since you said that, then we have no choice but to change the mayor of the capital of Seven Waters. The port of the capital of Seven Waters. Frankie had already looked at the mayor once, but the more he watched, the more he couldn't help shaking his head. Your ship is too seriously damaged. The internal structure of the hull has been broken, which is an irreparable loss. Frankie shook his head with a sigh. There is really no way, you guys, the only choice is to change the ship. Hearing this, Luffy looked lonely, but still bowed to Frankie as usual. Thank you, Mary. Usopp on the side couldn't help crying at 3.9, he was wearing glasses, but the tears couldn't stop overflowing from them. He clenched his fists tightly, and said heartbrokenly, Mary, it's really hopeless. Are we really going to say goodbye to Mary like this? Usopp at this time is no longer the immature Usopp in the original story. He has experienced more adventures and has a deeper understanding of the team and himself. But, when faced with the damage to the Mary, she still couldn't help crying. This is the boat that Kaya gave him, Mary. Usopp fell to his knees. At this time, one of Lee Longki's younger brothers suddenly ran over. Boss. Not good. Ace Bagu Mayor caught. 142. The city of Seven Waters becomes mine. What did you say? Frankie grabbed the younger brother by the collar and pulled him in front of him, and there was a fierce gleam in his eyes at this moment. You know, Ace Bagu is his B********* D senior brother. Although he has never had any contact with this person, he actually knows that Ace Bagu has been taking care of himself in secret. Otherwise, with my pervert personality, I don't know how many times I will be caught. In the end, what happened? Frankie asked sternly. The mayor of Ace Bagu was accused by Marine of colluding with pirates and attempting to bring disaster to the capital of Seven Waters, and avoided the trial of Eni's lobby, to be sent directly to Impel Down. Hearing these words, Frankie suddenly became angry. How could it be possible? How could a person like Ace Bagu, who doesn't care about oil and salt, do such a stupid thing? Without saying a word, Frankie walked directly towards the city center of the capital of Seven Waters. Frankie! Luffy yelled from behind, and immediately said to the people beside him, let's follow to see. For some reason, everyone in the Straw Hats always had a bad premonition in their hearts. The central square of the city of Seven Waters. The mayor of Ace Bagu, in collusion with the pirate Luffy, attempted to bring disaster to the capital of the Seven Waters, seriously endangering the lives of the citizens of the capital of the Seven Waters. Now Marine has officially arrested him, and immediately sent him to Impel Down for disposal. Many people gathered here, looking at the big newspaper in front of them as if watching the excitement. It's really unexpected. Mayor Ace Bagu, who usually seems so kind, would do such a thing. You don't know that, do you? Who is Ace Bagu's master? Before Tom the Shipwright, he was also very close to Roger the Pirate King. If there is such a master and he cultivates such an apprentice, then it's pretty normal too. But, I don't think Mayor Ace Bagu is such a person. There must be something hidden in it, maybe? Is that Straw Hat Kid threatening Mayor Ace Bagu? In the square, everyone had different opinions. And at this time, Luffy appeared here, and immediately became the favorite of all doctors. Luffy stared at the big newspaper, and couldn't help cursing at the contents. ****. Are you kidding me? How could we have an affair with Mayor Ace Bagu? However, Zoro looked around at the hostility around him, tightly surrounded Luffy, and said vigilantly, Luffy, it's time for us to get out of here. Advertisement, that's right, we must have been wrong this time. But no matter what, we should leave here now, otherwise, so many people will gather around. That would be a bit bad, Sanji also said solemnly. Luffy nodded, then yelled to his side, hold on to me. People still haven't figured out why, and then, Luffy extended his arms. Rubber. The next moment, everyone in the Straw Hats flew out following Luffy's body. At the same time, the entire Seven Waters capital received such news. They hate Mayor Ace Bagu's betrayal of them, and they also hate the arrival of Luffy and others. They don't care what kind of savior Luffy is, they just know that their life is good now, and that Luffy is a pirate, a person who may bring danger. Just in such an instant, the entire capital of Seven Waters completely lost the place for the Straw Hats. Damn it. Who did this? Luffy said angrily. Don't even think about it, it must be the guys from Marine again. Nami said without thinking, they know they can't beat us head on, so they use such dirty methods to slander us. It's disgusting. Marine, hate. Chopper also said angrily. Sanji followed up and said, anyway, Mayor Ace Bagu, we should go to rescue him. Anyway, we have already had a bad relationship with the world government, so we are not afraid of this kind of thing anymore. And the mayor of Ace Bagu also helped us repair the ship before. Zoro nodded. That's right, maybe we can find out who did it by the way, and maybe we can also give us a reputation. Luffy raised his arms and shouted, very good, everyone, let's go and rescue Mayor Ace Bagu. Grand line. Enter Bikudop. Ha. Buggy laughed wantonly, and immediately put his hands on Xuangyue Kongying's shoulders without hesitation. I only knew you were very powerful before, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Such a humorous person. Ha. It's really a long time for me to meet you. Seeing this scene, the crew members behind were shocked. Their captain, advertisement he even got on Xuangyue Kongying's shoulders. And looking at this picture, the relationship between them still seems to be that good. However, Xuangyue Kongying didn't show any gesture about it, just laughed along with Buggy. Buggy God tier, you're kidding. Hearing this, the people behind were so shocked that their heads would drop. Xuangyue Kongying, they even called their captain, Buggy God tier. However, Buggy has already been blinded by Xuangyue Kongying's flattery. Let alone Xuangyue Kongying calling him Buggy God tier, even calling him Buggy King, Buggy God 930. So what? It's not all about him. Buggy, should it have a title? Buggy barely stopped laughing, then looked at Xuangyue Kongying and asked, what are you doing in the capital of Seven Waters this time? Xuangyue Kongying smiled indifferently. Go and make the capital of Seven Waters mine. Puff. Buggy spat out the water he had just drank. Go. Make the capital of Seven Waters his? You know, the capital of Seven Waters is an important place for the world government. Eni's lobby used to be stationed in this area. Although Eni's lobby no longer exists, its significance is still self-evident. Here, it is the traditional rule of the world government. The influence is quite deep, and Xuangyue Kongying actually said these words in such an understatement.
At this time, he suddenly sobered up a little. He looked at the Shuangyue Kongying who was close at hand, and suddenly remembered the spectacular scene in Marineford in his mind. A gust of sea breeze blew past, floating the infinite sadness in his heart. Is he dreaming now? However, Shuangyue Kongying just smiled and didn't say much. Tell Buddy about it, so what? He wasn't worried at all. Even if this matter is known by the world government. Can that bunch of trash stop me again? Advertisement 143. Buddy with no mood. Buddy came back to his senses, and looked away from Shuangyue Kongying with cold sweat on his face. At this time, he came back to his senses. What did he do just now? He actually hooked up with Shuangyue Kongying like that? Oh my god. This is something he never thought before thing to dare to think about, and this really happened like this? And he looked at the route ahead, and a cold sweat broke out on his back uncontrollably. Shuangyue Kongying. If he wants to win the capital of Seven Waters, then there should be a very fierce battle between him and the world government. And I am involved in it at this time, right? What about some inconsistencies? If the flames of war spread to his side, what choice should he make? Buddy's mentality gradually became anxious. Shuangyue Kongying at the side also clearly sensed this emotion, and then patted Buddy on the shoulder disapprovingly. Buddy God tier. Don't worry, Marine's gang of scumbags will never be your opponent. This once, with your help, I won the capital of Seven Waters, so I have more chances of winning. Hearing this, many crew members behind him were stunned. Turn out to be? Is their captain an unborn god tier? Moreover, are there pirates planning to attack the entire marine for the sake of Shuangyue Kongying? For a moment, a wave of boiling blood burned in their hearts. Although they are weak, this blood however, their hearts were already burning in their hearts. Captain Buddy, actually, I can't stand this group of marines for a long time. Isn't it just because they're the managers of the world? What's the big deal? When we were in East Blue, they drove us away like a lost dog. Now that you and Dust 7 are in power, you have to earn that breath back. That's right, Captain Buddy. Protect Captain Buddy to the death, and resolutely resist Marine. Captain Buddy, let us see your majesty. The crew shouted again and again, like rushing waves, directly sandwiching Buddy on a high place. Ah this. Buddy clenched his fists, because the two voices kept fighting. But at this time, Shuangyue Kongying patted Buddy on the shoulder again. Buddy god tier. So your crew members haven't seen your breeze? That's really a pity. But it doesn't matter, this time you just go to the capital of Seven Waters with us. Let's see how powerful Buddy god tier is, okay. Advertisement at this time, Shuangyue Kongying was as close as Buddy's teammates, and those crew members also followed Shuangyue Kongying and cheered one by one. Captain Buddy, Captain Buddy, Captain Buddy. Hearing these shouts, the voice was like an ocean wave, directly dispelling another voice in Buddy's heart. He threw away all the entanglements in his head, and directly raised his arms and shouted, "Very good, small door. Our pirate group has indeed been hiding for too long. It's time for the world to see our majesty. Ooh oh oh, Captain Buddy." Captain Buddy, however, Shuangyue Kongying, who was at the side, couldn't help laughing out loud. Doflamingo is sitting on a high seat, and the whereabouts of Luffy and others are projected in front of him. After he kidnapped Ace Bagu, he was able to install tight projection worms in the entire capital of Seven Waters, allowing him to monitor them all the time to the movement of Luffy at all. At this time, Luffy is facing the anger of the citizens of the Seven Waters. Most of them believe that the mayor of Ace Bagu is not the kind of person who colludes with pirates, so they suspect that Luffy kidnapped the mayor of Ace Bagu, so the world government will treat their gentle Ace Bagu mayor Gu become suspicious. In their logical understanding, as long as they catch Luffy, Mayor Ace Bagu can be cleared. As for the possibility of this report being falsified by the world government, this is something they never thought about. Because the original Enies lobby was nearby, the world government has relatively strong control over this place, and even each mayor needs to be approved by the world government before he can officially take office. Among them, of course, there are those who hate Ace Bagu. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Luffy and others running wildly in the city, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing. Luffy, I just used some tricks just now, can't you resist this? Please, don't make this game so boring. It's time for us to make a move, Green Bull said excitedly. Doflamingo nodded calmly, then looked at the Green Bull and the Leopard and said slowly, backquote, in order for the Straw Hat to escape better, then they will definitely escape separately. You two, and other members of the CPO, all dispatched, be sure to be a member of the Straw Hats. Advertisement, hey, got it. Leopard showed a wicked sneer. The current scene is exactly what he expected, and Lu Chi, as well as the cadres of the former Don Quixote family, also nodded, and then walked towards the capital of Seven Waters. At this time, Doflamingo looked at Ace Bagu, who was tied up behind him, and immediately the corner of his mouth raised a sneer. Hey, don't worry, it's not time for you to play yet, but the show is about to begin. In order to avoid the encirclement of the citizens of the city of Seven Waters, the Straw Hats and others decided to separate, and their ultimate goal is the Mary located in the port. They are now the only place where they can stay in the city of Seven Waters, maybe there is only left there. And, they, Nuo Qianhao, must stop that ship before Ace Bagu is sent to impel down. No matter why this matter turned out like this, Luffy must save Ace Bagu. And just a few moments after the Straw Hat group separated, they were entangled respectively. Ah, what kind of guy are you? Usopp stops in front of a tall building. And standing in front of him at this time, it's a black man. He's fat and short, but he's huge. And he seems to be getting bigger. until it completely obscures the sky above Usopp. Hey, first Marine Admiral, Leopard Fox. I'm here to grab a bunch of straw hats. Just grab it. After finishing speaking, Wall Leopard patted Usopp with a palm. Usopp rolled sideways and was able to narrowly escape. 144. Usopp's resolution facing the leopard in front of him, Usopp couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. You know, this is Marine's quasi-admiral. Even if it's not a real admiral, it shouldn't be much different from admiral, right? And although Usopp has grown quite fast, he's the same as Luffy Zoro Sanji. For a pervert, it's still too slow. He can barely master armament hockey now, and it's extremely difficult to fight against Marine Rear Admiral, let alone the leopard in front of him. Die. There was a fierce look in the leopard's eyes. The reason why he joined Marine was not because of the justice in his heart, but because he could kill people better. That's right, he has always had a rather pervert mentality. He enjoys killing people, and he likes to watch seeing the blood splatter. It is more beautiful than any scenery in the world. He used to be a pirate, and not long after, the pirate group he was in was all strangled by him. As a result, he also obtained the opportunity to participate in the world conscription. At the beginning, he didn't think he could join the Marine, so he just had the idea of giving it a try. But he didn't expect that the world government and Marine, which have been hit hard one after another, don't care so much. As long as they are involved in the conscription, as long as there is no obvious pirate record, all will be accepted. With his superior strength, he directly stood out in the world conscription, and 427 became one of the 3 quasi-admirals in naval headquarters. Boom. There was a huge sound of collapse, and the whole tall building where Usopp was located was smashed into pieces by the palm of the leopard. Although Usopp escaped the fatal blow, he still fell down with the tall building, and his whole body they were all buried in the ruins. Hey. The leopard grinned, and at the same time there was fierce light in his eyes. This time, he volunteered to take part in the operation when both the T-Dolphin and Momoshage were indifferent. Just to get one step closer to the position of admiral, and as long as he becomes admiral, he can kill people more recklessly. At least, the many pirates in this world are enough for him to kill. Damn it. Usopp is in a daze, flesh bloodline Madara. At this time, the huge body of the leopard once again became the shadow of Usopp. Hey. You can choose to betray your friends now. Wabao sneered. Tell me obediently, where are the Straw Hat Boys? Then cooperate with me to draw the Straw Hat Boys out and help I catch him and I can spare your life, AGBG. Hearing this Usopp looked away dismissively. You be **********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
Hearing this, the corner of Ya's mouth raised a sneer. Advertisement, 43:17. Immediately afterwards, a playful coldness flashed in Wabao's eyes. Then, a section of joint flesh on Usopp's fingertips suddenly began to grow huge. He could clearly feel that the bones and flesh in his joints were rapidly increasing. He felt a moment of surprise at first, but this surprise quickly turned into pain. Because the swelling of the bones in it brought him tearing pain like swelling. The pain soon spread all over his body, causing Usopp to yell out, "Ah!" He clenched his teeth, his entire face was flushed with blood, and the veins on his neck also exploded now. Usopp was in agony. What kind of fruit ability is this?" Usopp stared at the leopard tremblingly. However, Wabao looked at eyed Usopp with great interest. He likes this feeling of destroying others. "My fruit is called growth fruit." Leopard sneered, and then said slowly, "I can control the growth and retraction of my body quite freely. At the same time, I can also control the growth and retraction of other people's bodies, like this." As he spoke, Wabao pointed at Usopp's other knuckle. And the next moment, the other finger joint also started to ache. "Ha ha 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 ha, now you still have a chance to repent." Usopp was sweating profusely from the pain. He felt that his two fingers would explode at any moment. This feeling was quite uncomfortable, but facing the provocation of the leopard, he still sternly shouted, "Don't even think about it, impossible. I will never betray my partner." After all, Usopp stood up with perseverance, and then shot a ferocious bullet at the leopard. The bullet came from the holy relic rewarded by the Adventurers Association, which contained an extremely huge force, and also contained armament haki of Usopp. Whoosh! The bullet drew a flame horizontal line in the void. After feeling the power, the leopard's complexion changed slightly. The next moment, the bullet hit the leopard's body unstoppably. Advertisement, boom. Even though it was only a little bit of the power of the holy relic, it was still enough to cause severe pain to the leopard. A huge burst of sparks exploded. Leopard was angry. The leopard wanted to avoid it, but he found that when his body was about to avoid it, the flame suddenly exploded into a fire net. Quite densely surrounded him, and the leopard's eyes reflected the flame. And then, Usopp's knuckles continued to soar, and an unstoppable force wanted to explode. Even with the pain in his fingers, Usopp picked up his weapon and aimed at Hua's eyes, ignoring the sweat in his eyes. With Usopp's drink, a huge spark instantly occupied the entire side of the leopard. Usopp did P*****s him off. Boom! The leopard looked fierce. Leopard inevitably suffered from various injuries all over his body. There was a huge bombing sound. Is this the only way to go? And this situation made the leopard completely angry. Must kill. Adventure Phoenix. Is that the way to say goodbye to the merry? This person must be killed absolutely. Stinky boy, don't blame me for being shameless. Facing the strong killing intent of the leopard, Usopp was panting. In his eyes, Usopp is nothing more than a trash who can't stand on the stage.
He is not even considered a top figure in the Straw Hats, but he is such a figure, but he threatens him time and time again, and makes him fall into a trap. In a passive and injured situation. He stared at Usopp with both eyes, and there was an incomparable chill in his eyes, as well as a deep murderous intent. However, he seems to have no other options. 145. Zoro vs. Leopard. Mary no, Usopp's expression was ugly, and at the same time, there were traces of blood oozing from his whole body, and his whole body looked like a piece of flesh and blood, quite embarrassing. As for the two attacks against the leopard, he has completely lost his strength due to serious injuries, and has also lost the ability to continuously counterattack against the leopard. Now he was lying on the ground powerlessly, and could only let the leopard attack him next. Damn brat. Damn it. The roar of the leopard is still ringing in my ears endlessly, and it has died with the vibration of the earth. The next moment, the leopard's cold eyes appeared in front of Usopp, who was lying flat on his back together with a huge shadow. And the fierce light in his eyes was so piercing, like a sword, deeply hurting his nerves, like an ice cave enveloping him. You can't defeat our Straw Hat Pirates. A provocative smile appeared on Usopp's face. The leopard's eyes were full of contempt, is it? After finishing speaking, Leopard patted Usopp directly with one palm. Today, he no longer cares what the task is. He must kill this little thing with a long nose, otherwise it will be difficult to vent the fire in his heart, and judging from the current driving, this little thing with a long nose, it should not reveal something. Then, you can kill him directly. However, when his palm fell, he felt a violent tearing sensation coming from his palm. 3 swords style. 36 paths annoying wind. The next moment, an unstoppable sword wind suddenly rose from his palm. Directly pushed his huge palm away, and because of the thrust from the palm, his whole body they couldn't help but lean back, and then fell to the ground uncontrollably. Usopp. Cheer up. Usopp dazedly opened his eyes in the blood mist. And it was Zoro who appeared in front of his eyes. Ah, Zoro. I didn't embarrass our Straw Hat Pirates this time, Usopp said rather weakly. Seeing Usopp like this, Zoro felt a heartache, and full of anger. What he met was the snot monster Torbull, this disgusting old thing. First he thought he had the power to defeat him, and then he was defeated by Zoro. And the one who was greedy for life and afraid of death he, on the other hand, directly told the situation of the leopard versus Usopp. Fortunately, he came in time, otherwise Usopp might have to explain here today. Advertisement. Thinking of this, the anger in Zoro's heart became even worse. He stared directly at the black giant indifferently, with a ruthless look in his eyes. When Leopard saw Zoro, the corner of his mouth raised an interesting arc. Ah, so it's Roronoa Zoro. I heard that while your captain has Admiral's strength, your strength is not weaker than Admiral's. Is known as Luffy's right-hand man, isn't it? I didn't expect you, who used to be a pirate hunter, to become a pirate. Zoro said coldly. What's wrong with pirates? At least they are much better than your kind of marines who claim to be righteous but are actually vicious. Leopard laughed. I don't deny that, do I? So what? We only need to move a little bit, and we can ruin your reputation. Do you think the people are more willing to believe in our marine? Or are you a group of pirates? Here. Zoro narrowed his eyes. It turned out that they did it. Wabao continued to smile, and soon his eyes showed a fierce light again. In that case, that's fine. Then let me take a good look at you, the so-called right-hand man of the Pirate King, that famous pirate hunter. How capable are you? After all, Waji hit Zoro with one stroke. Zoro leapt backward, but he found that his stomach suddenly swelled up at this moment, and made his belly huge. The opposite limbs appeared. He was so petite, and as a result, his backward jump this time failed quite a bit, and he immediately fell heavily to the ground. 54. Ah. Zoro fell to the ground and hurriedly received the leopard's fist. Zoro, be careful. Its fruit ability is to grow fruit, which can make our body grow freely. At the same time, it can also make its own body bigger and bigger, and even retract and shrink. Usopp shouted weakly, said a word. Zero. Seeking flowers. Zoro hearing this, Zoro came back to his senses. Is that so? Immediately afterwards, Zoro used armament haki to directly expel the ability to grow fruit in his body. And relying on the ability of armament haki, it has resisted most of the fruit abilities of the leopard. Afterwards, Leopard has been fighting Zoro with his physical body. Advertisement. The strength of the fight between the two is getting stronger and faster, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Boom. 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 The fierce fighting caused the houses to collapse one after another. During this process, Wabao couldn't help laughing. Ha, as expected of Roronoa Zoro, such strength, too strong. Yes, I am very satisfied. The blood in the leopard's eyes became heavier and heavier. The stronger his strength, the stronger his pleasure in killing the opponent. Zoro also looked directly at the leopard with serious eyes. Although he can now fight the leopard evenly, but he can feel that the fighting potential of the leopard is gradually being stimulated. In other words, the latter is now in a state of getting stronger and stronger. This is amazing. It makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Must be quick. A ruthless look flashed in Zoro's eyes. At the same time, in various parts of the capital of Seven Waters, the CPO and the Straw Hats launched a fierce duel. Circa versus Chopper. Diamante versus Robin. Dellinger versus Nami. The Marine Vice Admiral who came with the Green Bull and the Leopard, Doro and Dogman, the two teamed up to deal with Sanji. And Green Bull and Doflamingo, then deal with Luffy together.
As for Rob Lucci and other core members of the CPO, they are escorting Ace Bagu, preparing to send him to Impel down. And in the process, they inevitably met their opponents. The Frankie family. Frankie, who was wearing a shirt and shorts, stood in front of them and said coldly, "Let go of Ace Bagu, you can just get out." 146. Frankie. Looking at Frankie in front of him, Rob Lucci narrowed his eyes. He is no stranger to Frankie. When he was working in the Carrera Company, he had heard of Frankie all the time. This kid's younger brother has been causing trouble in the capital of Seven Waters. If it wasn't for Ace Bagu to wipe his asterisk, I'm afraid this kid has already been kicked out of the capital of Seven Waters by the people. But of course, he also knows that Ace Bagu is Frankie's senior brother, and their master is the former legendary shipwright, Tom. Rob Lucci didn't speak, but Hadley the pigeon on his shoulder sneered sharply. Frankie, pervert running around in underwear, are you here to rescue Ace Bagu? Tell you, this is impossible. Rob Lucci looked straight at Frankie indifferently, and what Hadley said was what he wanted to say. Frankie, 330, looked at Ace Bagu who was tied up. At this time, Ace Bagu had a bruised nose and a swollen face. It seemed that he had suffered a lot of injuries, and when he closed his eyes, he looked quite drowsy. Consciousness. Ace Bagu. Frankie clenched his fists. Anyway, this is his best brother too. You bastards, Hadley continued to shout sharply. Frankie, big pervert in panties. Frankie, don't try to save your brother. Ah, damn it. Frankie punched Rob Lucci directly. However, his fist was firmly grasped by Rob Lucci, like a pliers, and he would not let go. Rob Lucci stared at Frankie indifferently, but Hadley on his shoulder said sarcastically, Frankie, is that all you can do? Frankie showed unwillingness. He quickly swung another fist and slammed it hard at Rob Lucci. However, just as he stretched out his other hand, his body followed the fist grabbed by Rob Lucci, and his whole body flew up. Boom. Frankie's bulky body slammed heavily against a wall. Frankie, you can't save Ace Bagu, Pigeon Hadley taunted. Advertisement. Today's Rob Lucci has undergone special enhancements from 5 elders and celestial dragons, and the strengthening of his body by the Marine Science Force. He is no longer the Rob Lucci before. And his current strength is comparable to most Marine Vice Admirals. It is an absolute backbone member of the CPO. Damn it, they treat Boss Frankie like this? The younger brothers of the Frankie family looked on unwillingly, but they were soon beaten to the ground by Kaku. The two didn't even look at the Frankie family on the ground. They hugged Ace Bagu's body roughly, and walked slowly towards the port. But at this time, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind them. Stop. However, Rob Lucci and Kaku did not stop their footsteps. I let you. Stop, the voice growled even more. At this time, Rob Lucci and Kaku finally stopped. As soon as Rob Lucci turned around, he saw Frankie's huge fist flying in the void. Clang. Rob Lucci tilted his head to avoid Frankie's fist, and as soon as he reached out, he grabbed the iron chain of that fist. He stared at Frankie coldly, and then a brute force burst out of him. He grabbed the chain and threw Frankie's entire body up. Frankie's body rotated 360 degrees in the void, and was thrown tens of meters away. Rob Lucci looked indifferent, then dragged Ace Bagu's body, and continued to walk towards the port. On the other side, Luffy teamed up against Green Bull and Brother Ming. Doflamingo. Luffy looked directly at Doflamingo with disgust. Perhaps it was because of his previous collaboration with Trafalgar Law and Mond that he had a particularly bad impression of this person. He could always feel an aura that he particularly disliked from Doflamingo. This kind of the breath reminded him of the arrogance of celestial dragons. 11 Uwangu stood up indifferently. Hey, Straw Hat Boy, you can't get out of the capital of Seven Waters today. The Green Bull entered the Marine later, which is the current Marine New Generation, 0. And before he entered the Marine, he had a very close relationship with Akainu Sakazuki, and the reason why he was able to enter the World Conscript and become Admiral, a large reason is also Akainu's reason. Advertisement. So he actually has some very special grievances towards Luffy, because if it weren't for Ace, maybe Akainu wouldn't have died so early. Green Bull. Luffy looked directly at the Green Bull with an angry expression. But the Green Bull disagrees. Judging from the fighting power that Luffy showed last time, he does have strength comparable to Admiral, but if he wants to stabilize an Admiral, he is still too young. He even played so hard with a Zephyr who didn't even have an Admiral level, let alone himself who really has Admiral strength. Partner? Obviously, the Green Bull had suppressed Luffy from the very beginning. What's more, he still has Doflamingo as a helper. When this scene happened, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing out loud. What did you do to my friends? Ha 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 ha. Straw Hat Luffy, I suggest you obediently capture us and return to Mariajoy with me. Doflamingo sneered. Otherwise, your friends may die very miserable. Luffy roared, and immediately Haki opened inside his body. Brother Ming showed his 2 rows of white teeth, and the corners of his mouth were full of sneering arcs. I didn't do anything, I just tied them up and executed them slowly, hee hee. Damn it. The Green Bull said indifferently. In an instant, those dense forests turned into powder and dissipated. Hearing this, Lu visibly trembled. Luffy almost fell down unsteadily. Luffy gritted his teeth and stared at Brother Ming. And suddenly, a bulky vine slams down on Luffy. The next moment, many trees grew around Luffy in an instant, and immediately enveloped him in a dark forest. And as the surrounding trees continued to approach densely, the forest gradually became airtight. Luffy,
Grab it without a fight. 147. The entire city of Seven Waters is a mess. Oh, there was a strange light in Doflamingo's eyes. Then he looked at Luffy, who had escaped from the dense forest of green cows, and the corner of his mouth raised a strange arc. Straw Hat Boy, it seems that you really don't cry when you see the coffin. So that's fine, since you don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, a few slender flying wires rushed out. Luffy, dodge. Ah! When Luffy was angry, his conqueror's haki overflowed uncontrollably. And the Green Bull and Doflamingo couldn't help but change their expressions slightly when they felt this haki, especially Doflamingo, who also has conqueror's haki, and he can clearly perceive that Luffy's conquerors is quite powerful. And in a sense, whether conquerors is strong or not actually represents this person's potential to become an emperor. And Luffy's potential to become an emperor is so much stronger than him. This is unacceptable to him. Straw 06 Hat Kid. With a roar, Doflamingo also flew towards Luffy. The bodies of the two quickly wrestled together. But as Luffy's strength continued to rise, Doflamingo gradually became powerless. He can feel that he has a huge disadvantage compared to Luffy in terms of speed and strength, and his fruit ability is also inferior to the opponent. Boom! Doflamingo's body was quickly kicked away by Luffy. However, he quickly stood up from the ruins again, staring at Luffy with a wicked smile on his face, and then slowly said, "Very good. As expected of Joey Boy, such strength is indeed better than mine. But don't even think about leaving the capital of the Seven Waters just like that." Then, the Green Bull appeared with his dense forest. Soon, Luffy, who was in a period of rising strength, was trapped by the dense forest and had to stop his forward attack. And the fruit ability of Green Bull Germany is a master at entanglement and support. Luffy stared at the enemy in front of him with an ugly face. He was in trouble. On the other side, Zoro also fell into a stalemate against the leopard. In the face of Zoro's strong strength, the leopard's fruit ability has no effect at all. Therefore, the two can only constantly compete with armament haki in their own fighting ability. As a swordsman, Zoro's fighting skills and fighting concepts are actually higher than Luffy's, so Leopard did not compete with Zoro in this aspect. Any advantage? Sanji faced off against the two vice admirals, Doro and Dugman, and couldn't help but fall into a disadvantage. Damn it. It really is you Marine who are making trouble, Sanji said out of breath. Advertisement: his physical strength was consumed too much in this process, and his combat power actually didn't have much advantage against these two people. But the two people in front of him were pressing every step of the way, not at all. Let go of his traces. Vinsmoke. Sanji, let's capture it without a fight. Dogman's face was covered with scars, and his expression was full of indifference. Hearing this, Sanji's expression changed slightly. Vinsmoke? He actually knows his last name? Does this also mean that the man actually knows his whereabouts? Damn, I will never surrender to you stinky Marines. After all, Sanji spun his legs. The high-speed twirling immediately brought infiltrating flames, making Dolo and Dogman couldn't help but take a few steps back. At the same time, a look of fear flashed in their eyes. Sanji's growth rate can be described as fast. With his current strength, it is possible to defeat any of them. Such a young pirate actually has the strength to rival them. Dolo can't imagine, if they continue to let them go, what will happen to them in the end. At the same time, a fierce battle broke out in another corner of the capital of Seven Waters. Robin versus Diamante. Not far from this battle, there is Chopper versus Sekka. Even though Chopper has eaten the Rambo Ball and become huge, Sekka can use the ability of the fruit to make him bigger. And bigger and bigger. And even become a place that cannot be ignored in the capital of Seven Waters. Not long after the battle started, the two fell into a disadvantage. Chopper was even scarred, and in a side wall behind them. Kuzan is standing here calmly. He looked at the battle in front of him, and at the same time sensed several other battles in the capital of Seven Waters, and then couldn't help but shook his head. Using the opponent's weakness to attack. And knowing that he can't beat the opponent head-on, so use this. Do you want to deal with the Straw Hats? Doflamingo, it's you. He looked at Robin not far away, and watched her gradually fall into a disadvantage, but he still had no plans to make a move. The reason why he rescued Robin last time was just to repay the Straw Hats for taking him to the capital of Seven Waters by boat, nothing more. But, is that really all there is? If that's all there is to it, then why didn't he kill Luffy and the others when they first entered the Grand Line? And why help Robin at the Enies lobby? And why give Luffy their platform? Advertisement Kuzan was lost. But at this time, he suddenly sensed that a secret force was slowly approaching outside the port. Kuzan's figure disappeared and he soon arrived at the port. While at the port, he saw a big ship with a huge clown flag flying. The clown pirates? On the boat, he saw a figure. This figure made his pupils constrict. Buggy suddenly woke up again. Ah, no one but ex-Marine Admiral. Puff. What is he doing here at this time? You, why did you suddenly mention him? The entire capital of Seven Waters has become a mess. Chuangyue Kong Ying. Buggy on the side is obviously drunk and high. Former Marine Admiral. Kuzan looked shocked. At this time, he finally remembered. Kuzan? Isn't that the former Marine Admiral, Aokiji? The big fight between the Straw Hats and Marine. Wait a minute. Why are there still people from the Donkeyodi family? Huh? Kuzan? Who is Kuzan? The corners of Chuangyue Kongying's mouth raised an indifferent arc. Because I saw him on the shore just now, I didn't expect him to come to the capital of Seven Waters to play. On the Bikudop, the smiling Chuangyue Kongying also felt the gaze from Kuzan on the shore.
and he thought slightly. What is Kuzan doing here? Shuangyue Kongying. As he got closer and closer to the shore, he also felt the current situation in the capital of Seven Waters. 148. Shuangyue Kongying arrives in the capital of Seven Waters. Hearing that Aokiji had also come to the capital of Seven Waters, Buggy shuddered instinctively. Hi, Marine Admiral. Even if it is the former Marine Admiral, the threat he poses cannot be ignored. It can be said bluntly that with Buggy's current level of strength, Aokiji can easily crush him to death even with a single move. And such a dangerous person actually appeared in the capital of Seven Waters? Is it too late to turn around now? As the Bikudup got closer, the figure in front became more and more clear. After seeing Aokiji's appearance clearly, Oda Basil's face became dry and ugly. That's Aokiji. But when he thought about it again, he seemed to feel something was wrong. Shuangyue Kongying has stayed by his side, and he still calls himself a god tier, so why is he afraid of Aokiji? No matter how strong Aokiji is, can it be stronger than Shuangyue Kongying? Thinking of this, Buggy's inner worry had dissipated. The Bikudop finally landed. Aokiji walked over calmly, looked at Shuang Kongying as if looking at an old friend. Why did you come to the capital of water? I don't know why. Aokiji has a throbbing feeling in his heart. He feels that Shuangyue Kongying's visit to the capital of Seven Waters this time is definitely not just a simple tour. Thinking of this, he looked at Fukalos who was behind Shuangyue Kongying. The realm was so deep that even he couldn't tell the depth. I'm afraid this is another powerful god who is in power among the seven worlds. Shuangyue Kongying smiled calmly. Come here and walk around. What about you? What are you doing here? Aokiji looked calm. Me? I'm here to accomplish what I want to accomplish. Hearing this answer, Shuangyue was speechless for a while. How pretentious. Immediately, Shuangyue Kongying turned his attention back to the capital of Seven Waters. He felt that in the battle between Leopard and Zoro, the two were still at a stalemate, but after Usopp regained his energy, the two teamed up to deal with Leopard, which obviously forced him to a disadvantage. And Sanji is still at a disadvantage against the two vice-admirals, but he seems to be about to activate his blood factor, and with the addition of the Tivat Holy Relic, can his strength achieve this time? This is still in doubt. As for the others, Chopper, Nami, and Robin, their situation is also quite embarrassing, and they are even in a state of being suppressed by the other party to the point where they cannot see hope. Looks like the Straw Hats are in big trouble, Shuangyue Kongying said calmly. Every time before, when the Straw Hats encountered a crisis, there were reinforcements from heaven to help them, but this time, they seem to be not so lucky. But the opponents they are facing now seem to be less serious than the last time when the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates teamed up and Zephyr led the army to besiege. Advertisement. Are you going to help them? Aokiji stared at Shuangyue Kongying. Shuangyue Kongying sneered and shook her head. They have their own destiny. Of course, if I don't make a move today, it must belong to their destiny. Shuangyue Kongying raised a mysterious arc at the corner of his mouth, and immediately he turned towards Seven Waters. Walking slowly inside the capital, only one sentence was left behind. I came to the capital of Seven Waters this time to accomplish what I want to accomplish. When Aokiji heard this sentence for the first time, there was a faint flash in his heart. To accomplish what he wants to accomplish, it's very meaningful to say. But when Shuangyue Kongying disappeared in front of his eyes, Aokiji finally came back to his senses. Didn't he come here to travel? He came here to do something. But what can he do in the capital of Seven Waters, the territory of the world government? Could it be? Aokiji's pupils constricted. After a long time, Aokiji took a breath. It seems that the world is really going to change. Aokiji turned around and wanted to leave, but he noticed the large group of pirates beside him. He looked at Buggy and the others apologetically. Oh. Sorry. I forgot about you. You came down with Shuangyue Kongying, right? Seeing Aokiji take the initiative to talk to him, Buggy suddenly became nervous, but he didn't expect Aokiji's first sentence to be sorry. Oh. I have other things to do next, so I won't be with you guys, goodbye. Hearing this, Buggy and others were even more shocked. Aokiji, the dignified predecessor, Marine Admiral, is so polite to the boss of Buggy? It turns out that our Captain Buggy is so powerful. First he was able to make Shuangyue Kongying surrender, and now he can make Aokiji respect you so much. One of the crew members couldn't help but shouted loudly. Captain Buggy! Captain Buggy! Immediately, the name of Buggy resounded throughout the pier. But Buggy has no mind to enjoy these things. He only has one thought in his mind now. Run. Run now. Advertisement. He still remembers what Shuangyue Kongying said on the boat just now. He said that he wanted to win the capital of Seven Waters. Winning the capital of Seven Waters on behalf of the world's 7 rulers is tantamount to talking to the world government. Let's go to war. In the foreseeable future, the capital of Seven Waters will become a gathering place of contradictions. As for myself, of course, the farther away from here the better. Little ones. Let's leave the capital of Seven Waters as soon as possible. Buggy yelled. The scene of the battle between Leopard and Zoro. Boom. With Zoro's main attack and Usopp's assist, the Leopards quickly fell into a disadvantage. Leopard can't use armament hockey and hard power to break through Zoro's attack and defense from the front, and this can only allow Usopp to attack him wantonly from the rear. And he didn't expect that the two people in front of him could block him for so long. Damn you two brats, Wabao said coldly, and his face became quite cold immediately. Next, I will let you have a good experience. What is real power? And you at that time, you will all regret that you didn't get caught now. What's happening here? 36 paths troubled wind. Is it an earthquake? The leopard roared hysterically. Definitely kill, fire bird star. The corner of Wabao's mouth curled up into a sneer. Damn, 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 boom. He has never been so embarrassed, Zhao Nuahao, before. Then, Zoro and Usopp suddenly felt a tremor, the ground under their feet was trembling. And then, the ground returned to calm. Immediately afterwards, in front of Zoro and Usopp, the body of the leopard became bigger and bigger, even blocking all the light in front of the two of them, and engulfing them in darkness. It seems that everything has calmed down. This situation is extremely embarrassing for leopard. He. Too naive. 149. Leopard's fruit ability next, in the eyes of everyone, countless waves began to roll. The sea level began to rise, and soon engulfed the first floor of the capital of 7 waters, and spread towards the second floor and higher. Go. The seawater immediately submerged a large area of people, enveloping them all. This is, what's going on? Zoro frowned, but the leopard just smiled indifferently. This is my fruit ability. Leopard said slowly and contemptuously. I use my fruit ability to let the seawater in the sea continue to spread and grow, and the bottom of the earth's crust. The sundries began to rise, causing the sea level to rise continuously, and finally such an effect can be achieved. At that time, the entire capital of 7 waters will be covered by my fruit ability. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Zoro clenched his teeth. Damn it. Is this guy crazy? He would do such a stupid thing? However, the leopard was disapproving, and he looked at Zoro and Usopp coldly. Next, you will either defeat me, or just watch. Your partners are submerged in the sea, right? Oh right. I remember several of them. Are they all fruit abilities? Ha 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 ha. While leopard also knew that the rising seawater would affect him sooner or later. But so what? He has a head now, as long as he can kill the two people in front of him in the straw hats, no matter what price he pays, he is willing to accept it. Usopp looked at the leopard with an ugly expression. This guy is really crazy. Usopp turned to look at Zoro. We must immediately gather other partners. It is too difficult to fight alone. And we also need to inform other people, tell them, what is happening now. Zoro nodded. You're right, I'll hold him back first, you should withdraw quickly. Good. Facing the ever-rising seawater, Luffy, who was fighting Doflamingo and 11 Uwangu, couldn't help but move slightly. Damn it. What the hell happened? What is the seawater situation? If it continues to rise like this, sooner or later it will overwhelm me. And the green cow looked at the seawater, and couldn't help cursing in a low voice. Bikasa, a madman, is this going to bury us all here? Advertisement Doflamingo, however, had a different look on his face. Immediately, he laughed wildly. Is everyone buried here? His slender fingers grabbed his face, and he couldn't help laughing. Let everyone be buried here? Ha 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 ha. This is really a great plan. Good, good. Since Bikasa has reached this point, I will continue to play with him. After all, Doflamingo leapt into the void, and then hovered in midair. Immediately afterwards, countless thin threads spread out from his body crazily, and then turned into raindrops all over the sky and sprinkled over the entire Kashui capital. After a period of time, those thin wires condensed into a huge net cage. Doflamingo's classic skills, birdcage. Birdcage enveloped the entire capital of 7 waters, turning the entire capital of 7 waters into a birdcage with no room to go out. Countless people stood in place, looking at the seawater that was constantly seeping in, and how it hit the city. The unbreakable birdcage. In the end they could only stand in the ever-shrinking birdcage, screaming hoarsely in despair. Seeing this scene, the green bull beside him couldn't help shaking his head. How did he get involved with these two lunatics? Damn it. Hole. Luffy yelled at Doflamingo and the green bull. Don't you know how many people will be killed like this? Is this your marine? Is this your world government? Luffy roared fiercely. When Doflamingo heard this, he turned to look at Luffy very interestingly, and then said slowly, World government, marine. Hee. No, Agby. No, this is my deed, it is my masterpiece. It is me who wants to kill you and this group of foolish people. It is the great me, Don Quixote. Doflamingo. Immediately, Doflamingo looked directly at Luffy, with a strange arc on the corner of his mouth. Straw Hat Boy. You can be regarded as explaining it here today. Luffy gritted his teeth. How could it be so easy? After saying that, Luffy punched Doflamingo hard. Doflamingo used both hands to block in front of him, but was thrown back several meters by Luffy's powerful force. Advertisement See Doflamingo was forced back. The green bull quickly stood up. The green bull used his fruit ability. A good show should not only be seen by yourself. Then, Shuangyue Kongying turned his consciousness to the battle situation in the capital of 7 waters. They will also be our people in the future. Do we need to save them? Fukaros looked at Shuangyue Kongying. I understand, Lord Tianli. Walking on the streets of the capital of 7 waters, there are frantically fleeing and howling people everywhere. But they seem to have not figured out the situation until now. What made them fall into such a predicament, so they can only keep going? Scolded the Straw Hat Boy. Nami looked at the stagnant water under his feet, as well as the capital of 7 waters that had been submerged for 3 or 4 floors ahead, and the huge birdcage, and his expression was quite ugly. Damn it, what the hell is going on? What the hell happened? But Shuangyue Kongying shook her head indifferently. As long as I think they are. He doesn't worry about the lives of the people at all. What he is worried about now is that these two lunatics will really bite people everywhere if they go crazy. He doesn't want to just explain it here, but it's not easy for him to attack Doflamingo directly. Then we can only defeat Luffy first. After Usopp joined the battle, the situation turned around in an instant. Dense vines. Fukaros nodded. Usopp didn't have time to explain too much, so he could only pull Nami and started to look for other members of the Straw Hats. On the way, Usopp briefly introduced the details to Nami. After going through such a human tragedy, Yue Kongying didn't have the slightest idea of wanting to stay. On the other side, Usopp got out of the fight with the leopard, and he was immediately at the scene of Nami and Dellinger's fight. Nami actually had a slight advantage against Dellinger, but Dellinger, relying on his richer combat experience, kept pestering Nami and dragging her down. Dellinger was quickly defeated. 150. That's already in the past. Damn it. What the hell is going on with this breaking wave? Can we still go out? Don't be afraid, we have Captain Buggy, he will lead us to the light. That's right, Captain Buggy, you are the light of all. Buggy on the Bikadup was rather depressed. He just turned to leave the capital of Seven Waters, a place that will soon be full of war. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a strange situation. The sea level continued to rise, and then brought wave after wave, constantly pushing their boat in the opposite direction. So, even though they've been cranking up the horsepower for so long, they're still in place. Captain Buggy, show your powers. Yes, Captain Buggy. Buggy turned away, facing the hopeful and adoring eyes of the crew. For some reason, Buggy suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart, and it brought him a very fulfilling sense of satisfaction. This feeling made him gradually unable to give up, and became more and more immersed in it. Buggy coughed twice. Then he said slowly to his crew, "Don't worry, everything will have its own day." After all, Buggy walked slowly towards the inside of the boat. And his crew members looked at Buggy's mysterious back, recalling the sentence full of deep meaning. Their hearts couldn't help but have a lot of respect for Buggy. Captain Buggy is really a powerful person. The words are so connotative, we really didn't know him well enough before. That's right, I didn't expect Captain Buggy to hide for so long. Even Yue Kongying called him a god tier. Doesn't that mean that his true strength has already stood at the pinnacle of this world? Even compared to what he was back then, the Pirate King Roger, that is only strong but not weak. And Buggy, who was lying on the captain's face, looked at ease. He blows whatever you blows, the most important thing is to be happy. As the sea level gradually rises, countless people begin to gather towards the higher level of the capital of Seven Waters. Even Lu Chi, who was going to take Ace Bagu to the port, had no choice but to start walking towards the higher level of the capital of Seven Waters at this time. And he looked at the birdcage in the water surface, a trace of indifference flashed in his eyes. The pigeon on his shoulder couldn't help but began to say, "Kaku, it seems that we have a crazy boss." Kaku nodded calmly. Advertisement, I think it's quite unfortunate to have such an overly emotional leader. This time, it's Rob Lucci himself speaking. Who said it wasn't? At this time, Ace Bagu also woke up from his drowsiness. He looked at the doomsday scene in front of him, and his face suddenly showed a color of suffering. He stared at Rob Lucci and Kaku in grief, slowly said, "You used to be a part of this place, don't you have the heart to see the capital of Seven Waters destroyed like this?" Rob Lucci looked indifferent. "Mayor, you will also say that that is already in the past." Hearing this, Ace Bagu closed his eyes helplessly. At this time, a hoarse male voice sounded again. "Finally found you two bastards. Didn't you hear clearly what Lousy told you before? I let you let go of Ace Bagu." Ace Bagu looked at Frankie over there, and there were many fluctuations in his eyes. He knew that it was his junior brother who came to save him. But he still couldn't help closing his eyes, and many memories in his mind just came to his mind bit by bit. Boom. Frankie just hit Rob Lucci with an iron fist. And Rob Lucci grabbed the iron fist indifferently, stared at Frankie with disdain and said, "You have tried this move many times, and have failed every time. Is it interesting? If I were you, I wouldn't be so stupid." However, there was a faint sneer on the corner of Frankie's mouth. "Oh, really?" Rob Lucci frowned slightly. Immediately afterwards, the iron fist in his hand suddenly turned into sparks and exploded. Unexpectedly, a huge shockwave knocked his whole body down to the ground, and also blasted Kaku on the side for several seconds. Meters away. However, Ace Bagu was inevitably affected by the aftermath of the bomb, but fortunately the damage was not too deep. And at this moment, Frankie ran forward, picked up Ace Bagu who fell into a coma again, and walked towards a higher level. 0. Seeking flowers. 0 advertisement. After Rob Lucci regained consciousness, he looked at Frankie who had just run away, and a burst of anger suddenly arose in his heart. These two people were both core members of the Don Quixote family. They are all strong enough to fight against a vice admiral, so it can be said that they are not weak. And the 4 members of the Straw Hats are indeed the few members of the Straw Hats who are not good at fighting. HMPH. With you two brats, you actually want to defeat me? Rob Lucci immediately mobilized the fruit ability, cat fruit, leopard form. The 4 of them will fight Diamante and Sekka together. Impossible. What a guy looking for death. Nami, you keep attacking that monster, and then I find his body and destroy him, Usopp said seriously. 0 especially Chopper. At this time, he has not yet joined the Adventurers Association, obtained the corresponding treasures, and his strength has not yet entered the rapid development. The current Chopper can be said to be unable to beat even Nami. To be honest, among the 4, Usopp is the strongest. Circus shouted in a sharp voice. In the next moment, Rob Lucci turned into a wind and quickly caught up with Frankie.
However, a pair of wheels suddenly grew under Frankie's feet, which accelerated his speed by a few minutes. The two fell into a stalemate, and Rob Lucci lost a certain speed advantage to Frankie. And Usopp used his observation haki to constantly check Sekka's body, and then launched his own killer star to defeat it directly. Ask Nami to pull Sekka out and block Sekka's positive power. Good. So here's what Usopp came up with. On the other side, Nami and Usopp join Robin and Chopper in battle. Nami shouted loudly, fighting furiously. At this time, Sekka, who has the stone fruit, is a very difficult character to deal with. First of all, his body can be continuously enlarged by the assembly of stones, and when his stone body is attacked, he can switch his body to a place that is not attacked at will, and then escape. 151. Xuangyue Kongying shot at this moment. The battle between the Straw Hats and the Doflamingo gang has entered the second half, and the physical strength of both sides has been a little weak to hold on. However, the seawater is still rising, and the birdcage is also shrinking continuously, forcing the people to continue to gather towards the upper layer. And birdcage has already destroyed nearly half of the 7 water capitals. Xuangyue, the capital of the 7 waters, looked at the fleeing people all around, with a little indifference in his eyes. And at this moment, 2 figures flashing past suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was Frankie, who was only wearing underwear and running forward frantically, and behind him was chasing Rob Lucci and Kaku. Taking a closer look, I also saw Ace Bagu on Frankie's shoulder. Seeing this scene, the corners of Xuangyue Kongying's mouth raised an indifferent arc. This is really, the entire Kashui, 680, capital has become a mess. But this is also just right. The happiness index of the residents of the capital of 7 waters is too high. If they are directly added to the ruling of the world 7, they will definitely have a lot of dissatisfaction. But after Doflamingo's messing up, to be able to join the ruling of the world 7, for the residents of the 7 water capitals, it is simply a luxury. When Frankie passed by her side, Xuangyue Kongying used a small skill to make Frankie freeze in place. And Rob Lucci also stopped his progress at this time. He stared intensely at the man next to Frankie, and his pupils began to constrict. Xuangyue Kongying. Rob Lucci? Xuangyue Kongying smiled slightly. When hearing this, Rob Lucci's body trembled violently. Why does he know his name? Immediately, Xuangyue Kongying looked at Kaku, who was next to Rob Lucci, and then raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Kaku. How many people were here at your CPO this time? No, is it just the 2 of you? Rob Lucci's face was even more ugly. CPO. Why would he still know he was a member of the CPO? You know, Rob Lucci's identity is little known even in the world government. When he was transferred from CP9 to CPO, his files in the world government were completely destroyed, and not many people knew his whereabouts. However, Xuangyue Kongying not only knows that he is such a small person, but also knows that he is in the CPO. Advertisement. Master Xuangyue Kongying. We have no intention of conflicting with you, Rob Lucci said slowly. However, Xuangyue Kongying smiled indifferently. Oh, really? What if I want to clash with you? Rob Lucci's body trembled. His face was uncontrollably flustered, and a look of fear in his eyes also permeated. He stared at Xuangyue Kongying. His brain was indeed blank at this time. Xuangyue Kongying, want to conflict with them? What does he mean? All of a sudden, Rob Lucci noticed that Chi Kongying was carrying a tall woman with him. However, this woman actually has a strength that makes him feel quite afraid, and he could perceive that there seemed to be a very powerful water element ability hidden in this woman. Could it be? Xuangyue Kongying, is this what you want? Take down the capital of 7 waters? At this moment, Rob Lucci suddenly saw a video bug appearing above his head, and the screen is showing how Doflamingo and others fight against the Straw Hats, and how Doflamingo and others use their fruit abilities to abuse the entire city of 7 waters. Seeing this scene, Rob Lucci was shocked in his heart. And at the same time, such video bugs also appeared in every corner of the capital of 7 waters, in every sky. The people who were frantically fleeing didn't bother to stop, just staring blankly at what happened on the screen. Isn't that green-haired man the current Marine Admiral Green Cow? And beside him, isn't the former Shichibukai and the current Celestial Dragons Don Quixote? Doflamingo, why do they appear here? And they are still fighting against the Straw Hat Kid Luffy? And that conversation with Luffy just now, it shocked countless people. Luffy actually spoke for ordinary people like them. And Doflamingo turned out to be the real culprit who attacked them. Advertisement. And at this moment, Xuangyue Kongying calmly looked at Ace Bagu, who had already woken up, and then handed him a potion, which restored him a lot of physical strength. Mayor Ace Bagu, I want the capital of 7 waters to be renamed the Country of Fontaine, and then join my 7 worlds to rule. Xuangyue Kongying didn't ask Ace Bagu whether it was possible or not. This means that he did not give Ace Bagu the right to choose at all. And Ace Bagu looked at the scene in front of him, and Shin Chunin couldn't help sighing. I agree. In fact, Ace Bagu was also keenly aware of the great changes in the world situation earlier. He knew what kind of virtue the world government is, and at this time of the end of the war, it is hard to guarantee what kind of things the beasts of the celestial dragons will do come on nasty people. But he could only sigh after seeing that both the Fishman Island and the Giant Country could only become friendly countries. He knows that not any country can join the ruling of the 7 worlds at will. But now, Xuangyue Kongying took the initiative to invite them to join the ruling of the 7th world, which is exactly what he thought at the beginning. Hearing this, the corner of Kongying's mouth raised a faint smile. Immediately, he swept towards the ugly Rob Lucci and Kaku. You too, this is already the place where I am in charge of the world. I suggest you leave here, otherwise. You may not be very happy when I have to clean up later. Being watched by Shuangyue Kongying like this, both of them felt a 4.3 chill that came from deep in their hearts. They looked at each other and left here immediately. Are we leaving like this? Then what? Can you beat Shuangyue Kongying? Kaku was silent. He immediately looked behind him, and asked a little stiffly, then shall we report to the executive? Rob Lucci walked calmly on the road. HMPH, Executive Officer. How do you think he can be the Executive Officer after going back this time? He has received word that the Don Quixote family's power in Dressrosa has been wiped out. This means that Doflamingo's wings have been broken in half, and he failed in the 7 water capitals today. Is he like this worthy of the 5 elders' fear? 152. Water God Fukaros. It turns out that Luffy and his gang are actually saving us. Come on, Luffy. The people in the capital of 7 waters couldn't help shouting angrily. But at this time, all the pictures suddenly began to change again. After a moment of black screen, the figure of Ace Bagu appeared on the screen. At this time, Ace Bagu's nose was blue and his face was swollen. He looked quite embarrassed, and he had completely lost the original affinity, and he stood in front of the camera and bowed slowly to everyone. Citizens, I am Ace Bagu. I am here to apologize to everyone for the current pain. Immediately, Ace Bagu slowly told about how he was kidnapped by Doflamingo, how the world government threatened him, and how they used their privileges to bully the entire capital of 7 waters. After hearing these things about Ace Bagu, the citizens of the 7 Waters City couldn't help being indignant. So it turns out that the world government is so vicious. This puts their lives at the mercy of O6. Afterwards, Ace Bagu said slowly, because I was worried about the safety of all the citizens. Lord Tianli from the 7 rulers of the world. Shuangyue Kongying specially rushed over from the G of New World, and came to help us. He brought the beautiful water god, Fukalos. Next, under the guidance of Master Tianli, the capital of 7 waters will be renamed, Fontaine Kingdom, and the glory of the water god Fukaros will shine on each of us. As soon as the words fell, Shuangyue Kongying's figure appeared in everyone's sight. With a big wave of his hand, the unbreakable birdcage instantly turned into powder. And then, Fukaros appeared in everyone's eyes in a blue dress, floating in the void with divine light all over her body, making people really believe that they met the gods descending to earth. And Fukalos was shining with blue light all over her body. She spread her hands, and a wave of elemental power pervaded. Immediately, the rising sea water then fell back. The complete capital of 7 waters began to reappear in everyone's sight. And with the thorough spread of the water elemental power of Fukaros, those soaked houses suddenly become new. But the damaged electrical appliances, and the places destroyed by Doflamingo birdcage, are irreparable. But even so, the people's pursuit of the water god Fukaros is still unstoppable. Water god, Lord Tianli, Lord Tianli. The people who have just experienced the disaster are naturally very grateful to the bringers of peace. But Shuangyue Kongying's eyes fell on a corner of the capital of 7 waters. He stared sharply at Doflamingo in front of him, and then said coldly, Don Quixote. Doflamingo. It has brought countless sufferings to the people of Fontaines. Now I officially judge you, death. Advertisement. The voice was like a torrent, trembling Doflamingo's heart and soul frantically. He almost didn't even think about it, he just turned around and wanted to run away. However, Shuangyue Kongying appeared in front of him in a flash, and punched Doflamingo's chest directly, causing him to fall back several meters. Although the backward distance is not far, this pain is something that Doflamingo has never felt before. It is heart-piercing. Doflamingo feels like his whole skeleton is going to fall apart. Green Bull saw this scene and wanted to run away, but was caught by Shuangyue Kongying with one hand. Where do you want to go? When the Green Bull was stared at by Shuangyue Kongying, he could not help but tremble violently. He was suddenly too nervous to speak. The scene of Shuangyue Kongying defeating the 5 elders in Marineford was coming to his mind. The throbbing at that time still lingers in his heart. The corner of Shuangyue Kongying's mouth curled into a sneer. Just stand here, don't move, understand? The Green Bull nodded timidly. Understood. Understood. Shuangyue Kongying nodded in satisfaction, and immediately turned to Doflamingo with a calm expression on his face, and then walked towards him slowly, with an indifferent color in his eyes. Feeling Shuangyue Kongying's pressing step by step, Doflamingo also began to shiver. You, what do you want? I am Celestial Dragons. If you kill me, it's like going to war with the whole world. Doflamingo hysterical. However, the murderous intent infiltrated by Shuangyue Kongying did not weaken at all. A chill ran through Doflamingo's body. Worldwide? Is it awesome? Shuangyue Kongying said something coldly. And the next moment, he gently raised his hand, and then gently put it down. Advertisement. Doflamingo lost its life just like that. Seeing this scene, Lu Sheng's Zhang was even worse. However, he just glanced at the Green Bull and disappeared here. When he reappeared, Sekka, Diamante, and Torpal all lost their vitality. Marine, who won the lottery, Dolo and Dugman, was caught by Shuangyue Kongying and thrown to the side of the Green Bull. As for the leopard, Shuangyue Kongying let him go on purpose. The current Marine needs talents like Wabao to further disintegrate their internal affairs. After dealing with the scum of the Don Quixote family, Shuangyue Kongying looked at the green cow with a smile, and then said slowly, You did a good job, don't worry, I won't kill you today. Hearing this, the Green Bull did not relax at all. Don't kill today?
Does that mean that 217 may kill tomorrow? And Xuangyue Kongying's mouth curled up, but she didn't explain too much. Then, he looked to Luffy who was on the side. Luffy also saw him, covered in blood and sweat. He saw Xuangyue Kongying, with a classic smile on his face. Long time no see. Big brother Tianli. Xuangyue Kongying wasn't displeased with calling Luffy, but just smiled lightly. The port of the capital of Seven Waters. After the seawater descended, the Bikudop remained firm on the coast. But now they look at the calm sea and the city of Seven Waters behind them, and they can't help but recall the words that Captain Buggy said in their minds. Don't worry, everything will have its own day. It turns out that Captain Buggy already knew that we wouldn't encounter any major problems this time. Of course, Captain Buggy is a character that even Xuangyue Kongying calls God tier. While many crew members were discussing, Buggy woke up and walked out. Huh? Has the water dropped? At the same time, a tall and thin figure jumped onto their Bikudup. He looked around, then looked directly at Buggy. Ah la la la, the environment of this ship is not bad. 153. Learn from Buggy. After seeing the face clearly, Buggy couldn't help jumping up, and his whole body was split apart, too frightened that he couldn't help himself. Because of the person in front of me. Exactly, former Marine Admiral, Aokiji, Kuzan. Aokiji. You, why are you here? What do you want? Buggy stared at Aokiji in horror. You know, Buggy has just come out of East Blue at this time. If it wasn't for the temptation of the treasure map in his hand, he wouldn't want to come to this new world. And now, he just entered New World well, unexpectedly met Xuangyue Kongying and Aokiji, two world-renowned figures one after another. It seems that New World is really too dangerous. Kuzan looked around the Bikudop, then nodded with satisfaction. Hey, don't call me Aokiji, that's my name in Marine, and I'm not Marine anymore. Just call me Aokiji. My name is alright, call me Kuzan. Buggy swallowed in disbelief, and then reluctantly yelled, Kuzan. Kuzan smiled and nodded. Immediately, he said slowly again, Buggy, may I ask where you plan to go next? Buggy had a lot going on in his head. How on earth should I tell Kuzan? In short, you must not tell Kuzan the news about the treasure map, and you must say it in a decent way, otherwise, how will those little brothers treat themselves? I walk around casually, and the world is my home. Unexpectedly, Kuzan was overjoyed when he heard the news. Ah, really, that would be wonderful. Then for the next period of time, please allow me to follow your boat and learn from you. Buggy was completely dumbfounded. Huh? Study? Kuzan nodded, and then looked at Buggy appreciatively. I've heard of the name of Buggy God tier for a long time. Seeing you today, it really deserves its reputation. And you can attract people like Xuangyue Kongying to board your boat, which proves that there must be something outstanding about this ship. And I have been wandering around since I left Marine's army, and seeing you now has cleared up my confusion. Advertisement, so, please let me stay on your boat for a while. The sincerity in Kuzan's words made Buggy feel like he was dreaming. He wanted to refuse, but facing Kuzan's strength, he couldn't say anything. If he agrees, what about his pursuit of the treasure map? But if he refuses, will Kuzan get angry? If he wants to get angry, what should he do? Before he could figure it out, the crew behind him started shouting. Captain Buggy, for the sake of his sincerity, you should agree to him. What? Buggy looked at the crew behind him with all 5 parts apart. The crew behind him continued talking. That's right, as the god tier Captain Buggy, you are indeed obliged to spread your brilliance to the whole world. Captain Buggy, you have a big heart, and you will definitely agree. Do you need to say that? Listening to these people's flattery, Buggy couldn't help sighing. Kuzan, on the other hand, laughed. If that's the case, then I'd like to thank Captain Buggy for taking it in. Buggy wanted to say, except your sister, but at this moment, he was about to cry. Now Fontaine, the capital of raw water. The Doflamingo and Don Quixote families are gone, and the Green Cow, Dolo Vice Admiral, and Dugman Vice Admiral were all arrested by Xuangyue Kongying and imprisoned in the temporary Fontaine prison. Xuangyue Kongying, what exactly do you want to do? Green Bull asked in a weak tone. Xuangyue Kongying smiled calmly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just hope to use you to do some business. Business? The Green Bull was puzzled. And Xuangyue Kongying did not explain too much. In fact, his idea is very simple. That is to use these 3 goods to blackmail the world government, hoping that they can invest 3 billion Baileys. After all, even if these 3 goods go back to the world government, the threat to the ruling of the World 7 is minimal. Advertisement instead of that, it's better to blackmail a sum of money. Then borrow this rich Bailey to change the current economic structure of Mond City. That's right, even though Mond City has been integrated into the 7th ruling world, Mond City is also the most prosperous business and trade in the 7th ruling world place, and the flow of funds here is also the most cumbersome. If you want to completely control the economy of Mond City, you must have a large number of Baileys. Walking out of the prison, Xuangyue saw the thriving and changing Fontaine Kingdom. As Fontaine's faith, the water god Fukaros controls all of Fontaine's powers, and Ace Bagu, as a consultant of Fontaine, entered the leadership circle of Fontaine to provide ideas for Fontaine's development plan. As for the military, it is impossible for him to have any connection. Along the coast of the port, the Straw Hats and others are looking at the Mary. It is already a very lucky thing to have such a ship to accompany you. Ace Bagu sighed. Frankie stood silently on the other side, staring at the expressions of the Straw Hats and the others. Facing the dilapidated Mary, Usopp couldn't help crying. Mary. But at this time, a gentle voice suddenly appeared in their ears.
Please don't feel sad for me. Hearing this, everyone suddenly raised their heads and stared at the Mary in astonishment. The Meili then said slowly, it's the luckiest thing for me to be able to accompany everyone, Liao Nuo Zhao, on this journey. Mary. Luffy couldn't help crying. At the same time, Shuangyue Kongying inside Fontaine is purging the internal power slaves of the former capital of Seven Waters. Because of the proximity of Eni's lobby, there are many world government forces infiltrating the capital of Seven Waters. Not only the former CPO, but also many relatives who have a direct relationship with Marine live here, and they are all the internal worries of Fontaine today. This has to be fixed. In the former mayor's office, which is now the temporary Tianli Hall, Shuangyue Kongying is looking at a booklet with a very detailed list on it. All of them are people who have a direct relationship with Marine. If this group of people can be caught by the pigtails, how much Bailey can they ask the world government for? 154. Wrath of the Five Elders New Mariajoy. What are you talking about? The capital of the Seven Waters has become the Seven Governing World? And what is it renamed? Fontaine? This is a bullshit name. What rubbish Fontaine? Mond? What the hell is this Shuangyue Kongying trying to do? Ghost, the seven rulers of the world? Is it possible that he really wants to rule the seven countries? What is his next plan? Curly-haired five elders said angrily, and Rob Lucci stated the facts calmly. Hearing these words, the other five elders also became serious. City of Seven Waters. This can be regarded as an important place in the Great Route. Moreover, it is also close to the Eni's lobby, which can already lead directly to the Justice Gate of Marineford and impel down. If even this place is occupied by Shuangyue, it will undoubtedly be it is equivalent to pinching the T*** of the world government in his hands. Where's the leopard and the green bull? Where's Doflamingo? Doflamingo died in battle. Leopard fled back to Marineford. Green bull. Endoro Vice Admiral and Dugman Vice Admiral, they were all captured by Shuangyue Kongying and locked in prison. Rob Lucci's tone became serious. Shuangyue Kongying hopes that we can exchange 3 billion Baileys for the three of them, 660. Hearing this, a black-haired five elders was suddenly surprised. 3 billion Baileys? Is Shuangyue Kongying crazy? Rob Lucci showed no expression, and then continued. The world government said that their funds are temporarily insufficient, so I hope the elders can allocate funds. Before the five elders made a decision, a five elders with glasses shook his head resolutely. Impossible. The world government definitely still has assets, and, if we are to pay out the 3 billion Baileys, what if the world government continues to be short of money? Will it continue to come to us? Glasses five elders looked sternly, and immediately slowly he said again. Besides, in the recent days, the nobles of Tianlong are also living in a difficult situation. It has been a long time since no new high-quality slaves have entered Mariajoy, and the nobles have begun to complain. Hearing this, the faces of the other five elders also became serious. In their view, the world government is just an outward guarantee to help them maintain the stability of the world and maintain the divine rights of the celestial dragons. But if the world government, AGCA, is no longer able to do these two things, then there is actually no need for it to exist. Advertisement. Let's discuss this matter again. A black-eyed five elders finally decided. Then, he glanced at Rob Lucci. You have done a good job this time, and I will hand over the CPO to you for a period of time. But before that, you can report to the Science Corps first. A new batch of your serum has been developed over there. Rob Lucci is still a pair of expressionless appearance. After he stepped back, the five elders looked at each other. This Shuangyue Kongying, does she want to start a war with us? In any case, we don't have the strength to fight them now. Everyone fell into a moment of silence. That's true. Shuangyue Kongying alone can resist the five of them. Not to mention there are many terrifying legions under Shuangyue Kongying, those people. Each of them is comparable to the strength of Admiral level. This huge force is overturned, enough to completely overthrow their rule. Everything, wait until Lord IM wakes up, and you will find out. The news that the capital of the Seven Waters became Fontaine, and directly joined the ruling of the Seven Worlds, spread all over the world overnight. Countless people were amazed by it. Dust 7 is in power, this is simply exporting in the face of the world government. And at the same time, because of the cold period in the world that lasted for half a month, the World Daily specially selected the new 4 emperors. This is to catch people's attention. However, the selection of the new 3 emperors this time has indeed attracted countless people's concern. New 3 emperors, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. New 3 emperors, Blackbeard, Marshall Teach. The new 3 emperors, Straw Hat Boy, Monkey, D. Luffy. Advertisement. And under the new 3 emperors, there are still the 5 hegemons, which are Beasts, Kaido and Anti, Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion, Shiki, Swordlord, Dracule, Mahawk, and Nagami, Yamato. At the same time, the World Journal has also won the essence of the media of later generations, and also pays special attention to the development of newcomers. For this reason, it also selected Supernova. East Blue. The news that the capital of Seven Waters has been changed to Fontaine also shocked the people of the Revolutionary Army. They originally thought that the 7 rulers of the world would stop here. After all, when both the Fishmen Island and the Giant Country wanted to join, they were turned away. But I didn't expect them to move so fast and so steadily. They quickly won the capital of Seven Waters in only one day. Shuangyue Kongying is a peerless genius. Monkey. D. Long couldn't help admiring.
During this period of time, with the continuous exchange of resources from the Adventurers Association, they have developed quite steadily in East Blue, and it has occupied most of the East Blue area. Next, it only takes the last few steps to completely occupy East Blue. In fact, after the Red Line was smashed by Fujitora, there is no distinction between the four seas in the world. The four seas have merged. But the world government is still vigorously promoting the division of the four seas. But with their current strength, they can't even hold onto the Grand Line, let alone hold onto the huge East Blue. Long looked at the several maps in front of him, with sharpness in his eyes. Next, we only need to go one step further to occupy the entire East Blue. And now that the Red Line is broken, we can take advantage of this advantage to spread our flames to every corner of the world. In the corner, Sabo said excitedly from the side. However, the dragon frowned. Although they are in full swing in East Blue now, and their power has grown to a point that cannot be ignored. But he is very clear. If he wants to completely defeat the world government and overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, this power is far from enough. Moreover, the number of ways the worldly seven governs is completely incomprehensible to him. What exactly does this Shuangyue Kongying want to do? He has the power enough to pull celestial dragons down from the altar, but he is indifferent to it. Celestial dragons feels that Shuangyue has occupied one place after another, which is an inch of progress. But the dragon is very clear that if Shuangyue Kongying wants to make progress, the celestial dragons absolutely have no chance of winning. So, what exactly is he trying to do? 155. Marine with internal and external troubles. It has been half a month since the capital of Seven Waters was renamed Fontaine Country and merged into the seven rulers of the world. But the world government still didn't make any substantive actions to respond to the behavior of the seven rulers of the world this time, as if nothing had happened. Today's Marine can be said to be suffering from internal and external troubles. A group of elite cadres left internally, not only those young people with ideals, but also many middle-level cadres in the Marine. For example, Bastille Vice Admiral, Hua Shaoshan Vice Admiral, Maynard Vice Admiral, Hina Rear Admiral, Smoker Rear Admiral, etc. These are all the mainstays of Marine in the future. It is worth noting that Bastille and Maynard were friends with Fujitora, while Hina and Smoker were friends with Aokiji. These large numbers of Marine soldiers who left, their former immediate superiors, have all left Marine. At this time, it is especially important to stabilize a group of top Marines. Marineford, Park Office. Teacher, Vice Admiral Stoka Berry stood at the door. Zephyr is already gray-headed at this time, and his face is also haggard. He looked at the expressionless Stoka Berry at the door. This was also his former student, and he was in the same group as Kizaru Akainu. However, his growth rate is far behind the previous ones. He is currently only a Marine Vice Admiral, but he can be regarded as the backbone of the Marine. Are you also here to resign with me? Zephyr smiled wryly. Stoka Berry hesitated, but finally nodded. He is now under Kizaru's subordinates. Zephyr was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Well, with your heart, staying in this Marine is really wronging you too much. Stoka Berry hesitated. Teacher, do you still plan to stay in such a Marine? The current Marine, decayed and failed. It has been completely reduced to a tool for the celestial dragons to manipulate the world. In such an environment, justice has been distorted. And how can such a place display their original ambitions? Hearing this, Zephyr froze for a moment. Stoka Berry, the teacher is old, and the teacher must have his own considerations. Zephyr smiled. Stoka Berry didn't say anything. He bowed deeply to Zephyr calmly. Thank you, teacher, for teaching me in Marine. After all, Stoka Berry left Marineford. Zephyr sighed. Advertisement, of course. He is also very clear that the current Marine has already discarded the justice on his back. But the current world situation is turbulent, and he still can't see the direction of the big situation. As the Marine Marshal, he resigned rashly. It will only aggravate the turmoil in the world, and how many people will be sacrificed at that time? The two old guys Garp and Sengoku are still famous in Marine, so it should be because of this consideration. At least, before he leaves Marine, he wants to protect as many civilians as possible. East Blue is one of his acts. Today's Marine, although the sun is setting, but if they want to wipe out a revolutionary army and stabilize the situation in East Blue, it's still easy. But he didn't choose to do that, because he knew what the revolutionary army did, and it was a real army of justice. But it was what worried him most. It is still the ruling world of seven. What exactly does Shuangyue Kongying want to do? He still can't see through it now, even if the current seven rulers of the world are peaceful inside, and the residents live in peace. But so what? The Kingdom of Giants and the Fishmen Island are excluded by him, and they are not included in his plan in the sphere of influence. Who knows if the next step of the Dust Seven's ruling will be some crazy moves? Ah. Zephyr sighed deeply. Pull the perspective from the world back to inside the Marine. Today's Marine Green Bull Admiral, Dolo Vice Admiral, and Dugman Vice Admiral were imprisoned by Shuangyue Kongying, and a large number of elites also left. Now there is only Kizaru left at the top level, and Admiral substitutes Momosagi and T-Pig actually have the idea of retiring, but for Sengoku's sake, they still reluctantly stay here. As for the new leopard, Zephyr saw ambition and killing in his eyes at a glance. This kind of person is obviously not suitable for Marine. Zephyr flipped open a letter on the desk, and sighed again. The letter was sent directly from Mariajoy and represented an order from the 5 elders. The content of the letter is, let Hua Bao become the new Marine Admiral. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. To be honest, Zephyr was reluctant to let Leopard become Admiral, because he didn't see a trace of justice in this person's eyes.
As for Marine Admiral, that is the supreme existence of the entire Marine, not only the top combat power of Marine, but also the ideological highland of Marine. An Admiral can have considerable influence within a Marine. This influence is even enough to change the atmosphere of Marine. Advertisement, Marine. Zephyr looked at the word, Justice, on the original building, feeling a sense of loneliness in his heart. Such a Marine is already on the verge of complete alienation. New World, Moby D***K. Whitebeard sat in the center, drinking wine cheerfully and unrestrainedly, with no twilight in his expression. Speaking of it, I have to be grateful to Shuangyue Kongying. If it wasn't for the elixir he gave, it would be impossible for him to live to this day, and it would be impossible for him to have such a radiant appearance. Zero now, how does he look like a remnant from the old era? What? The new era doesn't have a boat for him, then make one. Is Ace back? Diamond Chow stood up and said slowly. Ace is still chasing Blackbeard. It is said that last time Blackbeard met Shuangyue Kongying in the giant country, and then the whole group was seriously injured. Great opportunity for them to seize. Whitebeard nodded. Teach a guy, it's not easy to mess with. There was a gleam of indifference in Whitebeard's eyes. Even if Teach is defeated by Shuangyue, it is not something that Ace can defeat with a small team. Although Ace has grown to a very powerful level now, and his strength is comparable to Margao, but the guy Teach is not. It's so annoying. Notify Ace, let him come back quickly, don't mess around this time. At this moment, there was a sudden vibration on the boat. Whitebeard's eyes flashed, and then, there was a person running over in a hurry. Daddy. A very powerful newcomer has come outside, clamoring to challenge you. It is said that his, called Kid. Hearing this name, everyone flickered slightly. Because this is the top figure of the new generation of pirates. 156. The moon is dark and the wind is high. 1 month after the capital of Seven Waters was renamed Fontaine, the world government finally sent 3 billion Baileys. After getting the money, Shuangyue Kongying immediately ran to Fontaine prison with a smile on his face, and unlocked the door for LV Niu and others in the prison, with a full smile on his face. Congratulations, you are finally able to go out. I've said it before, I won't do anything to you, how about it? I keep my promise, right? Facing Shuangyue Kongying's enthusiasm at this time, the three of them twitched their faces. Now they know. So this guy kept them because he wanted money from the world government? But, a mere 3 billion Baileys? How much do you look down on them? You know, the bounty of a Shichibukai may be more than 2 billion, and this one admiral, plus 2 vice admirals, is actually only 3 billion Baileys, and more importantly, 763, is actually it's just 3F G billion Baileys. Why does it take so long for Marine to raise? Shuangyue Kongying naturally also knew that 3 billion Baileys were exchanged for these 3 people, and this amount was a bit small. But he also knows that the current world government is already sunset, and their internal finances actually don't have that much money to support them. Coupled with the current chaos in the world, Dressrosa and Kashui are the most profitable. The capital has been incorporated into the ruling world of the Seven Worlds, and they have lost the entire East Blue. Shuangyue Kongying hopes that this business can be done in the long run, and the group is fishing. Welcome to come again next time. Shuangyue Kongying smiled at them. But hearing such words, the 3 of the Green Bulls really couldn't laugh. Come back next time. How can it be? They hope that they will never come again in this life. And then, Shuangyue Kongying sent them to the gate of the prison. Then he said with a smile on his face. The port is just ahead, and a ship has been prepared for you there, which can help you leave Fontaine and go wherever you want. I hope you can go home soon. Don't keep the brothers in the Marine waiting. While speaking, Shuangyue Kongying also patted the shoulder of the green cow with a slightly heavy force. And the green cow felt the weight on his shoulders, and then felt the chill from Shuangyue Kongying's words. He knew that Shuangyue Kongying was warning them, although Lousy sent you here, but you'd better get out of here, don't stay here in Fontaine, let alone collect intelligence or something. Lu Niu knew it well, and of course he didn't dare to offend Du Qiang. Work is important, but life is more important. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, the 3 Green Bulls walked quickly on the streets of Fontaine. A month has passed, and the original destroyed place of Fontaine has been greatly improved, and various repairs have been made. All are held in full swing, and the whole city is filled with a sense of prosperity. When they came to the port, they saw a boat. A small boat that could just accommodate 3 people without even a steam engine, and they had to paddle by hand automatically. This Dogman had an ugly look on his face. Just use such a small boat to deal with the 3 of them? This is simply too much. But the green cow didn't say anything, just sighed heavily, and then looked at the 2 people beside him. What else can I do? Let's go. Great route. A tourist cruise ship to East Blue. The tall Bastille was standing on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze passing over his body, and he took a deep breath. Is this the breath of freedom? He has worked in the Marine for decades, from a soldier with no talent to fight all the way up. In the Marine with many factions, as a kid with no background and no talent, he can only continue like this, work hard. Until the appearance of Fujitora, he took a fancy to himself at a glance, and promoted him to Vice Admiral, and followed him. To be honest, he just wanted to make a living in the Marine at first, and he didn't have any ambitions about justice. But when he was around Fujitora, he experienced firsthand the sincerity in this person's heart. That day, he watched Fujitora die in Marineford, right in front of his eyes. His heart suddenly touched. Afterwards, he, who was regarded as Fujitora's confidant, quickly became cold in Marine, and felt like being suppressed.
Even with the appearance of Marshal Zephyr, this feeling improved slightly. But, during the last battle between Zephyr and Luffy, he suddenly remembered Fujitora. This time, he will fight for Fujidora's last belief. "Ah, Bastu, so you are here?" A voice suddenly sounded. Bastu turned around in bewilderment. Strange, how could anyone know his name? A sharp blade passed directly in front of him. Luckily he escaped quickly. Advertisement, that blow didn't cut his chest directly. Ah. Bastu made a painful sound. Even though he avoided the fatal blow, the knife still seriously injured him. Damn. Bastu raised his head in embarrassment, and paid indifferent attention to the two people in front of him. The current Marine Admiral, Wabao, Bikasa. You two are also qualified to say that I am a traitor in 4.1? He. And the leopard just smiled coldly. The current Marine Vice Admiral, Guy Shaw. I'm not a righteous traitor. Immediately, several people came out of the cruise ship and began to clean up Bastia's body. Bikasa stood up, looking down at Basti, who fell on the ground like a god of war. Geisha laughed ferociously, and the slender scar on his face fluctuated accordingly, and then he stared at Basti and smiled coldly. It's because you've been in Marine for so long, Marine's information how powerful the system is, do you still need me to explain it to you? When the leopard raised the knife and fell, Basti completely lost his vitality. Traitor. You? Why do you know I'm here? Bikasa, I have never believed in justice in my heart at all. How can there be such a thing as a traitor? Maynard. Hearing this, Basti couldn't help laughing wildly. There's no need to talk too much about traitors. Maybe. Marine has never done anything just. In that case, I would indeed be considered a traitor to Marine, but I am definitely not a traitor to justice. The traitors to justice are you. It is the current Marine. Boss still yelled at the two of them. Geisha raised her eyebrows without thinking. Leopard licked his lips greedily, then stared at Geisha and asked, who is next? 157. Wui Island, a small island near Mond, Wui Island. Wui Island was originally a deserted and isolated island, but with the rapid development of Mond and the reason why Mond implemented a policy of opening up to the outside world. So there are a large number of people from all over the world who want to enter Mond but couldn't get in. Therefore, these gathered together and gradually developed Wui Island into a more harmonious place. As soon as Maynard landed on Wui Island, he felt the lively scene, and about 50 nautical miles in front of the sea, he could still vaguely see the outline of Mond. When Maynard came to Wui Island this time, he mainly wanted to enter Mond. He's already resigned from Marine. In fact, he hasn't figured out what his next step is going to be. The Revolutionary Army. That seems to be just a grassroots team protesting for the sake of protesting. Is the World 7 in power? Yukongwo's mind is too difficult to guess. So Maynard let go of those worries, and he wanted to come to Mond again to have a look to this place. That changed Fujidora's mind. 06 Maybe he can find some ideas about the future here. At this moment, he felt his body suddenly grow uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, his whole body shrunk rapidly again, such a rapid change that he didn't even realize it, and the next moment his whole world became dark. His whole body seemed to be locked in a dark cage. And then, he felt that his whole world began to spin. And he just kept rolling in the darkness, like a toy that could be manipulated by others, unable to control his body at all. And he grabbed that edge, trying to tear it apart, but he could only break through a small hole, and then he saw a huge person outside, holding a small bag in his hand, and his own it seems to be in that bag. What's going on? Maynard stared blankly. And then, suddenly, a sharp blade pierced in from the outside. Maynard stepped away nimbly. The next moment, the blade began to rain down. And at this time, the bag Maynard was in suddenly fell to the ground, and finally there was a vent in the tight bag. At this time, Maynard was decisively operating the armament hockey in his body, and then restored his body to its original state. Afterwards, Maynard eliminated the few people in front of him with 3 strokes. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement, but at this time, a burst of laughter came from behind him. Maynard turned around, and when he saw who was coming, his pupils constricted uncontrollably. Guy Shaw. Before Maynard was promoted to Vice Admiral by Fujitora, he worked as a Rear Admiral at the same base as Guy Shaw. From this level of relationship, Guy Shaw can be regarded as his former boss. Know him well, and Maynard also knew that he couldn't beat Geisha. Maynard. Geisha stared at Maynard, with a strange brilliance in her eyes, and immediately said with that playful smile. What are you doing here? After leaving Marine, wouldn't it be that you want to join the 7 ruling worlds? Even though the opponent was full of momentum, Maynard still plucked up his courage. Guy Shaw, I have already left Marine, and I am free to go wherever I want, Maynard said righteously, and then slowly added, and, I don't have any guilt for world government, I leave there, it is only to execute the justice in my heart. Guy Shaw, have you forgotten, have you ever pursued justice? Hearing this sentence, Geisha couldn't help but snort. Justice? What is that? Maynard couldn't help clenching his fists. Geisha looked directly at Maynard with a sneer. Only you people would foolishly believe in justice. In this world, there has never been justice. Celestial dragons is like this, world government is like this, and it also includes that Joy Boy. Why do you think that Joey Boy can change the world? Power is a pretty scary stuff. Once you've got a little bit of it, it's impossible not to get addicted to it. Maynard just stared at Geisha coldly. At this time, Geisha had an indifferent grin on the corner of her mouth. Maynard. For the sake of our work together, I can give you a chance to say your last words. Geisha stared straight at Maynard. Maynard gritted his teeth. At this time, many pictures about Fujitora suddenly flashed in his mind. And he looked directly at Geisha with bloodshot eyes. Advertisement, true justice will never lose, fairness exists in people's hearts. However, Geisha only passed on such words. Unlike Maynard, he came to the marine from outside the marine as a commoner, and then climbed up step by step. And his grandfather and father are both high-level marines, and he has been in the muddy place of marine since he was a child, and he has a much clearer understanding of some of these things than Maynard. In his opinion, the world is hopeless, it's useless to count on anyone. The evil in human nature cannot be changed, it cannot be eradicated. Have you finished your last words? Then let's send you on your way, 783. As soon as the words fell, a powerful armament hockey erupted from Geisha's body. This tyrannical coercion directly pressed Maynard almost to the point of being unable to pass through. Although both are Marine Vice Admiral, Maynard is just like Bastille, it's just Admiral side Vice Admiral, whose level of strength is naturally not as good as Geisha's, who relies on strength and record to get promoted to Vice Admiral. Boom! Geisha slashed over with a single blow, and Maynard fell to his knees directly on the ground with a terrifying force. Maynard. Say goodbye to this world. Saying that, Geisha planned to get to know Maynard directly. But at this moment, he felt that his body suddenly stopped functioning, just hovering in front of Maynard. Immediately afterwards, a burst of freezing ice began to form all over his body, covering his entire body in it. And the next moment, there was another violent collision of two forces behind him. Allah Lala, you are the new Marine Admiral, Wabao, Bakasa, right? You are the former Marine Admiral, Aokiji, Kuzan. He. Aokiji? This name doesn't belong to me now. Geisha tried her best to break free from the shackles of the ice, but he turned around and finally saw Kuzan clearly in front of him. 158. World government against the world. Kuzan. What are you doing here? Don't you want to be an enemy of the world government? Geisha stared at Kuzan indifferently, and at the same time used armament hockey to completely break Kuzan's ice seal on him. And at this time, the fear in his eyes became even stronger. Kuzan. Compared to before in Marine, he is stronger again. Now, he can trap himself for so long with just a random attack. It can also be seen from this how much he has improved during this period of time. However, when Kuzan heard Geisha's words, he just glanced at Geisha indifferently. Geisha. You have been in the Marine since you were a child, so are you stupid? You take world government threatening me as an enemy? Even if I am an enemy of the world government, so what? That is also the current world government, and I want to be an enemy of the whole world? Geisha was at a loss for words for a moment, not knowing what to say to refute Kuzan. And Leopard Bakasa smiled coldly from the side. He is an enemy of the world, so our world government is so powerful. Kuzan turned his gaze to Bakasa, and then looked at Geisha again. Geisha. Let Maynard go, they didn't do anything wrong, you know. If there is still a trace of justice in your heart. Geisha scoffed at this. Huh, justice? That would have been a non-existent thing. But Geisha was always hesitant. He knows that Kuzan's strength is very strong. The gap between Admiral and Vice Admiral is not an order of magnitude, and from Kuzan's shot just now, it can be seen that Kuzan is definitely stronger than before. However, Leopard Bakasa didn't care that much. HMPH, Kuzan, huh? It doesn't matter who you are, whether you used to be a general or something. No one can stop us today, after all. Leopard Bakasa flew towards Kuzan with a swift and violent momentum like a missile. And at the same time, he used his fruit ability to drive the vegetation under Kuzan's feet to grow wildly at extreme speed, blocking Kuzan's sight all at once. Allah. It seems to be a very interesting fruit ability user. Huh, interesting. Leopard Bakasa raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then said slowly. When I push you to the ground, you will know whether it is interesting or painful. However, Bakasa had just approached Kuzan, and among the tall vegetation, suddenly stretched out a hand, and then tightly grasped his arm. Advertisement. The next moment, Bakasa felt that his body was out of balance. Immediately afterwards, his body was thrown out heavily. But after quickly regaining control of his body in the void, he activated the fruit ability on Kuzan. However, Kuzan's armament hockey is really powerful, and he suppressed his fruit ability at once. After this short fight, Bakasa has realized the strength gap between himself and Kuzan. He stared gravely at Kuzan. As expected of the former Marine Admiral, such a strength is beyond my reach. Why? Kuzan smiled modestly. It's getting old. Bakasa knew that the task of killing Maynard today would not be carried out, so he took a deep look at Maynard. You are lucky this time. Let's go. After all, Bakasa left here, and Geisha also took a deep look at Maynard before leaving in a hurry. After all the Marines left, Kuzan looked at Maynard, who was seriously injured. Facing Kuzan at this time, Maynard said gratefully, thank you. When they were in Marine before, the relationship between the two was actually not that close. As Fujitora's direct Vice Admiral, Maynard has always been with Fujitora, and there are not many opportunities to deal with Kuzan. So he couldn't have imagined that Kuzan would come to rescue him at this time. Kuzan nodded, not rejecting his gratitude, and his gaze immediately looked into the distance. Their target is definitely not just you. Hearing this, Maynard's eyes flickered slightly. Then their purpose? Could it be? Maynard's complexion changed slightly, and then he said slowly. Is it to kill all of us who resigned from Marine? But they did it for what? Is it just to maintain the stability inside the Marine? Kuzan was silent. For today's Marine, people's hearts are already scattered, so it is very possible to do such extreme things for the stability of the military. It's just that Kuzan didn't expect that their extreme reaction would come so quickly. It seems that they didn't think about it. Advertisement in Kuzan also finds it hard to believe that Zephyr, who is now the Marine Marshal, would allow such a thing to happen to his subordinates. He naturally believed in his teacher, but maybe the teacher didn't know it happened. Thinking of this, Kuzan feels that the speed at which the world is falling apart seems to be getting faster and faster. Next, I'm afraid they won't let you go so easily. Kuzan looked at Maynard, and then slowly said, "Do you want to come with me? Maybe we can save more people and make this world a better place." Hearing this, Maynard hesitated for a moment. As for what Kuzan said, that's actually what he's always wanted to do. But what he hesitated was, should he just leave with Kuzan? After a moment, he looked at Kuzan and nodded, "Bikudop." Buggy was just driving casually, but I didn't expect to drive Mond just like that. And Zhang Baodu's location is on the other side of the Grand Line. He is far away from that. The location is getting farther and farther away, but it doesn't matter, so that the treasure can be made safer. Wait until he gets rid of Kuzan, then go find the treasure. And at this moment, Kuzan had already returned to the boat. Ah la la la. I just met an old friend down below. Next, it should be fine to let him walk with us, right? Kuzan looked at Buggy politely. Buggy glanced at Maynard, but before Buggy could speak, his little brothers spoke first. "Who is this guy? Not everyone can fly on our Captain Buggy's ship." Kuzan smiled slightly. In the absence of identity, but he used to be Marine Vice Admiral. Hearing this, Buggy was so scared that his body split. Marine Vice Admiral? First there is Kuzan, the Marine Admiral. Then came a Vice Admiral? 159, Clown Marine Asylum? Buggy wants to cry but has no tears. What is this? It is not enough to have Kuzan, the former Marine Admiral. Another former Marine Vice Admiral is needed. In this way, what has become of his Bikudop? It has become a shelter for the former Marine? All the former Marine generals are going to him running. Isn't this too outrageous? What makes Buggy even more sad? How can he go hunting for treasure in the future? And an admiral, the sun never sets. He can't beat any of them. Wow, the former Marine Vice Admiral? Then he must be very powerful, right? Maynard remained introverted, but Kuzan smiled slightly. Of course, Maynard is a very powerful character in our Marine Vice Admiral. However, if he is with Captain Buggy in comparison, it's still a lot worse. When this remark spread, many younger brothers all cast admiring eyes on Buggy. And Buggy lost himself again. At this time, Kuzan suddenly said, "Buggy God tier, I have an idea." "Talk about it." "You can talk about it." At this time, Buggy was obviously a little bit floating. But Kuzan said word by word, solemnly, "Maynard and I both hope that 397 can join the Clown Pirates." Hearing this, Buggy was stunned. "What did you say?" Buggy's body instantly split apart, and Kuzan said again with a serious expression, "I hope I can join your Clown Pirates." As soon as this remark came out, the entire Bikudop fell into silence. Those younger brothers couldn't believe their facial features. The former Marine Admiral, this Kuzan who has the world's top combat power, he actually said that he wanted to join the Clown Pirates. Such a shock, compared to Shuang before Kong Ying calls Buggy God tier much better. Facing such a situation, Buggy became cautiously timid. "But, is there anything worth joining us?" However, in the eyes of his little brothers, he is being modest. "Are you kidding me? A character like Buggy God tier? Is there anything unworthy of a pirate group with such a big man? Let alone Kuzan today. Advertisement even Shuang Kongying is here. They're not surprised at all to join their Clown Pirates." Hearing this from Buggy, Kuzan laughed very casually. "Of course there are a lot of them. Marineford, Marshal's office. Who the hell? Who gave the order? Why didn't these orders go through my hands?" Zephyr slapped the table heavily, with an angry tone on the faces of everyone in front of him. And in under his palm is a newspaper with the headline, "Who Killed the Retired Marines?" It was only after reading this newspaper that he knew. It turns out that the Marine soldiers who left the post were all killed. Naturally, some of his students were also included. Ain, who stood in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then said slowly, "According to our investigation, Wabao and Geisha are mainly responsible for this matter. And 5 elders is also responsible for you. A message has been sent asking you not to interfere with their affairs." Hearing this, Zephyr's face became more and more cold. Until now, the situation has become quite clear. It was the 5 elders who gave the order to kill the resigned Marines. Celestial dragons have direct command power over Marine Admiral, which Marine knows well. Garp is also reluctant to be promoted to Admiral because of this. But Zephyr still didn't expect that the 5 elders not only bypassed him, but directly mobilized Admiral. And this matter, I was completely kept in the dark. This makes it difficult for Zephyr to accept. Damn it. Zephyr said distraughtly. In the list of those who were killed, there were quite a few of his students. Especially Stolabelly, he is so taciturn, yet, Agby, is willing to say such heartfelt words to him. In felt helpless at the teacher's anger, and then took out a newspaper and handed it to Zephyr. "Teacher, I think you may also need to pay attention to this news." Zephyr held back his anger for a moment, and then looked at the contents of the newspaper. The headline is a few big words, "Former Marine Admiral, Kuzan, announces joining the Clown Pirates." And then below, there is a large series of text introductions, basically about the introduction of the Clown Pirates, and the last line worthy of Zephyr's attention is, "It is reported that there is not only Kuzan alone, but there are also people such as the former Marine Vice Admiral Maynard, Rear Admiral Hina, also joined the clown pirates one after another. Seeing the news, ZFA's expression became interesting. Advertisement, he didn't know anything about the clown pirates. But he probably understood the intention behind Kuzan's doing this. In order to save those marine soldiers who are being hunted down, he wants to tell them that he is here with the clown pirates, and there are more people who are freed from marine. No matter what you say or think, come gather here first. It has to be said that Kuzan's move is quite brilliant. Seeing this, FA also breathed a sigh of relief. If those who want to leave marine because of pursuing justice, they will be killed by the current marine. Then this shows that marine has no room for recovery. Well, Zephyr sighed deeply, and on the other side of Marineford, Sengoku and Garp are playing chess here. It's only been 10 rounds and Garp can't sit still. Don't come, it's really hard to play chess. Why don't I go out and catch some pirates for fun? Garp said speechlessly. Sengoku smiled indifferently. This one, the focus is on self-cultivation. Garp glanced back at Sengoku. Then do you want to come and exercise with me? After saying that, Garp stretched his waist. Seeing this scene, Sengoku couldn't help shivering. You smelly old man, just fight. After the two messed around for a while, Sengoku suddenly looked at the blue sky above his head, and then slowly said to Garp, Zephyr came to me just now. Oh, what did he ask you for? He said, Kirby was assassinated too. Hearing this, Garp couldn't help but change his face slightly. Kirby, Luffy's little partner, is a soldier Garp picked up from the sea, and has been taking him by his side ever since. The little guy's talent is very average, but he works hard enough. He will be steady in the future, and he should be able to become a pro. But unexpectedly, he was actually assassinated by Marine, whom he once pursued. .160, Kebby, that little guy. Kirby, that little guy. There was a hint of sadness in Garp's eyes. During the last wave of Marine's resignation, Kebby also chose to leave Marine. He was originally a guy with a sense of justice, and he also wholeheartedly wanted to change the status quo of Marine. But after the last incident, he realized that all the people with lofty ideals in Marine had already left, and there was no possibility of any change in Marine like this. So he is going to leave, to join the Revolutionary Army. Before going, this kid said goodbye to himself quite solemnly. Unexpectedly, the farewell this time turned out to be a forever farewell. After a long silence, Garp sighed deeply. When are you going to leave Marine? Hearing Garp's question, Sengoku looked at Garp with some surprise. He knew Garp's character, and since he had already asked, he must have had similar thoughts. Obviously, he already wanted to leave Marine. Immediately, he also responded slowly. There is indeed no need to stay in a Marine like this now. So what are you going to do next? Sengoku looked at Garp. Garp raised his head to look at the sky, with a hint of hope in his eyes, and then said slowly to Sengoku. Go back to East Blue, go back to the place where I was born and grew up, and then retire there. The reason why Garp still stays in Marineford today is just to give Marine, or his former colleagues, a face. But now, since Marine has already torn this layer of shame, what else does he care about? And Garp chose to return to the East Blue, which is also a very delicate decision. Now the entire Marine, or who else in the world doesn't know, East Blue is already the real territory of the Revolutionary Army. And as time goes by, the Revolutionary Army is strengthening their control of East Blue controlling power. It will be even more impossible for the world government to regain East Blue by then. East Blue. Even though the new 3 emperors spread with the world daily, many people know this title. But in fact, not many people care about this. One is because the previous 4 emperors were all officially endorsed by the world government, and the world journal is just a media, lacking a certain degree of credibility. On the other hand, the people of the current world are paying attention to the big confrontation between the world government and the 7 ruling worlds. As for the pirates, and on the 5th day after the announcement of the new 3 emperors, the Ace team ran into Blackbeard. And then a fierce conflict broke out with Blackbeard. At that time, Blackbeard still hadn't recovered from his injury, and his strength was greatly reduced. Then he was chased and beaten by Ace, but fortunately he escaped. Advertisement and Ace returned to Whitebeard's boat under the order of his father. But this time the duel made Ace once again famous for marijuana. Fontaine. After half a month of adjustments, Fontaine has begun to restore its original prosperity, and even has a little more vitality than before. This makes Ace Bagu stand here, and he can't help feeling a burst of joy. Because from this point of view, at least his original choice was correct. What's more, after joining the 7 rulers of the world, the people of the original 7 water capitals also have the most basic living security and safety. Boss, are you going to the water god again? The employees of Carrera looked at Ace Bagu and asked. Although the current Ace Bagu is no longer the mayor, he is still the owner of the Carrera company. And as the most powerful company owner in Fontaine, his status as the owner of the Carrera company is actually he is more powerful than him as an advisor to Fontaine. Yes, it is said that Master Tianli wants to talk to me about the sea train. Ace Bagu laughed. Hearing this, the employee's face suddenly burst into a smile. Hey, sea train. That's your favorite boss. Ace Bagu smiled and nodded. Sea train. This is the idea proposed by his master. His master hopes to see the world in the future can be connected. Then in this world where the ocean is bigger than the land. To realize such an idea, the sea train is undoubtedly a great feat. After that, he has been perfecting this idea, and actually built a practical sea train, but this sea train still has many shortcomings, such as slow speed. It may take 20 minutes to travel 10 kilometers, and the fuel consumption is quite outrageous. 0.
Ask for flowers. In terms of overall computing cost, compared with sailing, there is actually no great advantage. But he also kept doing it. Ace Bagu walked for a while, and then entered the Fontaine office. Advertisement. As soon as he entered the office, Ace Bagu saw many people sitting upright inside, and those people were people he had often seen in newspapers before, including the wind god of Mond, Inazuma's thunder god, Inazuma's ice god, Sumeru's grass god, Liyue. At the same time, there is Sumi's Miss Vivi, Inazuki's Kazuki Hiyori. Let me introduce to you, this is the owner of Fontaine Carrera Company and our consultant at Fontaine, Ace Bagu. And, he is also a very good boatman. Shuangyue Kongying introduced Ace Bakui in front of everyone. This is also a matter of great concern to him. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was immediately pulled back from their beautiful fantasy. And Kazuki Hiyori went on to say, have you done a specific calculation? If the sea train is fully covered between the 7 rulers of the world, how much will the cost be? Ace Bagu said slowly. Ace Bagu was somewhat restrained, but Shuangyue Kongying walked over with a smile on his face. If you want to realize such a beautiful life, it is impossible to just talk about it, right? Speaking. Next, Ace Bagu took out the drawings he had prepared a long time ago, and then slowly introduced to everyone the current feasibility of sea trains, and the possible future of sea trains. He did not have any boast in this regard, Yamato bragging, everything is based on the actual situation. Immediately, many people present turned their attention to Ace Bagu. At this time, Shuangyue Kongying also set his sights on Ace Bagu. Cost, come on, let Ace Bagu introduce us to the sea train. This made Shuangyue Kongying very satisfied, but, I have a question. Kazuki Hiyori raised his hand. And Ace Bagu sat down calmly. Yes, 161. Possibility of sea train realization. Facing the gazes of so many people, Ace Bagu took a deep breath, and then slowly said, according to the current technical realization, if you want to connect the entire world between the 7 governing 6 countries, then the construction cost of the sea train is about 70 billion baileys. Hearing this, everyone at the scene took a sharp breath. 70 billion baileys. Even if all the pirates are caught, the bounty can be exchanged for so much. However, Shuangyue Kongying still had a calm expression. He has known for a long time that this fee must be very high. After all, the distance between the 6 countries currently governed by the 7th earthly world is too scattered, and they fall on different positions on the Grand Line. If you want to completely connect it, that is indeed a very huge project. But he didn't intend to give up because of this. But if the spectacle misleads the country or something like 043, that's not acceptable. This fee, even if we take out all our finances, it is very difficult to do. Vivi frowned. Kazuki Hiyori was also silent. But at this time, Shuangyue Kongying clapped her hands, broke the silence of the scene, and immediately looked at the crowd and smiled. Okay. I know that it is indeed very difficult to realize it now. But I didn't call everyone here to let everyone know such a thing that is impossible to achieve. Everyone present looked at Shuangyue Kongying with solemn expressions. And Shuangyue Kongying continued. The realization of the sea train is very difficult, but it is only at the initial stage. With continuous research, the cost of materials will definitely be lower, yes. By then, this sea train will not be so far away. After Shuangyue Kongying finished speaking, Ace Bagu nodded. That's right. At present, this is only the design result of the first version. In terms of material cost, there is still a lot of room for improvement. According to my estimate, give me 3 billion baileys, and I can reduce the total cost to 50 billion. Hearing this, everyone took another sharp breath. 3 billion baileys R&D, then it can be exchanged for 20 billion in space savings? Sure enough, technology is the primary productive force. Then, Shuangyue Kongying pulled everyone on the scene and talked about the financial issues in detail. It was finally finalized that 50% of the cost would be borne by Fontaine and the remaining 50%. It is funded by several other countries. And when the time comes, Ace Bagu will also take the lead in starting small sea trains in various countries. Advertisement before leaving, Shuangyue Kongying specially called Ace Bagu to stop. Work hard, come on. Shuangyue Kongying patted Ace Bagu's shoulder heavily. Ace Bagu felt the weight of it, and then looked at Shuangyue Kongying meaningfully. It has to be said that Shuangyue Kongying is a very good lord of heaven and justice. I believe that under his guidance, the 7th world of dust will definitely become better and better in power. Fontaine Pier. After the Mary was burned, Frankie began to prepare a new ship for the Straw Hats. Before building this ship, Frankie had a lot of entanglements in his heart. Exactly. Is he going to use the Pluton blueprints for this ship? He's not sure. The master once told him to hand over the Pluton drawings to the future One Piece. And according to the current trend, it should only be a matter of time before Luffy becomes the One Piece. But, is it really the right decision to hand it over to One Piece? After all, the old master, 20 years ago, shouldn't have expected that things would fall into such a drastic change, right? Turned out to fight against the world government. Especially after Frankie saw how powerful Shuangyue Kongying was last time. He feels more and more that Shuangyue Kongying is the one who has more opportunities to change the world than One Piece. However, such an operation of the Dust Seven's ruling still left Frankie in a state of confusion. What do you think? The world's 7 rulers clearly have the ability to overwhelm the world government. Why don't they expand to the outside world to liberate the whole world? Then, he asked Ace Bagu and got his own answer. Shuangyue Kongying didn't want to change the world at all.
After getting this answer, he was no longer confused. He knew that the Straw Hats were his only option. And on this day, he called everyone in the Straw Hats. "Ah, Frankie. What do you want from us?" Luffy yawned. He had a party with Carrera's people too late last night, and he hasn't fully woken up yet. Usopp is still serious. Usopp has grown a lot, seemingly overnight, since the Mary burned. There is no hesitation in his eyes as before, but more determination and decisiveness in his eyes. This is undoubtedly a very special growth for Usopp. And Frankie mysteriously brought them to a giant with a big cloth. "Your new ship is ready." Advertisement. Hearing this, Luffy and the others all showed joy. "Really? Well, let me see. But Zoro patted Luffy on the head angrily. "It's fine if you don't recognize people, but you can't recognize things? Isn't this boat right in front of you?" As he spoke, Fran tore down the big rock. It is a very huge ship, and the overall decoration on the ship is somewhat similar to the previous Mary, but the difference is that she is more majestic than the Mary. If the Mary is a ship that accompanied them to grow up little girl, then the boat in front of me is a big girl who can shelter them from the wind and rain. "Wow. Is this our new ship?" Luffy was getting impatient. And the appearance of the boat finally appeared clearly in front of everyone. "The world. The most powerful ship, just call." "Really been waiting?" Luffy pondered for a moment. "Hey, Luffy, give this ship a name," Frankie called. There was a mysterious smile on the corner of Frankie's mouth, and then he let out a pleasantly surprised, "Oh. Frankie. Show us her." Only at this time did Luffy notice the giant in front of him that was 10 stories tall. "Then, let me introduce it to you, Thousand Sunny." Luffy stared at the ship with bright eyes. Then, Frankie tirelessly introduced the performance of the ship. However, Luffy didn't listen to that much, but climbed directly onto the ship with a spring hand, and then lay down hard on the ground. "Use your face to feel the beauty of this ship." 162. Hey, Frankie. After feeling the Thousand Sunny deeply, the Straw Hats and others felt the real joy for the ship. At this time, Frankie stood aside, watching their joy and joy. A hint of satisfaction can't help but appear between the expressions. He personally handed over the ship to the future One Piece. This is also considered to understand the wish of the master, right? "Hello, Frankie." A cry from Luffy interrupted his thoughts. Forehead. Frankie looked up and looked at Luffy on the deck. Luffy opened his arms wide, looked at Frankie with joy, and shouted loudly, "Frankie, come join us." "Huh? Me? Frankie looked surprised, because he really didn't expect that Luffy would invite him to be a crew member. Although they really got along well, and he also felt that Luffy was a nice person, but the time they spent together was too short after all. And it seems that he and other crew members can't talk well. Frankie was in bewilderment. At this time, Usopp also shouted to Frankie, "Frankie, come on, we need you. I can't take care of this Thousand Sunny by myself." 06. Sanji took a puff of his cigarette, then nodded calmly. "Oh, the ship really needs a person who understands technology." Frankie still looked hesitant. To be honest, he really wants to accompany Luffy on adventures, because the current capital of Seven Waters is no longer the capital of Seven Waters before. The next Fontaine will be a stable and peaceful era, and he continued to stay here, and obviously lost a lot of fun. And if I saw Luffy wandering through this road with my own eyes, it should be regarded as a better fulfillment of the master's wish, right? "It's too late. Break down and leave," Luffy said decisively. Although everyone was very puzzled, they still obediently carried out. "Frankie." Luffy yells at Frankie from the sea. A flash of disappointment flashed in Frankie's heart. So they are going to leave now. Was Luffy's invitation just a polite way? Even so, Frankie still showed a smiling face and shouted goodbye to Luffy and others. However, this suddenly, a slender hand flew out of the boat, and then tightly grasped his underwear. Advertisement. The next moment, his panties were on Thousand Sunny. And Frankie's whole body is also exposed. He, Frankie. Luffy was still waving at Frankie. But who would have thought that at this moment, Frankie did not feel ashamed at all because of the exposure of his underpants, but was moved to tears. Frankie galloped towards the sea. "Hey, wait for me, boys." Nami on the boat closed her eyes and complained, "Really, you stinky men." Sanji quickly stepped forward to appease, while Luffy turned to Nami and smiled. "I'm sorry, Nami." And the next moment, Frankie's huge body landed on the boat, and he snatched his underwear back. And don't care about other people's eyes, put it on calmly. At this time, the younger brothers of the Frankie family suddenly appeared on the shore. They have all put on the overalls of Carrera at this time. "Boss Frankie. Goodbye." At this time, Frankie turned around and found that these boys were hiding behind him one by one and watching him secretly. And looking at their appearance at this time, Frankie couldn't help but shed tears. "Little ones, wait for me to come back. Wait for me to go around the world and come back. Boss Frankie." Woo. The younger brothers of the Frankie family stood on the bank with tears in their eyes. At this time, Ace Bagu also appeared behind them, and he stared at Frankie in the distance with a calm expression. Frankie saw him right away, too. The two senior brothers just looked at each other across the sea. Not long after, Ace Bagu raised his hand, smiled at Frankie, and made a goodbye gesture. Even though Frankie had some grievances against himself before and made troubles for himself all day long, he never really blamed this junior. The same is true for Frankie, and he never blamed this brother. Then he also raised his hand and bid farewell to the younger brothers of the Frankie family on the shore, as well as Ace Bagu. Goodbye. Advertisement. In the territory of Fontaine.
Yue Kongying looked at the blueprint of the sea train and the 3 billion Bailey research and development budget on the shady screen, and began to make other calculations in his mind. 3 billion Baileys were extorted from the world government before, but the money was used for the restoration of Fontaine, and it was gone soon. So in today's Fontaine, there's a little emptiness in the treasury. Moreover, the order in all aspects is not stable. It may take a long time to earn those billions of Baileys. Thinking of this, Yue Kongying began to think for a while. World government. Yes. How could he forget about this big mistake? The world government controls Bailey's distribution rights. Isn't this an inexhaustible pool of gold? Although I have rashly blackmailed the world government, it may affect the world's economic situation, but the world can still. Is it more confusing? No break, no stand. Ha ha ha. Thinking of the 300 miles, Yue Kongying couldn't help laughing out loud. In his opinion, the world government is simply his small coffers. When you want money, you should just blackmail it. But how can we blackmail the world government without forcing the rabbit to bite people, and then we can sustainably exhaust the water? Porcelain Touch. A small island somewhere in the New World. Kaido's Beasts pirates temporarily land here. Today's Beasts pirates are not comparable to the past. The current Beasts pirates not only lost the Wanokuni basic disc, but after the previous 2 collisions, the combat power of the group he lost more than half of it, and Jin ran away. What's more terrible, with the downfall of Doflamingo and the closure of the fruit factory that had been eaten away in his own territory, he lost the chance to make a comeback. And when he saw the ranking of the new 3 emperors in Shinshiji Daily, he was even more angry beyond reason. I am the #1 creature in the world. Can't become the new 3 emperors. This is nothing short of a joke. Yamato has been thrown away by us, Jack said solemnly. Kaido breathed a sigh of relief. During this period of time, what worried him even more was the continuous pursuit of Yamato and that Araki faction. 163. Blackbeard teach, Yamato, the white-eyed wolf. Kaido couldn't help complaining. He really couldn't figure it out. Where did he fail in raising this son? Why did he keep chasing after him? What made Kaido feel even more helpless was that he still couldn't beat Yamato. Moreover, those members of the Araki faction were not easy to mess with at all. Then, Quinn stood beside Kaido and said slowly, at present, although Yue Kongying has occupied the capital of Kishui and renamed it Fontaine, the world government seems to have no idea at all. And it also spent 3 billion Baileys in exchange for Green Bull and 2 vice-admirals. Hearing this, Kaido sneered sneeringly. Where does the current world government have the strength to provoke the world's 7 rulers? The sunset of the world government. Marine left a large number of outstanding talents, which itself has seriously weakened the strength of the world government. On the other hand, the degree of chaos in today's world is far from what it was before. Let's not talk about the pervert who is in charge of the 7th world, just talk about them, a group of pirates. The world government has no sons to govern what? And Aokiji has gathered a large number of marines who have left. I don't know what he has in mind, Jack said cautiously beside him. Kaido grabbed a piece of fruit and bit it down, sweat dripping from his mouth onto his body. Aokiji. That's no small threat. Aokiji, this man is strong enough to stand at the top of the world. Then add the large number of marine elites who left. This kind of power is no less inferior to the power of a king-level pirate, and Marine forced them to such a point, which finally aroused their unity and hatred. It can only show that Marine has come to an end. At this time, a cold wind suddenly came from a distance. Kaido stared coldly. It turned out to be Blackbeard. Martial teach. Kaido said in a deep voice. Although the current Blackbeard is known as the new 3 emperors, Kaido is not afraid of him at all. In Kaido's eyes, Blackbeard is just a fat guy with a swollen face. Blackbeard took his team members and appeared inside of Kaido and others one by one. Then Blackbeard stared at Kaido arrogantly. Kaido. Yo, this is what used to be. What about the 4 emperors? How did it fall to such a point? It really makes me feel sad to watch. Advertisement. Blackbeard's words undoubtedly touched Kaido's heart. Immediately, Kaido stared at Blackbeard impatiently. Little teach. Blackbeard took a sip of his wine, and then stared at Kaido with a little flush on his face. Kaido. The world has changed dramatically, let alone Marine and that damn World 7 ruling, just getting stronger and stronger. The Straw Hats and the Whitebeard pirates, that's not something we can match. Kaido took a deep breath, then looked at Blackbeard with disdain. So, you want to lie with me? Kaido stared blankly at Blackbeard. But Blackbeard smiled coldly at this time, and then stared greedily at Duo. No, I hope you can surrender to me. Hearing this, Kaido's expression changed drastically. Teach. Do you know what you're talking about? What are you kidding? Make him submit to Blackbeard? Not to mention that Blackbeard is now the 3 emperors. Even if Blackbeard is the leader of the world government, it is absolutely impossible for him to surrender to Blackbeard. Even if he is as strong as Yue Kongying, it is impossible for him to surrender, let alone such a small Blackbeard. The Conqueror's haki in Kaido's body is released. But it didn't oppress Blackbeard in the slightest. Blackbeard ate the pie with disdain, and then looked at Kaido with a frivolous tone. Kaido. In today's situation, you have no possibility of rising again. Rather than just waiting to be eaten away, you should surrender to me. Said maybe you and I join forces, and there is still a chance to touch that Yue Kongying. But Kaido is so arrogant, but he can't listen to these things at all. His whole body turned into a green dragon, overflowing with all kinds of haki. Especially the terrifying Conqueror's haki, which pressed towards the Blackbeard pirates like a mountain.
Under his rage, the Conqueror's haki was not well controlled, and even spilled over to some minions of the beast's pirates. Blackbeard, on the other hand, took his time to resist with Conqueror's haki. In terms of combat power alone, the current Blackbeard is no match for Kaido at its peak. But Kaido has experienced a critical strike from Thor in the long-term pursuit of the Ararataki faction, and his strength has dropped a lot cut. Although Blackbeard was also seriously injured by Shuangyue Kongying, he still has some confidence in dealing with the current Kaido. Especially, advertisement, Kaido exclaimed, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Hearing this sentence, his face changed suddenly. In such a situation, everyone in the beast's pirates has lost their minds. Quinn released his power to protect Kaido, while Jack fled towards Blackbeard desperately. But how could Kaido let him go so easily? Immediately afterwards, the bodies of Teach and Kaido were blocked by a cloth, and Kaido's body gradually disappeared. The next moment, a lot of black mist flowed out from his arm, and quickly engulfed Kaido's body. The powerful suction of the dark fruit directly attracted Kaido's huge body into his palm. Immediately, Blackbeard looked down at his subordinate Kaido proudly. Kaido, you probably never thought you would be here today, right? Hearing Kaido's ridicule, Blackbeard didn't show the slightest anger, but looked at Kaido with a sneer at the corner of his mouth and said, Kaido, is this your last words? You will never be the One Piece, Teach, roar. And at this time, Blackbeard made a move. Why did you betray me? But who knows that Kaido's eyes are full of disdain at this time. Kaido's eyes were bloodshot, but he still stared at Blackbeard with disdain. With an angry roar, Kaido grabbed Jack's fleeing leg. I really didn't expect that I would be defeated by such a trash like you. Kaido wanted to break free, but he had just been seriously injured, but he was powerless to resist Blackbeard at this time. The Jiao, Quinn transforms and tries to take Kaido back, but is pushed back by Shiryu with a knife blow. He turned his head in disbelief, and then stared at the Jack with the blade in his hand. His face was full of disbelief and remorse. He stared at Jack full of resentment. 164. Beast's Pirates of Destroyer. When the cloth was torn off, Kaido's body fluttered to the ground like a withered leaf. And Quinn went forward to catch Kaido, and screamed in grief. He hates it. He didn't expect that the Beast's pirates he had followed for so many years would be defeated like this. And Kaido would be betrayed twice in a row. First it was Jin, and then it was the B************ D Jack. Kaido's dream is obviously about to stop here. At the same time, a devil fruit appeared in Teach's hand. That shape is exactly Kaido's Yuyuguru, Phantasmal Beast, and Azure Dragon form. But Teach swallowed it without hesitation. Immediately, Teach's body suddenly noticed some changes. The surface of his skin suddenly began to swell a wave of muscle, and dense scales began to appear on the surface. Those scales looked quite hard and natural, as if they were born on him. And as the scales fluctuated, Teach's body gradually returned to its original appearance. What did you do? Quinn stares at Teach in disbelief. Because of this kind of Teach, in his eyes, he is undoubtedly a terrible devil. But Teach just gave him a cold look. What did I do? It's none of your business. 730 inches after saying that, Teach turned his gaze to Jack beside him, and then gave him a flattering smile. Thanks to you this time. Without your help, how could it be possible to solve Kaido so smoothly? I am a person who repays kindness and keeps promises. Since you helped me, I will definitely not treat you badly. As soon as the words fell, Teach looked at Quinn coldly. Immediately afterwards, his body began to undergo drastic changes. He is turning into a blue dragon. However, compared with Kaido's blue dragon, the scales on his body are all black, and exudes a dark and infiltrating aura breath. Before Quinn could react, his body was already controlled by Blackbeard. Black mist wrapped around his body, and this mist was like a rope, tightly controlling his body, making him gradually unable to move. Quinn, say goodbye to this world. The last thing he heard was Jack's voice. Advertisement. The news that Kaido's Beast's pirates were wiped out by Blackbeard surprised the whole world again. They didn't expect that Blackbeard's actions would be so fast and, so decisive. He took down the Beast's pirates as soon as he shot. And as Jack joined the Blackbeard pirates, those who were once regarded as beasts, the traditional forces of the pirates, have gradually merged into Blackbeard's sphere of influence. Now, Blackbeard has the strength to compete with Luffy. However, the news of Kaido has not been out for a long time. People were surprised to learn that Garp and Sengoku have left Marine one after another in the world daily. And this news undoubtedly aroused the panic of the people of the world again. Leave. This is not retirement. This is real leaving Marine, not even a pension. The people of the world can't help feeling that the world is really in turmoil. On the other side, after the Revolutionary Army occupied East Blue, they not only gained a lot of land, but also got a very stable rear. After they established a popular base in East Blue, they can continue to provide them with power so that they can reach out and plug into other places, such as West Blue. Marineford. High-level meeting. This is a meeting that only Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and above generals can attend. The conference hall was originally very large, but now it is quite empty because of the small number of people. Zephyr sat in the marshal's seat, looking down. Recently, there are many new faces in Marine, but the eyes of these people give him an unfriendly feeling. How's the science force approaching Charlotte Linlin? Zephyr looked aside at Kizaru. Kizaru was trimming his nails, but when he heard Zephyr's question, he put down what he was doing, picked up the report in front of him, and stated calmly, it's like this.
Charlotte, as for Linlin, we sent someone to contact them, and we also put forward our opinion that we should cooperate with them. But, Big Moon turned us down. Zephyr has a headache. It seems, the other party doesn't really want to cooperate with our marine. At this time, Zon Momomaru stood up very keenly. Marshal Zephyr, I don't think the Big Mom pirates can be won. Advertisement, oh, tell me your opinion. At this time, Zon Taomaru has been transferred from the science unit to the marine, and has the rank of Marine Rear Admiral. In the process of contacting the Big Mom pirates, I found that there is no absolute unity between Charlotte Linlin and her children. His children all have their own ideas, especially Perisparrow, even with us get in touch and say he wants to break away from the Big Mom pirates and work with us. Hearing this, Jifa's eyes showed interesting expressions everywhere. If that's the case, that's certainly acceptable. Marine's current strategy is to reduce enemies as much as possible and make more friends, in order to maintain the most basic stability in the world today. Then make good contact with Perisparrow. Also, what about the research and development of the scientific troops? Kizaru paused, then slowly said, it's the final stage, I believe it will be successful soon. Zephyr nodded. This is our greatest reliance in the future. Currently, the Marine Science Corps is developing a robot code named SSG, which is an improved machine based on the Pacifist. The original Pacifists have the strength to rival Supernova 11, so the new SSR Pacifists will reach the level of Shichibukai. If mass production can be achieved by then, this will undoubtedly be a major breakthrough for Marine. What about the situation at West Blue? Zephyr asked again. Immediately, a Moto Rear Admiral stood up. His name is Karlok, and he used to be the Vice Admiral of the Marine East Blue Division. Now he has been sent back to the headquarters and is mainly responsible for the affairs of the Revolutionary Army. However, he looked quite ugly at this time. West Blue has been aggressively attacked by the Revolutionary Army. I'm afraid it won't last long. Zephyr nodded nonchalantly, but said nothing. He also has the idea of retiring now, and before he retires, he hopes to better stabilize the safety of more people, and the Revolutionary Army is undoubtedly the best stabilizer. 165. Sabo's Deal Ricewife. Sabo, the representative of the Revolutionary Army, came here to meet Kazuki Hiyori and wanted to discuss the sale of holy relics and some equipment. But when Kazuki Hiyori saw this amount, his expression was a bit embarrassed, and then he said to Sabo, sorry, this amount is too big. I have to tell Lord Tenri about it. Sabo smiled slightly. No problem, I can understand. Immediately, Kazuki Hiyori nodded to Sabo and left here. And Sabo sat on the spot, watching the palace quietly, and then thought about it. The reason why he came here was to complete the task assigned by the upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army, to buy more equipment from the 7th ruler of the world, so as to prepare for the occupation of West Blue. And this time, he also brought a rather generous amount of money. I believe Shuangyue Kongying will not refuse it, right? He still remembered that before he set off, the dragon once held him and said to him meaningfully, our main goal at present is to deal with the world government. We must liberate those people who are oppressed by the world government. As for the world's 7 rulers, this is a kingdom that I can't figure out, but I know very clearly that their people are not in the scope of being oppressed. Maybe Shuangyue Kongying is not the same as our philosophy, you can't tell who's right and who's wrong. Remember this sentence in his mind. Soon, Shuangyue Kongying appeared in front of him. He stepped up to the high position in a majestic posture, then looked down at himself, his eyes filled with indifference. Leader Sabo. Today's Sabo is the leader of the first branch appointed by the Revolutionary Army, and is actually the second person in the Revolutionary Army. Master Tianli, Sabo said to Shuangyue Kongying respectfully. Shuangyue took a look at the report that Sabo handed over, and then said with a hearty smile. I'm very interested in this 5 billion business, and the materials you want are also within an acceptable range, but... Sabo's eyes rolled. The current world situation has been turned upside down. If you want to transport these supplies from here to East Blue and West Blue, maybe it will be a bit inconvenient, right? Sabo's expression changed slightly. Advertisement. What Shuangyue Kongying said is quite right. The world situation has changed drastically, and the world government is not capable of managing pirates, and the 7 rulers of the world are unwilling to manage pirates. Although their Revolutionary Army occupied East Blue and the smaller West Blue successively, they knew very well that this was a leak. After the world government reacts, they will be attacked most violently. If the news of them transporting supplies from Inazuma to West Blue gets out, then there will indeed be a large number of pirates, even marines, who will come and watch. Sabo respectfully said to Shuangyue Kongying, I don't know. Does Lord Tianli have any good solutions? The corners of Shuangyue Kongying's mouth raised an indifferent arc. Simple. Give us some Baileys, and we will send people to the places where you need them. Shuangyue Kongying's tone was full of confidence. And his self-confidence is naturally emboldened. Look around the world. Who is so short-sighted? Dare to touch the goods of their worldly 7 rulers? Hearing this, a thoughtful expression appeared on Sabo's face, and then he looked at Shuangyue Kongying and said slowly, Master Tianli, may I ask how much is the price? Shuangyue Kongying smiled slightly, and then stretched out 5 fingers. 500 million Baileys. When hearing this number, Sabo fell silent. In his opinion, the 500 million Baileys are not an outrageous amount, and it can be exchanged for the absolute arrival of that batch of supplies. That would be the best. Not long after, Sabo nodded in agreement. Master Tianli, this is my honor. Shuangyue Kongying smiled slightly, of course.
Of course he can take away other people's Bailey by forcibly domineering, and they are indeed the ones who are in power. But Shuangyue Kongying doesn't like to do this kind of one-time fishing behavior. Even if it's exhausting, it's not sustainable at all, and this is healthy development. Advertisement. It's a deal. Looking at Kazuki Hiyori's laid-back look at this time, Sabo suddenly felt that the 7 rulers of the world seemed to be isolated from the outside world. No matter how chaotic the outside world is, as long as there are people like Shuangyue Kongying, the people in the ruling world can live in peace forever. Ace often mentioned you to me before, and said that if I have the opportunity to meet you, I hope I can take care of you. Kazuki Hiyori poured tea for Sabo, and then said slowly, but I really didn't expect that Ace would have such powerful brothers as you two. Kazuki Hiyori had just finished ordering and didn't hear what Sabo said just now. Kazuki Hiyori sat down with half understanding. 0, seeking flowers. Huh? What did you just say? Sabo scratched his head in embarrassment. So far, the Big Mom pirates are very weak. 0, ha ha ha. That's better than Ace. Among the Rice Wives, Sabo was invited to a restaurant by Kazuki Hiyori after finishing the negotiation. The 4 Emperors, Big Moon, who was once invincible, was pulled down like this, and there is also Kaido, the man known as the strongest creature in the world, who has died in the hands of Blackbeard now. The speed of the world's drastic changes is accelerating in 10 days and 10 days. What makes Sabo feel even more threatening about this newspaper is that Marine's invincible SSG pacifist is said to have already possessed strength comparable to Shichibukai, and has already met the conditions for mass production. If this is really the case, then Marine will attack them next. How should they resist? Parasparrow, a member of the Big Mom Pirates, publicly announced that he was out of Big Mom's control, and it was rumored that he had a related partnership with Marine. For a while, Big Mom was furious, but was peacefully defeated by Marine's new SSG. The militants attacked and caused great damage. Seeing the purity in Kazuki Hiyori's eyes, Sabo shook his head suddenly and immediately said, "No, I didn't say anything." On the second day after the deal was confirmed between Sabo and the Dust Seven, a piece of news suddenly came from the World Journal. On the second day, Katakuri announced that he would leave the Big Mom Pirates with Cracker and a group of brothers and sisters. And Sabo looked at the World Daily and couldn't help frowning. The world situation is getting worse every day. 166. Blackbeard Collaboration Grand Line. Blackbeard has occupied a new island and squeezed out a large number of Baileys from here. And they came here from the New World, all the way unimpeded, although they encountered some Marines during the period, but those people also don't care about them at all. Let them go. But think about it, the current Marines are actually hard to protect themselves, so how can there be extra effort to deal with them? And Blackbeard's current power is not insignificant. After devouring the fruits of Kaido, he feels that his strength has improved to another level. Even if he is now at the peak of Kaido, he still has the strength to fight against Kaido. Immediately, he couldn't help clenching his fists. If they were to face that Shuangyue Kongying again now, I'm afraid they wouldn't be so embarrassing when they lost. Thinking of this, Blackbeard began to look at today's World Daily, 273, again. When he saw in the newspaper about Marine's new SSG pacifist, this is a powerful robot with the power of Shichibukai. If it is really mass-produced by the world government, what will they do next? Thinking of this, Blackbeard couldn't help standing up. Guys, let's go to Marineford, Blackbeard sneered evilly. And his team members, when they heard about Marineford, there was no obvious fear on their faces, but they were full of excitement. Marineford? Isn't it Marine's headquarters? They went there as pirates at such an interesting place. Immediately, Blackbeard headed towards Marineford. A small island with singing birds and flowers in the Grand Line. It used to be a small commercial island, but after the Sabaody archipelago was established as the new Mariajoy, the residents there were driven out. They had no choice but to choose this an island to live on. Rayleigh is also active here on weekdays, and now, Trafalgar Law is here too. He wanders aimlessly around the world. Brother Ming has been killed by Shuangyue Kongying, even the Don Quixote family has been killed by the regiment, and Kaido has also been killed by Blackbeard. His greatest enemies in the world have all died in the hands of others. This made him look like duckweed, instantly losing the support underneath and turning into a ghost floating around. And at this time, a palm suddenly and silently patted his shoulder. Trafalgar Law turned and saw Rayleigh. It's you. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law had a brief encounter with Rayleigh. Rayleigh smiled kindly, looked at Trafalgar Law and said with a slight smile, "It can be seen that you seem to be lost." Trafalgar Law has made no secret of this. Yes. The goal that supported me to the present has now been accomplished by others. I seem to have lost my backbone all of a sudden, and suddenly I know what I should do. Rayleigh smiled slightly, then took a sip of his drink. If you don't know what you're going to do, go to the sea and find out. After saying that, Rayleigh patted Trafalgar Law on the shoulder and then walked back. Going to sea? Looking for answers? By the time Trafalgar Law recovered, Rayleigh had disappeared from his sight. On the third day after Sabo signed the deal, the escort team composed of the Mond Zephyr Knights officially headed towards West Blue with the supplies Sabo needed. The people leading this mission are Guy Alberic, Abedo, and Amber. When they were at the port, Amber said to Shuangyue Kongying, "Don't worry, Lord Tianli. I will definitely be able to successfully complete this task." Shuangyue Kongying nodded in relief, and then patted Guy on the shoulder. "I leave it to you." Kaido solemnly said to Shuangyue Kongying, "I promise you will not be disgraceful, Lord Tianli." Shuangyue Kongying nodded. For this task, he is very important.
This is the first order for their escort business to be packaged by the 7 rulers of the world. This is a good time to start their business. As long as they succeed this time, the whole world will realize it. If they want to distribute supplies, then it would be best for them to sit in power for 20 years. Of course, this time, the lineup arranged by Xuangyue Kongying is also quite luxurious. Guya and Abedo, both of them have the strength comparable to Marine Admiral. There is also Amber, which is not weaker than Marine Vice Admiral. What's more, there are also the elites of his West Wind Knights, who can fight many of them. Advertisement more importantly, who dares to touch their earthly non-government goods? This is not wanting to mess around in this world, is it? At this time, Sabo turned to Xuangyue Kongying, and then said respectfully, Master Tianli, I'm taking my leave now. Xuangyue Kongying nodded. Go safe. Immediately, the merchant ship, which was loaded with the materials of the 7th ruling world, headed towards West Blue. Xuangyue watched them all the way, but she kept counting Bailey in her mind. Although this time, it took him a lot of faith points to exchange for the equipment of the holy relics, but the Bailey he got from it was huge. This Bailey will be invested in the 7th console of the world at that time, and it can be exchanged for a large wave of faith points. It's not a loss in blood. Marineford, for a guest like Blackbeard, Marine didn't show too much distaste, and the soldiers in the headquarters seemed to have gotten used to it. But this meeting, beyond the Zephyr side, 5 elders directly sent the Leopard to contact Blackbeard. Hey, what do you want to do? Leopard stared at Blackbeard coldly. He could sense an energy he called familiar from Blackbeard. 4.2 and Blackbeard is also familiar with the Leopards. I heard that the people from the Revolutionary Army seem to be trying to get West Blue's attention recently. Blackbeard laughed. So what? I've always had a hard time getting along with the guys from the Revolutionary Army, so I want to cooperate with you, Marine. Blackbeard's eyes suddenly became cold, and he said slowly, let's go together, join forces to deal with the Revolutionary Army, and disappear all these annoying guys from this world. The Leopard's smile suddenly became meaningful. Oh? That's right. That's Blackbeard's plan. He has noticed that Marine has now adjusted from the original unknown. The next Marine has been completely reduced to the sword of celestial dragons to control the world. Then this sharp sword must cut off their greatest enemy. 167. Blackbeard's condition, then wish us a happy cooperation. Leopard smiled coldly. Blackbeard smiled smugly, too. Dealing with the Revolutionary Army is one of the steps in his grand strategy to seize the world, because he is keenly aware that the Marine has already sunk into the sky, and the future will no longer be a thing of the past. Naturally, he cannot afford to provoke the 7th ruler of the world, so he will clear the obstacles for his future path to world domination. Then it is undoubtedly to drag the Revolutionary Army into the water. And it just so happens that Marine has recovered from the confrontation of Hichenchiki's administration. Because the 5 elders were surprised to find that they would not be the opponents of the 7 rulers of the world no matter what, and the 7 rulers of the world did not show a stronger desire to expand, so why should they die against an enemy that cannot be defeated at all? At the same time, they were also surprised to find out. Unexpectedly, when they were dealing with Dust 7's ruling, the Revolutionary Army had quietly grown up and occupied so many of their territories. Leopard looked at Blackbeard. So, what's your condition? Blackbeard didn't hide the sly smile on 06's face. Molten fruit. That's right. Akainu is dead, and his fruit has reappeared in this world according to the laws of nature, and Blackbeard also got the corresponding news that the molten fruit has been obtained in advance by the world government. And Blackbeard, very interested in this thing. When hearing this, Wabao couldn't help but dignified. Although he is a newcomer, he also knows the previous owner of the lava fruit, that was Marine Admiral, Akainu. And the symbolic meaning of such a fruit to Marine is self-evident. Moreover, the price of this fruit itself is also extremely high. If it is sold in the market, it can probably be sold for a sky-high price of more than 2 billion Baileys. I don't have permission for this matter, I have to report it to 5 elders. Blackbeard smiled. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Rice wife. Advertisement Xuangyue Kongying is thinking, what is going to be done? How can they make their escort bureau bigger and bigger? First of all, they have their own majesty in the world. No one dared to rob the merchant ships set off by Mond and Sumeru in power. There is no other reason, they cannot afford the revenge of the world's 7 rulers. But in this way, he will not be able to increase domestic demand, because the domestic demand is completely satisfied, therefore, he can only dump it abroad. But how to export it abroad? Suddenly, a fat sheep appeared in his head. Poseidon. World government. Sumeru. Xuangyue Kongying came to Sumeru. Today is the opening day of Amitabha Academy. The college recruited new students for the first time, mainly to spread the knowledge of Shenlin School, and then under the guidance of Xuangyue Kongying, he added some historical origins of the ruling of the world, cultural supplements, and Xuangyue Kongying's personal beliefs. So far, its Amitabha Academy has been formally established, which will become the most knowledgeable existence in Sumeru, and even in the entire 7th world. It is also the source of Xuangyue Kongying's faith value. Standing in front of the completed Amitabha Academy, Xuangyue looked at the excited people in front of him, and then said with high spirits, people, this is not only a great feat of our Sumeru, but also a great feat of our worldly 7 rulers. It's a time to move forward. I was often asked before, where did the world's 7 rulers come from, and where are they going? Now, the answer lies in Amitabha Academy. Xuangyue Kongying's words caused a burst of climax among the people. Immediately, countless people crowded the registration office. Amitabha Academy is not a free academy, To enter and study, you need Bailey. However, the amount of Bailey required is quite small, and most of the Sumeru people can pay. And because it was too hot in the early stage, a group of people could only be eliminated through various screenings. In this way, Xuangyue Kongying realized the good operation of earning Bailey with one hand and faith value with the other hand. Lord Tianli, what you said just now, although cut short, made me feel very excited. Vivi walked over with a face full of admiration, looked at Xuangyue Kongying with eyes full of admiration, and immediately slowed down. Huan said again, next, I will also serve as a history tutor at Amitabha Academy. I will definitely live up to my fate, tell the story of the Dust Seven ruling. Let everyone understand where they came from and where they're going. Xuangyue Kongying nodded in satisfaction. You know, Tivat Continent and Vivi, they all come to work for themselves for free. What motivates them to work? It all depends on their belief in themselves. Advertisement, it turns out. Faith is more important than food. It's really powerful, and then, I miss Vivi's bodyguard now. Master Tianli, the 810 turned out to be a Bentham. You did well. When he heard Xuangyue Kongying call him Xiao Feng, Bentham couldn't help the tears of gratitude on his face, and then burst into tears. Master Tianli, I am so honored, I didn't expect you to remember my name. A familiar voice came. Looking at Bentham at this time, Yu Konggong felt a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. Xuangyue Kongying showed a full smile on his face. If it wasn't for you back then, I really don't know that life can still be lived like this. This sense of satisfaction does not come from Bailey and belief values. Ah, Xiao Feng. At the end, Bentham said quite emotionally. All this, I have to thank Lord Tianli for your gift to me. After that, Xuangyue Kongying stayed in Sumeru for another 2 or 3 days and deeply felt the power of Amitabha Academy. In just a few days, his faith value has been rising steadily. Even there are more faith values than before when I eliminated the Don Quixote family and pacified the capital of 7 waters. Xuangyue Kongying smiled. Xuangyue Kongying looked back. The implication of Xuangyue Kongying's words was that he remembered Xiao Feng because Xiao Feng performed well. This sentence did not lose Xuangyue Kongying's authority as Lord Tianli, and at the same time did not make Xiao Ma feel alienated. Then, Xiao Feng began to pull Xuangyue Kongying excitedly and said, Master Tianli, since you took me out of prison last time, I have been a jailer in prison for a while, then I felt bored again, so I left the prison and went to do business with the Nafiru Talai family. 168. Zephyr and Marine looking at Bentham at this time, Xuangyue Kongying also had a strange feeling in his heart. Afterwards, Xuangyue Kongying patted Bentham's shoulder lightly, and then said slowly, Come on. You can have more ways to live in your life. After being encouraged by Xuangyue Kongying, Bentham's face was full of gratitude again. Thank you, Master Tianli. West Blue. Guy and other members of the Zephyr Knights showed up at the designated place with Sabo and the supplies needed by their revolutionary army. However, Sabo frowned. In his impression, there should be some people here. Many soldiers of their revolutionary army are guarding, but why now? No one. At this moment, a series of ferocious figures suddenly rushed out from nowhere. They come in different sizes and shapes. But when Sabo took a closer look, he found that the appearance of these people was somewhat familiar. They actually resembled the former Shichibukai. That is, the Big Bear, the Empress, Crocodile and others. Before Sabo could figure out the situation, a beam of laser shot out from their palms, and then directly bombarded the merchant ship. Fortunately, at the last moment, Guy shot and easily blocked that attack. Knights of the Zephyr Knights, it's time for you to fight, Guy said indifferently. With an order, many elite fighters of the West Wind Knights began to fight against those robots with strange shapes. But they had just joined the battle, and they were overwhelmed by those robots one by one, and kept fighting. The land is at a disadvantage, and only Amber can stabilize the pressure. Seeing this scene, Guya fought faster and faster. He struck with an ice beat, freezing one after another directly. Of course, there is no way to completely defeat them this way, but it can free him up for a short time, save more knights. Damn it. These robots seem to be created by the world government, Sabo said coldly. Because their body structure is too much like a pacifist. And thinking of this, Sabo couldn't help but start to worry again. So the world government has already started to attack their revolutionary army. And it sent such a terrifying robot. Who knows that under such a rapid attack, how long can the strength of the revolutionary army last? Hearing Sabo's words, Guy couldn't help frowning. World government? It's unreasonable. They dared to attack our world's 7 rulers. Guy's face suddenly turned cold. Abedo, Amber, advertisement. Guy shouted loudly. Abedo and Amber, who were not far away, immediately understood after hearing the shout. Then, they began to exert their elemental power. A surge of power did not come from the fruitability of their bodies, but seemed to come from this world. What a terrifying power. Sabo on the side couldn't help but say. Today's Sabo, relying on his fighting power and hockey, already has the strength close to Admiral. But facing these 3 people at this moment, especially Guya and Abedo, he still couldn't help feeling palpitations. Is this the power of the world's 7 rulers? Even the 2 knight captains have strengths comparable to admirals? Under the joint efforts of the 3, those robots were quickly and completely wiped out. Oye! The majesty of the Zephyr Knights has been defended by us once again, Amber cheered excitedly. However, Guya's expression was still cold. These people from the world government dared to do something to us. This matter must be reported to heaven for people to know. Abedo, You accompany Sabo to look around and see if you can find his companion. Abeto nodded. But Sabo was a little embarrassed. We originally agreed to just ask you to send me here, but now, we are bothering you so much. Guy Yaman shook his head nonchalantly. Fine, Master Tianli told us before the trip that the service must be in place this time, but now, since your location is no longer there, we should also help you find it again. And it's just right in place, Amber laughed too. That's right, and it's so much fun to fight these iron monsters and float on the sea. Sabo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He bowed deeply to everyone in the West Wind Knights. Then, thank you all. Advertisement Marineford. Zephyr knew nothing about Marine and Blackbeard teaming up to deal with the Revolutionary Army in West Blue. He was so angry that he severely reprimanded the leopard in the high-level meeting. Who allowed you to report beyond the border? However, Wabao was confident and said calmly, it's the 5 elders. If you have any questions, you can go to them. A large number of Marine soldiers left, and even his former students bid farewell to him one by one. Zephyr gritted his teeth. Kizaru just watched silently. After this meeting, Zephyr submitted an application for resignation to 5 elders. But now, leopards aren't afraid of Zephyr at all. He took a deep look at Kizaru who was sitting on his left. He was still so silent, hanging his head, as if in a daze. He glanced at the many people on the field again. Many are new faces. At this time, he had already determined the ratio of quitting in his heart. And among these new faces, he can no longer see the enthusiasm that once appeared in the eyes of every Marine. Obtained, once, 5 elders invited Zephyr back, that is, let him bridge the contradictions within Marine now, and integrate Marine as much as possible. On the other hand, with the departure of a large number of Marine elites, and a large expansion of the army. Now, Leopard has become the leader of the new Marine faction, and has great opinions on the old factions such as Zephyr and even Kizaru. They are eager to gain more autonomy in Marine, so that they can show their talents. Not to mention that he has the confidence to compete with Zephyr with strength. The 5 elders didn't even bother to keep it, they just approved it. What use is such a Zephyr to the 5 elders to the celestial dragons? When Zephyr and Leopard face off, it also happens to be a time when the two factions are going head to head. Of course he knew that this was something 5 elders acquiesced to, or 5 elders didn't intend to ask him to continue to be the marshal anymore, but just wanted to save himself or the former Marine a little bit, so still let him sit in this position. 169. Zephyr's choice. The news of Zephyr's resignation did not attract much attention in the world. The reason is very simple. In this turbulent world, let alone the resignation of the Marine Marshal, even if the Marine Marshal suddenly died somewhere, what is there to be surprised about? Ever since, Zephyr left the current Marine sadly. I have no other place to go right now. East Blue, I don't really want to go for now. If I think about it, I should go to the capital of 7 waters. It should be Fontaine. Ha 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 ha, I don't know if you will let me in. I think it's pretty cool there, not bad. As for joining the ruling of the 7 worlds, I have no idea about that. Okay, that's it. After hanging up the phone with Garp, Zephyr was silent for a moment. In front of him are Ain, Binz, and Shuzo who had been accompanying him from the Marine to the new Marine, and then back to the Marine. At this time, they were staring at their teacher solemnly, and they all held some luggage in their hands. They originally joined the Marine after their teacher, but now that the teacher has left, such a Marine is naturally not what they want to stay in. Teacher. There are many colleagues outside, they are all freshmen from Marine, now after you resigned, they also left Marine. Them, and me. I will always follow you. Hearing this, the old look on Zephyr's face suddenly revealed a bit of determination. Although he resigned from the Marine, he is no longer the marshal who commanded the 3 armies, but he still has his own strength, and still has so many students accompanying him, he can still realize his ambition. Go save more people, good. Zephyr nodded heavily. Sumeru. Xuangyue Kongying, who was just about to go back to Daozu, was furious when she heard the news that Guya had returned from wearing in West Blue. This damn Marine. What a face to him. After hearing the news, Xuangyue Kongying went directly to Mariajoy alone. The world government only realized later that their SSG robot accidentally injured the people in charge of the 7th world when it was encircling and suppressing the Revolutionary Army. This news spread to the 5 elders, and immediately made their complexions change drastically, and their hearts almost trembled. To be forced to stop, advertisement accidentally hurt the 7 rulers of the world. After these days of observation, they have already made great progress. Xuangyue Kongying's expansion ambitions are actually not that big. The number 7 among the 7 worldly worlds definitely has a special meaning. Perhaps it means that Xuangyue Kongying will take down the 7 kingdoms as his territory. So since his ambition is only 7 kingdoms, why did celestial dragons block the whole world to compete with him? However, the 5 elders hadn't even figured out how to explain it to Xuangyue Kongying, and the latter had already cornered Mariajoy. They just felt a powerful aura that was rapidly approaching the meeting room they were in, and the next moment, before they even exchanged a breath, the figure of Xuangyue Kongying still came in front of them. He just stared at them blankly. Xuangyue is empty. You, what are you doing here? The curly-haired 5 elders even got tongue-tied in fright. However, Xuangyue Kongying just stared at them indifferently. Immediately, a majestic aura erupted from his whole body, and this coercion sank on them, like a mountain that could not be moved away. They were almost unable to breathe. The terrifying power was about to penetrate into the inner bodies, evaporate all the blood in their bodies. 5 elders looked rather ugly. How long has it been?
Shuangyue Kongying's strength has actually increased to such a point. At the beginning, the 5 of them teamed up, maybe they could still hold their own. But judging from Shuangyue Kongying's current strength, if the 5 of them teamed up, they could only be reduced to being beaten by Shuangyue Kongying in the end. Terrifying strength, such an age, can be called terrifying. What do you say? Shuangyue Kongying tilted her head, staring at the curly-haired Wu Lao, a GCB star with evil eyes. When Shuangyue Kongying's eyes fell on him, he felt a more terrifying force descending on him. His body is shaking, his soul is screaming. After a while, the curly-haired 5 elders was dripping with sweat. Me, and at this moment, the tallest 5 elders said with a stern expression. Shuangyue Kongying, listen to our explanation. Explain? Shuangyue Kongying stared at him coldly. Advertisement. At that moment, the tall 5 elders felt that he had fallen into the ice cave alone. Endless coldness surrounded his body layer by layer, and the chill even penetrated into the soul through the body. For a moment, he was covered in cold sweat. The corner of Shuangyue Kongying's mouth raised a cold arc. Immediately, he sat on a sofa in this room, sat down with a face of indifference, then raised his legs, and stared directly at 5 elders indifferently. And the 5 elders stood in front of him, like a group of children who made mistakes, without any authority over the world. At this time, 5 elders with glasses stood up, took a deep breath, then carefully looked at Shuangyue Kongying and said, We just wanted to target the Revolutionary Army. Yes, and the robot attacking that place was the result of our programming. As for accidentally injuring your soldiers, that was also caused by an accident after the programming. Yes. Compensation, we can compensate, whatever you want, it is easy to discuss. Accident? Countless answers flashed through their minds, but they passed them in the end, because they really didn't know how to calm down Shuangyue Kongying's anger. At this time, one of the 5 elders said weakly, We can compensate you. But at this moment, 5 elders seemed to grasp at straws. You mean, this is what I did on my own? Compensate? Being stared at by Shuangyue Kongying like this, 5 elders trembled all over. How dare they? Shuangyue Kongying snorted coldly, and then said slowly, continue to explain, today. Shuangyue Kongying's eyes softened a little. If you didn't give me a perfect answer, shouldn't I have to emphasize the consequences? Hearing these words, the 5 elders were all sweating. As a result of, are they capable of bearing the anger of Shuangyue Kongying? No. Shuangyue Kongying's tone was a little cold. 170. Shuangyue Kongying's request. Hearing these words, Shuangyue Kongying's expression eased a little. Then tell me, what can you give me as compensation? Although Shuangyue Kongying's tone softened a lot, his attitude towards the 5 elders was still aloof, as if a proud master was facing him. That humble slave has no kindness at all. The 5 elders were silent for another moment. Those soldiers who were attacked by us in West Blue, we will compensate them with 10 million baileys each. And we will also compensate you with 500 million baileys, which will be used as compensation for the world's 7 rulers. To appease the anger of you and the people in charge of 7th world. At the end, the curly-haired 5 elders looked at Shuangyue Kongying cautiously, and then asked, Is it okay? Shuangyue Kongying frowned. If this is the case, then in total, maybe he can only get hundreds of billions of baileys? Boje. The 5 elders stared at Shuangyue Kongying in dismay, even Diki didn't dare to make a sound. After a while, Shuangyue Kongying finally spoke, let's see. You gave me 1.5 billion baileys in total, so I won't bother with you. 5 elders wiped his sweat. 1.5 billion baileys? Although it is a bit much, but it is still an acceptable range. Immediately, the glasses 5 elders showed a flattering smile on his face, then looked at Shuangyue Kongying, pretended to be embarrassed, and said slowly, 1.5 billion bailey. For us a present, can be regarded as a big expense. But since you have made such a request, then we can accept it. It seems that agreeing to this matter is quite embarrassing for them. The corner of Shuangyue Kongying's mouth curled into a sneer. Immediately, he played with a short sword on the table. The handle of this knife was exquisite. The sharpness of the blade was not weaker than those legendary big swords. However, Shuangyue Kongying only used a little bit of elemental power to make the blade rotten and dull. 5 elders, who was watching this scene, couldn't help being stunned. This, so terrifying power, and Shuangyue Kongying stared at 5 elders indifferently. Since the 1.5 billion baileys are so embarrassing to you, then I can help you with one thing. Hearing this, a little brilliance appeared in the eyes of 5 elders. Help them? Is it really possible? Advertisement. And Shuangyue Kongying said calmly. I heard, you Marine have some orders for the delivery of goods, right? A crisis rose within 5 elders. And Shuangyue Kongying turned her eyes, stared at 5 elders indifferently, and then said slowly. I know. The world government has been very busy recently, and this business order should be no time for you. Take care of it. How about this? You hand over all those business orders to me. Let me come to help you take care of it. Hearing this, 5 elders' complexion changed dramatically. Those bills, it's the protection fee collected by their world government openly. Previously, the main income of the world government came from the finances handed in by each country year after year. Later, with the advent of the era of great pirates, many kingdoms were substantially separated from the control of the world government, and belonged to in the hands of those big pirates. And the big pirate relies on tolls and transporting goods, tied up with the trade of these kingdoms, and makes a lot of money. As the world is being divided more and more by big pirates, the world government finally couldn't help but participate in this cause. But the big pirates don't need the kingdom to hand over their finances. While the world government asked the kingdom to hand over its finances, it also took the freight for the kingdom's foreign trade and balled all the wool. And now, the world government relies on earning shipping fees. The annual revenue is as high as tens of billions of baileys. This is also the key to why they can maintain the marine on such a large scale. And now, this delivery has to be handed over to Shuangyue Kongying? This undoubtedly makes their marine lose the potential to continue to develop. At the same time, because they allowed it, the 7 rulers of the world can transport the foreign trade goods of those countries. This is also allowing the 7 rulers of the world to intervene in the economy of those kingdoms at will, which will undoubtedly destroy half of the world, just like this it was distributed to the world's 7 rulers. At the moment, the 5 elders feel like they're an idiot. It turns out that this is the key to Shuangyue Kongying's negotiation this time. From the very beginning, they fell into the trap of Shuangyue Kongying. This little fox. What? Do you think that I've given you too little help? Shuangyue Kongying raised his eyebrows, and at the same time a haughty aura permeated from his body. After feeling this breath, 5 elders shook his head hastily. Advertisement. No. 5 elders wanted to cry but had no tears. Is there room for them to refuse? If they answer yes, I'm afraid Shuangyue Kongying will cut off more flesh from them. However, if they just agreed to Shuangyue Kongying, then the consequences they caused in the end, that is unimaginable. The 5 elders looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes. Immediately, the 5 elders sighed in unison. All right. As soon as the words fell, Shuangyue Kongying turned around and disappeared in front of their eyes. You're welcome. That's it, your performance is good, I am very satisfied today. They took a deep breath, and 5 elders, although he was bleeding in his heart, could only smile apologetically, for fear of making Shuangyue Kongying unhappy. After confirming that Shuangyue Kongying had left, they finally let go of their held breath. Thinking back to what just happened, they feel as if they're dreaming. As long as you guys give me a satisfactory answer, then I won't do anything to you. While speaking, Shuangyue patted 5 elders' shoulder with a smile on his face, filled with a full smile. 5 elders sensed it. Since you are so sincere in wanting to help us, then we can only thank you. 5 elders said through gritted teeth. After speaking, he bowed deeply to Shuangyue Kongying with a bow. His humble posture was fully displayed. Shuangyue Kongying even showed a smile. Upon hearing this, Shuangyue Kongying nodded in satisfaction. Then I will comfort those soldiers when I go back, and tell them how much you care for them. Agree to Shuangyue Kongying's unreasonable request and? Immediately, Shuangyue Kongying stood up. 171. Life has reached its peak. Although the world government has tried its best to block this news from the outside world, the actions of the Dust 7 ruling side have completely exposed their actions to the public sight. That is, the world government has opened up the area under their jurisdiction to the outside world. Foreign trade protection fees, while allowing the world's 7 rulers to join it. The news came out, so that the people of the world did not have much emotion. For the vast majority, they don't know what is behind these things, they can only accept very superficial things, that's all. Even if they see the fleet of the world's 7 ruling ships, they have entered the traditional ruling area of the world government, and they don't know what this means. After all, in name, they still belong to the rule of world government. But, they do hope that the ruling world of the 7th world can accept their 093 land. After all, they seem to see in the newspaper that the people in the 7th world of the world are living very happily. The appearance of the kingdom of heaven on earth. They don't care if it's true or not, anyway, it's better than now, right? Compared to the numbness of the people of the world, many bigwigs were dumbfounded in shock after seeing the news. After seeing the news, Whitebeard was so excited that he couldn't hold his hands together. He kept saying to his sons on the boat, it's amazing, it's amazing. I'm afraid only Shuangyue Kongying and Dust 7 are in power, so they have such power, and they can make the world government suffer such humiliation. Brother Xiaoma slowly said from the side. It turns out that even though Marine left a large number of elites, the world government can still recruit strong people all over the world with this large amount of money, such as the new generation of leopards in Marine, Black Lion, that's it. But now, the world government has lost this source of funds. It also means that they have a broken leg, and they can only walk on that single leg in the future. There was also a happy smile on Brother Ma's face. The world government without this income certainly cannot continue to maintain such high research and development costs, and the world conscription should also stop. And over time, the world government will gradually lose its current dominance, and it may fall behind the big pirate in the future. At this time, Diamond Joe's came up. Father, since the world government is so weak, should we push them? Before the old man could speak, Ace on the other side said slowly. Even if the world government has been cut off with one hand, he is still the mighty giant at present. To wait for him to really decline, we still have to wait for him to decline. After all his blood was drained. Going to find fault with the world government now is undoubtedly finding trouble for nothing. Whitebeard nodded from his perch. Ace is right. Advertisement. Even if the current world government is weak, we can't take the risk to compete with them. Moreover, the situation in the world today is changing. Dust 7's ruling is always the biggest variable. No one is sure what his next step will be. Until then, we just need to take good care of our own home people are just fine. Whitebeard watched the crowd benevolently. Yes, eat. West Blue. Blackbeard teamed up with Marine just now to wipe out a revolutionary army garrison. Marine Vice Admiral the Ghost Spider looked at Blackbeard and then smiled brightly. It's really good. There are 5 or 6 Marine garrisons, and we can completely wipe out the Revolutionary Army's influence in West Blue, and then we will attack again East Blue, clean up these people in one fell swoop. Blackbeard smiled coldly, but didn't say anything. The Ghost Spider seemed to sense something strange from Blackbeard, and then frowned. What's wrong with you? Are you dissatisfied with our current progress? Blackbeard looked up at the Ghost Spider and smiled coldly. For some reason, seeing Blackbeard smile at this time, Ghost Spider couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Immediately afterwards, a blade pierced directly into his body with lightning speed. After seeing this scene, countless Marines around began to exclaim, but their lives were lost in a short period of time, all life lost. As for the powerful SSG robot, it was immediately brought under control. Boss, what about this? Seraphim Badgers held down an SSG robot. He couldn't disintegrate the robot in an instant. And Blackbeard just smiled coldly, just let it stop running. And at this time, the Ghost Spider realized that the one who stabbed him with a sword was actually Shiryu, who had been standing behind him, making him unconscious. At this time, the Ghost Spider was pale and bloodless, looking directly at Blackbeard. Teach, you actually betrayed the agreement with the world government? Blackbeard just smiled grimly. Advertisement? Is that what you mean? Immediately afterwards, Shiryu stabbed deeply into the Ghost Spider's body, and his eyes gradually lost their light. According to Marine's original plan, Geisha transported the lava fruit to Marineford, but he didn't expect that Blackbeard would know this news in advance, and he didn't expect that Blackbeard would really be useless. How is it possible? How can you have molten fruit? At this time, Quinn stood up, looked at the Ghost Spider and smiled coldly, because Geisha has already died in my hands. According to the agreement at the beginning, after Blackbeard helps them Marine and clears all the Revolutionary Army's garrison in West Blue, the lava fruit will be given to him. This is also the item that Blackbeard first agreed with Marine, and Marine has already agreed. Fruit of the former Marine Admiral, Akainu, molten fruit. I feel like my life has reached its pinnacle. Integrity is something that the strong use to oppress the weak. Who would have thought that you would actually believe it? Looking at Blackbeard at this time, the Ghost Spider gritted its teeth. But unexpectedly, Blackbeard would be like this. So what? Ha 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 ha. Molten fruit? Don't you want molten fruit? Blackbeard raised his right hand slightly, and his fat arm with only a little muscle suddenly exuded an extremely penetrating temperature, and a burst of light filled the air, so bright that the Ghost Spider couldn't open its eyes, but the blazing heat in front of him was indeed something he was all too familiar with. 4.9 Blackbeard has already swallowed Kaido's dragon fruit and Akainu's molten fruit. The Ghost Spider's pupils constricted.